Chapter 401, Hollow Zanpakuto. With Ishin half-ass winning of Injetsu, he landed on the ground and stared at his sword with a pondering expression. At that moment a circular door opened and Sora came out as he looked left and right trying to find who was fighting, only to be greeted by Anohana, Masaki, Yuzu, and Karin. Sora, wasn't there a fight here a minute ago? Ishin, there was, but I kinda won. Sora, what do you mean kinda? Ishin, well. Ishin started explaining how the whole fight went and how it progressed, along with the half-ass ending that proclaimed his as the winner. As Ishin finished speaking, Sora started explaining to them with a bit of trickery that in their trip they went to that place, it refined their Ryutsu and a few energies remained hidden on their bodies that would nourish their souls. But since they split from their Zanpakuto, it also slowly refined their bodies. Masaki, then what about me? Sora, well, for starters, you can already walk in Soul Society unhindered, that means your sour has completely healed. Sora, now you can practice your own Quincy powers or become something like a substitute Shinigami. Masaki, I'll think I'm gonna stick to my Quincy powers which I'm more familiar with. Sora, Anohana, there is a piece of new information I want to relay to everyone with the help of Isane. Anohana, what news? Sora, first, any Zanpakuto that had killed their owner is showing signs of hollowification. Second, your Yuki located Yamamoto's whereabouts. Anohana, is that real? Sora, yes, I've already sent Ichigo to search for them and kill them before anything weird happens. Sora, at the worst case scenario, kill all Zanpakuto and each Shinigami including captains will have to retrain them. Sora, as long as their host is alive in the end it doesn't matter who kills them. Anohana, then I'll tell Isane to spread this knowledge. I'll also try to spread this in their Zanpakuto hoping for them to stop this assault. Sora, I'm gonna go and search for the old man. Anohana, be careful. As he was about to leave, Yuki and Swafon arrived. They all saw them in what kind of state they were in and Swafon was panting way too hard. Sora, Swafon, stay with Anohana so that she can heal you. Sora, Yuki, let's go. Yuki, wait. Before she could speak he vanished with Shunpo giving her a few tick marks on her forehead, and thunder flickers in her eyes before she followed as well with a dangerous glint in her eyes. Ishin, too bad Urahara has the shovels. Masaki, did you say anything, honey? Ishin, nope, nothing at all. Ishin started sweating and his back got the chills when he heard Masaki speaking about his comment on Sora being dead. Everything went as per what Sora had said to Anohana, and eventually after more than an hour everyone learned the hidden danger of the Shinigami's death by their swords' hands. Somewhere far away from there on the forest, Ranjaku and Hinamori were battling their own Zanpakuto and were almost at their breaking point before their minds flashed with this new information. Ranjaku, is that real? Hanko, ugh. I don't want to test that theory. Hinamori, I don't think there will be a need to. Tabayam, Look. Countless red eyes appeared in the dark forest that was looking at them. They were walking towards them and slowly but steadily they could feel a bit of their Ryutsu changing significantly. When they got close enough for the rays of the moon to shed light in their faces, all four were shocked to see partially formed masks on their faces. 402, Chapter 402, A Killing Rain. Bam. Boom. Clang. Hinamori, Ranjaku, Hinamori, pull back. 4 people, 2 Shinigami and 2 Zanpakuto could be seen bleeding here and there from the crazy frenzy swords that attacked them without remorse. Hanko, they are persistence. Hanko, growl Hanko. Tabayam, snap Tabayam. A torrent of ash-grey dust came out from the sword of Hanko and rushed towards the hollow Zanpakuto, engulfing them while Tabayam waved her bells left and right and fireballs launched out from there. When they came in contact with the dust, a large explosion occurred, killing many Zanpakuto. Or so they thought as they cheered, especially Hanko. Hinamori, you two watch out. Both Hanko and Tabayam heard Hinamori's shout and were suddenly felt as if they were hit by a mountain as they were sent flying before Hinamori and Ranjaku caught their respective sword spirits. Hanko, cough. Tabayam, what was that? Ranjaku, Bara. That was Bara. Hinamori stared at the figures who slowly got up and saw their wounds before raising a finger as she pointed at them while trembling, which caused the others to look as well. Ranjaku, oi, are you serious? Regeneration. Tabayam, run. Ugh. We will hold them off. Hanko, yet. If you two die you will turn like them, run. Ugh. Hinamori made a wry smile as she spoke up. Hinamori, I don't think we have that option anymore. All turned to see the half-hollows charging up their Ryutsu into different colored spheres and their expression was grave, to say the least. Just when they saw them finish their charging, Hanko and Tabayam charged in front of them, trying to block as many as they could with their shikai and their bodies. Both, run. It was the last thing they managed to say before countless lights almost engulfed them, causing tears in Hinamori's eyes and Ranjaku having a shocked expression. Gaze at the eyes of all things where the moon feasts, heavenly devour moon, Tengoku Akumatsuki. Tenokaibatsuki. Heavenly Fang Moon. Sfuish. Boom. Just as they thought they lost their spirits, a familiar voice was heard saying a command and fired a purple like a light that crashed anything it came in contact with. It overpowered all the Zeros and continued towards the Zanpakuto, who started disintegrate as they were engulfed by that figure attack. When the clash of lights finally dispersed, they saw two people being carried away from someone and they recognized him as it was Ichigo who saved the day. Ichigo, damn, you two are the future wives of Sora. Can't you fight and win against them? As he said that, he threw Hanko and Tobiam in their arms and saw that they were still alive and kicking but wounded badly. But it wasn't threatening as they didn't revert to being swords. Ichigo was looking at his sword and he was shocked to see that when he awakened from being sealed, an attack came to his mind similar to his old Moon Fang. Only this one combined all four types of Ryutsu and something like purple flames maybe. Not only that, but he could feel a rough image of his Bankai, which was about time for his Ryutsu to finally accept the burden of it. Just before he could continue, he saw many more swords appearing there as they were drawn by his attack. Ichigo, leave this place and heal those two as much as possible. Ranjaku, what about you? Ichigo, I'm gonna bring the rain to their heads. Ichigo lifted his four-colored sword and caught it from the middle handle it had and raised it vertically in front of him as he was holding a bow, and to their surprise, he did a motion of drawing a string which was formed by Ryutsu. Ichigo, Tengoku no aim. Four colored spheres were created in the whole sections of the sword, two towards the tips and the other two from the middle handle towards the hilt before arrows burst from there that numbered to infinite. P.S. I'm sure you forgot how the Shikai looks. 403, Chapter 403, Freeing Urahara and Yamamoto. Countless arrows fell towards the hollow swords and Ichigo, who was watching this, started becoming boring, therefore he tried something to amuse himself. Ichigo, first kill. Second kill. Triple kill. Ichigo, annihilation. Ichigo, god-killing spree. Ranjaku and Hinamori, as they held Tobiam and Hanko, had backed off far away from there and couldn't hear what exactly Ichigo was murmuring to himself. At some point, a dying spirit threw a bara at Ichigo and interrupted him as he plunged an arrow in his sorry ass, and Ichigo praised him. Ichigo, Zanpakuto and 500 has interrupted the unlimited killing spree. Rewards. An arrow in his ass. Ichigo, first kill. Second kill. Triple kill. Ultra kill. However, before he reached killing spree again, he noticed that there was nothing left to kill and lowered his sword. Ichigo, seriously, only 500 something Zanpakuto strays. Ichigo, I wanted to reach 1000. Ichigo, oh well, I did my part and now everyone knows since Isane sent the message in our heads, so I doubt any more will be born. Ichigo, I'll go to Sora's side and help him out. As he had finished up, he vanished from there with using his shunpo, and within a few minutes he met up with Ranjaku and Hinamori. He offered them some help and said to them that he will meet up with Sora as he had probably found out the commander's location. Agreeing to go with him, Ichigo took in his arms Hanko and Ranjaku took Tobiam as they flash-stepped towards their goal. Hinamori was constantly using her Kido to alleviate a few of their wounds, making them feel a bit better. As they kept running, Ichigo suddenly stopped as he sensed something and backed away from there as a single sword flashed past him. He turned his head and saw Minajiki. Ichigo knew that if he wasn't careful he might end up dead before he knows it. He told the girls that up ahead is a cave and Sora will arrive shortly, so they supported Hanko and Tobiam and left from there as Ichigo repeatedly dodges her attacks. When Ranjaku and Hinamori reached the top of the cave, there they discovered Yamamoto's barrier, with him inside and Urahara a well, drinking tea. A moment later Sora arrived with Yuryuki and Swafon. Urahara, R. The whole team is here. Yuryuki, Yokisuke. Have any room for more tea sets? Urahara, unfortunately no. Sora, yo, old man. Looking good. Yamamoto, Sora. This barrier. Sora, I know. You have placed it so that Ryujin Jaka won't leave your control. Swafon, so that Muramasa tricked us when he said that he is trapped by his flames. Sora, not quite, as if this barrier's break he will really be trapped inside. Yuryuki, so he said his words in such a way for us to break the barrier and trap all of us inside. Sora, yes, doing that weaker Shinigami's would have died by the flames. Yamamoto, I've placed myself within the barrier to prevent Muramasa from gaining access to Ryujin Jaka. Yamamoto, I will now inform everyone of who Muramasa is and who Muramasa's master. Koga Kukiki had led a revolt and was sealed somewhere. Muramasa did not kill him but was after the method to free him, which only he knew of. Sora, how the hell does everything you have not finished in the past comes and bite you back? Yamamoto, a lapse in judgment. Sora, oh well. I'll briefly tell you about what happened outside. Sora then told everything that had gone down the road, and him along with Urahara had a pondering expression about what course they would take from now on. 404, Chapter 404, Going in the Human World. Arriving in the human world, Muramasa coughed up blood and collapsed. When he awakened, he found Byakuya and Senbonzakura with him. With their arrival, many people got alarmed and those people were rushing over their location. Byakuya could count at least 4 of them with a considerable amount of riots rivaling at least that vice-captain. Senbonzakura, Byakuya, take Muramasa and leave this place as for I will stall them right here. The moment Senbonzakura spoke 2 people arrived and attacked him while he easily dodged their attacks. Ishida, be careful, they are captain class opponents. Ishida, I know Sato. Sato, we need to stall sometime till Orium comes here along with Yoshino. Ishida, why stall? I have completely healed up and want to see how I will fare. Sato, unfortunately I still have some problems here and there but I'm good as well to go. Senbonzakura, you keep talking as I'm not here. Unfortunately for you I have no time for you to test your affinities. Senbonzakura, Bankai Senbonzakura Kage Yoshi. Senbonzakura activates his Bankai by manifesting and dropping his sword blade first into the ground. As the sword phased into the ground, 2 rows of 1,000 giant blades rise up behind him before separating into 1,000,000,000 blade petals. Both Sato and Ishida were almost engulfed by them as they kept their calm faces. Ishida waved his hand and a cross-pentagon small amulet appeared that was immediately expanded into a pentagon bow. From it, Ishida locked into the petals and fired more than 1,000 arrows, shocking Senbonzakura that he was pushing him back. At the same time, Sato clad his arms in his powers and raised all 10 fingers before 10 small rays got fired from them that completely pushed back the petals. Just as they were engulfed earlier by the petals, now they were pushing back Senbonzakura back, who had shocked eyes. As Senbonzakura was fighting the 2, Muramasa and Byakuya who had arrived in the location of Koga being sealed, they stopped when they heard someone speaking to them. Rukia, wait, Enai-sama. Byakuya, Rukia, I told you to stay out of this. Muramasa, well, up to this point it doesn't matter if she is involved or not. Byakuya, what do you? Ugh. Rukia, Enai-sama. Rukia saw Muramasa stabilize himself without the support of Byakuya and stabbed him with his swords before blowing him away as Rukia screamed towards his direction. Muramasa, the time has come. As he said that, suddenly in the sky countless gargantas opened up and from there many large hollows were unleashed. A few kilometers from there 7 people could be seen traveling towards the commotion. Hey, Sora, what is happening over there? Sora, Yoshino, how should I know what the real me is doing? Yoshino, but aren't you the same person? They may be the same but they are not. He is a clone and when his time is up he vanishes before the memories get to be transferred at the real one. That's a handy ability. Sora, you sure have a lot of free time. Lisa, Senna. Lisa, oh. So would a date suffice? Sora, I'm not really a fan of sending clones for dating, so you have to wait for me to merge with the real one first. Will Kurosaki-kun be there? Isn't he a Kurosaki as well? Who knows? At least he is letting us live with a bang. Sora, I don't know Inu. Sora, Yang and Yin, it's your lives, you two are free either way to do what you want within my means of perception. Lisa, so for now why don't we focus on the hollows that are coming straight for us? Senna, here's an idea. The one who kills more will get a date with Sora. Fake or not, he will get the memories of it. Boom. Their minds exploded and a fighting spirit ignited on all of them. They looked at the hollows as if they were chickens and turkeys for food. 405, Chapter 405, Counting Kills. All the hollows, unable to sense the danger up ahead of them, they growled as they went ahead and charged in order to kill those with high spiritual pressure. What followed was Sora praying for their poor evil soul that had fallen in their fangs. Senna, 2. 3, 5, 8. Lisa, 4, 6. 8. Yoshino, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yin, 3, 6, 7, 9. Yang, 2, 5, 7, 9, 11. When they heard Yang passing them by at least 2 or 3 ahead of them, they went in a frenzy and started killing them faster. Yoshino though was steadily rising up as she could only rely on her doll to fight the hollows and had to retreat when they got caught up to her. Sora, who was watching with Inu in the sides, they had wryly smiles, as Sora thought of something and turned to her. Sora, why aren't you joining as well? Inu, I can only fight for about 7 to 8 minutes max and I wish to keep my strength for healing them if they get hurt. Sora, you really think that's possible? When he said that, he pointed towards them and countless broken masks, ripped off and sliced off limbs lay there as they vanished slowly, making Inu not know what to say. Back at where Senbonzakura was, Ishida and Sato were now being surrounded by countless hollows as they kept coming from the gargantas in the skies. At the same time, Senbonzakura had been in a rush as he heard Rukia yelling for Byakuya's well-being and didn't know what had happened. Ishida, go, we will deal with them. Sato, leave it us. Senbonzakura stared at them and clenched his fists before making a nodding motion to them as he said while vanishing from there. Senbonzakura, you have my thanks. The moment he vanished, Ishida and Sato were back to back ready to clash with the countless hollows, but they felt danger breeding in the area and as they turned to see who it was, They saw a few frenzy girls killing 10 hollows with each step and immediately tried to dodge them. Sora arrived next to them with his hand in his forehead as he couldn't believe the sight they were watching. At the same time, he had noticed that the dust like the substance of the vanishing hollows was drawn somewhere in a single direction and he knew that Muramasa was the one behind as he was powering up himself through them in order to break forcefully the seal. He also knew that by doing that, he would end up becoming a hybrid hollow like the cannon, but with these many perhaps he would become even more powerful and this time he won't be able to retain his consciousness. While he was thinking about it the sky got cleared and all the gargantas closed as the last hollow got surrounded by 5 girls who looked at each other. Who will kill it? Senna, it's mine. I got 283. Lisa, no it's mine, I got 284. Yin and Yang, it's ours, we both got from 283. Yoshino, I can't compete with you girls, I got around 100. Just as they were talking a blade flashed and cut the poor hollow in two to spare it from these lunatics girls. All 5, ah. Sora, that was our ticket for the date. Sora, we have a more serious problem here. Sora, look at the remnants as they disintegrate into nothingness. All of them had angry faces but they still looked around and saw that as they become dust from dying, the dust instead of vanishing in the air all of it gathered together and drifted in a single direction. Sora, whoever called the hollows used you girls in order to absorb them and become something akin to Vizard. Well done aiding the enemy. For that, I will personally train you later with my full power. Black lines appeared in every girl when they heard this and shifted their attention to the source of their misery that will come when they resume their training. P.S. This is a poll towards all of you to decide the top 2 novels that will get a mass release towards the end of the month at 28/2/19. Please take note that Fairy Tail at 10 or 15 of the month will get a mass release of 6 or 8 chapters for hitting 300. So, in reality, you will get 3 mass release. Also, I would like to clarify that if in the off chance STB will come out as a winner I will stop writing the weekly chapters for this novels until I finish rewatching season 1 and 2 and every episode of season 3 so I can remember a bit the storyline and create a foothold for mine. Thank you all. 406, Chapter 406, Koga. As everyone was looking towards the direction of Muramasa who now had his Ryotsu flared up towards the sky. Senbonzakura reached there and saw Rukia holding Byakuya and supporting him as they watched Muramasa going a qualitative change to his very core. Muramasa's unstable energy sucked all the dead hollows back into him, resulting in a horrific spike of his Ryotsu and this, in turn, caused him to go hollowification. A black-like Ryotsu covered the whole area that felt so sinister making Rukia almost unable to cope and Byakuya with Senbonzakura had a serious face. Soon the Ryotsu piped down and revealed Muramasa's figure as he had gained bone-like armor, complete with long shoulder pads and a helmet-like mask with long horns, large teeth on its lower edges, and a visor-shaped eye-hole, through which his glowing red eyes can be seen. He has tufts of grey fur around his neck and collarbone, and his arms become long and slender, with long, curved blades sticking out from his elbows. His hollow hole is located where his heart would be, and has dozens of fang-like, inward-pointing protrusions around it. He has a large amount of purple fur hanging from his waist. Contrary to their expectation of being fully transformed and act on impulses they started hearing him laughing before he pointed towards a certain boulder at a certain place and charged a Zero before firing it. Muramasa, the time has come. Muramasa, to see the world again. Boom! The boulder got crashed in millions of pieces and from there a few rod-like axes got revealed as they were chained in front of a figure. Muramasa got closed and waved his hand hitting them with his hard claws and shattering them apart. When the rod stopped functioning from being destroyed blue electricity crackled around Koga, who now tried to wake up from his long slumber. Muramasa smiled and recalled their past. As Koga stood before Muramasa, and at that moment Sora and the girls arrived on the spot only before an explosion of Ryotsu blows them back. As Ryotsu surges around Koga, everyone wondered how Koga can have so much power after being sealed away for so long. Muramasa, finally I have awakened you. I have waited for this moment for a very long time. Muramasa walks up to Koga and states they can complete the task which they began centuries ago. As he opened his eyes Koga saw the hybrid hollow in front of him and through a split second, he realized it was Muramasa before calling his name. When that happened a sword manifested in his hands and as Muramasa had turned around and was ready to intercept the others Koga stabbed Muramasa in the chest. Muramasa, Why? Koga, I don't need a sword this useless that relies on hollows to free me. Koga twisted his sword and cut from his chest towards Muramasa's neck diagonally almost splitting him apart. Everyone looked at the scene with open eyes including Sora cause he clearly remembers he got stabbed in the stomach and fell down not dying like that. Can it be that because he fused with the hollows much earlier it changed his outcome? Shaking his head he looked towards Koga who was now looking at the whole gallery before grabbing a rod axe that was left undamaged and laughs maniacally after a long time. Koga, ha 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 ha, so you guys will be my warm-up. Everyone turned to see Sora and had the same thought. Is this guy an idiot? Sora, warm up? I bet you can't even defeat the current head of your own clan and you wish to fight all of us? Koga, what was that? Koga turned around and saw everyone with more focus until his eyes fell on Byakuya and finally saw that hair clipper-like accessories that only the Kukaki clan wore. Koga, so a lapdog has come to stop me? Fine, I'll deal with you first. P.S. Up to 9/2/19 you can vote here on the comment or through Patreon in the poll, and at the 10th the polls will be out. Please take note that Fairy Tail at 10 or 15 of the month will get a mass release of 6 or 8 chapters for hitting 300. So, in reality, you will get 3 mass release. Thank you all. 407, Chapter 407, Final Fight. As Byakuya hurtled forward, so did Koga, who held one of the looking like halberds, making both leap towards each other, clashing in midair. Byakuya and Koga look at each other before separating and moving higher into the air with Shunpo. Byakuya, what is that halberd is supposed to be? Koga, I said I don't need a Zanpakuto, so I need to find a replacement. Assuming a battle stance, Koga asks Byakuya if he is ready, as Byakuya assumes a battle stance before moving to Koga with Shunpo. Slashing at Koga, who blocks, Byakuya strikes at Koga, who blocks before slashing at Byakuya. Leaping back to avoid the slash, Byakuya swings his sword at Koga, who dodges and swings his halberd at Byakuya. When Byakuya dodges, Koga slashes at him. As he and Byakuya clash 3 more times, Koga kicks at Byakuya, who dodges with Shunpo. As Byakuya lands behind him, Koga turns around and rushes forward before stabbing at Byakuya with his halberd. Deflecting Koga's halberd with his sword, Byakuya slashes at Koga, who blocks with the handle of his halberd. Grinning, Koga pushes Byakuya's sword away and grabs his halberd with both hands before stabbing at Byakuya. Deflecting Koga's halberd with his sword, Byakuya dodges another stab before stopping the third stab from the halberd and swinging his blade toward Koga. Watching Byakuya's sword travel toward his head, Koga expresses derision and dodges before moving away from Byakuya. When Koga swings his halberd upward, Byakuya turns around and blocks with his sword. Senna, holy shit, this is a captain level match. Lisa, yeah, it sucks, both of them are holding back. Sora, well, Koga is adapting his body after so many years of being sealed, while Byakuya is adapting to him, powering up little by little. Leaping away from each other, Byakuya and Koga charge toward each other as Koga stabs at Byakuya, who blocks with his sword. As Koga's halberd grinds along his sword, Byakuya pushes the halberd away and slashes at Koga, who blocks with the handle of his halberd. As Koga pulls his halberd back, Byakuya stabs at him, forcing Koga to block as Byakuya pulls his sword back. When Byakuya swings his sword down, Koga blocks with the end of his halberd as Byakuya pulls his sword back and slashes at him once more. Blocking with the blade of his halberd, Koga traps Byakuya's blade between the halberd's blade and axe-like section before pulling Byakuya forward as he swings the other end of the halberd toward him. Watching the end of the halberd travel toward him, Byakuya leans back to avoid it and pulls his sword back before striking at Koga, who blocks with the axe-like section of his halberd and admits Byakuya possesses the skill of a Kukaki clan leader. As he and Byakuya move away from each other with Shunpo, Koga raised his hands before channeling Ryutsu in them as he spoke to him. Koga, Byakuya, let's see how you fare with Kido. As he fired a red energy at him, Byakuya fires Hado Arts 33, Sakasui, which collides with the blast of red energy in midair and cancels it out. As a circle of green energy surrounds the end of his halberd, causing several dozen green blasts to fire at Byakuya in a cage-like formation. Dodging the blasts with Shunpo, Byakuya appears on the edge of the lake and fires several Hado Arts 4, Byakurai at Koga, who dodges with Shunpo. Appearing behind Byakuya, Koga caused a large wave of ice to burst from the end of his halberd. As Byakuya uses Bakudo Arts 81, Danku, which forms a large translucent wall-shaped barrier behind him, the wave of ice crashes into the barrier and surges around it. Sora, and now they passed on Kido like a contest. Lisa, still they almost compare to yours. Sora, should I create a new one? You know, for more torture of all of you. Oh. No. Why did I open my mouth? It was the last thing Lisa thought before focusing with bitter eyes on the battle. P.S. Up to 9/2/19 you can vote here on the comment or through Patreon in the poll, and at the 10th the polls will be out. Please take note that Fairy Tail at 10 or 15 of the month will get a mass release of 6 or 8 chapters for hitting 300. So, in reality, you will get 3 mass release. Thank you all. 408, Chapter 408, Final Fight. 2. It wasn't long before the wall-shaped barrier behind Byakuya cracks before shattering. As the wave of ice surges over Byakuya, the entire lake is frozen solid. As Koga smiles, a chunk of ice in front of him explodes as blade petals surge out of it. Byakuya, scatter Senbonzakura. Koga looked at Byakuya with an irritated face before he heard him speaking up. Byakuya, your Kido is no match for Senbonzakura as it is child's play. Byakuya, you have to do better than this. Koga, don't be so smug. Before he vanished and appears in front of him with Shunpo before swinging his halberd at him. When Byakuya leaps into the air, Koga points his halberd toward him as the air around it distorts. Koga, I've captured your shadow and you are no longer able to move. As Koga states, Byakuya cannot move a single finger. Byakuya released Senbonzakura, causing his blade petals to cut through the tentacles. When Byakuya sends the blade petals toward him, Koga holds his halberd in front of him and spins it. As the blade petals surge around it, Koga's halberd shatters as Byakuya appears behind him. As Koga looks over his shoulder, Byakuya says it ends here and bifurcates. Looking through the space between the two halves of Koga, Byakuya expresses surprise upon seeing Koga standing in front of his bifurcated body, which fades away. Koga stood behind Byakuya and slashed at him across the back with the broken handle of his halberd. As Byakuya stumbles forward to avoid it, Koga proclaimed that he will not get away and appears in front of Byakuya, who cuts him in half once more. As the bifurcated Koga fades away, Koga appears behind him in the air and slashes at Byakuya, whose shoulder is cut. As Byakuya expresses surprise, Koga appears in front of him and grins. Moving back with Shunpo as Koga lands on the ground. Byakuya, what have you done for this to happen? Koga, Muramasa was able to control the minds of the Zanpakuto spirits. He can confuse all 5 of his adversaries' senses by sending his Ryutsuo into them. Koga, all of your senses are in the palm of my hand, you cannot even tell as I'm actually standing before you. Byakuya, this is an illusion. Koga, an illusion is far too simplistic. He said before throwing the broken handle of his halberd toward Byakuya, who slashes at it. As the broken hilt fades, it hurtles toward Byakuya again and bounces off of his chest before clattering on the ice. Koga, your perception is off in your present state, your eyes cannot tell when something is coming at you or when you should swing your sword. Koga, you can no longer fight effectively because nothing matches up. Koga, I would not have been able to use this skill if Byakuya had attacked while closing his mind off to Koga like Jinrei and Captain Commander Genri Yusai Shigakuni Yamamoto did. Byakuya, you are wrong. Byakuya, I challenged you with my mind wide open in order to kill you, I would not be able to do that if I had closed my heart. Koga, you have a lot of nerve to speak to me like this in the current situation. Byakuya held his sword in front of him as its blade glowed pink. Moving to another half-destroyed halberd with Shunpo, Koga proclaims he will not let Byakuya do this and infuses the halberd with blue Ryutsuo before throwing it toward Byakuya. As the halberd begins to appear in multiple places, a surprised Byakuya moves away with Shunpo, only for the halberd to hit his hand, sending his sword flying away. Leaping into the air and catching the thrown halberd, Koga infused it with blue Ryutsuo and threw it again toward Byakuya, who moves back with Shunpo. Byakuya used Bakudo Arts 81, Danko once more, which forms a translucent wall-like barrier in front of him and the halberd clash with the wall causing ripples in it. Sora, who was watching this, could guess that in the last 2 to 3 minutes everything will be over and started thinking with which girl should he pass his time when he fused with the original. P.S. Up to 9/2/19 you can vote here on the comment or through Patreon in the poll, and at the 10th the polls will be out. Please take note that Fairy Tail at 10 or 15 of the month will get a mass release of 6 or 8 chapters for hitting 300. So, in reality, you will get 3 mass release. Thank you all. 409, Chapter 409, Final Fight. 3. Koga, this is a pathetic sight and you are powerless without your Zanpakuto. Koga, the skills of my enemies are irrelevant and everyone will fall to their knees before him. Koga, all because of my power. I do not need anything from a Zanpakuto as I'm the most powerful Shinigami to ever live. Koga, this will be your last day as the Kokaki clan leader. Running toward Byakuya, Koga yells and stabs at him with his halberd, only for it to be blocked by 4 streams of blade petals converging in front of Byakuya's face. Expressing confusion, Koga turns to see the blade petals emerging from Byakuya's sword, which lies on the ice several feet away. As Koga states it is impossible for a Zanpakuto to enter its Shikai on its own, the blade petals condense into Senbonzakura, who stands next to Byakuya. Byakuya, Senbonzakura. Senbonzakura, I know my master's senses have been shut off, therefore you can use mine. Stating he will fight as Byakuya's eyes and limbs, Senbonzakura tells Byakuya to instruct him as he wishes before dispersing into blade petals. Koga, ha 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 ha, then I will control both of your senses. Byakuya, I do not think so. Bankai, Senbonzakura Kage Yoshi. As Koga expresses shock, the blade petals condense into 4 circular rows of glowing pink swords as Byakuya activates Senkei. Byakuya, this is the true form of Senbonzakura Kage Yoshi, it is a space which focuses offensive energy for the sole purpose of defeating an enemy. Calling a sword to his hand, Byakuya states there is no need for defensive power here and says confused senses will not help Koga because his sword will be able to find Koga regardless of where he is. Koga, ha 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 ha, shall we test that? As Byakuya glows with white Ryutsu, he and Koga leap toward each other and clash. As blue and white Ryutsu radiates from them in opposite directions, Byakuya and Koga separate before turning around and clashing once more. As an explosion occurs within Senkei, Byakuya and Koga separate and slides back upon landing on the ground. When Koga points his broken halberd at Byakuya, the air around his halberd distorts as Byakuya is constricted by the invisible tentacles once more. Appearing behind Byakuya, Senbonzakura extends his hand, causing several swords to fall and cut through the tentacles. As Koga expressed shock, Byakuya leaps toward him with his sword pointed at him. Watching Byakuya's sword approach his eye, Koga turns his head to avoid the attack as Byakuya hurtles past him. Moving back with Shunpo, Koga pants as Byakuya turns to face him. Cursing, Koga demands to know how Byakuya possesses so much power. Senbonzakura, is it that hard to realize it? Fighting together gives us power. A Shinigami and a Zanpakuto spirit combine to make one, we are only able to display their true power when our souls are in harmony with one another. Senbonzakura, your pride caused you discard what you needed the most right now, alone you can't beat us. Koga, shut up. You know nothing of me to judge me. Koga, I will use my powers to create a place for myself somewhere. I'm going to become king of the new world with my power. Byakuya, this is foolish. Koga, hey. Byakuya, you know nothing about real power. The power to relate to others and connect to your Zanpakuto spirit in a synergistic way. Koga, you sound like a complete idiot. Byakuya, then let's see whose words are right. Byakuya assumed a battle stance, the floating blades disperse into blade petals, which condense into a pair of white wings on Byakuya's back as Byakuya activates Shukei, Hakuti Icon. Koga, look at that. Only a few of the Kukaki clan leaders were as powerful as you. Byakuya, I will pay my final respects by using my ultimate technique because you were once a member of the Kukaki clan. Koga, surely you jest, I will defeat you and end this curse of having ever been part of the Kukaki clan once and for all. As Koga assumed a battle stance, blue Ryutsu radiates from him, Koga yells and leapt forward. As Byakuya leapt forward as well, he and Koga collide in an explosion of Ryutsu. As the explosion was cleared, both of them were looking at each other and Byakuya stumbled forward, Senbonzakura materialized and caught him. As Byakuya looked over his shoulder, a large amount of blood spurts from Koga, who falls forward. Koga, this cannot be. A dying Koga fell into the lake and sinks to the bottom after clashing with Byakuya, who gravely injured him with Shukei, Hakuti Icon in their final clash prior. After looking in the direction of the lake for a brief moment, Byakuya stated this is over. At this point everyone surrounded him and were looking at him with a somewhat happy expression. P.S. I tried to split this in two, but the second chapter would have been only 150 words, so I left it being like that, which caused it to go to 800 words from the usually 600-700 words. P.S. This is a poll towards all of you to decide the top 2 novels that will get a mass release towards the end of the month at 28/2/19. Please take note that Fairy Tail at 10 or 15 of the month will get a mass release of 6 or 8 chapters for hitting 300. So, in reality, you will get 3 mass release. Thank you all. 410. Chapter 410, time to step up my game. As everyone was watching Byakuya pretty much staggering here and there, they felt a few other people arriving. It was Sora with Yoryuki, Swafon, Ranjaku, Hinamori, Anohana, and their respective spirits as they had made amends with each other. Both Soras looked at each other and the girls who had finally met with each other were sizing up each other, creating sparks in the air. Sora, is everything here under control? Sora too, yes. Want to see my memories? Sora, only 1-2 days have passed since then. I doubt something happened that requires that. Sora too, oh, you will be surprised. As he said that, all of them saw Sora too, who was with Lisa, and the rest becoming particles as he got absorbed by the original one. When Sora saw the memories of them killing the poor endlessly hollows just for a date, he never said or agreed, he was speechless. Sora then looked at them and saw expectations in their eyes before speaking up to them. Sora, I'm sorry, but I've already booked a date with Ranjaku for the next days. After that let's go with who won the slaughter of hollows. Sora, first Lisa with 284, then Senna with 283, after that Yin and Yang with 283. And lastly Yoshino. Lisa, ha 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 ha, I won. Yoryuki, Oya? And what about us 4? You also forgot Neliel. Sora, I'll figure something out. But why 4? It's you, Hinamori and Anohana. As for Swafon, do you think she is ready? Look at her. We only talked about dates and she is malfunctioning. Swafon, dat. Date. Da. Yoryuki. Date with Yoryuki-sama. When Lisa also saw her acting like that, and add the fact that she was in front of her, she also started malfunctioning when she thought the same. Lisa, ah. Date. Yoryuki-sama. Sora, damn. I forgot she is interested in girls. Yoryuki, ha 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 ha, does that mean I'll go first and those 2 will follow? Everyone saw the veins in Sora's face and started laughing. Rukia had long gone to tend to her brother's wounds as much as she could, but someone had best her as Anohana was with him. She had decided to be with Sora, so there was no reason for her to fight for dates since she had already done the deed with him. She could as a doctor that only 2 more people had done something with him, and that was Hinamori and Yoriuki. So she knew that he will take his time in order to make them his. Just the fact that he was his third placed quite a nice feeling to her and didn't bother with her image to fight with them. Although she had to admit she was jealous seeing him with new girls here and then. Anohana, Byakuya, I believe all your wounds have healed, so, for now, I'll fill you a bit on what happened in Soul Society. As he gave her a small look indicating to continue, Anohana had started speaking up to him about how many had died and what happened to their frenzy swords that run amok and almost turned to hollows. Hearing this, he had a glint in his eyes, as he thought what would have happened if he had died from Senbonzakura if he hadn't awakened him. After nearly 10 minutes summarizing the most important facts, including she finally ended with Muramasa tricking them about Yamamoto being trapped by the flames. At that point, Sora came forward and said to him, Sora, due to that you can expect some sort of punishment, but nothing major, as it was the old man's and the head of the Kukaki clan of that time failing to kill Koga. Sora, at most you will be punished for leaving your post with mostly detention. Anohana, have you finished arranging the dates? Sora, oh? Jealous. Anohana, who knows? Sora, for now we have duty work, and that is to fix the mess in Soul Society. It might take a week, but that will be enough. Later on, I will see things through the end. P.S. This is a poll towards all of you to decide the top 2 novels that will get a mass release towards the end of the month at 28/2/19. Please take note that Fairy Tail at 10 or 15 of the month will get a mass release of 6 or 8 chapters for hitting 300. So, in reality, you will get 3 mass release. Thank you all. 411, Chapter 411, Time with the Girls 1. A few days have passed and everything was restored to normal levels in every direction. All the captains and vice-captains were focusing now on powering up as much as possible until Aizen announces his war. Urahara with Ishin, Masaki along with Karin and Yuzuru turned towards his hideout, which made Tessai fake crying tears as he saw them. Kyuka had stayed hidden in the Soul Society and was training to control his Ryutsu and at the same time communicate with his Shikai, which made him frown and excited at the same time. As it was so freaking hard to connect with it, and that meant it was powerful. Sora had created again his clone and started training the wizards and the new member in their training section, Yoshino, Senna with Yin and Yang. While Ichigo being free, he was training Tatsuki, Inu, and Chad, while all of them refining more and more their Ryutsu. Everything was going smoothly as Sora was free and was cuddling in bed with Yoriuki. It was their first day of officially going out, not caring about everything else, and Sora was in heaven. Sora, finally we have reached so far. Yoriuki, oh? You have banged me thrice and you now realize we have gone far. Sora, you know how I meant it. We have finished almost all problems and we have 2 wars ahead of us. Yoriuki, are there more problems? Sora, XMMM. I think 3 more apart from the wars. Yoriuki, will they cause you trouble? Sora, I think only 1 will. But that's for the future. Sora, as you were saying, we have done it 3 times so far in our relationship and you still haven't given me something back. Sora, so how about in the 4th you give something here? As he said that, he rubbed her belly, making it perfectly clear of what he meant to her, which caused her to blush, panic, stagger and eat her words. Yoriuki, oh? You have become a cheeky one. To go there that fast. Sora bent over and kissed her as she was shining through her eyes and was beat dark red from blushing. Yoriuki, MMMNNN. No fair. Sora, there is no such thing on the battlefield of the bedroom. When he said that, pounced over her and started teasing her by rubbing her breasts, licking her neck, fondling her in various parts of her body, which caused her to moan more and more. Yoriuki, we can go for 1 more round. But leave this after we take care of everything. Sora, sure. You are my mofa cat. Yoriuki, PFFFF. Ungriver. Yoriuki, Niar. Sora, ha 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 ha. Here, take this. Yoriuki's body got jolted as Sora inserted his fingers inside her wet pussy from the previous deed that had done and caused her to groan in pleasure. Yoriuki, MMMMNNNGGG. Sora, here, let me make you feel much better. He took back his hands and went on top of her as he was looking at her eyes and started sucking her breasts, which caused her to laugh from the tickling feeling she was getting. She went and hugged his head before crashing it in her breasts as he continued sucking them. They were soft, well made, well preserved, with no rags or sacking. She had a perfect bust, which he always likes, and now if many otakus were to know he was eating them, divine punishment would have fallen upon him. Moments later, many small bite marks appeared in her round boobs before he started kissing her and twisting her tongue inside her mouth with hers. Minutes later, after passionate kissing each other, Sora was rubbing her nose left and right with his nose before placing his dick in her glorious pussy. P.S. This is a poll towards all of you to decide the top 2 novels that will get a mass release towards the end of the month at 28/2/19. Please take note that Fairy Tail at 10 or 15 of the month will get a mass release of 6 or 8 chapters for hitting 300. So, in reality, you will get 3 mass release. Thank you all. 412, Chapter 412, Time with the Girls 2. Yoryuki, Sora slowly inserted his dick inside her glorious pussy and started moving up and down as he was shaking her from the force. Yoryuki, NNNGGG. Sounds of her pussy getting pounded by him were resounded in the room as they looked at each other with mischievous smiles. He started screwing her with more power, which made her caught the sheets of the bed as she was jolting from the pleasure. Her eyes were almost rolled back as her mouth was open with saliva dripping. At that moment Sora bent and stick his tongue inside her mouth, licking the upper part of her mouth as she was going to lose her mind. Slarp, slarp, slurp. Her pussy had long become so wet that Sora needed little effort to shove inside his dick as it was slipping inside on his own, so he was focusing more on going deeper and deeper with more power. At first, he wasn't shoving it all, but now as he was watching her in ecstasy he started to do it and Yoryuki came back to her senses as she groaned from his dick hitting her womb. Yoryuki, heek, gur. Yoryuki, mmmmmmnnnnn. Slarp, slarp, slurp. They kept going and eventually Yoryuki felt cold shivers all over her body as she started shivering while she was jolting. Sora knew it was about time for her to start squirting and increased his speed as he wanted to torture her in pleasure. However, doing that also brought him close to his climax. They hugged each other tightly as they were kissing and sucking each other's mouth before Sora shoved his dick inside her with more power that it hit her womb and kept pressing it as he released his cum inside her, which caused his body to feel weak. Yoryuki, on the other hand, felt her waist and her whole body twitch before she shocked violently along with a burning sensation that was melting her inside took her over that made her lost her body functions as her pussy started squirting as it was plugged by his dick. Half, ragged breathing was heard from both of them as they hugged each other sweated back with their hands. Sora, are you sure you don't want a baby now? Yoryuki, with so much burning sensation I'm feeling inside you might have given me one. Sora, we do have a few months to find out. Yoryuki, you. Sigh. Oh well. Sora, you are my first girl so obviously you need to be the first in everything. Yoryuki, glib tongue. Sora, ha 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 ha, any progress with you and Miyako? Yoryuki, do you have any ideas? Sora, well. I'm not sure if it works but you can talk to each other and decide on a half name. Yoryuki, half name. Sora, yes, by doing that you will bring out a false Shikai with a different similar form, of course, its powers will be halved by doing that. Yoryuki, I think I can try that. At the very least I will not leave her alone again and properly spend time with her. Sora, we only have 6 or so months before Aizen and I have to spend time with each and every one of you. Yoryuki, ha 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 ha, regretting having so many girls. Sora, no. I'm thinking if spending 2-3 days with each of you or 1 week with each of you will be best. Yoryuki, if you decide to spend a week with each other, then it would be 2 maybe 3 times for all of us within those months. Yoryuki, but if it is 2-3 days then it will go up to 6-7 times. Yoryuki, and how long are you planning to hard your hard cock inside my pussy? Sora, But I have to make sure my future kids don't run out of your pussy and go inside their mother's womb. P.S. This is a poll towards all of you to decide the top 2 novels that will get a mass release towards the end of the month at 28/2/19. Please take note that Fairy Tail at 10 or 15 of the month will get a mass release of 6 or 8 chapters for hitting 300. So, in reality, you will get 3 mass release. Thank you all. 413, Chapter 413, Time with the Girls 3. Yoryuki, you little cheeky brat. Sora, with you as a lovely mother when they are born they will glue on you. Yoryuki blushed as she was hugging Sora and tried to avoid his playful gaze as he was teasing her. After they stayed like that for about a minute or so, Sora finally broke their stance as he got up from there. Yoryuki, leaving already? You are leaving us all alone? Me and the kids. Yoryuki, how cruel. Sora, ha 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 ha. That's right. I no longer need you. Graig. Sora, ouch. Yoryuki, ha 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 ha, that was so satisfying. Sora, who the fuck placed the furniture here? My little toe. Oh, the rage. Yoryuki, that's so that if you ever leave us behind I'll break all your toes. Sora, sigh. I would never do that. But the one who decorated this place will pay. Yoryuki, axa. Well, apart from that are you going to Anohana now? Sora, yep, we passed 2 days together and as much as I would like to spend a week with you by going through all girls you will be alone for how long 2-3 months. Sora, so I'll see you back at most a month. Yoryuki, perhaps by then. Sora, we will find out by then. Sora waved his hands and a door opened in the room. He looked back as Yoryuki who was still smiling at him and then he noticed it was of mockery. He was puzzled. He looked towards himself and he noticed now that he was still naked. The rage of hitting his toe distracted him from getting dressed and swore to kill the guy for the decoration. Entering the void as Yoryuki laughed at him he slowly vanished. Almost an hour later he found himself wandering in the streets of Siraidai as he had long arrived in the Soul Society. Sora, I came here to be with Anohana but what should I do? Sora, will spending time together will be enough or some kind of date but if someone see us her image will be ruined. Sora, sigh, for now let's go and see her. Having stuck in deciding on what he would do he sighed as he used Shunpo and vanished from the there. In the 4th division, Anohana was sitting on her desk as she was listening about the reports of the deceased from the Zanpakuto rebellion. Although everything has been fixed and returned to the normal state of things there were many problems. Isane, Captain what should we do about the positions within our barracks? Anohana, have Nia take the 3rd seat position and promote lower but capable officers until we fill the gaps. Isane, Nia. Anohana, yes her Kido has stabilized and is perfectly suited for mass healing. Have her heal all the wounded so that they can fill other gaps. Isana, I see. What about a Shinigami named Hanataro? Anohana, about him, make him the 4th seat. I'm sure you will be surprised at what his abilities can do. Before Anohana could speak, a voice was heard which made her eyes sparkle for a split second as she had realized why he is here. Isane was also shocked when she heard the voice in the air. Then both of them turned around and saw him in the door standing there as he was leaning in it. Sora, if Hanataro has fully awakened his Shikai place him as the 4th seat. Anohana, then Isane checks this and do that. Isane, yes. After getting her orders Isane left the room leaving the two staring at each other before both of them let out a few giggles which turned to smiles. Anohana, so how much time do you have here? Sora, 2 full days on the 3rd one I will leave. P.S. This is a poll towards all of you to decide the top 2 novels that will get a mass release towards the end of the month at 28/2/19. Please take note that Fairy Tail at 10 or 15 of the month will get a mass release of 6 or 8 chapters for hitting 300. So, in reality, you will get 3 mass release. Thank you all. 414, Chapter 414, Time with the Girls 4. Anohana, sigh, you may have come here for 2 days but unfortunately I don't have that much private time. Sora, why did I miss something? Anohana, there were many injured during the rebellion around 1000. Add the 679 Shinigami that died, we have problems everywhere. Sora, that much. Anohana, today and tomorrow I will be busy healing them, so your 2 days will be spent in vain. Sora, but I can still keep you company and have a few liberties. Anohana, I could use a hand. Sora smiled and went in front of her as he hugged her with both hands groping her ass and gave her a light kiss on her lips. Sora, I have 2 hands you know. Anohana, pfff, giggle giggle giggle. Anohana, hey, I'm curious, with which order did you decide to go with? Sora, first it was Yoryuki, then it was supposed to be Neliel but she is in Hueco Mundo. Then it's you. Then it will be Yoshino, Lisa. Kukeku. Senna. Yin and Yang. Hinamori, Ranjaku and then SwaFon I guess. Anohana, are you going by the order you met everyone? Sora, I have no idea. I'm honestly going by the order they officially came to my life. Anohana, what do you mean? Sora, I mean that with SwaFon I had her as mine from after we did the deed in the underground room. Sora, however she is trying to accept me because of Yoryuki. Sora, with Hinamori, there were a few sparks from when I become 3rd seat as I wanted to free her from Aizen brainwashing but only later did we finalized it. Sora, so, for now, I'm going by the order they had accepted me and not meeting them. Anohana, does that mean there are many other orders? Sora, yeah the one who I met first and the one with who I has sex with. Anohana, I believe many will be pissed. Sora, what can I do no matter which lines I create someone will be pissed. Sora, however leave all that for later to me, now I'm here with you isn't that enough? Sora then sealed his lips in her own making her unable to speak back at him as he was kissing her all the while having one of his hand in her waist while the other was lower in her ass. Anohana, MNNNMNMNMM. Anohana, stop it, I. MMMMNNNNN. Have work to do. NNNNMMMG. Sora, you can do it later. Now we are all alone. Anohana rolled her eyes back as Sora became more aggressive with her as they were in her office. He started sucking her mouth making her unable to gasp for air and could only breathe through his. Anohana, NNNGGG. Soon Anohana felt his hands spreading around her body rubbing her sensitive spots and eventually, he made her Haori fall leaving her with the black attire of the Shinigami. Sora, we don't have much time so we should finish quickly. He started addressing her, revealing slowly the well-preserved MILF body that many have dreamt about, and he was once one of them, but this is his second time tasting it. He bent down and started sucking her MILF breasts, making her moan as he was biting them at the same time. At some point, she caught his head and suffocated him in her assets before he escaped to take a small breath. He then lifted her up and raised both her legs sideways that reached his mouth as he started sucking her pussy, which caused her to gasp and groan in pleasure. While she was in the air with her legs open in the height of her shoulders, she couldn't help but open her mouth slightly as her eyes rolled backwards and let small sounds of moans. P.S. This is a poll towards all of you to decide the top 2 novels that will get a mass release towards the end of the month at 28/2/19. Please take note that Fairy Tail at 10 or 15 of the month will get a mass release of 6 or 8 chapters for hitting 300. So, in reality, you will get 3 mass release. Thank you all. 415, Chapter 415, Time with the Girls 5. Having finished sucking her pussy as she had squirted from all the pleasure she was having, she almost laid on top of his head with her legs in his shoulder, weakly unable to move. Sora took back his head as he licked his lips, drinking such lovely juices of her. He slowly lowered her down and placed her on top of her office as she removed his clothes as well and got on top of her. There were a few documents that they were bothering him, but he brushed them down with his hands as he got on top of her legs and rubbed his dick in her entrance, causing her to twitch as if indicating she wanted inside. Granting her wish, he slowly pushed his tip inside her, making her jolt as he was moving slowly inside, such as she could feel it twitching in her vagina. What she didn't expect was him grinning before pushing it with force and hit her womb inside as a loud groan from her moan was heard. Anohana, yugn. Slow ruerp. Slow you up. Slow you up. Sounds of her pussy being violently ravaged on top of her office could be heard along with her moans as saliva was falling from her lips. Sora held her hands and he kept thrusting while his boobs were going up and down from being shaken so badly. It wasn't much later that both of them started shivering and Anohana tightens up her vagina and legs, giving Sora some pain since it was more difficult to thrust inside now, but still did. Soon both of them hugged each other as they let out their own voices, trying their best not to be loud as Sora thrust one last time before burning her insides. Sora, Anohana, you anam. Sora, half. Anohana, ha. Ha. You had to go. That rough. Sora, well, half. I had to make you feel pleasure. Half. As much as possible. Cause you know. Half, you have work. Anohana, and whose fault will be that I will be late? Sora, your future husband. Anohana rolled her eyes back as she tried to get up but failed to do so as they were still connected. Sora finally felt his body functionally like normal and got off from her. Doing so, his semen with her fluids flowed out of her pussy, making a mess in her desk that now needed cleaning. Anohana, thanks to someone I'm late and possibly the rest of the 2 days will be in vain. Sora, no worries, we can spend a bit of time here or in your personal room as you go to rest. Anohana, the words no worries is what is worrying me. Sora, do you have a spare here? You know of your Shinigami attire. Anohana, thankful yes. Sora, don't fret, we could go to your room and get one before returning here. Sora, Isane is quite capable. Anohana, I know, perhaps in the far future she will take my position in captain ranks. Sora, I wish this peace would last forever. Anohana, you really think it will? Sora, no it won't. Anohana, foo, so that you can pass more time with us. Sora, always for that. Anohana, pfftt. Giggle. Sora, but for now let me help my serial killer wife that surprisingly enough she is good at healing people. Anohana, you do know there is someone better than me, right? Sora, the one who taught you from Zero Squad. Anohana, correct, and I only. Sora, yes, you did it to prolong the fights. I hope you didn't get rusty. Anohana at that moment smiled and closed her eyes as she opened them again in the next split second, revealing a glint in them. Anohana, want to try? I would love to trash you around here and there. Sora, you do realize we just had a battle right over here in this spot, look, here are your juices and they were quite tasteful. Anohana, damn. I lost. 416, Chapter 416, Time with the Girls 6. As they had left from their office they noticed that all Shinigami were missing from their posts, and after a few seconds they realized it might have been due to Isane orders. Sora, should we thank Isane later? Anohana, at the very least. Sora, what kind of work do you have? Sora, is it pure healing? Anohana, not only that, but I also have to check on the progress of the students I have taken under my care. Sora, oh right. You did make me a third seat. Anohana, why? Had a problem with that? Be careful, after you almost killed her she went crazy and practiced like there is no tomorrow. Sora, The other two as well, I haven't seen them at all. Not that I care, but they will never be able to catch up to me. Anohana, arrogant or confidence? Maybe both. Sora, who knows, but I still haven't hit my limit and I'm already strong enough to wage war in both 3 dimensions. Anohana, ugh. A war with you will mean the end of us. Anohana, but I'm curious, haven't you tried to create another Kido since back then? Sora, I do have 7 or 8 self-made ones. And I did think of creating one. Sora, but I decided to leave it for the future as I only have one book left that will help me with its creation. Seeing Anohana not pestering him anymore as they walked through the corridors to reach the wounded area, someone else talked to him. Gyaku, are you thinking of tricking Waiwak with the 4 books you have? Sora, that guy's powers will truly be off the charge, especially after the Hagyaku I gave him. Sora, he can see into the possibilities of the future, so he will be able to tell when I'm going to move or stand and everything else. Gyaku, yes, but his powers work with the premise he knows everything about that person, right? Sora, I have no idea, in the manga I had read it was never made perfectly clear. So I decided that since I gave him his powers back, I will not use any book and use it when he uses his powers on me. Sora, that way perhaps I can create a Kido that will block his future sight or enabling me to somehow counter his future actions. Anohana, we have arrived. Are you truly going to help? Sora, I'm not an expert in healing so I can't do much. Sora, XMMM. I can use my black flames and burn any serious infections their wounds have though. Anohana, that will be a great help. I will call Nia and guide you towards the most serious ones that are barely alive. Sora, why her? Anohana, she is the best at mass healing. Sora, fine sigh. Having being interrupted by Anohana as he was talking with Gyaku, he ended up waiting for around an hour before he heard a voice calling him. Sora, sigh. Finally here. You are late, Nia. Nia, shut up. I'm not free going after other guys like you are aftering girls. Sora, oh? What's wrong, you really pissed? Nia, leave, I'll handle the rest on my own. Sora, do you perhaps want me to literally kill you this time? I was kind enough not to kill you and also free you from Aizen's control, which you 3 graceful fell. Nia, don't expect any thanks. Sora, I'm not. In fact, can we please get this done with? The faster we will finish here the better for both of us. Nia, yet. Follow me. Sora kept looking at Nia as he was following behind and was shocked to see a change in her attitude. Was she always like that? He shook his head as perhaps there was more than meets the eye from what he knew. After all, he hasn't seen her or the other 2 since he literally almost killed them. 417, Chapter 417, Time with the Girls 7. 3 hours have passed and Sora had managed to partially heal more than 300 Shinigami as he was devouring wounds that have been seriously infected, making Nia's job much easier. During this time he was also speaking with Gyaku because something was bothering him and he didn't know what was it. Gyaku, this girl. Sora, you have the same feeling. Gyaku, has some serious talent. Sora, I was gonna say she has nice racks and everything. But why do you think so? Gyaku, her body must hurt all over the place from the burns she got when she fought with us. Sora, how is that related to her talent? Gyaku, it means that with such painful stress over her body she managed to complete her incomplete Kido, and look at her, she doesn't show any signs of pain at all. Gyaku, the amount of pain she must feel right now, it's a miracle she is standing. Sora, if that is so, imagine the pain the other 2 must feel. Garo missing a leg, Wine missing his hand. Gyaku, true. Sora left the conversation as it is and continued using his flames to devour the infections. What he didn't know was that each time he used the flames, Nia was getting shivers and automatically was trying to get as naturally as possible a step away from him. Those flames were like resonating with the burns, causing her immense pain, and she was close to losing her concentration, but she persisted on pulling through all this. Eventually, after 4 more hours, Sora finished his own job and left the room, leaving Nia inside taking care of everything else. When he left, Nia went to the next room for a short break, and as she entered in it she collapsed on the floor while trembling and groaning in pain, as silent as she could, hoping that none could hear her. After she had awakened from her fight with Sora months ago, she learned everything that had happened, including attacking Sora, and refused to be healed up. It was the same for the other 2, especially when they learned that Sora, in the end, tricked Aizen and foiled a few his plans from their respected captains. It was their own way to bear their sins for getting caught in Aizen's plot and almost sabotaging the defense of Soul Society. It has been more than 30 minutes since Nia had entered the room and Sora had returned with Anohana to help her heal the others. He didn't leave, he just went to call her in order to reduce her burden a bit, and nevertheless they didn't find her. After asking for a bit here and there, they found out she went towards the resting room and tried to go there, only to be stopped by Anohana. Sora, hey? Why are you stopping me? Anohana, well, there is something you might need to know as you were fellow students. Sora, It wasn't long before Sora started frowning with what he was hearing from here, and it was now that he realized that she was backing away in fear when he was using the flames. He had solved the puzzle of what was bothering him from the start. Sora, Can you handle the rest? Anohana, I can't believe you're ditching my time to be with another girl. Sora, ugh. Anohana, ha 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 ha, no worries, go, that girl has made inhuman tries the last few months, I believe she deserves a reward. Sora, I don't plan on taking her as mine, if you mean that kind of reward. Anohana, Era? Then you will not conquer her if she came in a silver plate? Foo foo foo. Sora, if that ever were to happen she will have to wait till I finish my time with everyone. Anohana, foo, 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 since when you had time to be with all of us together? Sora, you know what I meant. Anyway, let's finish this, so we can have more time both of us. 418, Chapter 418, Time with the Girls 8. As Sora had finished speaking with Anohana, he went towards the room, and just before he could enter, the door opened and Nia had found herself face to face with him. They were so close that they were inches away from kissing each other, which caused Nia to started blushing and pushed him away. Sora, what the fuck are you doing? Nia, ah. Sorry, it was reflex. Sora didn't say anything and actually kept staring at her, as he could see now that he was paying attention that her body was trembling. The sudden push she gave him must have made her hands hurt even more, which caused him to sigh. He could still remember her clearly when she was arguing for him in the mission with the other two. Nia Rylan, she had black eyes, blonde ponytail hair, a well-developed body around the height of 1.60 centimeters. At that time, at first, Sora thought she was a bit short for him since he has a height of 1.78, but because she had a small round ass and well-endowed round chest, she had thought of going after her. But it was thought, in reality, he wasn't overheal for her, although he could see a few fevery gazes from her. Now he could see that her body was destroyed with burns and scars, and although she had changed her hairstyle she was still pretty, as only her cheek had gotten a slight burn that enhanced her beauty by adding a bit of mystery. Nia, stop staring at me like that, it's gross. Nia, what do you need? Sora, Anohana had told me to come and get you and go at the roof where a few Shinigami will come and will need arrangements. Nia, what about the patients here? Sora, since I healed all of their infections it's a matter of time before they get healed, and since I brought her here a few minutes ago she started healing them. Nia, So you didn't leave? Sora, no, I went to call her so we can finish much faster. Sora, but I didn't notice you were dead tired as we couldn't find you, and after a bit of talking Anohana said to take it easy for the next few hours by arranging the others. Nia, sigh, damn. Well, I do want to rest for a bit more. Nia, I guess thanks. Sora, since when did you start thanking people? All I remember is someone stepping on my face. Nia, number at percent dollar at number percent dollar at dollar percent. And who was that caused me to trip in my practice more than 30 times? Sora, Aka, you found out about that. Sora, well, no point in thinking about the past, let's go. Nia, wait. Get back here. Sora started walking towards the hall where the stairs in the corridor were located, and from there they could go to the roof, although going there was a different reason for both of them. After 20 minutes they reached there, and when they stepped on the roof Nia finally felt something was off and rushed a few steps ahead as her expression was grave. Nia, what's the meaning of this? Nia, why did you bring me here, Sora? Before Nia could even manage to turn around and face Sora she felt a grabbing and lifting motion from her waist and found herself over Sora's shoulder before they flew away at high speeds. Nia was screaming both in fear and pain, as with the way he was holding her, her abdomen was squeezed by his shoulders causing her burns to flare up and her waist was hurting by his hand. Moments later she was dropped down in the barren wasteland away from the barracks, and when she did she groaned in pain from the impact she got by hitting her ass on the rocks. 419, Chapter 419, Time with the Girls 9. Nia, ow. What the fuck are you doing, Sora? Sora, what you say? I brought the two of us in an uninhabited place where no one could see us. Nia, what for? Sora, what does a guy and a lovely girl does when they are alone? Nia froze when she heard this, and at the same time she blushed a tiny bit in her face, however, she knew it was too good to be true. Nia, get serious. Sora, I am, get undressed. Or do you want me to burn your clothes? The moment Nia heard that and as she saw the flames igniting in his hand she started shivering, and this time she couldn't hide it. Tears started flowing from her eyes as she couldn't believe he was threatening her by going through the same experience as she did before. Nia, why? It was a word that carried a lot of pain, suffering, somewhat injustice for her, but seeing his poker face expression she knew she will die today, both mentally and physically. As she didn't get any answer out of him she started removing her clothes slowly while she was sobbing. After a few seconds she was standing in this barren land that no one visits unless they have a reason to kill someone completely naked. Nia, they're happy now. Go on, kill me. Sora, kill you. Nia, that's right, go ahead, ravage my body and toss me out, make me vanish from this painful life. Sora, I think you are mistaken about something, but it's true that I will make your painful life vanish. Sora waved his hand with his flames and all the places on Nia's body that had scars and severe burns ignited in flames yet again. However, he was shocked as he wasn't expecting that many. What made them severe was the fact that they were small burns almost 5-6 centimeters, but they were too many. From her crotch area up to her chest where one of them had almost 20, her thighs and hands had at least 5 each, not to mention her back also had 7 to 9 spots blazing. When Nia was ignited on fire she was feeling her life was over and fell on her knees sobbing while murmuring, which caused Sora some guilt. Nia, sob. I'm sorry. I didn't want to attack you. Sniff, sniff, I was respectful towards you, I was in awe. Nia, sniff, sniff. I tried hard to catch up, sob. Sob, to the one I. She couldn't say it, as her eyes become distant thinking that her life was over she fell forward while moving her lips murmuring a few words without sound anymore. She didn't know if she was glad that she couldn't feel any pain anymore and the fact that he didn't move on her, or she should cry that he didn't move on her body. Sora, oi. You crazy bitch. Wake up. Sora, don't charge me with a murder I haven't done yet. Nia abruptly opened her eyes when she heard his voice and was dumbfounded staring at him. He saw the same poker face as if he didn't care at all whether she is dead or alive. At that moment Sora waved his hand again and the flames in her body vanished. She couldn't register what the hell happened until she heard Sora speaking again. Sora, what was that half-ass confession you made? You need to at least say the words before you die. Sora, get up and move a bit your body. You'll see your life changed. Nia was puzzled, with all kinds of emotions in her eyes, and as she didn't know what was going on she actually found herself as an obedient student following what he said to do. When she did, and after a few seconds of stretching her eyes moistened once again and uncontrollable tears fell from her eyes before using Shunpo and hugged Sora while crying. 420, Chapter 420, Time with the Girls 10. Sobbing and tears could be heard from his chest as Nia was hugging him as she crashed on him with Shunpo. This went on for about 3-4 minutes until she finally calmed herself and was now staying like that in his chest, but Sora could feel the temperature in his chest rising. It was the burning face that Nia currently had on her face as she was unable to make head or tails at what she was doing, hugging him completely naked. Nia, nu. Sora, blyrg. Boom. Nia lost it and as she screamed she threw a slap at him, blowing him away and a few rocks away from there. Dust was raised from where Sora crashed and she used Shunpo again to take her clothes and hide, all the while her eyes spinning as she had completely lost it. After a few seconds Sora blew the debris away and burst in flames. Sora, where the fuck did you go, bitch? Sora, I'll grill you like a chicken. Sora, half. After panting and managing to catch his breath from screaming, he saw in a few rocks away a small head poking out from there, totally red from what she had done. Not only when she thought she died she confessed, not only she jumped at him and cried in his arms, not only she was totally naked, but she even slapped him for her mistakes. Now she truly wishes she was dead, and Sora was thinking the same if she can judge from his angry shout and glare he was giving her. She came out fully dressed with her head red and lowered from embarrassment. Sora, who saw her, was glaring at her with anger but not hate. Lucky for her. Nia, I'm sorry I overstepped my boundaries. Sora, boundaries? Do you have those? The only thing you didn't do was rape me. Nia, hey. Weren't you supposed to do that as you had a naked girl in your arms? Sora, you charged at me. I didn't do anything. Sora, I didn't even hug you, bitch. Nia, hey? So you mean I gave myself to you? Sora, obviously. Nia, and you didn't eat me? Is your little junior down there functioning normally? Black veins appeared in both their head as they continued throwing jabs at each other, and this kept going for 10 minutes before both of them got tired. Nia, okay fine. I'm sorry. Nia, sorry for sabotaging the Soul Society. Sorry for attacking you. Sorry for hitting you. Sorry for being in love with you. A/N, okay, a bit parody here. Sora's face at this moment, https://www.google.com/search, Q equals 1 punch man and safe equals active and source equals LNMS and TBM equals ish and SA equals X and VED equals 0 QJFSR underscore B underscore R3 govx kixp underscore CREQ underscore O idig and BIW equals 1920 and BIH equals 937 number imgrk equals JXSNVR underscore ASA time. Sora, sigh. You fell for the wrong person. Nia, I know you are a womanizer. Captain Unohana told me you are aftering many girls. Sora, then surely you know that. Nia, I don't care. Nia, I want to be with you. Sora, I was going to say that probably you will have to wait after I settle officially with the others as you are coming way too late in the race. Nia, I have to wait. Wait. Nia, Really I can wait. Sora, sure, but for how long? No idea. Probably after the war with Aizen. Nia, I'll wait, it's not that far. Sora, on another note. Did you awaken your Zanpakuto? Nia, I did make contact with it but I didn't manage to gain approval of my spirit yet. Sora, then continue training. Perhaps with healing you a change might happen to your inner world. As he said that Sora started walking away but after a few meters he stopped and slightly turned his head and spoke again. Sora, oh yes. If you see those two idiots. Although I can't help them regrow their limbs, I can at least take their pain. It was the last few words she heard before Sora vanished from there leaving her in the middle of nowhere just as she thought of this and was about to curse him for leaving a girl unprotected. A door opened on her feet which caused her to scream as she fell inside. 421, Chapter 421, Time with the Girls 11. In the 4th Division, a loud bang was heard from inside a room making a few scared at what happened. Moments later the door was opened revealing Nia who had a loud bruise in her forehead as she hit her face in the floor. Her eyes contained boundless hate for Sora as she realized he did it on purpose and vowed when they get together to make him remember this day deep in his bones. When they saw that it was Nia none of them said anything and continued their works. 2 days passed and Sora was cradling the MILF body of Anohana in the bed after they had done it 3 times in a row and from her vagina white milk was flowing out of her. Anohana, ha. Ha. You are too much. Sora, but today I have to leave and go for my next date. So I wanted to taste you more than usual. Anohana, but still 3 times. Sora, what can I say, you were that good in your moans that I got turned on even more. Anohana started blushing as in reality she truly couldn't keep her voice down from all the pounding from his dick during their time together. Anohana, when do you plan to leave? Sora, when I decide to get out of your pillows. Anohana, foo, foo, foo. They stayed like that for about 4 hours before Anohana kicked him off the bed as she got up and started to dress up. Anohana, you can't making others wait too much. Sora, sigh. I'll take care of everything and be back for our second time together. It didn't take long for Sora to be dressed as well and when he did he gave her a last kiss before vanishing in the void through his doors. Anohana, sigh. And what are you doing outside Nia? Nia, ha ha ha, busted damn. Nia, well, I wanted to say goodbye but I couldn't find the right time. Anohana, you were outside for almost an hour. Nia, okay, fine, I was embarrassed to enter with the two of you cuddle like I don't know how. Anohana, well, don't be. He is both our husband I guess. And not only ours but he will be for 15 or so more girls. Nia, sigh, I know, and that's kinda scaring me. Anohana, after accepting him you are scared. Nia, I'm scared because I don't know how I will react when I see all of them together. Anohana, don't be, it will come to you naturally first with 1 or 2 people and then you'll meet all of them. Even I don't know a few of them. Leaving her these words Anohana walked away and after pondering a bit Nia followed as well. Within the void Sora couldn't stop sneezing and so far he did so 17 times. As he kept walking he opened his doors and finally saw the light which guided him in the real world where both Yoshino and Lisa were so he would stay here for 4 to 6 days maximum. It didn't take long before he returned to his home and entered inside as he was tackled by Senna who was pouting and saw Yoshino with a wry smile, yin and yang with anticipation and his sisters giggling. Sora, can someone explain here what is going on? Yoshino, we were talking about the orders of the dates you were planning and had a small strife as we could guess you would come here but we didn't know for whom. Sora, oh. I see that you all want me to play with you, therefore, the order stands as it is. Yoshino, Lisa. Kukeku. Senna. Yin and Yang. Hinamori, Ranjaku then Swafon and finally someone new with the name Nia. 422, Chapter 422, Time with the Girls 12. When they learned the order many had realized it was going on the based how the girls accepted him and not the order of making the deed or meeting. Yoshino's eyes shined, while the rest had somewhat downcast eyes as they had to wait for a few days. Or even weeks. Senna, that's not fair. Make your clone go with Lisa on a date. Sora, it doesn't sit well with me to do that. Senna, but you are the same person. Everything the clone does will come back to you. Sora, it still doesn't feel something right with me. Sora, I prefer doing this on my own. Sora, don't worry, we will have a wonderful time all of us. Senna, Ungug. Yin, then we will use the rest of time to train. Yang, we don't want to be weak and be left behind. Sora, I'm relieved to hear that as in a few months a war will be coming towards our doors. All of their faces become grave when they heard that and they knew that one of the reasons for splitting the time like that was for them to train. Sora, after we eat about something me and Yoshino will be off for 2-3 days. Yoshina had a happy face yet at the same time a face of guilt towards the others as she knew they wanted to spend time with him as well. She knew this is temporary until things settled down for a bit and he would have all the time in the world to pamper them. Ara, my son is quite the lady killer. All of them want you for themselves. Senna, Nana, Nan, Na, Yin, that's not right. Yin will share him with Yang. Yang, that's right. Yang will share him with Yin. Yoshino, Masaki-san, is the food ready? Masaki, yes, it's ready. Sora, come to think of it, where is Ichigo? Masaki, sigh. That dense-like son of mine is training with Tatsuki, Inu, Chad, and Ishida. Masaki, Ishin is at Urahara. Sora, don't worry, he is not that dense. He just places more weight in the incoming battles than me. Senna, how much exactly? Sora, I treat them like air while he treats them like the sky will fall. Yuzu, Sora and I. Sora, Yuzu, the air and the sky don't have mass and in turn, they don't possess weight. All of them had gawked at what Yuzu said to correct Sora, and Karin burst in laughter along with Senna while Sora was looking at the proud Yuzu who managed to correct him. Sora, AAA. You are right. Masaki, now let's all eat and leave the two alone while all of you study and train. Having a moment of silence, they all gathered to eat as they were murmuring with Yoshino what she will do with him as they will be together. Sora managed to cough a few times as Yuzu and Karin were on the table, and they were still how much 10-11? Making this topic off limits for them. After an hour or so they had become full from the food, and it was time for Sora to leave with Yoshino. Sora went to his room where his Jigai was, as he had forgotten last time to store it when he had gone to the Soul Society for his quest with Kyuzaka. When he did so, it was like someone was sleeping in the blankets. At that moment he remembered something. Did Ichigo recovered his body from Khan? Leaving his thoughts behind, he went down and spoke to his date. Sora, do you have any place in mind? Yoshino, I do, but it's a bit far. Sora, so a road trip? Yoshino, Sora, well then, with our destination be on the tracks, we are off. 423, Chapter 423, Time with the Girls 13. One day passed since he left with Yoshino from his house, and they were currently traveling by train going outside of Karakura town. Sora stopped being on his Shinigami attire and wore his Jigai as it would be more convenient this way. He didn't know where Yoshino wanted for them to go, therefore he couldn't travel with his doors there. Although it wasn't bad as they could cuddle in their cabin and kiss all they want and everything, unfortunately, they couldn't do it as their voice would upset the people on the other cabins, so they had to compromise for a bit. Sora, so where is it that you are taking me? Yoshino, at the place where I was supposed was born ages ago. Sora, oh? Wasn't that place destroyed 200 years ago? Yoshino, yes, and now a town was built there, but a few key viewpoints were left the same. Sora, you mean the sceneries? Yoshino, The only drawback is that it takes almost a day to go there and a day to come back. Sora, well, technically we need 1 day, as I would be using my doors later to return. Yoshino, let's see how I can reward you for this. Yoshino got of his hug and bent down as she unzipped his pants, revealing his hard cock from all the foreplay and kissing they had in their cabin. Since she was over 200 years old and had many experiences in sex, it wasn't hard to swallow it all in the mouth despite the sight it had. Slurp air slurp. She started sucking it and licking it at the same time with her tongue, as she knew how to please a man. Sora felt his dick eaten up and sent shivers in his spine as he tried to hold his voice down. It was the first time he felt like that, and he noticed his dick was quickly started throbbing. It hasn't even been a minute and he was almost at his limit of coming in her mouth. Sora, surprised face, the only thing he could do was open his mouth with no sound coming out as he was brutally eaten up by her. After one more minute, he couldn't hold on anymore and his whole body jolted as Yoshino shoved it deeper in her mouth and drank his semen that was getting released in her throat. Sora, arg. Yoshino, This was tasty. Sora, holy shit, that was dangerously good. Yoshino, ha ha ha, that was a huge V for me. Sora, oh yeah, wait till we get off the train. Yoshino, nah, I'll still get you even then. As they argued for a bit, finally after 30 minutes they heard the train sound for passengers to get off in their respective stop platform. This was their sign to get off, and as they didn't have any staffs they immediately left from there. When they got off the train they both started laughing as they saw 2-3 people with weird faces, as they had probably heard the sucking sounds when they passed from their cabin to get in their own. Sora, now that we are here, let's go sightseeing. Yoshino, don't we have to rent a place first? Sora, oh. Right, later we might encounter anything. They looked left and right, here and there, and found finally an inn to stay, which surprised Yoshino as it was pretty much at the borders of where the village she lived was. Sora went inside and asked for a room with a large bed, and after 10 minutes he came back out of there as he left with Yoshino and started sightseeing all popular places of the current era. They saw a few cliffs, a few restaurants, a few bars, and after eating and drinking under the starry sky they returned to their room where a fierce battle for supremacy is ready to unfold. 424, Chapter 424, Time with the Girls 14. The sound of pleasure and ravaging could be heard from inside their room. Each of them moans like crazy, with Yoshino being the one up to some point to finally scream his name in bed. Yoshino, arg. Yes. Yes, yes. Yoshino, Sora deeper. Go harder. Make my pussy bleed. Sora, take this. And that, and that. Sora was thrusting his dick from behind her while he was pulling as hard as he could, her hair causing her pain and pleasure at the same time, all the while she was getting fucked in a doggy style. This girl in front of him was way too freaking horny. Exactly how much time passed since the last time she had sex? Not that he was complaining, it was a different feeling and satisfaction towards one of his girl to dominate her like that. He had already made her pussy squirt more than 3 times and she drunk his semes on equal times. Well, if you add the train drinking she did, then he was losing. The only place now he could hope to gain an advantage over her was her little hole in the ass, which kept twitching from the thrusting in her pussy he was doing. It wasn't long before she was started to jolt and he increased his thrusting as with each one he kept hitting her womb, causing her to groan and saliva drip from her mouth. Yoshino, erg. Sora. Deeper, that's it, shove your dick in my womb. Ravage me more and more. Erg. Yoshino, ah. Sora, you want it deeper and harder. Take this. Sora let go of her hair and caught both of her thighs, and when he was thrusting he was also pulling her thighs towards his incoming piercing dick. This resulted in her pussy to be hit with each thrust with more power, causing her to clench the bed sheets as her eyes rolled back. Yoshino, Arg ggggg. MMMNNNNNNNNNN. As he kept ravaging her vagina, both of them felt their connection point burning as if melting them away. Sora then thrust his dick and pulled her thighs going inside as he met her wall of the womb and almost pierced her as he released his semen on it. Yoshino kept jolting and jolting as if she didn't have control over her body, shaking violently while trying to clench the sheets on the bed before she finally gave in and screamed as her pussy started squirting with no signs of stopping. Sora felt his dick swimming in her juices inside her vagina before pulling it off and shove it in her ass as she was still squirting, making her jolt up. He started shoving it inside her anus with the same force he did in her vagina, which made her totally crazy. She could not stop squirting, and with each thrusting in her ass, vagina was taking pressure, which didn't help with her coming all along. After a minute or two, as she finally calmed down somewhat, Sora was about to come again before pulling out fast and thrust in her vagina again, which was way too sensitive from all that squirting and caused her to climax again. She fell weakly in the bed with semen flowing out of her pussy and unable to move at all. Sora was in the same situation, but he was smiling as he made a girl reach the ultimate climax on non-stop squirting for more than a minute. It was safe to say that it was his win in this battlefield before he felt Yoshino falling asleep like that, and he also started feeling drowsy. His eyes felt heavy and slowly closed until eventually, he went to 7 heavens for dreams. P.S. Due to a few reasons, and my negligence, I won't be able to release the mass release on 28/2/19 because I didn't notice it was Wednesday. For a few reasons I had to move my day off on Sunday 24/2/19 a few day earlier to this week Wednesday on 21/2/19, so here is the thing. You will have the weekly releases a few days earlier and the next weekly at Sunday 3/3/19, sorry about that, but I truly have a few problems. As for the mass release, since I'm working on that day and won't be able to release them at 28/2/19, I decided to release everything I have written so far tomorrow and then 1 chapter per day until I reach 6/6 for both novels. 425, Chapter 425, Time with the Girls 15. A few hours later Sora waked up and saw Yoshino hugging him as she was sleeping with a smile on her face, causing him to feel a bit proud, and he thought of making the other girls this happy as well. Although he knew that it wasn't the same for each girl, he still wanted them to be happy. He lightly placed her in the side and got up as he went to take a bath because he was still smelling with their love juices all over his body. As he entered inside he took his time, and minutes later Yoshino waked up as well from the sounds of showering and had a smile on her face. But she knew it was time for them to return and she couldn't haggle all to herself as the others will kill her. She knew that she had to do something and leave a unique image on her in his heart, and she believed that with her experience over the years she managed to do it. She got up and went for the kitchen where she started creating simple light plates for them and waited till he got out so that she can take a bath before eating. Almost an hour after he had entered inside, he finally came out and saw her preparing plates as she raised her hand for a tag change before she entered in the bath, and he completed the last few plates. It didn't take that much time before she came out all fresh smelling and everything seemed sparkling in the air. Sora, took your sweet time. Yoshino, look who was talking, you took an hour. Sora, ha ha ha, well it was quite nice to stay inside relaxing with warm water. Yoshino, wait, you weren't taking a bath? You were simply laying down relaxing? Sora, Until I started smelling the plates I noticed you waked up and then I got out. Yoshino, damn, I lost my chance to relax with you inside. Sora, ha 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 ha, well next time. For now I'm hungry. As he said that, they sat down and started eating the wonderful plates all in a blissful manner that caused them to smile at the atmosphere. Yoshino, so which girl will you choose now? Is it Lisa like you had said? Sora, yes, for now, it will be Lisa, but later I'm thinking of changing a bit the order since Senna, Yin and Yang are here while the rest at Soul Society. Yoshino, is it to avoid going back and forth? Sora, You can say that. Yoshino, well then shall we leave with the train again or through your doors? Sora, I'm the one who was supposed to be in hurry to be with you girls. Not you. Yoshino, well you know as girls we have unspoken rules like don't mess with each other time, as we can't have you all to ourselves. Sora, even if I had one girl, with everything that is going on I would have had trouble seeing her. Yoshino, ha 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 ha, I can imagine that. Sora, but anyway out time is tight so with train we will be late therefore we will use the doors. Having decided with what and how they will return back they fixed a bit the room in the next few hours as they also joked a bit with each other and Sora opened his door in front of them as they stepped inside. On an underground facility, explosions could be heard here and there with figures dodging incoming attacks of black flames. Sora 2, finally all of you have gotten stronger. Lisa, but that's still not enough. You barely even getting tired. Sora 2, well of course, I have many things in my arsenal that if I used them all of you will die. Being able to corner me when I'm fully using one of them is already progress. Sora 2, but too bad you all stepped on my hidden lotus. All of them thought fuck, before explosions happened in their feet sending everyone flying. At that moment Sora's door opened and he came out with Yoshino. Before he could say something someone crashed into him and both fell on the ground when he noticed it was Lisa his head was between her legs smelling her crotch while her head was directly above his clean dick. P.S. Due to a few reasons, and my negligence I won't be able to release the mass release on 28/2/19 because I didn't notice it was Wednesday. For a few reasons I had to move my day off on Sunday 24/2/19 a few days earlier to this week Wednesday on 21/2/19, so here is the thing. So you will have the weekly releases tomorrow instead of Sunday and the next weekly at Sunday 3/3/19, sorry about that but I truly have a few problems. As for the mass release, since I'm working on that day and won't be able to release them at 28/2/19, I decided to release everything I have written so far sometime today and then one chapter per day until I reach 6/6 for both novels. 426, Chapter 426, Time with the Girls 16. Yoshino was staring at the boldness of Lisa as she was in the 69 positions and Sora didn't miss his chance on smelling her pussy through her underwear. When Lisa had realized her position she blacked out as even though she had lost the bet and become his future wife she didn't have much contact with him. Apart from training with his clone or with a fight she had entered with Senna in the past she hadn't taken any initiative movements to him. As she was lost in her thoughts two bloody figures appeared out of nowhere and started laughing at her before they took out their cell phones and started flashing it as they took pictures. This caused her to awaken and finally noticed Sora smelling her sweating pussy and them taking photos which caused her to be pissed greatly. Lisa, Shinji. Hiri. You two are so dead. Hiri, ah ha 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 ha, these photos will be your doom. Lisa, more like your funeral. Shinji, you won't be able to kill us both. Sora 2, then what if I do if you don't give me the photos? Both, ugh. Yoshino, I know it's your time Lisa with Sora but when are you going to get off him? Lisa, this isn't my fault. Yoshino, oh? Is that why your pussy is drenched? Lisa, it's from training. Yoshino, yeah right. Sora 2, okay Lisa will go and prepare herself for the 2-day date with Sora. Sora 2, the rest of you dodge. As if he got offended by forgetting they were training, Sora 2 opened countless doors and blades launched from inside towards all the wizards. Lisa took this chance to get off from their position they were glued and she could see him having fevery eyes looking at her which caused her to blush. Sora, we could stay longer like that. Lisa, don't get too far. Sora, go and get ready unless Senna and the others to take your place. Which will make them quite happy. Lisa, they wish. As she said that she vanished as she used Shunpo and Sora turned to Sora 2 before he waved his hand and become particles. He started absorbing the particles with memories flooding inside him as he was seeing what they did during the time he absorbed his clone. Well, he could see that Lisa was a bit shred and tried to seduce him during their training before he let out a small laugh and created another clone for him to train them. After 2-3 hours Lisa came back dressed in a new school-type uniform and looked at him before he became bashful. Lisa, I really want to see how you will treat me in our officially first date. Sora, that will be up to me. Lisa, oh? So you have a plan? Sora, kinda. Lisa, you do know you have to be careful around me. Sora, don't worry where we will go you will have a blast. Sora took her hand and pulled her over before both of them taking a step back as he slowly vanished with a door opened behind him as he dragged her away. Everyone tried to say something for this but Sora too was throwing his blades through the portals and they had to watch out for their steps for his lotus scattered around with unknown effect each time. Yoshino started walking away as she wanted to go back in his house and notify the others of what Sora had told her about the changes in the schedule. She wasn't sad, on the contrary she knew that in a month or so they will see each other again and she could feel her pussy already wet from her thoughts. 427, Chapter 427, Time with the Girls 17. Sora and Lisa appeared somewhere where everything that Lisa's eye could see was shining and at the same time she was drooling. Over the course of the years, he had taken many photos secretly and placed them in a hidden room somewhere in the Karakura town. One wall had photos of him as he was almost 3 to 4 years old pranking Yuryuki, which was a masterpiece of that time. He was trolling her in the spiritual lake and had managed to take countless pictures of her naked with all kind of stances. Lisa had lost herself in the wonders of the wall. Sora knew that in order to completely conquer Lisa and Swafon he had to reveal to them his secret collection of every girl he had targeted on his free time trolling. This room for someone like her was heaven. He turned towards the rest of the wall and saw that it stops at an absurd way and starts again after he reached 14 years old. She didn't know why, but before she could speak and ask about it she felt Sora hugging her from behind while fondling her breasts with one hand, and with the other she could feel him rubbing the middle place of her legs. Sora, the time gap you see is because I had to enter in a comatose state to stabilize my soul as I had awakened my Shinigami powers at the age of 3. Sora, during that time as my Zanpakuto souls are specials, they controlled my body and lived like nothing happened without worrying much the others. The more he was talking the more he was applying pressure to her as she was started to getting on. At that moment he lightly told her to turn bit further right of the wall, and when she did she flinched. She saw a blondie holding Yuryuki in his hands and playing clearly with her pussy as she could see Yuryuki's eyes glitter in pleasure. What she couldn't understand is why wasn't Sora there but someone else. Sora, what you see here is me using my human Jigai. Sora, but unfortunately as I had died somewhere along the way and went to Soul Society I created my soul body and a new Jigai body. Sora, it's how you see me now. Lisa, wait, but how is it that you are different? Aren't souls supposed to be the same? Sora, About that, I will have to explain everything from the start. And this here won't let me. As he said that he clenched his fingers that were gripping her pussy hole from below in her left breast, making Lisa moan lightly. Sora, do you want to know her taste? Sora, how her pussy smells like, how her love juice taste. Sora kept saying alluring stuff that made Lisa's mind slowly filled with images and scenes of being with Yuryuki in the same bed. But before she could do anything she felt something inside her and was jolted from both the reality and her dream as she almost rolled her eyes back. Sora slipped his fingers in her pussy, which by now was totally wet, and kept moving inside her. Lisa, I want to do it with Yuryuki-sama. Sora, you are my wife, and only I can taste you, no one else. Sora, of course as my wives, you have to test if the others are worthy of being with me in the future. Hearing the first part she almost tried to retaliate back with punches and kicks, but hearing the second her eyes opened wide and Sora could see hearts inside them as she totally loved the idea before she turned around and started kissing him. 428, Chapter 428, Time with the Girls 18. Both Lisa and Sora started kissing each other and taking each other's clothes out of their body. It wasn't long before both of them were naked and playing with each other. This room that Sora made secretly as his own base and put the best pictures here of his girls served as a bridge to make Swafon and Lisa fall in his hands. But unfortunately, he only had pictures of Yuryuki so far as he couldn't take a camera out and start filming while doing them, right? Even for him, that was too much. But he did had a few of him as a baby and when he was training with his parents in the underground, therefore, he had placed them here after he was awakened as he had hidden them well. He had also a hidden camera in his room or Ichigo's room where he was sleeping, and during that night he had managed to take quite a few nice pictures. But nothing from there forward. He hadn't managed to take photos of every girl as they were in special circumstances that made it way too difficult. He had built this place to put in the walls every photo of every girl, but for now, he only had pictures of Yuryuki, which was enough to make someone totally wet seeing them as he was pounding her pussy directly in front of the photos. Lisa was screaming Sora's name while he was drilling deeper and deeper in her, ignoring the pain and small red line that was in his dick. Sora, you are so wet and so tight as well. Lisa, More. Sora, AI. Yuryuki is already pregnant, I think. Her mind blanked while her body stopped moving altogether as Sora kept thrusting. At the same time she felt her pussy spasming and tighten more and more while he could feel liquid covering his dick and falling his thighs. Sora, I'm your husband and you climaxed after hearing she might be pregnant. Lisa had come to her senses and saw a bitter with wry smile on his face, which made her guilty about what just happened. Lisa, it's your fault. For talking about other girls in our time. Furthermore, it wasn't any girl, it was goddess Yuryuki. Lisa, you can't expect to change my preference so easily, do you? Sora, I don't wanna, but you could at least focus on me, when we are alone. Sora, after all I have such a beautiful girl in front of me. I need to take care of you properly. With his words, Sora started moving again, while this time he wasn't going to let her moan as he sealed her lips with his lips. As she had just come down there she felt 10 times the intensity of getting screw over as her eyes rolled back. She thought if this continued it wouldn't be so hard to change. Sora kept going slowly and slowly pushing it inside her vagina as he had dedicated himself in kissing her, slowly care for her, and eventually both had lost themselves in pleasure. It was after a few minutes that Sora couldn't keep going anymore and started trembling while Lisa moved her hips and pumped into his dick as it inserts even deeper, kissing her womb while Sora released his semen inside. Lisa could feel something filling her up from inside her vagina and at the same time feeling the warmth as it was melting her as it caused her to climax yet again. Both of them gasped in each other's embrace and stayed like that for a few more minutes as Sora was looking at Lisa with fevery eyes while she was looking back at him and thought her future will really not be that bad. 429, Chapter 429, Time with the Girls 19. Sora spent his time in the room with Lisa for the next 2 days as she was slowly opened herself up more to him and started becoming proactive even though she was still lusting Yuruki's body from the photos. Nevertheless, she had come to terms that as a girl if she wanted to have a family she needed a guy and with her harshly preference Sora was the only person she could think coping with her. During this time they had done it more than 5 times all the while going out for a bit of drink, ordering food, and telling stories of each other's life. Lisa has also learned about Sora's origins and how he had possessed Ichigo and somehow turned him into his Zanpakuto which resulted in his human body become a portable Jigai for both of them. At first, she was shocked but then after a bit of thought, she asked, then what those black flames were. She then learned that it was his original Zanpakuto causing her to gasp with the revelation that he had 2 swords. Lisa, so all this time in training us you went easy on us. Sora, obviously. Otherwise, I would have killed you all. Sora, furthermore it wouldn't even be training. It would be a massacre. Lisa, Sora, now our time is almost up and I have a few more dates to complete before checking on Yuruki and the rest in order again. Lisa, who is next? Sora, since I'm already here I'll go with Senna and then with the twins Yin and Yang. After that, I will go to the Soul Society for Kyokaku, Ranjaku, Hinamori, Swa-Fon, and Nia. Sora, that would mean it would be at most 20 days before I see her. Lisa, then how many days we would have before Aizen comes out? Sora, I think once more as I have a feeling Aizen will come out earlier than I had predicted. Sora, and when he will? If he hurts even one of you I will destroy the very core of his soul. Lisa for the first time felt that he acted like a man. His eyes glowed with a 5-way color spiraling like a tornado. Oh? His eyes have re-emerged. When was it that this happened again? Sora, what are you mumbling about Gyaku? Gyaku, haha you heard. Sora, my eyes reflect my feelings and killing intent. It's probably that they appeared when they are fueled by them. Gyaku, can't deny that. Sora, anyway Lisa it would seem it's time to go. Lisa, sigh. I'm letting you have your way with them once but after that, you definitely have to include me as well. Especially with your Yuki-sama. Sora, ha 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 ha, I'll try. Giving her some kind of motivation for the future both of them started cleaning the room that had their smell and stains all over before hugging in the end as they vanished from there. At his house, Senna was waiting as she had been informed by Yoshino about the changes that Sora had said he will make and was waiting patiently for him to come. It would be a lie to say she wasn't nervous as she was about to give herself to the person that saved her from death. She remembered all the time they spent together be it of small dates like coffee, shopping, and everything, all the missions they did together when she officially returned to Soul Society but nothing compared to her time of 2 to 3 days with him. Just as she was lost in her own world a door opened behind her as Sora had walked through after he had dropped Lisa off in the Vizard Underground. Sora, what are you doing making you stare at the infinite with a daze? Senna was startled and when she turned around she saw Sora smiling at her before petting her a bit on the head. 430, Chapter 430, Time with the Girls 20. Sora started petting and rubbing the hair of Senna as he was taller than her which caused her to puff her cheeks but still didn't say anything as she enjoyed it. Sora, are you ready? Senna, you kept me waiting for 10 minutes. Senna, usually it's the girl that set up the guy. Sora, ha 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 ha. Okay, fine, fine. Sora, so do I have to wait for you to be ready? Senna, no, let's go. Sora, where would the Autumn Princess like to go? When he said this Sora took a bowing pose as if he is greeting royalty which elevated the mood of Senna as she tried to think for a quite nice place to spend their time. Senna, then I wish to go to Karakura town outskirts. Sora, you mean the place that it has traditional stalls? Senna, yes that one. Senna, but how is that you are using your doors with your Jigai? Sora, HNN? Oh, that. My Ryutsu had reached a level where if it is for up to 10 or so doors I can do it under restraints of the Jigai and even chantless. Senna, cheater. Sora, of course when I go to Soul Society I have to leave my Jigai at my room. Then I'm able to travel even faster. Senna, damn. Sora then hugged Senna as a door opened in their feet and shallowed them leaving nothing in the room behind except a bit of their sense. On the next room 2 girls were talking and preparing themselves for their turn. Do you think he realized Yang? Yang, I don't think so Yin. Yin, who we are kidding if he didn't realize we were next to this room then this world will be plugged to chaos. Yang, you are right Yin. We have to wait for our time. Yin, who do we ask about these staff? As the two were wondering who they should ask, they felt that a garganta opened up above their house and all people in the house tensed up. On Sora's side of things, they had reached their destination and thought back to Yin and Yang, overhearing them from the next room. Sora didn't do anything to them as they would get their turn soon enough. Senna, wow. Those lights are so cool. Sora, you really like this place that much, hey? Senna, MNN. It brings me calmness as it describes different feelings to me. Sora, well, when I save you, we had a festival in the town and went on a date through those stalls. Senna blushed as she was caught red-handed and her thoughts were seen through by him, but then she heard him asking something she hadn't thought about. Sora, can it be apart from our little date, you have some kind of attachment to these kinds of places from when you were truly alive? Senna, HXXMM. I don't think so. Although I do remember coming here to this place with my parents and everything countless times. I believe it is due to its liveliness. Sora, then what are we waiting? Let me see how good you are at these stall games. If you win, I might give you a gift. Senna, game on. Senna's eyes blazed with the fighting spirit of a typical girl that was going and challenging arcade games. Through the next 10 hours they spent playing, joking, teasing, eating, and drinking. Senna beamed with happiness. They eventually had turned all stalls their war zone, not matter what the challenge was, and the result after they finished was draw, making her frustrate. It was night, and as they kept walking they reached into a hotel where all couples go in their dates, causing Senna to blush furiously as she knew her greatest battle will be tonight. Sora patted her head and gave her a small kiss on her hair, which caused her to blush even more as many people were watching. He took her hand and entered inside with her as they walked towards the room she chose in the receptionist. 431, Chapter 431, Time with the Girls 21. Moans started resounding inside the room as Sora had hugged the small Senna, opened her legs while crossing them in his waist and started kissing her. Senna, wait, not so fast. Sora, you have the body of a schoolgirl in your teens, so act like it. Senna, how? Opening my legs like it usually happens to thugs. Sora, not to thugs. Just me. Senna, mmmmmmnn. It tickles there. No. Sora kept kissing and licking her earlobe as he slowly unbuttons her clothes, first from her skirt leaving only her underwear, and then he started removing her jacket while last he took out her shirt. He also took her ribbons off her hair, letting them fall down in her shoulder as her cheeks became red from all this. He caught her from her ass cheeks and lifted her up while her legs were still crossed in his waist as he walked forward towards the bed. Doing so, he removed her bra, revealing his small breasts with pink nipples on them before he let her down on the bed gently. He then tried while kissing her as he was on top of her to remove her panties, but due to her legs being crossed it was difficult to do so, therefore, Senna was jolted when she heard a ripping sound. Senna, ah! My panties! Sora, no worries, we will go for shopping later. Senna, that doesn't make me happier. Senna, Sora fingered her tight small pussy, which caused her to moan more and more as Sora was twisting her inside with his fingers here and there. After a minute, she couldn't hold on her voice and started moaning louder, all the while her waist started jolting with his fingers inside her, which eventually caused her to hum and plug her small nails in his shoulders as she started squirting. Sora got into it as well and thought his dick will rip his jean as he unzipped his pants and took it off before making Senna gasp and become totally red. He placed his dick in her entrance, and as she felt something of external being there ready to enter inside her, she was feeling nervous as she knew it was going to hurt the first. Staying true to what she knew, when Sora pushed inside her, it was like her mind blanked from both the pain and the pleasure she was feeling. Senna, Sora waited for a bit to get used to it before he started moving slowly inside and outside, going forwards and backwards from her pussy. The more he did so and more Senna was shivering and moaning. She didn't know what to feel about this, but in the end, as she saw that in the eyes of Sora reflected her cute appearance, she let out a small smile at him. Sora, you are terribly cute. I want to wobble you down. Senna, you are eating me now. Arg. Ugh. Ngggg. Ah. They kept going at each other, and as more time passed the more they have gotten into it. Within 5 minutes, even though Sora was going slowly, he reached his limits before thrusting one last time inside her and released his semen. Senna jolted upwards as she felt him spasm for a split second before she felt being squeezed harder than usual, making her feel a hot sensation in her lower region that caused her to be jolt as well, making her moan and climax at the same time. Both of them stayed like that as the first round had ended and both were trying to grasp some air in order to continue. Senna was feeling a plethora of emotions, but one thing was clear to her: if this guy dumped her, she will kill him after cutting his dick off. 432, Chapter 432, Time with the Girls 22. Hours passed and eventually, without realizing it, was almost time for them to depart. Senna, no. I don't wanna. Senna had fallen on the bed and kept hitting the sheets with her hands and legs, leaving a speechless Sora about her tantrum. He thought, did I spoiled her too much within 2 days? True, he pampered her a lot after their first time, he helped her wash, brush her hair and many more that only little princess have the liberty to enjoy. Sora, Senna-chan, we have to go, we will have time for this in the future. Senna, but... Senna, I'm a little princess. I demand to stay. Sora facepalmed himself thinking he truly did pamper her within 2 days. What he could do? She was too freaking cute with her body type. Sora, you are my princess only when we are alone like we did the last 2 days. Senna, really? Sora, next time I'll pamper you more. For now, let's leave and go fetch ice cream. Senna, yay. Ice cream. Ice cream. Ice cream. Ice cream. He saw her grinning and thought, damn. I've fallen for her trick. Leaving it behind in his mind, he went ahead and hugged her as they left from that place with a small stop at the stalls and then straight in his home. In there, Yin and Yang have been listening to a great hollow beauty that had come visiting through the Garganta and was taking notes seriously about their time with Sora. When he had left with Senna last time, she had arrived in the real world above his house and everyone was stressed, feeling the riotsu she was emitting. After she landed on the house, she knocked like a normal person and Yuzu opened up greeting her. She entered inside and saw all of them but not Sora. She then learned from Yoshino and Yin and Yang about what was going on. Although she was jealous she missed her date, she agreed to teach the two twin of Lightning and Fire Hollow about how to cope with Sora in bed. For 2 days they were educated from both Yoshino and Nelil, and finally, a door opened and Sora appeared with Senna in his back as she got a piggy ride while eating ice cream. Sora, oh? Nelil, when did you come back? Nelil, 2 days ago. And it seemed I lost my time. Sora, sorry about that. Nelil, no big deal. After all, we had our time. From what they had told me, it's their turn, right? Sora, I came to pick them up and ask them where they would like to go for our 2 to 3 days time. Yin doesn't mind. We can go where Yang wants. Yang doesn't mind. We can go where Yin wants. They both looked at each other and then looked at Sora with their clear eyes indicating, in the end, he should decide. Sora, during your time in this town, did you went to any amusement parks, stalls with different kind of staffs and more? Yoshino, sometimes they did follow me going for shopping, or Yuzu and Karin in their school. Sora, I see. Then let's go. Bye, everyone. Nelil, I'll see you later. Nelil, have fun. Like a magician, a door opened in the floor and swallowed the three from everyone's sight before Yoshino realized something and exclaimed loudly. Yoshino, that bastard is going for a sandwich by 2 girls. Nelil, pfffttt. Ha 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 ha, well, in that term I got him twice with your Yuaki. Yoshino, damn it. Nelil, well then let's go see your Yuaki-san. Even though she had decided to go to your Yuaki and see her, something inside her told her she will regret this and be utterly defeated for some sort of reason. She didn't know why she felt this way, but she knew she would find out. 433, Chapter 433, Time with the Girls 23. In the whole Karakura town, something amazing was happening that none could see, well, only those that had Ryotsu could see it. In the sky 10 doors were opened above in the clouds, and from there, as if a roller coaster, 3 figures were jumping through one to another playing tag. This was something Sora came up, but he never expected them to be so experienced in whacking the mole game. Because they were popping from one gate after another just like that. Sora, get back here. Yin, you won't catch Yang. Yang, you won't catch Yin. Sora, no freaking hell, I'll catch both of you. They kept hiding and reappearing from another door, all the while skillfully avoiding Sora. This kept going for almost 2 hours before Sora, with veins in his head, managed to get both of them with a bit of trickery. Sora, ha. God damn it, that was hard. Yin, what else should we play? Yang, this time we will win. Sora, a wonderful one, but first we need to eat. In my human form, sustaining 10 doors and playing tag for almost 3 hours is exhausted. Yin, Yang, what food you would like? Yang, the one Yin likes. As they were talking about which food they would like, they were also descending at the surface slowly. After 10 minutes they reached the ground and walked off towards a few restaurants in order to eat something to their liking. It took them 4-5 hours selecting something to their taste, eating and leaving towards their new destination, which was a hotel. Although Yin and Yang didn't really seem to get the role of them, they would find out soon enough. Sora rent a room yet again in this town and was slowly walking with them towards where they will sleep together for the next 2 days. When they entered inside, they were all alone, and somewhat Sora could feel them a bit nervous. He couldn't help but remember that when they were with Kyuzaka they were more formal, while now they were like little girls. Sora, you two don't be so nervous. It's not like I'll make this a formal order or anything. Yin, so you realized it, hey? Yang, well, we had changed our way of speaking while living here. Sora, I actually don't mind. I like both of you, so I don't mind how you speak in general. It also shows me that you wish to be with each other for as long as you can. Yang, glib tongue. Yin, Yang is right. Sora, but I'm also curious to see what you two learned from Yoshino and Nelil. When he said that he could see their faces turn red while they were averting their eyes trying to hide it, but they sucked at this and it was really obvious. He took this chance and hugged them both before they fell in the bed and stayed like that in their embrace. Sora, you both are quite beautiful. Each of the girls I have met so far and entered relationship was unique and you two are as well. As he was speaking he started rubbing his head in their chest making them even more bashful as they didn't possess that big one like Snellil nor normal ones like Lisa. But they weren't flat either, as if noticing their concern Sora looked them in their eyes before kissing Yang and then Yin in succession. Sora, silly girls, I'm not aftering girls only based on their bodies. Both knew that what he said was true as they had seen Senna, they knew about Hinamori but a part of them kept telling them that even if it was true he always chose those with bigger ones. As they gave him back a kiss they thought they will have to see his future girls and see if it's true or not. P.S. Sorry, I fell asleep. I was supposed to release this yesterday. On another note. Check the link below. 434, Chapter 434, Time with the Girls 24. Sora was getting kissed back by both of them at the same time and he wasn't going to stand down. He worked his way around their bodies and started removing their clothes. He started slowly removing the different attire they wore before, which is reminiscent of the white Arankar uniform. Both of them were startled at first as they didn't expect him to be so fast in almost taking them off, but then they remember he has his share of undressing girls. Soon they also started trying to take his clothes off and they found out it was a bit hard as they hadn't done this again. After a few minutes, both of their eyes were glued in between the legs of Sora staring at his dick who had awakened. At this moment they realized that Yoshino and Nelil never talked about his size, which was huge from what they could see. Sora got close to them and poked his dick in their cheeks, indicating them to start what they had learned from the two back in his house. The first one to start licking it with her tongue was Yang. Sora actually wanted to laugh as she was licking like a cat. At that point, one little tongue turned to two as Yin followed behind with them taking one side of his dick and kept licking it. Sora, use your lips as well and try to kiss each other with my dick in between. They did as they were told and the result was half his dick was now in their mouth, which were almost kissing each other. Sora felt 4 different sensations through this as he could feel both their tongues and their lips. Because of that it wasn't long that his dick started throbbing ready to release his first load. Both of them realized it as they felt it in their mouth and looked at each other in their eyes before moving towards his tip, all the while sucking it with their lips and licking it. When both of their mouths connected with each other and had the head of his dick half inside of each other's mouth, he couldn't hold it and released his semen as they tried to drunk it. Sora, The semen overflowed their mouth and a bit dripped from them as they tried to swallow it but found it hard as it was sticky. He drew out his dick from their mouth as he was breathing a bit heavily and waited for them to swallow his cum. It took them a few seconds to do so, and before they could say anything Sora threw them in the bed and opened their legs fingering Yin and started sucking Yang. This was so sudden that both exclaimed loudly in the room. He was taking turns in sucking and fingering both of them as they gripped each other hands and releasing moans. It wasn't long as they both didn't have any experience in this to climax much earlier by squirting as they hugged both of each other with Sora sucking their juices. He then slowly climbed upwards to meet them face to face as they were panting and placed his dick in Yang's pussy and shoved it inside. This caused her to jolt as she gripped Yin's hand and had bitten her lips all the while having her eyes wide open trying not to groan from the pain. A small red line stained that spot of the bed before Sora started thrusting it with more increased speed. Yang, aig. Nug. Eventually, she couldn't hold her voice down as she moaned and Sora wasn't about to let Yin out of the game as he fingered her with 2 fingers this time and started twisting her vagina making her moan and roll her eyes. 435, Chapter 435, Time with the Girls 25. Both Yin and Yang had now fevery eyes from the moans as they hugged each other with Sora shoving his dick in Yang and fingering Yin. Sora, dung. Get ready. Yang felt something moving violently in her lower area and she knew from Yoshino and Nelil that when that happens he would be close to cum. However, what she has been told was after he comes, there is a 99% chance she will as well. Sora thrust deeper inside her as he shoved with much more strength inside her and stayed like that without pulling off and released his second load. True to their words, her body at that moment ignited in a fire which caused her to spasm violently as she squirts the moment his hot cum was released inside her. Sora, Yang, Nug. They stayed like that for a few seconds before he pulled it off and from her pussy, his cum overflowed as her thighs were trembling. Sora was satisfied with the panting Yang was going through as she was in a daze and turned towards Yin who was looking at how Yang reacted just now. Without her realized in Sora went closer to her and placed his dick in her pussy which snapped her back to reality before feeling a pain coming in. Yin, Similar to Yang, a skin stain appeared in the bed as a red line flowed from her pussy and Sora waited for her to get used to it before he slowly started going in which caused her to tremble in pain. Yang had awakened from her groan and with her little strength she hugged her as she was still having fevery eyes nodding to her. Within the next few seconds it was Yin to be unable to hold her voice as Sora was violently ravaging her from behind. Yang was under Yin and Yin was on top of Yang as she was moaning while getting pierced in her pussy from behind. Eventually Sora started picking up the pace, making Yin moan more, and the time for him had come within the next few minutes to release his cum inside her as well. She started feeling in her pussy his dick throbbing before an electrical surge zapped her in her lower area as Sora released his cum inside her. Sora, ai grey. Similar to Yang, she felt her insides being melting by the electrical current. She started squiring in his thighs and let her juice fall in Yang as well. She also fell forward as both of the girls were panting with Yin more heavily. When Sora removed his dick, cum flowed out of her and dripped down from her pussy lips towards the pussy of Yang. They stayed like that for many minutes and Sora was also lightly panting. But didn't do anything else as he fell forward with a smile and hugged them both as they were full of sweat. Both of them, when they saw his smile, looked at each other before smiling as well and ended up falling asleep. The last 2 days were passing with having sex, going out for dates, playing with his doors that always pissed him off how good they were in confusing him. Eventually the time to return has come. Yang, oh right. You don't have to send us back. Sora, how so? Yin, you need to go to Soul Society, right? Yang, then go directly. We will walk through the town and then go to your house. Sora, sure, I don't mind. So now only Kyokaku, Rangiku, Momo, and Nia are left. I guess 8 to 10 days? Yang, you have Nellil as well. Sora, I didn't left her out, I just didn't know if she will be here by them or return to Hueco Mundo. Sora, I'll see to it when I return. With this both of them gave him a small kiss as he vanished through his door. 436, Chapter 436, Time with the Girls 26. On Soul Society, in the barracks of the 5th Division, a small figure was working way too hard to maintain order with the latest things that happened. Momo, ha! This is tiring. The moment she said it, she felt 2 hands rubbing her shoulders and giving her a massage which placed a smile on her face without even turning around. Holly! Just how stiff were your shoulders, Momo? You didn't take a break yet again, hey? Momo, and whose fault is that, hey? Sora! Sora, ha 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 ha, aren't I here now? Momo, so I was next in line. Sora, ugh. No you weren't, but I made your cute face jump forward a few days. Momo, How so? Sora, Kyokaku was busy, Rangiku was busy with her captain giving her assignments, and only you and Nia were kinda free. Sora, but seeing how tired you seemed, I was pissed that you never take a bit of break. Momo, so I have to overwork myself to see you earlier. Sora, that's right, but that's not motivation to make me come to you. You should really rest from time to time. Momo, someone ditched his vice captain position and I have to take care of everything. Sora, ha ha ha, I will reflect on this for the next few hours and then help you out. Momo, no, way. HMMMMMNGG. Sora turned her over and then immediately sealed her lips with his own and inserted his tongue inside her mouth, blending it with her own. He kept holding her as tightly as he could, sucking her saliva from her mouth, and he could see her eyes almost rolling back from the lack of oxygen. He let her go after a minute, and when he did she was gasping for air, before she was lightly punching his chest. Sora then threw everything for the office on the floor and placed her above as he was slowly removing her Shinigami clothes. When he removed all clothes he noticed that her pussy was already somewhat wet just from the kiss, which earned his a blush from her face. He placed his mouth in her pussy and started sucking it while licking her entrance with his tongue while she was jolted, as since their first time she had become sensitive down there. Momo, MMMNNN. He kept sucking and sucking while Momo was getting jolted again and again in waves of pleasure, and after 2-3 minutes she started trembling. Sora let go of his mouth and climbed up in the office as well before he placed his dick in her pussy and kissed her panting face. When he shoved it inside, Momo released a groan as her lips were sealed and a fountain came out from her pussy, reaching her climax. However, Sora wasn't going to let her rest at all. In fact, he intended to let her vent as much tension she had built up and immediately started thrusting inside her his dick. Moans and groans have filled the office and Sora had his attention to the outside as well. In fact, he had placed a hidden door there and whoever came close to it he would found himself outside of Division 5. They kept going at it for hours and Hinamori had climaxed more than 8 times while Sora only 6. With both of them had reached their physical limits and Momo had a blissful expression in her face as they cuddle with each other's embrace. Momo, ha, that was intense. Sora, it was because you were letting it stack up. Didn't you take care of yourself? Momo, hearing this from Sora, had immediately turned her face even redder and Sora heard her saying baka. He knew what she meant by the word, but unless he could take her and have fun with 2 or 3 girls at the same time he would need more than a month to tend to her. After a few more minutes they got up and saw the mess they did with their love juices. 437, Chapter 437, Time with the Girls 27. Within the next few hours, Momo had a scary face and made Sora clean up her juices along with him, making a wry smile. He couldn't ignore the dark expression she had that said, if you don't clean up, no sex in the next few days. He made a military salute and started cleaning up, which took him a few hours. when he was done he started helping Hinamori after he announced his temporary return in his position, which many didn't know what to say as they didn't know he had left. He looked at the paperwork that was scattered on the ground and thankfully none got drenched by their lovemaking. Otherwise, he could imagine Momo never talking to him again, at least for a long while. Sora, ugh, this was tiring. Momo, and whose fault is it that someone appears suddenly and put me in the mood? Sora, ha 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 ha, well not sure. Momo, is that so? Sora, more importantly how much time will those take? Momo, a week maybe. Momo, if you didn't officially return just now and helped out I would probably need 3 weeks to sort everything out and also give orders. Sora, ugh, so no time for us. Momo, I can delay the orders 1 or 2 days though. When she said that Momo was bashful as she tried to convey a hidden meaning which Sora caught easily only by looking at her rosy face. During the rest of the day, they spent it together by cuddling at each other embrace and also taking note on a few more serious papers. Taking each other advice and also playing the next days passed way too freaking fast like a time jump for the both of them. If it wasn't the fact that the paperwork had been reduced in half and the most serious one had already been dealt with they would have thought it was a dream. They now laid there in Momo's room cuddling up in her bed after a battle that made Momo squirt more than 6 times and wetting everything from his thighs, the sheets, and the bed. She has been laying there in his chest fidgeting with her finger Sora's chest before looking at his face and saw that he was looking at her. Momo, when will you come by now? Sora, I believe it would be in a month's time unless something happens. Momo, do you mean with Aizen? Sora, yes, I had a feeling he will appear much earlier than the estimation I had made, which is in 5 months. Momo, then you better get going. You still have 3 or 4 girls. Sora, if Neliel is still in the human world it would be 4 if not 3. Momo, you stayed with me for full 3 days, I believe you need to go before the others get angry. Sora, ha 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 ha, fine, fine I'll go. Sora got up and started getting dressed as he watched Momo on the bed having a happy yet sad face. It wasn't hard that she was thinking of having him for herself. After 10 minutes Sora was ready and bent down kissing her one last time before he opened a door in front of her and vanished from there, leaving her all alone there with a happy and sad face at the same time. Momo, sigh, I had known from the beginning you would take many and have come to terms with it. But in the end, it's too hard. Momo, I at least hope in the future will we spend more time together. Saying these words she got up and prepared for her regular duties while Sora had arrived in his affiliated clan thanks to his dad and was watching a figure with 2 hands beating up someone messing with the fireworks while he was cursing a certain someone making him raise his eyebrows. 438, Chapter 438, Time with the Girls 28. Sora's eyes were twitching badly from the figure who was cursing him while he was almost next to them and they hadn't noticed him at all. At that moment the one who was one with the ground finally saw a blur in the air and focused his eyes as hard as he could until he finally saw clearly. It's you. Sora, yo, Ganju, Kyukaku. Kyukaku, AI, boy you finally remembered you have a girl in this place. Sora, I always remember you. Kyukaku, yeah right. Sora, I really am. I came 3 days ago as well but watched you so focused on creating these crates that I didn't drop in. Sora, but I guess these ruins were all that were left of them. Kyukaku, this idiot brother of mine wanted to play with his sand inside and caused them to go boom. Sora, damn. So I missed the fireworks. Kyukaku, are you trying to break my nerves as well? Sora, no, I was thinking they would be pretty created by a pretty girl and that was a shame that I lost the sight of it. Kyukaku forgot about her anger and blushed to cause Ganju to gulp hard and thank the heavens that he escapes the rest of the punishment. However, the heavens are a bitch and Kyukaku now turned to him and beat him up yet again, but this time she was yelling why he didn't fire them off a few hours later. 30 minutes later Kyukaku finally managed to calm down and shyly look at Sora while playing with her fingers in her embarrassment to act like that. Sora, were those made for an order? Kyukaku, sigh. Unfortunately yes, and now I don't think I will be able to finish them in time. Sora, let me guess you need to give them in the next 2-3 days. Kyukaku, 4 to be exact. Sora, well, if you teach me how to do the most simple things while you take care of the hardest part along with that degenerate there we might be able to pull it off. Kyukaku, the hardest will be to melt the metals. Sora, oh? That's what's worrying you. Sora looked around and saw a large container that was slowly heating up and many scraps were inside. At the bottom, there was a valve that if you open it hot metal liquid would come out. Both of them looked at him at what he was trying to do, and when he got closer he raised his fingers and a small trail of his flames came out as it entered the container. He waited for 2 minutes before he opened the valve and metal liquid came out, shocking the two greatly. Sora, now then for today let's rest while tomorrow it will be a long day on finishing them all at once. He went and grabbed Kyukaku before using Shunpo and vanished from there, leaving behind Ganju an empty air lingering around. As Ganju was yelling I'm free, Sora and Kyukaku appeared in her room while kissing and almost dropped on the floor as they both misstepped when they arrived. Kyukaku, So sudden. Sora, well if not now then when? We have to rest so we can prepare for the next 2 days. Sora and Kyokako landed in her bed as she slowly removed her own clothes because she couldn't wait anymore. It was way too long she had this activity and her restored arm was itching each time she was playing alone with her pussy. Sora started fondling her breasts before putting his mouth in her nipples and started sucking them, causing Kyokako to moan. While he was doing that, Kyokako was removing his clothes as well and placed her feet at his dick as she was trying to give him a foot job, which was slowly working. Both of them were groaning from pleasure until both of them climaxed slightly as they trembled. Kyokaku's feet had been filled with cum while her pussy was drenched in her juices. 439, Chapter 439, Time with the Girls 29. Sora went forward while hugging her more and inserted his dick inside her drenched pussy while her legs crossed around his waist. Kyokaku, mmmmnnn. Sora, oh, quite loose. Kyokaku blushed as she heard that, and the reality was a bitch. She was pleasuring herself quite often all alone as she was thinking about him. She didn't say anything and simply responded by moaning as Sora started to pick up his pace of screwing her vagina by thrusting his dick inside. Sweat started dripping down from their naked bodies, connecting with each other as their heat was raised on another level. There were many times where Sora saw the eyes of Kyokaku roll back as he was hitting her G-spot, making her groan more and more. Sounds of constant pounding were heard inside the room along with both their moan and ragged breathing. It wasn't long before both of them started trembling and Kyokaku started jolting her waist all the while getting pounding. Kyokaku, Sora. I'm about. Sora, let me fill this naughty pussy with my cum. Kyokaku, yes. Yes. Come inside me. Kyokaku then put more strength in her, locking legs around her legs before Sora grabbed her thighs and pulled them while thrusting inside her vagina, and both of them reached their climax. Both, Both of them stayed like that, refusing to bulk away from each other as from their connective point their love juices came out slowly. However, this didn't last for long as they went for a second, third round until they were exhausted. They kept doing for hours. The next day both of them woke up and Kyokaku had a bashful face while Sora was smiling at her. Sora, good morning. Kyokaku, ha 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 ha. Sora, shut it. I tried to look husband-like. Kyokaku, I didn't expect it though. Sora, ugh. So wife. We have a long way in front of us. Kyokaku, damn, you just had to remind me. Sora, as much as I would like to stay here and cuddle with you for the next 2 days, we have work to do, unfortunately. Kyokaku, was it the same with the others? Sora, sigh. Yes. After staying in the bed for a few more minutes teasing each other, both of them got up and went out of their hiding place. They headed towards where Ganju had destroyed the fireworks and were shocked when they saw him already created more than 100. Kyokaku, this. Ganju, oh, Nei-chan. Kyokaku, what happened here? Sora, can it be my flames kept the metal in liquid form and you took this chance since morning to kinda apologize for your blunder? Ganju, Sora, busted. Hey. Ganju, even though that is the case, we still had 400 to complete. Sora, then call everyone who can create them. I'll take care of the melting of metals so that all of you can process it much easier. True to his words, Sora went to where the container was situated and started throwing inside more scrap metals and slowly heating them up with his flames. Kyokaku and Ganju knew that if they were to put their all, perhaps by tomorrow they would finish their order. Everything went by and soon night came and both of them were tired except Sora, who had it the easiest of them all. They had managed to create 300 and only 100 were left, but those were the most complex of them all and perhaps even one day won't be enough to make them. Sora tried to find a solution to this as he went to sleep with Kyokaku all the while making her scream for a few hours, and when they waked up in the morning it came to him how their roles should be divided for this task. Therefore, with Sora melting the metals, Ganju refining the gunpowder and Kyokaku forming the shells, they barely finish at the second night. 440, Chapter 440, Time with the Girls 30. Having finished everything in time, Sora had the blast of his life as Kyokaku was pleasing him with footjob, tit fuck, and to his surprise anal, which caused Kyokaku to scream from the pain and pleasure for at least more than 4 hours. As they wake up in the morning, Sora was cuddling with her in his embrace and was thinking about where to go next while caressing her head. He still had Rangiku, Swa-Fon, Nia and possible Neliel. But thinking about Neliel, he suddenly had shivers run through his spine, and since his system didn't issue any quest to save her, it meant it wasn't important. Kyokaku, Yawn. Sora, morning sleepyhead. Kyokaku, is it time? Sora, I was waiting for you to wake up, give you a light kiss and then slowly get ready to leave until we meet in 4-5 weeks, I think. Kyokaku, well, as long as I have a place in your heart. Sora, all of you have a place in my heart. Kyokaku, glib tongue. Sora, ha ha ha, well, come here, I'll suffocate you in my hug. Kyokaku, pfffftttt. Sora watched Kyokaku burst in laughter with his words and expression and started smiling as well, they stayed in the bed for 2 to 3 hours doing nothing but teasing each other until eventually when Sora didn't expect it he was kicked by her off the bedroom causing him to fall down. Kyokaku, get going. Kyokaku, I don't wish my sisters-in-law to hate me in the future. Sora, sigh. There will be a time where I'll eat 2 and 3 girls at the same time, be prepared for that time. Kyokaku's eyes shine when she heard this and made a seductive smile at him trying to challenge him and make this statement a reality. However, Sora ignored her and started getting dressed before he looked at her one last time while he vanished from her place. Kyokaku didn't say anything in return and actually got off her bed with a smile on her face and started doing her job. Almost 30 minutes later Sora appeared in the 6th Division barracks where he passed unnoticed by many even though he was passing right in front of their faces. When he reached the vice-captain's room he entered inside and saw Matsumoto sleeping on the couch as she had a huge amount of paperwork hanging in her office which caused Sora's eyes to twitch. Sora, I now know why Hitsugaya is always pissed with her. Sora, but still sleeping like that? Is she for real? Sora was watching her as she was down in the couch with one leg bent upwards on the couch while the other was off the couch showing the gap between her legs. Her breasts were jiggling as she was breathing and she had one hand squeezing on them while the other was also down the couch. Sora, if someone wanted to screw her now she would be an easy target, did someone told her I was coming? Momo maybe. Sora got close to her and also bent down and was looking at her sleepy face to see if she was truly sleeping and what he got was a few tick marks as she was truly sleeping. Sora, well since you are mine, I don't have to care about taking advantage of you right? With murmuring these words Sora failed to notice that Rangiku has lightly her eyes open for a brief second before she closed them again. Her acting was first rate and she was fooling him perfectly until Sora bent over and gripped her boobs while giving her a kiss on her lips. He started fondling both of them with one hand while with the other he was tracing it towards her unknown regions as he slipped his hand inside her attire until he reached in the gap between her legs. When his hand touched her pussy and lightly pushed his fingers inside her she was jolted snapping her eyes wide open as she let out a moan. 441, Chapter 441, Time with the Girls 31. With his hand touching her pussy and his fingers being pushed at her entrance Rangiku was jolted and opened her eyes trying to let out a moan as he was kissing her. Sora was kinda stunned as he didn't expect for her to trick him and took his revenge by sucking her tongue without letting her take a single breath. After 5 minutes of constant kissing and sucking Rangiku had her eyes rolled back from all the teasing she was getting from him. She came close to climax by rubbing her entrance and withdrew his hand just before she could which caused her to suffer. Rangiku, Sora-kun isn't that enough of playing? Sora, that's for playing sleepy. Sora, but you are right I became too horny. As he said that he pulled off his clothes and Rangiku saw a rod standing in front of her. Rangiku, So the rough adult pack hui. She got closer and gave a kiss in his dickhead before she engulfed it with her lips slowly eating it all the way to her throat. She started sucking every inch of it while Sora finally fingered her wet pussy causing fluids to come out of her pussy, she was a step away from squirting. Sounds of slurping had covered the room and soon Rangiku couldn't hold on as Sora inserted 3 fingers and ravaged her insides, this caused her to start jolting and her clothes becoming wet from her squirting. As her waist had been electrified she also sucked harder as she shoves his dick deeper in her throat causing Sora to come deep inside her while she was swallowing it. Rangiku, tasty. Sora, I hope you have another attire. When he said those words he ripped her Shinigami attires revealing her MILF figure and her drenched pussy. He placed his mouth in it and started sucking her insides as she opened her mouth and rolled her eyes as she screamed from the pleasure of Sora's tongue in her vagina. It wasn't long that she started to violently jolt again and due to that she grabbed his head while pressing it at her vagina. Her pussy lips had stretched wide and when Sora got pressed in them he bit them both causing Rangiku to squirt in his face all the while continue sucking her. Rangiku fell backwards in the couch and was breathing heavily which gave Sora the window to climb above her and thrust his dick inside her. Rangiku, Along with her wet thighs, a red line trailed down indicating she has lost her virginity and from now on she belongs to Sora. As she kept moaning Sora did something all otakus wanted to do in Earth. That is to suck the milk out of her breasts, while he was thrusting deeper and deeper he had his hands fondling her breasts and at that moment he caught them and started sucking her nipples in hopes for milk to come out from her pillows. They were eating each other in their own way until both of them started shivering. Sora had let her breasts and started sucking her mouth which was full of saliva from her moaning until he thrust one last time and came inside her while holding her violent trembling body in place as her squirt was flowing from her vagina. Her nipples had become as hard as stones and were way too sensitive as if they were about to really flow out milk. Both of them stayed like that connected to each with his dick plunged inside her vagina. They were breathing heavily and looking at each other's eyes. After 10 minutes or so both of them smiled as they continued their hardcore play for a few hours. 442, Chapter 442, Time with the Girls 32. Having a go at it for more than a few hours, Rangiku was now sitting in a doggy style completely exhausted, while her pussy lips had spread opened as they dripped white milk from her vagina. Rangiku, ha. That was intense. Sora, your pussy is so squeezy. Ranjaku, I loved the rough pack. Sora, ha ha ha. You say that now? You kept screaming my name when I was screwing you from behind. Ranjaku, Now I need eye bath though. Sora, you are right about that. Ranjaku, so what are you going to do now? Sora, nothing much, just pass my time with you. Ranjaku, don't you have other girls to tend to? Sora, I do, and I will after I spend 2 to 3 days with you. Ranjaku, there is no need to stay that long. Ranjaku, I came too late in the game because of someone, but that doesn't mean I wish to keep you for myself. Sora, so what you say is that you want a free relationship? Ranjaku, let me place it in another way. Are you planning or marrying us now? Sora, ugh. It depends. Ranjaku, on what? If we bear a child or something. How is that difference from friends with benefits? Sora, on if the situation let us. If I were to treat you as a friend with benefits, I wouldn't even bothered coming here for your hand. Sora, Ranjaku, you are not an idiot. You know perfectly well the situation all of us are right now. Sora, unless something that requires us to be together happens, I would not marry anyone, as I want to be strong enough to protect each and every one of my girls. Ranjaku, so you are asking a girl's hand by doing their pussies. Sora, it is a surefire way I think to get the girl. Ranjaku, pfff. Ha 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 ha. You must be the only one who does that. Sora, Nat, I believe there are worse. Ranjaku, true. But seriously, don't stay here with me, finsa your time with the other girls, because as you said we might not have time. Sora, fine, I'll make it up to you on a later date. Ranjaku, as long as I exist in your heart. Sora, always. Ranjaku, so before you leave round 2 in bathroom. Sora, so I'm not the only one getting turned on. Ranjaku, ha 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 ha. Having finishing their small talk, they entered to take a bath, and only moans and screams were heard from there for the next 2 hours. Soon both of them got out with towels in their bodies as they prepared themselves to get dressed in order for Ranjaku to sulk in her paperwork and for Sora to leave and go find Swafon and Nia. Sora looked to her hot milf lips that sucked his dick all the way down to his testicles and was flying inside him. Giving her a last kiss and a hug, they stayed like that for a few minutes before Sora departed from there while trying to find Swafon and then Nia. Ranjaku stared at his vanishing figure while she had fire in her eyes, knowing that they will meet again for more rough adult contents. Before she could celebrate the fact that she is alone and went toward the couch and fall asleep, her worst nightmare came to hunt her. Matsumoto. Are those surveys ready? Ranjaku, Teiaku. Give me a break. Hitsugaya, get them done now. Ranjaku, damn it. I should have asked him to stay and help me at the very least. Unfortunately for her, Sora was nowhere to be found as he was searching in the 2nd division for Swafon, and surprisingly enough he couldn't find her. He searched and got nothing. Sora, oh, well, change of plans. A date with Nia in the human world. P.S. 2 or 3 chapters till the filler arc finishes. 443, Chapter 443, Date with Nia. Having zero luck in finding Swafon, his only bet was that she had gone on a mission somewhere in the human world. He went towards the 4th division and searched for Nia, and to his luck, she was with Anohana in the captain's barracks. Anohana, so did you had any progress with Sora? Nia, with that shitting head. Anohana, you do know you will suffer if he heard you right. Nia, who cares? Like he can do anything improper to me. Anohana, what do you mean? Nia, he has so many girls and none has bore his child yet. Doesn't that mean that his dick is useless? Anohana, as a medic, you should know that his body functions normally. As for why none are getting pregnant is probably because he is cutting off his ryotsu to his semen. Anohana, with anything that will unfold in the future, having a kid might give Aizen or someone else a weakness to him. Nia, sigh. Yeah, but which idiot doesn't want a few children from beautiful mothers? Anohana, Aira? Fu, fu, fu. So you wish to become a beautiful mom? Get in line. Nia blushed hard when Anohana teased her and stomped her feet in the ground as if pouting before she turned away and started walking off for her duties. Anohana, be careful of your steps. You are really clumsy, falling for no reason. Nia, that was that prick sabotaging me. Nia, UAAA. The moment she yelled, Sora, who was listening, placed a door in front of her, and when she walked in she fell in a free fall manner towards it. The most amazing thing was that he had placed 4-5 doors close to each other, and Nia was yelling as she was falling from each door to another without the chance to use Shunpo and escape. Anohana, I told her to watch her step. Sora, you think that's enough for her to escape falling with her ass on the ground? Anohana, true. Bam. Both of them looked at the position of Nia's falling on the ground and were speechless, as her face had become one with the ground while her ass and pussy had been sticking out with her waist raised up. Sora, ugh. Okay, that wasn't my intention. Nia, ugh. That freaking hurt. Ow, my face. Nia, can't you just treat me normally for once? Sora, can't you just say you want my dick inside you? Nia, no way I can say that. Sora, see? It's the same thing. Nia, $dollar at dollar number at percent number dollar. Then what are you doing here? Sora, oh, I'm going back to the human world and I thought of taking you with me, though you will be a disaster. Anohana lightly smiled at this and Nia's eyes showed a gleam of light before they died immediately when she heard the last part. Nia, you dick is a disaster. Not my beautiful sexy company. Sora, I see, then shall I take Anohana with me instead? Anohana, Aira I don't mind. Nia, grrrrrrrr. No way in hell. Sora, I see. Then get ready cause we leave like right now. Anohana, have a nice trip. Sora, see you in a few days. Nia, not again. This time a large door opened and swallowed the two and Anohana was waving at them and was smiling thinking of the time they will spend the next time they will meet. After 30 minutes to an hour a gap opened in the sky above the Karakura town. If someone was looking closely they would see it resembled a round door as two figures fell from there with one of them screaming her lungs out. Although Sora was in his Jigai form he could use all abilities in a toned-down manner, he used a watered-down Shunpo and caught Nia in a princess carry that stunned her. Sora, welcome to my world. 444, Chapter 444, Raging Killing Intent. Having arrived in the town both Sora and Nia have been having a blast eating drinking sightseeing and of course, trolling each other as well as throwing jabs. It wasn't long before they spent hours strolling around in the city and they finally reached his house which caused Nia to be somewhat nervous. Sora, Nia, what? Sora, I don't sense anyone in my house. Nia, how long have you been going here and there? Sora, well you're Yuaki, Anohana, Yoshino, Lisa, Senna, Yin, and Yang, Momo, Kyukaku, Ranjaku although I stayed for a day with her and one day I'm with you so far. Sora, 2-3 days per girlfriend so. Nia, 18 to 28 days. Sora, to be more precise it's the maximum amount you said. But I did come here for something almost a week ago. Sora, well, for now, let's enter as I want to take a bath and also find you a Jigai. Nia, wow. A bath. Sora, you can go ahead. Nia, no way so that you can peek at me. Nia, you go first. Sora, sure so that a small cat can enter the bathroom as well. Nia blushed as that thought really crossed her mind but she immediately denied it and looked at the house of Kurosaka's with a curious cat-like gaze. Sora seeing this he shook his head and entered the bath where the water started running as Nia was exploring a bit here and there. It wasn't long that she found a few lingeries hanging around here and there, which caused her face to lightly twitch in annoyance. She thought about the names he said earlier and sighed as she looked at her body, she wondered how she compares with the other girls and how she will fare in the bed with him. After all, she had zero experience in this field. She decided to move forward before she regrets her decision and took her clothes off as she rushed to the bathroom and entered inside. Aren't they in a relationship? So what's the point of holding back? Better strike the iron now that she can where they are alone. What followed inside was a wet battle with slurp slurp along with small red drops being washed away and moans from her voice. Nia, Jigyun. NNNNGGGG. Nia, this feels so good. It hurts. Sora, of course it does it's your first time after all. Nia, NNNNGGGG. I feel like something will come out. As they kept going from Nia's boldness to charge in and put him in the mood to have sex, she finally reached her limit and started shivering and so did Sora as he came inside her pussy sending shivers down her spine. Sora hugged her as she started squirting from her pussy while making a face of pleasure by opening her mouth and rolling her eyes. They stayed like that for a few minutes before Nia came to her senses and was furiously blushing but nevertheless she was still in his hug. They then both proceeded on taking a couple of baths of washing each other out. After an hour or so when they finally left the bathroom and got dressed Sora needed to go to Urahara and get her a Jigai body. After eating something leftovers in the fridge, they headed out traveling towards the small store with so many important people been in there. What puzzled them though was that the closer they both were getting they could feel an eerie feeling as if someone wanted to kill them. At first, it started with one feeling but then it multiplies scaring Nia while hugging his hand as he walking with a deadpan expression. When they reached the shop and entered inside he finally recognized what the feeling was. Raging killing intent. It became to him way too obvious as many pairs of red eyes wanted to kill him. 445, Chapter 445, Father? Sora as he entered the store, he was getting stared by countless red eyes ready to pounce and kill him but all of them were holding back. The most notable aura was a dark violet color that he almost couldn't recognize but as he got closer, he heard a happy voice. Yo, Sora Bo have you finished touring the other girls? Sora, I have a feeling if I answer that I will die. Sora, it's good to see you again Yuaki. Yuaki, I thought you would come after 5-6 days. Sora, well Rangiku was satisfied with being with her for one day, Swafon was nowhere to be seen and this is Nia. Your Yuki, is she a member of your little girlfriend party? Sora, yes, that's right. We had our date and private time in the last few hours. Sora, what is going on? Your Yuki, you mean, why is everyone looking at you with hateful and killing eyes? Sora, yeah that one. Your Yuki, Can't you feel a difference? Sora listened to Your Yuki and tried to sense everything around him as if he willed to with his control he could sense everything with no problems. At that moment he opened his eyes wide as he senses small ripples coming from Your Yuki's belly and saw her wide grin. The bigger her grin became the more shocked he was in his mind as he heard Gyako laughing his ass off in the inner world. It wasn't long that he scanned everyone and could finally see why they were pissed and hated him. Suddenly he felt a pinch in his ribs that kept increasing in power as Nia behind him had a dark look on her face looking at him. Sora, I'm a father. Everyone turned and saw his eyes, fear, excitement, happiness, and many other emotions flashed through them shocking everyone who saw him. What they didn't understand though was that he first showed fear when he realized he will be a father. Only Gyako and Ichigo knew the true reason and actually couldn't help but sigh in their minds, 2 wars are coming within the next 2 years and possibly even sooner. Sora, ha 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 ha, I'm a father, I'm a father. Sora looked nuts at their eyes as he started jumping up and down while screaming his lungs before he went and hugged each and every one of them leaving Yuryuki who was grinning at the sight for last. Even though he joked about it while he was doing it with the girls and knew the difficulties he will face, the enemies that might take this for granted and exploit him. He cares for nothing right now except to kiss everyone while hugging them and did something which made their aura vanish as they started laughing at their silly lover. He went and directly placed his ears in Yuryuki's belly earning a huge burst of laughter from everyone. Nia, ha 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 ha, are you an idiot? Yoshino, ha 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 ha, I'm dying. Yin, look at him Yang how silly he is. Yang, he is too happy Yin. Senna, ha 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 ha, this is all the money. Neliel, but the question remains if Hollows could get pregnant. Yuryuki, ha 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 ha, Neliel you are right. However, this guy has turned everything upside down. Hearing everyone laugh in his face he finally realized the blunder he made and started looking towards another direction while whistling with a red face that was a rare sight to see. On another room, Ishin was there with Masaki, Urahara, and Ichigo while in the training area 5 people could be seen training. It was Tatsuki, Orium, Yuzu, Karin, and Chad all of them felt the oppressive Ryutsu vanish from the girls and all wondered how is his luck so damn high while escaping a death sentence? 446, Chapter 446, The Gears of War. 10 days have passed since Sora learned that Yuryuki was pregnant and was behaving like a child in front of her making everyone look at him with an amused expression. He was taking care of her every need with the utmost caution he could. During this time he passed his time with Neliel and up to some point he was almost got assassinated by Swafon who had a scary expression on her face only to be tricked by Yuryuki that she was having an early birth. Surprisingly enough both her and Sora bonded for the first time as they panicked and run like kids around to help her. At that time Lisa also paid a visit as she wondered what the hell happened to the clone that was training them. It suddenly had vanished a few days ago and no new clone came up. When she learned of the news she turned away with a fierce expression that could kill and dragged Sora in her turf as she willfully made sex with him in order to carry his child as well. This raised an uproar with the other girls and for the next 20 days, they split their time for training in order to pass as much time as they could with him in bed. For the second passing month, Hinamori, Kyukaku, Rangiku, and Anohana made their way to him as they had learned the news and wanted to strangle him. He also got to pass happy hours with them over the course of the days and finally, after 10 more days their peace was broken up by a huge burst of Ryutsu covering the whole town. All people who could feel this was shocked beyond belief and turned to see Neliel as she was coming and go in Hueco Mundo to see if her partners are alive. Seeing her shaking her head as if saying she didn't recognize this Ryutsu all of them frowned deeply. Sora created a second clone and as they looked at each other they nodded before the clone took off towards the specific direction. Nia, why did you send your clone instead of going personally? Sora, my clone has 90% of my power and possibly only opponents like Yamamoto, Aizen, or Iwatch can kill me. Sora, furthermore I have a feeling we are going to see something I hope I'm wrong about. Everyone looked at him with puzzled expressions while he on his mind was sweating, he had recognized all Ryutsus. They were Yami, Ulquiorra, and Grimjo, however, their power wasn't the same when he had met them in Hueco Mundo as he tricked Aizen. Did he made them evolve in a second form? Well with 2 Hogyakus in his position it was quite possible and as far as he knew only 2 of them had a second release. 3 figures arrived Yami, Grimjaw, and Ulquiorra arrive in the outskirts of Karakura town. They were standing in a small plateau looking around at those foolish humans who were eating and drinking while flirting without a care for them. Not like they could sense them. Yami looked around with his arrogant smug wanted to find their target for their mission while Grimjaw and Ulquiorra had an indifferent expression. Ulquiorra, Yami begin the absorption of those foolish human souls as Aizen had told you. Grimjo, yes we don't have all day. Yummy, fine, fine. He started to consume the souls of all the humans in the area as they slowly started to feel somewhat dizzy before all of them passed out lifelessly on the ground. Chad and Orium along with Ichigo who was the closest had felt a huge threat and started walking towards their place. When they arrived Ichigo was shocked to see the three of them but he also noticed something, their numbers had changed. Ulquiorra Cipher Espada N.2. Grimjo Jaeger Jaquez N.5. Yami Largo N.7. 447, Chapter 447, 3 vs 3. Ichigo's expression became grave when he saw that, and that didn't escape from Ulquiorra who noticed it quite easily as the two others thought it was fear. Ulquiorra, it seems as you have an interest in our numbered tattoos. Ichigo, yeah kinda, it seems like it was brand for some kind of superiority. Yummy, ha 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 ha, yeah that is the truth. Ulquiorra, we are the Espada beings created by Aizen. Although I'm sure you already know that from Nelliel. Ichigo, yes you are correct, and from what I know those numbers represent how strong you are, right? Grimjo, they don't always represent power, you shit. Ulquiorra, he is right, as there may be someone with a unique ability rivaling the numbers power even though he is lacking in other aspects. Ichigo, I see, what is it that you three are doing here? I hope they are not dead at the very least. Yummy, ha 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 ha, if they are lucky enough not to be sucked out in their entirety. Grimjo, enough with that, let's fight. Ichigo heard Grimjo screaming and so the other two attitudes while comparing them to those from what he had seen from Sora. They were the same, not the slightest change. But he could feel that things will end up also the same as the last time he had fought them with the getting trashed around. Before he could be snapped back from his thoughts, Yami appeared in front of him with a charged up bara in his fists. Yami, wake up pretty boy. Just before he could hit Ichigo, Sato appeared in the middle having to activate his one-hand mode and some kind of energy was fluctuating in his palm ready to be pushed out. Both of them collide their attacks and both of them got blown away from a Reishi explosion. Ichigo, Sato. Grimjo, where are you looking? Grimjo took this chance and slashed at him with his sword while Ulquiorra was sitting there watching calmly and analyzing what happened. He also saw Ichigo twist lightly his body and avoided the first slash and parried the second with his kick as it collided with the handle of Grimjo. He then saw someone appearing in front of him and was shocked as he didn't expect her to be the fighting style. Ulquiorra, oh? You can fight, woman? Inu, I had my share of training but against stronger opponents without sparring I have no idea how I'm faring. Ulquiorra, and the reason you came to me. Inu, those two are too much of idiots to even let me and see what kind of limits I have. Ulquiorra slightly raised his eye in surprise, while the two who heard that were pissed and lashed out on Sato and Ichigo. Ulquiorra, very well, one of the missions we had was to also investigate the powers of individuals. Inu, thank you. Ulquiorra, why are you thanking me? Curiosity raised up from Ulquiorra as he stared at Inu with an interesting look in his eyes and waited for her to speak. Inu, even if you are doing this as part of orders it doesn't change the fact that you are kinda helping me. Inu, shun shun Kaihoka, 9 flowers of the princess. From the 9 edges of her earrings all of them light up, and many fairies appeared with 4 wings ready to battle their first real opponent. Inu, sword grace of the flower fairies. Inu, fairy mode. Instantly a sword appeared as 3 fairies got united and 2 pair of wings appeared behind her as she started elevating in the air. Every one of the Espada got stunned and felt a bit of dread coming from that sword while Ulquiorra had become a bit serious as he took his hands off his pockets. Sato, don't look away. Brazos Dericha Izquierda del Gigante Diablo. Giant arms of the giant devil, Illuma Directo. Sato took this chance and activated both his arms before he fired a compressed beam towards Yami who had let down his guard. As a result, everything went boom. 448, Chapter 448, Getting Serious. From the blast of Reishi that happened in front of Yami a figure was blasted away and crashed a few meters away. Ichigo took this chance as Grimjo was lightly stunned and summoned his Shikai out of thin air. Ichigo, gaze at the eyes of all things where the moon feasts heavenly devour moon, Tengoku Akumatsuki. Grimjo saw a huge cleaver appearing with a hilt of a hand holding the blade while it had an extra handle on the midsection of the blade and 4 holes, 2 from the hilt towards the handle in the middle and another 2 from the mid-handle towards the tip of the blade. What shocked him though was that it was a 4-way colored lining through the blade. Ichigo slashed at Grimjo which caused the latter to try and parry it with his sword. When both of them clashed air shockwaves appeared between them with Grimjo being on the losing end. Ulquiorra looked at the sword with huge interest as he could feel 4 different powers emanating from it. However for now he only threw a glance as he needed to focus on his opponent. He made his palm take the form of a sword and dark green like Ryotsu covered his palm creating literally a sword. Ulquiorra, now you can say we are equal. Orium, here I go. Swasf. Orium vanished from her position and appeared in front of Ulquiorra as she thrust with her sword shocking him as he couldn't catch her speed. Both swords collided and to his surprised when they did as the connective point Orium's sword plunged through his Ryotsu stabbing his palm. His Ryotsu got dispersed showing a bloody palm from the first strike. Yami, who just had gotten up, was shocked to see this, and so did Grimjo, who lost a bit of his grip and was blown away by Ichigo. However, the one who was facing Orium said a few words to her. Ulquiorra, it seems that your sword is like our release, giving us certain abilities and those of Shinigami. Ulquiorra, is it penetration? Or negation? Orium didn't answer and withdrew her sword back from his palm. Ulquiorra then raised a bit his Ryutsu, trying to heal his hand, but to his surprise, it was too difficult. His prided regeneration had been downgraded into mere pain relieving if he could feel any pain. Both Grimjo and Yami were in disbelief, and both of them thought they need to kill her in order to avoid huge trouble in the future. At the same time, Ichigo was shocked as well, as he knew the regenerative powers of Ulquiorra from Sora's memories in the anime, which was the normal story to him. Ulquiorra, severe. That's it. Ulquiorra drew his sword and cut off his wrist with his palm and then regenerated it yet again. He then looked at Orium, who was waiting for him to finish and fight again. Ulquiorra, it seems I underestimated you, and them their opponents. Ichigo suddenly had a bad feeling as he noticed a gesture to him before he heard Ulquiorra trying to murmur a few words. Ulquiorra, enclose Mercy Lago. Boom. Ulquiorra unleashes a black and green burst of spiritual energy, which falls around him as green rain. When it died down, everyone saw him in his released state. He had a bat-like in appearance. While in this form, large, black bat wings form on his back, his hair grows longer and wilder, and the remains of his hollow mask centers atop his head, with two large horns extending outward to the sides towards the front. The lines on his face become black, broader, and more triangular, and his fingernails lengthen. His Arankar attire becomes more form-fitting and closed at the top, becoming more like a robe towards the bottom. In this form, he can use his wings for flight. Ulquiorra, now, I have deemed you a dangerous woman, therefore, you must vanish. 449, Chapter 449, Familiar Voice. Ulquiorra created a Reishi spear and vanished from his place as he appeared in front of Orium's face with his spear at point zero. Ichigo and Chad were startled when they saw that, especially Ichigo, since Ulquiorra had used the same move on him, cutting his former mask in half. Ichigo, Inu. He tried to use Shunpo in a last attempt to reach there before the spear descends and cut off her head, but the Grimjo caught his face and thrashed him in the ground. Grimjo, ha 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 ha, you are fighting me. Ichigo, get lost. Ichigo slashed with his sword and Grimjo managed to avoid most of the blade as Ichigo could only move it halfway but failed to notice fast enough a bright light bursting from his sword. Ichigo, Tenku no Gecko. A pillar of light in the direction Ichigo waved his sword burst out, engulfing Grimjo, and continued in a straight light, trying to hit Ulquiorra, who had already swung down his spear. While all this might seem it took almost a minute, in reality only 2 seconds passed. Ichigo, reach. However, just as the spear had touched the neck of Inu and cut a few layers of her skin, resulting for everyone to gasp in slow motion for her blood dripping. His wings vibrated instantly and vanished from her spot, appearing a few meters behind Ulquiorra while holding her neck as the blood was slowly oozing out and panting from the scare she got. At that moment the attack of Ichigo finally reached and exploded upon contact with the spear of Ulquiorra. Inu then instantly changed her wings into a cape and wrapped it up around her neck, healing it slowly with fear in her eyes. Yami wanted to help Ulquiorra kill that bitch, but Chad was constantly keeping him on a bay, and at the same time Yami was keeping Chad in check, unable to help Orium. Grimjo, number at $% number are that freaking hurt. Grimjo walked out of the path of Ichigo's attack with a large scar on his chest while guarding with his 2 hands his face. If he knew earlier that his attack only went in a single direction, he would have gotten away with few scratches only. Ichigo, Inu. Inu. Are you okay? Inu, I'm fine, thanks to all of you. Ichigo, wait there, I'm coming. When he finished speaking, Ichigo suddenly found Grimjo in front of him charging a Zero with a pissed off face before saying. Grimjo, I told you I'm your opponent. Don't just fucking ignoring me to flirt. Grimjo, Zero. Ichigo, Guaan. Arg. Boom. Ichigo ate the full brunt of the Zero right in his face and got pushed away hundreds of meters away before he finally deflected it in the sky. Inu, Ichigo-kun. Do you have time to look away? Inu was shocked to hear Ulquiorra behind her with charged up fists as he fired bala from his hands, forcing her to wave Tsubaki and cut a few of them, but due to the fear of almost dying earlier after the 5 bala, her sword broke. Inu, ee. It was the only thing she said before she got engulfed in a bala barrage. As Ichigo saw this, he became lifeless, thinking that Inu died in front of his eyes. Grimjo arrived in front of him and slashed with his sword as he had a cruel smile, all the while Sato got hit by Yami and was sent flying and tumbling on the ground. However, at that moment Ichigo heard a familiar voice to him. Damn it, even after all the shit he made us go through, you are still as weak as fuck at? Ichigo. Suddenly Ichigo felt his hand moving on his own and caught the sword of Grimjo while he had a face of disbelief from what he was seeing. Why don't you fucking try to feel for her signature, since you think she died? P.S. Check out my new work, well not really, called Sea Insect. 450, Chapter 450, Retreating. Grimjo was in disbelief as much as Ichigo was right now from hearing this broken voice again. On the face of Ichigo, white substance started forming as his eyes started becoming black with yellow cores. Ichigo, however, was calm as he slowly took his advice and sensed everything around him and felt that Orium was still alive and immediately acted. Ichigo, I'll ask later why you are alive, but for now thanks. Oh? I thought you hated me. Ichigo didn't answer back and with a half-forming white mask while holding the sword of Grimjo he pushed him away revealing a bloody wound on his palm but soon healed. Ichigo then caught his sword from both handles as he targeted slightly with his position and spoke up. Ichigo, Tengoku no aim. 4 balls of lights appeared Indiana the holes of his sword and from there countless arrows fired in every position targeting everyone with no holding back. The first to take the full brunt of the attack was Grimjo who only managed to utter a single word amidst the rain shit. Yami who was about to clash again with Sato as he had won earlier in their clash suddenly backed away as many arrows came raining down but what surprised him was that they were homing on him. Ulquiorra had so many surprises today that he didn't know what kind of expression was reflected in his face. First, the abilities of this woman. Even when her sword broke she managed instantly to form a shield with the tip of her sword in the center as it dispersed his rapid-fire bala. Just when he was about to finish charging a Zero to throw at her, he saw both Grimjo and Yami getting engulfed and chased by arrows and even more was coming for him. But the most peculiar thing was, that Orange Kid manifested a hollow mask partially. He stopped firing his bala and focused on his Sonido evading the arrows but soon found himself surrounded by countless arrows from every direction trapping him in a sphere before an explosion happens with him in it. It was then that a second one was heard followed by a third coming from the direction of Yami and Grimjo. Ichigo fell on the ground panting and ignored his tiredness as this homing thing took everything he had. He screamed at the dust cloud of where Orium was. Ichigo, Inu. Inu, cough, cough, cough. I'm fine. Even though she said that she was actually badly shaken and knew that this will reduce her fighting capabilities as Sora had said the power of her fairies relies on her feelings. At that moment Ichigo saw Sato coming to their place before all of them felt a combine oppressive aura raining down on them. Grimjo, you freaking fucker. Yami, I'll kill you all. They saw them coming out from the explosion cloud of dust, not in a very much good shape. Yami was missing his right hand, while Grimjo had small holes everywhere in his body. At the same time, a gust of wind appeared and the clouds where the explosion of Ulquiorra happened cleared with the wave of his wings revealing him in his first form without even a single scratch. Ulquiorra, that was quite an attack. If I didn't have my regeneration I would be in a similar position as those two. Ulquiorra, but it looks like you are out of commission. Ulquiorra raised his hands and created small pointy spears as he pointed at them while the other two were furiously charging their Zero. At that moment however Ulquiorra froze for an instant and dispersed them as he looked at the two and talked. Ulquiorra, I guess we won't be able to kill all of you today. At the very least we gathered a few useful informations. Ulquiorra, Yami, Grimjo we are retreating. Orders from above. Ulquiorra then opened a garganta and walked inside as the two followed with annoying faces but as they valued their lives they swallowed it back. 451, Chapter 451, The Soul. As they retreated a figure appeared in front of Sato, Inu, and Ichigo. Sora, okay that was new. Ichigo, you don't say. Sora, well they did retreat once they sensed me. Sora, oh finally you have your mask. Ichigo, you knew. Sora, Abu the mask? Yes, about the guy that is only in your head like a split personality? No, I didn't. Sora, let's go back for now and we will talk later and it seems we need to speed up our training. Inu, Sora-kun I. Sora, don't worry you did well. You survived, keep in mind that where we will go in the future the battles will be 100 times more potent. Both Sato and Inu gasped at his words and felt like their fight just now was a breeze. Sora, no matter what happens you need to always remember. The stronger your feelings the more power your fairies will have. As they finished speaking the clone of Sora opened a door which then all of them entered inside and vanished making every human that had passed out slowly awake. After 10 minutes they appeared where the real Sora and the rest were located and many were shocked about the state they were in. Sora, what the hell happened to all of you? See Sora, I didn't manage to the whole picture except the fact they ran when they sensed me. Sora, let's go to the training ground under us. Sora, you two rest for now. Inu and Sato nodded their heads as the three went underground all the while placing doors at the entrance so that only they will be inside. Sora absorbed both his clone and Ichigo as he sat down and meditate while he saw the clone's memories. After a few seconds, he appeared in his soul space and saw 4 people looking at each other. Sora, what the hell? Dark Sora, yo. Ichigo, I have no words. Whistle. Sora, how come you awoke and how come you survived? Dark Sora, I awoke the moment he came here. I am he and he is me. Sora, system is this a joke? System, no joke like that. Sora, then how come he is alive? I thought Gyaku refined his origin essence. System, that is correct. Then with Gyaku trait gluttony, Ichigo's origin essence was refined with the others, perfectly blending them together, creating him as your Zanpakuto. Sora, exactly. Then why the hell he is alive? System, this means that Ichigo has in his disposal 4 different powers as his core soul. Sora, his what? System, origin essence. Technically I'm not alive. Sora, what do you mean? White Ichigo will do for now. Ichigo, as the voice said, Ichigo's core has all 4 traits, and so do you plus that old man. Ichigo, this means that when you advance Ichigo must advance as well. You took your mask but Ichigo didn't. The reason for that is for masks to first appear you need negative feelings. Sora, let me guess, Ichigo always sucked at accepting negative feelings, so you were formed probably based on his memories of what despair indicated. Ichigo, correct, but I'm only an avatar of negative feelings, I have no powers like before. Sora, so is his mask the previous one? Ichigo, no, it's the same as yours. However, it would seem none of you had realized the way to achieve Bankai, did you? Sora, isn't until Ichigo solidified his own powers. Ichigo, if you are waiting for him to do that it will take ages. Ichigo, I heard that. Ichigo, good, that's what I wanted. Sora entered in deep thought as he reviewed everything so far from every angle and realized something peculiar while looking at Ichigo, and Ichigo was probably thinking the same as he was looking at him. 452, Chapter 452, The Way to Achieve Bankai. Sora, I see, it was that simple. Damn it. Ichigo, and it seems Ichigo isn't the only idiot here. Sora, I heard that. Ichigo, good, that was my intention. Ichigo, I think I found out the solution to our idiotism. Sora, you're an idiot, he is an idiot, I'm not an idiot. 4 people half closed their eyes looking at Sora, and if the system could do that as well it would be epic bullying towards him. Ichigo, I get that I'm compromised of 4 powers. Human power let me repossess my original body and exist separately from Sora. Ichigo, a statue. Quick, build a statue for this Memorial Day that Ichigo used his head. Ichigo, shut up. Ichigo, Che, no fun at all. Look at those 3 over there, they actually thinking of it. Dark Sora, now a serious question, can we actually build a statue in here? Sora, fuck. We can't. Gyaku, how about we get serious for a moment? Sora, fine. Ichigo, finally. Sora, if we go by what you said Ichigo, then when I created the Tengoku no Aim with my Ryutsu it had traits of Quincy. Ichigo, yes, and because of our Ryutsu being like yours 100% while I was at 25% I had to strengthen myself. Sora, yes, from there when you reached 50% you learned Tenku no Gecko, which if you think about it goes straight in a single line like a zero. Ichigo, perfect. Then when Ichigo finally reached 75% he learned an attack similar to Getshuga Tenshou. Sora, then to achieve Bankai. Don't tell me he needed to activate his new mask by despairing and then both of us gain our Quincy letter. Ichigo, bingo. Ichigo started laughing at their stupidity as they hadn't realized this much earlier than normal as Sora forged ahead while Ichigo was left alone. Sora didn't pay attention to him and turned to Dark Sora, who had a deadpan face, and spoke up. Sora, is that why you had said I need to battle you with Ichigo to get our letter? Dark Sora, you realize this now? Sora, did you actually wanted me to sniff your shit and learn that? Dark Sora, they are your shit as well. Gyaku, I can't believe they are talking about shit in this shitting situation we are in. Ichigo, now that you have learned the way. We need a few more steps. Everyone turned and looked at him waiting for the so-called steps, although Sora up to this point did have a few guesses. Ichigo, first of all, Ichigo needs to accept his negative side. Ichigo, that's easy, I have done that in the past and I can do it now. This time everyone looked at his as if he was truly an idiot and thought, yeah right. For a second Ichigo though he also heard the system join in while mocking him. Sora, continue on, the second will be me and him, battle against my dark self where he wields the same powers as us. Dark Sora, about that. We both fight with our shikais and masks in full power. If you can defeat me you gain the letter, an achievable Bankai and the full mask which you already have. Dark Sora, continue on from there, there will be a second fight, this time in Bankai full power, however this time everything changes. Sora, what do you mean? Dark Sora, at that point, you will fight me as a Bankai holder, Hollow Resurrection, and Quincy's letter form. Sora and Ichigo looked at each other and thought at the same time fuck. While Gyaku and Ichigo had the same thought as well in a different meaning. Where can I get popcorn for this hardcore porn? 453, Chapter 453, Training for Bankai. Sora, this will be hard. Ichigo, I couldn't agree more. Ichigo, but what you can do, it's a process you will have to go through. Ichigo, what about you, old man? Aren't you supposed to train with him for the Bankai? Gyaku, Nat, if a day ever comes that I will have to entrust a more powerful version to him. It would mean the end of everything in all realms here. Gyaku, but aren't you supposed to worry about yourself more? Do something about him. He is your negative feelings. He is not even a hollow anymore. Ichigo, sigh. I will, in fact, I was about to take care of that. Ichigo walked towards his white counterpart and looked at him as he was looking back with a smile on his face. Ichigo raised his hand upwards and formed a fist as he stood there. Ichigo, oh. What's this? Ichigo, high-level people don't need words to understand others, a simple bump of fists is enough. Ichigo, I never actually got to say this in my previous life. But thank you for bailing my ass over a few thousands of times. Ichigo, you had never learned there to wipe your ass, so someone had to do it, otherwise all of us would be dead. Bam. Both their fists collided, and when that happened Ichigo felt a few feelings like despair, anger, disappointment, and many others as he accepts everything. As Ichigo was slowly turning to particles and entered Ichigo, he had a serious face before saying. Ichigo, technically I don't exist anymore, I only came out as a form of negative feelings, there won't be a second time. If you or Sora feel despair or come close to your deaths, Dark Sora will reap all the benefits. Ichigo, we know. Thanks. Ichigo, oh, and don't take years this time with Orium jackass. Ichigo, number at percent dollar number ER. Ichigo completely vanished and the remaining particles got glued as substance in Ichigo's face while a mask was forming as he stood there silently. Soon enough, a white mask was formed in his face with 4 directional half-moons in every direction. If someone was to connect the moons together it would form a giant X on the mask. Sora, did it work? Ichigo, take a guess. Ichigo, what are you doing? Sora, nothing, I'm writing this to a notepad with a name Ichigo's less than a finger achievement. Ichigo, number at percent dollar number ER. Dark Sora, I hate to interrupt, but are we going to start? Sora, Ichigo come. Ichigo, gaze at the eyes of all things where the moon feasts, heavenly devour moon, Tengoku Akumatsuki. Ichigo shined with 4 different lights as he vanished from his spot and transformed into his Shikai while landing at the hands of Sora. At the same time, the same Shikai appeared in the hands of Dark Sora while both of them waved their hands and their hollow mask appeared in the faces, raising their Ryutsu to their peak. Gyaku, this will be quite interesting. I couldn't agree more. Gyaku, are you kidding me? Didn't he accepted you? Ichigo, yeah, but I had a bet with the system. Gyaku, oh? A bet? Why I was left outside of this? Ichigo, as I had said, I don't exist, you can treat me as a ghost if you like, and so far only you can see me. All 3 of them can no longer see me. Gyaku, but seriously, what was the bet? Ichigo, oh, nothing much, I just said that Sora and Ichigo will shit their pants in less than a minute. If that were to happen I wish to exist as ghost for my own amusement. Gyaku, and if you lose? Ichigo, I'm to serve you for 10 billion years. Gyaku, oh, that would be fun to see. But I have a question, I hope you elaborate. Ichigo, what? Gyaku, we are about to watch high-class porn. Where are the beers and popcorn? Ichigo, underscore. System, underscore. 454, Chapter 454, Training for Bankai. 2. Sora and Dark Sora were looking at each other while they were holding their main Shikai in reverse colors and having their mask on. None dared to make a move as the first one who did so was going to lose. At that moment, Sora raised his leg and smashed it down, causing the ground in the inner world to shake before he turned around and fired his Tenku no Gecko, which was fired in a single line straight for Gyaku, shocking Dark Sora. When it was almost upon him, the line vanished and appeared from above Dark Sora, who cursed as he fired his Tenku no Gecko to counter Sora's one. Sora took this chance as Dark Sora lightly backed away a single step, and while he had his sword raised up in the sky and dashed at him as he chanted. Sora, creation of nothingness, everlasting void energy, yin and yang, seen and unseen, make everything appear and disappear, self-made arts 1, formless doors. Dark Sora, you think that will work? I know that as well. Just as he was about to chant, both attacks above them vanished as they were redirected in other doors that quickly changed their trajectories towards the front and back of Dark Sora. Sora, you know a shit. Boom. Gyaku and Ichigo had their eyes wide open. They didn't know why Dark Sora couldn't use his door at the last second, but they knew he got hit pretty hard. Sora, I created this before my fight with them and eventually before you were truly formed outside as you fought Urahara and Yuruaki, therefore, you can't say you mastered it. Dark Sora, ugh. Now that you mention it, you are right. Congrats, you took my arm. But it's not enough. Dark Sora, Tengoku no aim. From the dust cloud of the explosion, thousands of arrows got launched together from inside, dispelling the cloud as it revealed Dark Sora with his right side in ruins but his hand in good condition. Just before the arrows reached Sora he held his hands and placed his sword over in the back before slashing vertically, releasing a huge blast wave shattering all the arrows and heading straight for Dark Sora. Dark Sora, Che! Tenno Kaibatsuki! Dark Sora did the same and fired his massive wave as well, and both of them clashed together, causing a huge mushroom explosive cloud to appear, blowing everything away. Ichigo, is it me or Dark Sora is losing? Gyaku, he lost his pace from the moment Sora started controlling his doors. His doors were the first art he created and he pushed it to the limits enough to be able to use it with a single thought. Ichigo, doesn't this mean that he can redirect every attack back in the attacker? Gyaku, no, because in order to handle the power of Dark Sora's attack he will need to let many doors be destroyed as the attacks enter inside. If I were to guess I would say 2 doors for each attack. Gyaku, to him, it doesn't matter the output of Ryutsu or the chant, he can create an endless loop of doors and use them in many various shapes and angles to do what he is doing now. Ichigo looked towards the 2 waves clashing with each other as they suddenly vanished in thin air like never existing. Dark Sora was speechless because he couldn't sense his doors at work at all. He saw Sora using Shunpo before appearing above him and spun like a wheel before he slashed downwards as he yelled and slashed upwards with both swords clashing against each other. The ground underneath Dark Sora cracked and then shattered like a glass, revealing a giant 100-meter horizontally door and within countless smaller ones, redirecting the force of 2 zero-like lines and their waves. 455, Chapter 455, Training for Bankai. 3. Dark Sora was shocked as Sora had hidden all their residual attacks within his doors with countless layers upon them. Because of the force of the attack it caused the doors to crumble and had to create new ones constantly in order to hide their signature. Sora, Tengoku no aim. Dark Sora, who was now in the air with him falling down, he looked up when he heard that and saw that when Sora clashed with his blade he had one hand on his hilt and the other in the middle handle to fire his rain. 4-colored burst appears and blew him away while falling rapidly in the giant door where that would mean his doom. Dark Sora, you really love your doors, aren't you? Sora, they are the ones who will open my way towards the future. Dark Sora, I see. Dark Sora fell inside the giant door as many arrows followed through, and then a white flash burst from the door as cracks appeared in every corner of the ground and walls. Ichigo, is he nuts? He is trying to collapse the whole inner world. Gyaku, no, he is trying to make sure that Dark Sora won't us. Fuck. Just as he was about to say Sora's motives, they heard a voice drifting from everywhere, shocking the two with what they saw. Dark Sora, Heavenly Shell. The giant pillar dispersed as it became raindrops raining down everywhere in the whole inner world. Sora, turtle bastard, using my skills. Dark Sora, you can't say anything about this, as the moment you learned it I did as well. Sora turned around and saw a ripple in the area opening up like a garganta, and from there Dark Sora walked outside with his upper half been destroyed. Dark Sora, but you are right, I can't use that well the doors, I can only make up to 5 in the form of garganta. As for all the other perks you have. Dark Sora waved his hands and lightning flickered in his fingers purple in color, and before he could even react Sora was zapped by lightning that came from above him. Dark Sora, don't you know that a dark persona can use them far better? Sora, Gyaku, now it's Sora that lost his pace. Ichigo, what do you mean? Gyaku, he got tricked that Dark Sora couldn't use his doors at all, while he was waiting to spend a large amount of Ryutsu before he started barraging him with every Kido Sora had created after Dark Sora was born. Just as the zapping went away and Sora took a few steps staggering backwards, he felt something was off, and what followed was the sounds of constant explosions. Boom! 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 Dark Sora, ha 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 ha, how did you like your own lotus? Sora got blown away from the explosions and was finally could be seen a few hundreds of meters away, struggling to stand up as his mask had cracked in multiple spots. Dark Sora, your idea was good, but unfortunately with people like us you need to have a few layers upon layers of tra. Guaa. Sora, you were saying. Dark Sora, why I can't move. Gyaku and Ichigo were seeing Dark Sora walking right towards Sora, who had trouble standing up before he let out a pained cry and stopped moving. Ichigo, what the hell happened now? Gyaku looked seriously around Dark Sora and tried to see what was wrong but couldn't figure it out at all, not until the more he struggled to be free small lines of blood trailed in his body. Gyaku, ha 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 ha, Dark Sora totally forgot about his other skill. Sora, Heavenly Divine Destructive Blades. Dark Sora, you pierced my skin with unseen blades while only following your intent. Sora, if you were to use Sonido I wouldn't have been able to pin you this easy. Dark Sora, fuck. 456, Chapter 456, The Form of Bankai. Dark Sora knew that he had fucked up and was pinned in the ground of the inner world. He saw Sora raising his hands and started chanting, which caused Sora to swear inside him. Sora, the soul winter in the blizzard who marches along the path of solitude, find shelter in this frozen oasis. Mighty God of weather, I call upon thee. Lend me thy hate, fury, and anger. Fall, bringers of death, for you shall empower my conviction. Hearing the chant, both spectators knew he had no way out and he couldn't use his shell again any time soon. Gyaku, okay, he officially lost. Ichigo, come on, what are you doing, fight back. Gyaku, you do realize he can't hear you. Ichiro, it's the thought that counts. Sora, the tempered lance, forged inside the deepest part of Lonelas. The harbinger of the heavens' fury and strike down your foe. All creation, flutter of wings, Yahoo bears the name of man. Sora, stop. I give up, I lost when I used the shell. Sora, the sea barrier surges, march on to the south. Limit of the thousands hands, respectful hands, unable to touch the darkness. Sora, oi. Oi. I said I give up. Sora, unable to reflect the blue sky. Time that gathers, obey my orders. Sora, $at %ER. Sora, 5, self-made arts 5, endless coffin of ice. Countless arrows and spears along with flowers were formed in the air, coming down from the sky and rained dust towards Sora, slowly engulfing him, creating an eternal slumber, away from light, away from darkness, away from time. Sora, don't you know what give up means? Sora, nah. Sora watched as he was enclosed in an ice coffin, and before he could sigh, a piercing pain was felt in his whole body, making him unable to move. He tried to look back and saw Sora smiling at him. It then hit him that the one in front inside the coffin was a clone. Sora, well, you didn't let me give up. Sora, you simply wanted me to take the backlash of stopping my chant. Sora, oh, that would have been so cool, but now you reached your limit. Even your mask has vanished. Sora, you are right, I reached my limit as a clone. Sora, go away. Just as Sora got pierced by the real Sora, the same happened to him by the real Sora who had his mask on. Sora, che. Heavenly counter. Sora transferred all his wounds of both him and his clone to the figure behind him, who shortly said, I won. Sora, heavenly counter. Just as the damage was transferred to Sora, they immediately took refuge in Sora's body, shocking him yet again as he slowly started becoming particles. Sora, you were right though. I won cause you used the shell. If you had bore the pain and damage with your body and kept the skill active, I don't want to think how long this would have taken. Sora, fuck. I won't lose next time. Sora, sure you will. When Dark Sora vanished, so did Ichigo Shikai form, leaving in his place two smaller swords to the length of daggers reaching 75 centimeters each, two blades with the same hand hilt of his Shikai. Each blade had 4 sections of different color and 2 holes in it. If one were to say something about it, it was like his Shikai split in two, and the only notable this that changed was a small circle hanging at the tip. The primary hilt grew and got a black circle at the end. At the same time, at the end of the hilt where the blade extended, another hilt appeared that similar to his Shikai, there hanged 2 chained black moons. Even the length of the chain was much smaller than his Shikai. Sora went ahead and caught the 2 blades and felt such power like none other before. Sora, how do you feel? Ichigo, I feel like I can kick your ass. 457, Chapter 457, Aizen's interest. Sora wanted to smash Ichigo's face for thinking that he could defeat him or kick his ass in his words. Sora, so now all that is left is for your Bankai Gyaku. Gyaku, save it, I haven't decided how you will access my more potent powers, and I'm certain this world will vanish. Gyaku, well, the good news is that I got a servant. Sora, servant. Gyaku, that hollow Ichigo made a deal with the system, or should I say bet, and lost it, therefore he now exists as a linger thought. Ichigo, you mean something like a ghost? Gyaku, correct. Sora, well then, since you got company, I'm going out. We have work to do. Ichigo, aren't you going to train and see my abilities? Sora, the moment I touched I kinda knew them, but it seems you don't, therefore, we go back to 0. Ichigo, so I need to meditate again? Fuck this. Sora, unfortunately yes, as when we activate it in the real world, imagine you're right, so with mine bursting out. Sora, right now you are new to this form. Ichigo, fine. Sora left the swords in the ground where Ichigo materialized, cracking his neck before they high-five each other as Sora vanished. In the underground, Sora woke up and stood up as he lightly hit his clothes while the dust left him. Sora, how long was I in here? System, a week. Sora, that long. Sora, but not even an hour passed inside my world. System, when training for the Bankai with the meditation, the time changes for the user depending on how long they will take to achieve it. Sora, fuck. I hope nothing major happened. Sora started walking towards the exit, and little did he know that Aizen had moved forward with his plans. A few days ago, the moment Grimjo, Yami and Ulquiorra returned back, they reported everything they had found out, and Aizen had an amused expression on his face. Aizen, interesting. Can name, what should we do about them? Aizen same. Aizen, if possible I want you to bring them here. Furthermore, how Ichigo manifested his sword is interesting as well. When he said that, both Kaname and Jin nodded at each other while Aizen was in deep thought. On the hills before his betrayal he had seen him wielding a sword and assumed that it was his Shikai, but now it seems otherwise. Did that guy Sora tamper with my second attempt to create a powerful wizard? This was his thought, and the more he was pondering it, the more interesting it seemed to him. Aizen, Ulquiorra, Grimjo. Each of you will take 10 errand cars for a small-scale invasion and take with you that girl you fought. Aizen, destroy anything in your paths. However, leave Ichigo with the intent to travel on his own here to save her. All of them bowed respectively and nodded as they left from there. Jin, Aizen, why would you go that far for this boy? Aizen, this boy is the son of Shiba Ishin and Masaki, which had absorbed our most final product almost 20 years ago. Aizen, you do remember how we chased him out, right? Jin, of course, we had wounded him and he was unable to contend with Ermyd as he couldn't use his Bankai. Aizen, therefore you can say Ichigo is my most secret experiment of fusing 4 different powers even before he was born. Jin, so his life was under your hands. Aizen, well, not completely, but you could say I took a large art in it. Aizen, however, hearing their reports I can't help and think that he is similar to a Zanpakuto. It's so fascinating and interesting concept. P.S. Guys, I'm sick. My health suddenly went towards the south and I'm struggling to write even the dailies as work now seems like a mountain bearing down on me. I won't be able to finish the last 3 novels for the March release, really sorry about that. Stay tuned on my novel CI Insect for updates during the April course, which I will include and notify you on how I will post the last 3 novels I didn't manage to write and mass release on the March. 458, Chapter 458, I Found You. During the days that were passing where Sora and Ichigo was training for their Bankai, everyone felt multiply signatures all over the place. Urahara, what is this? Yuryuki, did the invasion started earlier than possible? Senna, this can't be right. Yin recognizes most of those auras. Yang too, they are errand cars. Neliel, and those 2 huge signatures. They are espadas. Lisa, they came back. Masaki, apparently so. Everyone who was there didn't knows what was going on, as based on what they could sense they simply were waiting for something or someone to go to them. In the shop, there was Yuryuki, Urahara, Masaki, Ishin, Senna, Lisa, Yin and Yang along with Neliel. The rest of the team, Yuzu, Karin, Orium, Tatsuki, Sato and Yoshino were out, but as they caused such a grand entrance without hiding they would feel them. Ishin, we need to go and check it out. Urahara, yes, therefore you and I will go there, the rest I want you to stay here. Masaki, it's possible Orium and Sato will rush there first as they want to take back what they lost. Urahara frowned and got up before murmuring to himself, but these murmurs were heard by someone in the house. Ishin, still this doesn't change the fact that only us will go. Masaki, Yuryuki-san, no matter how badly you wish to go you need to think of your baby. Yuryuki, I know. Yuryuki gritted her teeth and looked at Urahara, conveying her meaning to him, and as he got it he nodded his head. Everyone watched as the 2 left and the rest started eating nachos and Doritos, making Yuryuki laugh and all other to giggle. Lisa, yes, don't be so tense, if worst comes to worst the other wizards will appear, I'm sure they know everything. Neliel, I think we'll search for the rest. Masaki, I will come with you. Senna, no, I will go with her and help her find the others. Yuryuki, how powerful is Sora's Bankai to stay in meditation like that for 2 days now? Everyone stayed silent when they heard her, as they themselves didn't know. Somewhere on the Karakura town, Orium was walking with Sato carrying a few bags of food here and there, and at that moment they felt 2 familiars Ryutsus. Orium, this. Sato, they came back. I don't know who came back, but their powers are off the charge. Both, Both, Ishida-kun. Ishida, what's up, you 2, why are you so tensed up? Ishida saw them somewhat on guard and lightly paled faces, shocking him as he knew their powers had exceeded his own for now. It puzzled him seeing them like that and waited till they finished their narration in order to understand what happened. Ishida, I see. Even thought I want to say damn, I lost something interesting. I know if you 2 and Ichigo couldn't fight them off then I don't stand a chance. Ishida, then you 2 shouldn't go next to them. You need to overcome your nervousness first and then regain what you lost. If you go like this there I'm certain this time you will die. Ishida, by the way, where is Ichigo? Sato, he is training for his Bankai. Ishida, I see. Ishida turned to look towards the horizon and after a few moments, Sato and Inu looked as well as they felt something or someone approaching them. Inu, this Ryutsu. Before Orium could talk they heard a voice from behind them stunning them but also tensed them up. Finally found you. Woman. Sweat started dripping down Ishida's and Sato's back as they were feeling suffocating, all the while Orium turned slowly around and saw a face that almost caused her to die. P.S. Guys, I'm sick, My health suddenly went towards the south and I'm struggling to write even the dailies as work now seems like a mountain bearing down on me. I won't be able to finish the last 3 novels for the March release, really sorry about that. Stay tuned on my novel CI Insect for updates for the April course. 459, Chapter 459, Fuck. Orium, what are you doing here? Ulquiera, I came here. Ulquiera, to take you with me. When he finished his words he released his Ryotsu raining down on Sato and Ishida as they almost kissed the ground from the pressure. Ishida, Guaa. Sato, Gug. Ulquiera was kinda shocked that they managed to hold their feet for 3 seconds before they fell on the ground. During those 3 seconds, he was shocked he failed to see Orium bringing her sword out along with her wings and attacked him. Just as the sword was in front of him he raised his hand and tried to block only to be split apart again, but through that, he felt something which caused him to stop his pressure and focus solely on her. Ulquiera, how did you become weaker? Orium was shocked as she knew he was right. She didn't clear her feelings yet and Tsubaki wasn't getting the power she had before. The result of this was that Ulquiera clad his split palm and regenerated it back like normal instead of cutting his hand like the first time. Ulquiera, well, no matter, your abilities are still interesting to Aizen, therefore, you will come with me. Orium, I refuse. Ulquiera, refusing was never an option. Ulquiera raised his Ryotsu again causing the ground to crack, lamps break apart and Sato with Ishida having gotten up fell on the ground again spitting blood from their mouth. The pressure was twice as before which injured them internally. Watching this Orium felt powerless and her sword broke apart. Ulquiera, I see it's connected to your will or emotions, maybe both. Ulquiera, then what if I kill them? Ulquiera raised it even further ahead causing a crater with the two of them inside as Orium was trembling with various emotions trying to calm down. Orium, wait. Let them go. Ulquiera, oh. So then you will come. Orium, I can't defeat you the way I am now. I can only comply. Ulquiera, very well. Ishida watched Orium walking towards this new figure and had sworn to help Sora and Ichigo for saving them only to be on the ground. Sato wasn't any better than him as he watched the reason he trained to protect walking away like that. Just as they vanished, Ishida and Sato got up and clenched their fists so hard that blood flowed out as their nails inserted themselves in their skin. On the side of Urahara and Isshin were fighting toe-in-toe with 20 Arankars and an Espada. Although none had released their resurrections, the two former captains were already in Shikai and struggling with them. Urahara, Isshin, we need to finish this as fast as we can't give them any chance at all. Isshin, I know I have a bad feeling about this. Grimjo, are you two really captains? Grimjo, that brat Ichigo was stronger 2 days ago. Just as they were speaking a gang Anta opened up and Ulquiera along with Inu hanging her head down with moist eyes appeared shocking the two. Ulquiera, Grimjo, although we didn't raise chaos as much as it was permitted, we succeeded in our mission. Grimjo, ha 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 ha, and here I was thinking on how to make these two back in a corner. Urahara, shit. Inu. Urahara, shred Benihime. Isshin, get Shuga Tenshou. Grimjo, now it's too late, if you had taken this seriously from the start with your levels at least half of us would have died. Both of them struggled to get out of 20 Arankars as they barraged them with Bala and Zero. They watched as a Garganta opened up again and the three started walking inside. Isshin, fuck. Just as half of Ulquiera had entered inside along with Inu, a few figures appeared and instantly killed all the Arankars with a new figure appearing from the sky next to the Garganta rushing to save Inu only to catch empty air as the gate closed. P.S. Guys, I'm sick, my health suddenly went towards the south and I'm struggling to write even the dailies as work now seems like a mountain bearing down on me. I won't be able to finish the last 3 novels for the March release, really sorry about that. Stay tuned on my novel CI Insect for updates for the April course. 460, Chapter 460, We Know. Everyone watched as Orium left with them as she had no other option. Isshin and Urahara were the first who felt guilty as they took so long to clear all the others. Urahara, what the fuck happened here? Please calm down Hiri. Hiri, how can I calm down Hachi? We just got a fucked up message from Tessai saying Aizen's forces appeared. And for this reason, we four came here. Ken-chan. Hirin is going bitch mode again. Hiri, what the fuck you called me Mashiro? Mashiro, Ken-chan Hirin is yelling at me. Urahara, we now have an official huge problem. Ken-say, what happened here and why did they take Orium with them? Isshin, if we were to take a guess it would be Aizen needs her powers. Urahara, either that or he knows her relationship with Ichigo and the relation of him and Sora and wanted to split them apart from the upcoming battle. The wizards all stayed silent. During the days Sora was touring through his dates, Ichigo went to the underground where they were training and then they learned he is actually a humanoid Zanpakuto of Sora. At first, they thought that they would have him if they used every skill in their Shikai, but Sora only used his arrows with his doors and almost filled them with holes. They also learned that Ichigo could stay outside on his own as human and was steadily getting close with Orium and Tatsuki who had yet to awaken her Shikai. This caused everyone to frown as they knew from Lisa that Sora and Ichigo had holed up themselves to learn Bankai. Urahara, we need to regroup and gather everything we know. Ishin, then plan a rescue mission that will charge on the Hueco Mundo and save her. After they agreed to the necessary steps they needed to take, they left from their spot and now after many days passed. Sora finally opened his eyes and started walking upwards to the shop. When he climbed up he felt everyone being gloomy as if someone died, all the wizards were here, his girlfriends that were available and his family. Sora, what the hell happened and you have such sour faces? You're Yuaki, Sora, something did happen but first did you achieved your Bankai? Sora, yes I did. Masaki, can Ichigo come out? Sora, sure. When he agreed, a sphere of light came out of his chest which expanded and took a form next to him which was revealed to be the one they asked. Ichigo, yo. Karin, don't just yo us. You won't be happy Baka Anaki. Yuzu, Ichi and I. Sora, by the way where is Tatsuki, Sato and Orium? Urahara, Tatsuki is training, Sato is training as well along with Ishida but Orium is a bit complicated. Ichigo, what happened to Orium? Urahara, she was. Sora, kidnapped by Aizen's goons. Urahara, yes, yes. What? Everyone looked at Sora who had a casual look on his face and the same was with Ichigo, it was as if they knew this would happen. Lisa, you guys knew. Sora, more or less. In fact, Aizen must be pissed about a lot of things so he wants to split us. Urahara, what do you mean? Sora, Aizen used Ishin and Masaki in his scheme to create a baby with 4 different traits. That was Ichigo. Boom. Everyone's mind went blank except Urahara's, Ishin, Masaki's and Yuruki's who realized that with Sora coming into play and converting Ichigo in a Zanpakuto it destroyed a fundamental part of his plan. Sora, possibly when they reported back, Aizen learned that Ichigo manifested his sword out of thin air and that displeased him while also intriguing him to find out how. Urahara, so he used Orium as a way for Ichigo to go to Hueco Mundo and possible with a few others while he prepares for a full force attack on us. 461, Chapter 461, Rescue Squad. Sora, since Aizen wishes to split us apart then we will comply. Ichigo, it may seem he is weakening us but in reality, we are also using this chance to hold back his forces. Urahara, is that why you didn't say anything? Sora, it's also why I was dead set on learning Bankai, since Ichigo will raid the place there along with my clone, Aizen will think that the real me had gone there instead. Yuruki, Now that you mention it Aizen believes your clone is a Kido that can last for a few hours. Sora, correct as he had only seen me using my clone with Hisagi and Byakuya, therefore he knows that my clone has a fixed amount of energy and once runs out it dissipates. Lisa, however that only applies if you use the energy all at once, if there is a bit left you can slowly recover. Sora, that's the main reason it can last 10 days. However, after the 10th it vanishes in thin air and all memories are coming to me. Sora, I'm gonna use this to confuse his ranks. Sora, furthermore I have a feeling that Aizen might have evolved the espadas further. Urahara, in what sense? Sora, well their swords are similar to that of Shinigami so if you count the first resurrection as their Shikai then they must have a second one respectively their Bankai. Neliel, MNN, he is telling the truth, when he healed me with the Hogyaku my Ryutsu changed into violet from pink and I also felt a second power inside me. Nelly, unfortunately so far no matter how I trained, I can't grasp it completely. Sora, don't worry you will eventually, don't forget your body had regressed for so many years. Mashiro, Ken-chan in the end, who will go, who will go? Everyone knew that Ichigo and Sora's clone will go there but they didn't know who else will. At that moment the doorbell rang and Urahara went to open it. Moments later he was surprised that 3 figures had appeared in front of him. Sora, Urahara who is it? Yo, Ichigo. Kurosaki you still messed things up hey. Ichigo, hey? Say that again 4 eyes. Easy now Ishida we came here for a purpose. Sora, Tatsuki, you still haven't awakened your Shikai yet. Tatsuki, I know but still I want to go and help Orium. Sora, as for you too. Interesting you are in. Tatsumai, hey, why they can go and not me? Sora, it's for their growth. Sato needs to evolve his abilities as they originated by hollows that had dissipated. Sora, I'm sure he is tired of fighting his own brethren and needs to slowly climb up. Tatsumai, Che. Ishida, then when we will leave? Tomorrow as Urahara has to make a few preparations. Ishida, then I'll go and keep myself army optimal state. Tatsumai, I have 1 day. 1 day. Everyone left from there for their own tasks. Sora looked around and started telling his plans to counter Aizen's plans and couldn't believe what the fuck they heard. Soon hours passed and Sora was waiting patiently for everything to be set up. Surprisingly enough, in the underground, he could feel slight fluctuations of Ryutsuo, and when he focused he noticed it was Tatsuki. Sora, what do you know, the time limit I set actually worked on her. Ichigo, yeah, but did you had to lie like that? Sora, would you prefer for me to tell her they will leave tomorrow night and she comes either way? Sora, since she will come either way, then use something to apply pressure. Yuryuki, yeah, it usually works, but her foundation isn't this strong. Sora, nah, feel her Ryutsuo, she is already brewing with the desire to fight like a true martial artist. 462, Chapter 462, Name for her Shikai? Boom. The aura around Tatsuki burst out, making everyone who felt it feel slightly on guard. Sora, Tatsuki has a better foundation than you, as she trained her whole life in martial arts, and I assume she will continue down this path. Ichigo, I know. They both waited for the dust to clear, and when it did they saw Tatsuki standing up with closed eyes as she was breathing in and out, but nothing different about her. Her shikaihaso was the same as before, but her sword had vanished along with her sheath, puzzling everyone who was watching her. Sora, Lisa. Go and test her. Lisa, are you sure? She might die. Sora, I'm sure, go. Lisa, sigh. Fine. Lisa started stepping on the rock pillars around the place and traveled forward until she reached in front of Tatsuki, who she still had her eyes closed. Lisa drew her sword and slashed a very simple motion at her, but at high speed. Clang. Lisa, ha. Lisa saw Tatsuki moving her hand lightly and parried the sword sideways, avoiding her completely, but that was impossible, as for a beginner like her the speed she used was too much, not only that she made absolutely no noise at all. Sora, Ichigo, did you realized it? Ichigo, yes. Yuryuki, hey, what was that? Sora, Yuryuki, take 2 stones from the ground and time yourself with Lisa before launching them. I and Ichigo will do the same. When Sora finished speaking, they saw Lisa trying again, and the attacks all ended up getting redirect somewhere else. She decided to change her position and at that moment caught the 3 throwing stones at Tatsuki, which prompted her to attack from behind. The rocks traveled at great speed and almost instantly reached at 50 centimeters away from Tatsuki, the same distance her sword was from behind her. All of them then saw her lightly raising her toes backwards as she touched the sword with her fingers and lightly leaning forward. This caused 2 stones to pass over her shoulder, one hit the spot her leg was while she deflected the other 3 with her fists and her right elbow. Everyone was shocked. Not until Sora took 2 more stones, as Tatsuki had jumped forward standing tall like previously but still with closed eyes. He threw them at different angles, one entering 50 centimeters and the other landing at 70 centimeters away from her. The result was that Tatsuki moved her leg and kicked the stone back from where it came while the further one stayed there. Sora, now I'm certain, her Shikai is a domain around her. Something akin to an invisible bubble. Ichigo, how will that help her fight though? Sora and Yuryuki along with everyone looked at him with half-closed eyes like an idiot, and after a few seconds, he realized the perks of her Shikai. Sora, every sense she has, focuses only on the bubble around her, causing her body to react at almost inhuman speeds. Sora, it's like Kaname's Bankai, where inside a certain range it forcefully closes all senses away. More like the exact opposite. Ichigo, yeah, but if it's like that, then how can she tell the difference between friend and foe? Sora, not sure. Why don't you go? You are her boyfriend, so be an example for everyone. Ichigo, sigh. Fine. Actually, Ichigo was planning to help her as they had trained together and wanted to see what kind of Shikai she has. When he reached next to her in a distance of 1 meter, he tapped his leg on the ground and saw no response of Tatsuki, which caused him to frown. He then started closing the distance until he was 51 centimeters away with no movement of Tatsuki. When stepped inside, Tatsuki lightly tilted her head but didn't move at all. Tatsuki, yo, Ichigo. See? I have my own Shikai now. When everyone heard that, they instantly made a few theories that she has a way to tell between attacks and people. And couldn't wait until she shared it with them. 463, Chapter 463, Preparations complete. Ichigo, you can recognize me. Tatsuki, of course I can. Ichigo, well yeah, I mean how? Tatsuki, you mean since I have my eyes closed and everything? Tatsuki, well, while in my domain I can see the intention of something that approaches. Blue is for neutral, green is for family and friend, red for enemies and black for attacks. Sora and everyone else who heard that was taken back, but thankful Ichigo thought about it as well and asked her. Ichigo, then I assume you can see me as green in your mind. What if I attack you? Tatsuki, then from the place of green-colored mass I can sense a part of it will turn purple. It was the same with Lisa. Everyone saw at that moment Tatsuki opening her eyes and her sword reforming in front of her. Lisa, then what if I had the intention of killing you? Tatsuki, it would have turned black. Tatsuki, it's useful for martial arts, I'm not complaining, in fact, I'm glad it's at this form. But it limits my movement. Tatsuki, I have to walk through 50 centimeters forward until my senses expand in the new environment and then walk forward again. Sora, in other words, you can say that in close combat or narrow places you have an advantage. Tatsuki, even if someone attacks me from long range I can still manage, but it will take too much time for me to reach him. Sora, so with an opponent that is way too fast all you could do is sit in your domain and avoid his attacks. Tatsuki, according to my spirit, it said that since I awakened my Shikai it will take some time for my Ryutsu to stabilize, so the range will increase at least 5 times. Sora, that would mean a domain of 5 meters with you in the middle of it. Tatsuki, yes, then after I get used to it I can apply Shunpo within that domain and many other things and slowly train my awareness and senses. This will result in an expansion of it. Sora, what's the maximum limit? Tatsuki, I think 50 meters or 100 with me in the middle. Everyone gasped at the words of Tatsuki, as although at first her Shikai seems to have many drawbacks, if she fully masters it she will be a force to reckon with. Sora was having a few thoughts about her Shikai as it reminded him of a certain state similar to his intent, but from which series he had heard it. Just as he thought about, he also pushed it at the back of his mind and turned his attention to them. Sora, okay. Now that Tatsuki is ready as well, we need to double check a few things and move forward to save Inu. Sora, for this rescue mission, me, Ichigo, Tatsuki, Ishida and Sato will go. Our targets are saving Inu and reducing Aizen's forces. As Sora was talking, Tatsuki was clenching her fists, both from fear and excitement. It was within her blood to seek stronger opponents, especially if they are martial artists or train in some kind of form with them. Soon hours passed and eventually, Tessai came to notify everyone here that Urahara had finished his preparation. At the same time, Ishida and Sato came back as they had made their final preparations. They walked through the underground and watched Urahara standing on top of a pillar. Just as he was about to talk, Ichigo thought of something and asked Sora. Ichigo, come to think of it, can't you use your doors and go there? Sora, I could, but Aizen had only seen them redirect attacks. Furthermore, I had escaped from Hueco Mundo with Quincy's help. Therefore I would like to keep its capabilities hidden. Urahara, that is quite wise. As you also prevented him getting more info. Urahara, now, I'm sure all of you are ready. Since Sora knows the way and how to mold his foothold, you better follow his steps or else you might fall. 464, Chapter 464, Planning Steps. Sora, Urahara begin. Urahara, sure. Urahara, my right hand is the stone that bridges worlds. My left hand is the blade that binds reality. The black-haired shepherd is hung from a chair. Straight as clouds come, and I strike down the ibis. Urahara, Kigagi. Everyone saw Urahara as he stood from one pillar to emit light from his hand towards his cone, and then from one wood it extended towards the other, rippling the void and opening a gargantat. Sora, this rift connects the space tying the human world and Hueco Mundo by creating a gargantat. Sora, when we enter inside I will create a platform of condensing Ryutsu for you people to step on. Sora, although out of everyone here I believe only Ishida and Tatsuki will be able to create their own foothold. Ishida, are we going to stand here or jump inside? Ichigo, obviously jump inside. Each one of them started passing through the gate and vanished from sight as Sora watched his clone pass as well. He turned around and said to them. Sora, when they will arrive there, probably that would mean that Aizen will begin, and in 2-3 days he will come to us. Urahara, I had prepared 100 countermeasures for him and another 100 if something fails. Sora, are you sure that will be enough to deal with Aizen? Urahara, well, no. But I have a few alternatives depending on what he used the 2 Hogyakus. Sora, so you have created around 300 plans and another 300 for each one failing. Urahara, yes, but I only kept the most optimal ones and see how it will go when he appears. Yuaki, as expected from Kisuk. Sora, then use the last 2-3 days we have to prepare for the future. Urahara, I'm on it. As they were preparing on their end, Sora had sent a message to the Soul Society preparing them for the future to come. Inside the rift, Sora had created a long roadway stunning everyone about his control of his Ryutsu as they walked through space in order for them to reach their target. Sora, if we continue like this we will reach within a few hours there. Sora, so take this chance and try to create your own standstill and use it as practice to refine your control, especially you Tatsuki, as it will help you become stronger much faster. Tatsuki, I know. I already noticed that. Sora, I have placed a door beneath your feet so if you fail and fall you will end up in my road. Sato, thanks, this will really help with my steps. Sora, when we reach there we will take a short break for you guys to recover, and I should tell you now that if you see any tears in space don't approach them. Sora, although I believe that they had closed long ago it never hurts to be cautious. Ichigo, Sora, I've been thinking about something. Sora, what? Ichigo, what if he appears with that form? Sora, then be ready for many of to die. Ichigo frowned at his words as he referred to a third form only Sora knew about, the original Espada 4. Sora, if he and Aizen fused with the will managed to regroup with each other, then there won't be a need for that person to appear. Everyone else didn't know about who the two apart from Aizen were, but they knew that they will be hard fought for all of them. Hours passed inside the rift and so far Tatsuki had fallen twice, while Sato thrice. Eventually, they managed to reach the end of the road that Sora had created and passed through what seemed to be a thin membrane reaching a white desert. 465, Chapter 465, First Opponents. After arriving in Hueco Mundo, Ichigo, Sato, Ishida, Tatsuki and Sora started checking their environment for any surprises. Tatsuki, this place feels so gloomy. Ishida, it's because of the nature of hollows I guess. Ichigo, no one can tell I guess. Sora, well this place is ever expanding as it slowly grows to host many regretful souls and their regrets linger around even after they evolve to Aaron cars, therefore, the atmosphere. Sora, Sato, is it something wrong? Sato, I don't know. I just feel something familiar. Sora, I don't remember if I mentioned this to you when you were training, but your and Orium's powers come from remnants of dying hollows. Ichigo, so this place here will amplify their powers. But as the original souls of the hollows vanished from existence there won't be any drawbacks. Sora, well don't take an oath for that as the soul is the most mysterious thing none can describe. Sora, it's easy to create a soul and easy to destroy it, but trying to find the inner secrets to them is almost impossible. Ichigo knew this was true for the fact how White Ichigo used his negative feelings to survive even when his Hollow Origins powers were refined and he came back, should he say, like a broken AI helper? Ishida, I'm not gonna pay attention to everything being posted here, but where are we going from here? Sora, well for now how about we beat the guests that are coming here to greet us? Oh? You realized we were coming. It seems they are not those called easy prey. Damaura. When Sora said this, two figures appeared using Sonido in front of them as it raised a bit of dust in the desert. While Sora and Ichigo were calm, Ishida and Sato along with Tatsuki were a bit tense as they were slightly tired from the training on the dimension gap where they traversed earlier. Sora, so you two are Damaurazid and Icelinger Wernar, two Arankar under Sosuke Aizen's command. Zed, How do you know that? Wernar, really not easy prey. Ichigo, didn't Aizen tell you guys that intruders would be coming? Sora, no, I'm sure he had said something along the lines. A few preys are coming, so do well in eating them up. Zed, original we were guarding the passage towards the Lost Notches. Wernar, but then we felt a few weaklings here and come to take a bite. When Ishida and Tatsuki heard this both were pissed and Sato remained as such because he knew he was. Otherwise, he wouldn't let Anu go with that white face skin guy. Ichigo and Tatsuki and Ishida go forward and spoke up. Ichigo, are you sure you two? Ishida, I'm going to teach these two fools the pride of Quincy's. Tatsuki, I've trained like hell, I refuse to let these clowns call me weak. As they insisting Ichigo to watch them fight, Tatsuki and Ishida walked forward with a provocation manner that pissed the two Arankars. They looked at them as they had annoyed faces, especially Wernar as he hated being called weak or clown and everything. He had abandoned his human form for greater power. He had 4 arms which each contains extending fingers to destroy his opponents. His hollow mask, who was in the shape of a beak, had only the upper left quarter of his face visible. At the same time, Zed had a dazed expression as if this didn't concern his, and Wernar was pissed at him for being an idiot. He knew that since they had given up their human forms for more power, his partner had also been impacted in his intelligence with rarely saying phrases like today. How should both of them know it will be their last? 466, Chapter 466, the same result. Tatsuki and Ishida were looking at the two Arankars in front of them and were ready to go all out. Ishida used his Hyrankyaku, an advanced Quincy movement technique, allowing the user to move at high speed by riding on the flow of Reishi created below their feet. This shocked Wernar to his core, and he used Sonido as well to deal with the fastest opponent of them all, which he believed it was him. Tatsuki used her Shunpo to appear in front of Zed and take a look at his stupid face before she punched him, making him stagger lightly back. Tatsuki, for a stupid he sure is sturdy. She looked at him and noticed he was an incomplete Arankar, or one that never learned how to seal his power in the form of a Zanpakuto. Tatsuki, does this mean they are weaker than those with release forms? Zed heard that, and as he had abandoned his human form for greater power. He looked at her and roared with his face being covered by his hollow mask on the top of his face. Zed opened his mouth wide, and from there a flash rushed at Tatsuki, who barely managed to avoid it from being so close at him. When she noticed the desert, she saw a line extending in the ground as if something had cut it apart, and when she looked she saw his tongue being retracted. Tatsuki, gross. Tatsuki, and maybe if it can carve I can use this. On Ishida's side, he and Wernar started clashing, an arrow with the projectile as they were moving at high speeds. Wernar saw that his partner wasn't doing so well as Tatsuki kept avoiding his taunt and smashes with his hand and needed to finish this fast as he knew that idiot would do something stupid. Ishida, is it okay to look away from me? Wernar, you will lose right about now. Wernar, Unatairo tier. When he activated it, Ice Slinger extended all of his arms out diagonally from his body, and extended each of his fingers out in the same manner. He then started gathering riot so as he was able to rapidly fire blasts of energy from each of his fingertips, counting a total of 108 shots at once. Ishida, impressive but not much compared to mine. Ishida, Heilig feel. Spiritual energy formed into the shape of an arrow around Ishida's bow and burst out with an unbelievable amount of arrows raining down on Wernar as he tried to parry them with his 108 shots. However, soon Wernar noticed that his shots were gradually being absorbed slightly from his arrows, making him lose quickly his ground. Soon he was engulfed and gotten pierced by thousands of arrows as he slowly fell from the air towards the ground. Ishida, I've reached a level where I can fire more than 1,000 arrows at once. Wernar, damn it! Zed, who was fighting Tatsuki when he saw Wernar crashing on the desert defeated, he roared yet again and attacked her with his tongue, but the sheer speed this time was doubled, forcing Tatsuki to draw her sword and parried it in another direction. This gave her an idea and charged forward as he had just retracted his tongue and was ready to launch another one at her. The moment he did so, Tatsuki leaned her body and twisted slightly her waist and redirect his tongue in the opposite direction, hitting his chest, causing Zed to flinch and stop moving. Without realizing what the fuck happened, Zed fell forward as he started vanishing, and Wernar, who was weakly, heard Ishida's words. Ishida, even if you two didn't underestimate us, the result would have been the same. Wernar, even if you defeated us, you still have to face Aizen-sama. And he fears. No. 1. It was the last thing he said before becoming particles and vanish with Zed in the endless desert. 467, Chapter 467, Enter the ranks. Tatsuki, so which direction we will go now? Sora, from the one they came from. Sato, that means this way, right? Ishida, yeah, they did say something about guarding the passage. Sora, once we reach there we will see what we are up against. Having found their destination, they started running towards the far bit endless desert until they came across a huge unusual pillar with a door on its middle. Ichigo, here we go guys, from here on out, we will face the true powerful enemies. As they entered inside, they were shocked to see passages with windows, rooms, and many more in a single line as they reached a room with multiple paths. Meanwhile, Aizen had already gathered the Espada to inform them of the intrusion, and all of them had a carefree expression as he talked, which caused him to flare up his Ryutsu a bit in order for them to take this seriously. Aizen, these intruders are not to be underestimated. Jin, Aizen-sama, what if that guy came along? Aizen, it will no longer be an issue. As we are right now, none of them is considered an immediate threat to me. Everyone watched him smiling with a silent killing intent as the light shed on his face and they could see his looks. Aizen now had long hair and grey eyes with the purple sclera along with the open attire of Arrancar's clothing on his chest, revealing a crystal pulsating, sending shiver to anyone who saw him. As the meeting ended, everyone left from there as they had their own thoughts. As they all walked around the passage towards their own quarters, Haribel was called by 3 voices which she knew very well. The others didn't even stop her or them as they didn't want to get on the bad side of the N3 Espada. Haribel, what is it, you 3? Is it him? Haribel, probably a Pasai. And the odds of defeating him are close to nil. A Pasai, really? But me, Mila Rose and Sung Sun have trained hard to be of help. Haribel, sigh. As you know, before Neutra's death, the ranking was messed up, but after that Aizen helped us reach new levels. Mila Rose, we know after all 2-3 of them had only become Espadas for their abilities and nothing else. Haribel, yes, however after that Aizen made a complete cleanup. Haribel, Primera, first, Coyote Starkey and Lilynet Gingerbuck, Segunda, second, Barragan Luzenbairn, Trace, third, Tier Haribel, Quattro, fourth, Ulquiera Sefer, Quinto, fifth, Neutragilga, Sexta, sixth, Grimjo Jaeger Jaques, Septima, 7th, Zamariruros, Octava, 8th, Sayalaporo Grands, Noveno, 9th, Araniro Arururi, and Diaz, 10th, Yami Largo. Sung Sun, those were the previous ranks, we all know them. Haribel, if the opponents weren't so strong for Aizen to elevate our strength with his Hogyaku again, then this change wouldn't have happened. A Pasai, yeah, but Haribel, if that guy had come here, then even with our new strength I'm afraid it would still not be enough. Haribel, possibly only Aizen can fight him, and that after he completely assimilates the crystal been born from 2 of them. Haribel, as you know, thanks to the new ranking many things have changed and many are plotting. Mila Rose, are the Espada rankings so far from each other? Haribel, yes, it was always like that even before, but now they are like the heavens and earth. Haribel, Primera, first, Coyote Starkey and Lilynet Gingerbuck, Segunda, second, Ulquiera Sefer, Trace, third, Tier Haribel, Quattro, fourth, Barragan Luzenbairn, Quinto, fifth, Grimjo Jaeger Jaques, Sexta, sixth, Luppy Antenor, Septima, 7th, Yami Largo, Octava, 8th, Dordoni Alessandro del Socacho, Noveno, 9th, Sirachi Sanderwichi, and Diaz, 10th, Gantenban Musqueta. Mila rose. Yes, the three annoying people and the most disgusting of ever stepping on these ranks had become Privaran Espada. Horrible, that was only because the ones who were Espada and had become Privaran with the powers they unlocked managed to reach again in the ranks, nothing more, nothing else. 468, Chapter 468, Being a Bother. Apasai, so what are you going to do about him? Horrible, Sora. I will kill him with my own hands or die trying. Mila rose. You passed through hell during these reformations. Horrible, yes, his comment about me being him girl, caused the others to give me unimaginable pressure that I will pay them back in the future. Horrible, despite all that, however, Aizen seemed more amused than willing to hand out punishment. Horrible, is it because he wanted to see if a relationship between the two is possible? Or he didn't care at all? Perhaps both. Sung Sun, what if he keeps tabs on us? Horrible, well, as a leader I'm sure he knows things we aren't aware. Even now he might be listening to us. Apasai, ugh. This. Horrible, don't worry, even if he did, he won't care unless we direct cause problems to him. Let's go. All three, yes. Queen. Horrible, just my name is fine. Finishing their little talk they left from there, revealing a hidden figure as he looked at them with closed eyes and smiling evilly. Aizen-sama was right, a few of them had thoughts of rebellion with their new powers, but it seems Horrible isn't one of them. Oh, well, I'll act when it is time to act. Back to where Sora, Ichigo, Ishida, Tatsuki, and Sato were, they had finally passed through the passages and found themselves in the desert from within Las Notches. The moment they entered they felt something amiss, and when they looked around they saw a dust cloud coming towards them. Sora and Ichigo had wry faces as they knew this pattern with a bit of difference than what both of them knew. The three hollows were running away from being chased by a giant underground mountain. They were Peshikwadak and Dondakaka Burstan, and their pet, Bawa Bawa. Sora started laughing and the three of them heard him and recognized him along with Ichigo and started running towards them. Ishida, wait, why are they coming this way? Ichigo, those are Neliel's partners and from the look of it they are being chased. Tatsuki, by what? Sato, is that a mountain? The moment Sato spoke a giant sand mountain was raised from ground revealing a half-destroyed hollow with burns everywhere in its body, and Ichigo, who saw this, immediately turned to Sora, who had a thoughtful expression. Sora, oh? It's that motherfucker bitch that escaped my hands the last time I met it. Sora, Did it had a name? The hollow, who heard him and actually saw him, froze in its tracks and stopped chasing the trio. It's you. And my name is Runuganga. Sora, do I look like I care? Runuganga, this time. I'll kill you and eat your body and soul to heal these burns. Sora, stop your whining. Last time you escaped because you used other Jillians as a shield. Sora, what makes you think you can escape this time? Sora snapped his fingers and black flames emerged as he used Shunpo and appeared in front of Runuganga. Sora, I don't usually let others escape, but when I do they are incredibly lucky. And it seems your luck has runs out. Runuganga, arg. Sora shoved his entire hand in his sand body, which started getting devoured by the flames, making Runuganga scream in pain. He tried to leave through the ground but noticed a blockade making him unable to dive down. He watched himself being reduced in ashes as he cursed his luck for meeting him again. Sora had used a giant door cutting his body from the ground, enabling him to completely kill him before returning back to the others watching the new 3 additions they had. Sora, now he can't bother anyone anymore. Everyone was speechless looking at his face and then a giant tongue trying to lick him. Sora, easy now. Well, let's move on. 469, Chapter 469, Supreme. After dealing with the annoying Sandman and having broken into Las Notches, they found themselves at a 5-way fork. Ichigo, so how will we go from this way forward? Sora, well, there are 5 paths and 5 of us along with them that have been following us. Sora, out of curiosity, are you guys stronger than those 3 we dealt? Pesha, only when we protect Neliel from harm. Dondakaka, it depends on who we will meet and what kind of abilities he or she will have. Sora, then you 3 will go with Tatsuki, Ichigo, me, Ishida and Sato will take a different path. Tatsuki, hey, why should they go with me? Sora, no offense. But have you adapted yet to this density of Reishi? Sora, if not, these guys will help you avoid necessary fights as they know the place upside down. Tatsuki, che. Fine. After they talked a few more things, each one took a different direction and traveled down different paths. Meanwhile, Ulquiorra had brought Orium in the throne room to swear her loyalty to Aizen while Kaname and Jin were watching her. Aizen, it's a pleasure to see you so soon. Inu, I've been here for a few days and you call that soon. Aizen, quite a tongue I see. Inu, what have you planned for him since you stripped me of everything I had? More like you threatened to strip down everything I had. Aizen, this here in my chest, as you may have heard, is the Hogyaku. Aizen, Since the two I had gathered fused together into a dark blue piece of jade crystal, it had been weakened slightly from the use. Aizen, showing you the Hagyaku, is an act of trust. I want you to use your powers to help me restore the Hagyaku. Inu, my powers can only severe or reject things I don't want them in existence. Aizen, oh? It doesn't regress time or speeds up healing. Inu, if I try to use my powers to the Hagyaku it will severe it and reject it from my sight, possible making it lose the fusion you talked about. Aizen sat there in thought in his room, pondering over her words. If he were to wait naturally the Supreme Hagyaku as he calls it now will take almost a week. But with the intruders in place and that guy had come here he doesn't have that much time. The other thing he could do was reverse the usage of powering up others and let it feed on his Ryutsu and hopefully that will speed up the process. But in order to do that, he would have to revert back to his old appearance and many will think he has gotten weakened instead of getting stronger. Aizen, I see, I can definitely use your powers in the right way. But I don't want to risk it on the Supreme Hagyaku. Aizen, for now you can go back. I've learned something important today. Inu turned around and started walking with a grim expression on her face while Ulquiorra was walking behind her with no expression on his face. Aizen, can aim. Find me 20 Aaron cars, kill them and gather their Reishi before it becomes one with this realm. Can aim, yes. Jin, Captain Aizen. Do you have any orders for me? Aizen, if you fought with him, how long could you delay him? Jin, if I were to use my Bankai I can blow him out of the lost notches and keep his occupied there. Jin, as for the time frame I think for a day. Aizen, take with you, Haribel and her goons if they try anything funny kill them. Jin, interesting. Now things have become somewhat good enough to be sliced in pieces. As Jin was walking away, he suddenly stopped and looked at Aizen briefly before he asked. Jin, is she allowed to use that? Aizen, would you have a problem dealing her even with that? Jin, nope. 470, Chapter 470, Moving. With Jin and Kaname leaving to take care of their own orders Aizen had an amused expression on his face. Aizen, let's see how you will come out of this. Jin started walking through many corridors that used to belong a few Arancars but died of explosion from the forced evolution they went through. He walked and walked until he reached in the left far corner side of the palace that had yellow platforms and balconies looking straight in the desert and the artificial blue sky. Just before he could enter inside he was welcomed by tree bala projectiles making him sidestep a little to avoid them. Who dares to come to this place? This is the place where our queen resides. Jin, now. It's just me and we have orders. Mila Rose, a passai, and because as you think you can peek on her while bathing. Jin, oh. Sorry about that, it's just that she might be interested in killing a certain someone. Boom. When Jin gave his intentions away suddenly the whole place trembled as Ryutsu plagued this place instantly. It looks like yellow droplets were rapidly falling around capable of killing many. Within 2 minutes it stopped and from the deepest part of the area where something akin to hotspot was located 2 figures came out. Haribel, what are the orders? Jin, stall and if possible kill the most dangerous person of the current intruders. Haribel, do you think all of us here can achieve that? Jin, if we truly work together, for stalling then yet. For killing might be not possible. Haribel, since it's not close to 0 then I guess it's enough. When do we move? Jin, after you finish your preparation. Haribel, then wait for 10-15 minutes. Mila Rose, are we also coming? Jin, aren't you 3 part of Haribel's fraction? Jin, it will be 5 people against 1. Best case scenario kills him, worst case though stalls him as long as we can. A passai, ha, finally some time to smash a few heads. Aira, so unrefined battle maniac. Can't you use your head a bit? A passai, what was that Sung Sun? Sung Sun, if you can't then I guess your head will be smashed on the ground. Mila Rose, now you two focus on the task up ahead. Jin watched them for a few minutes not saying anything as he was thinking his own plans. Truly after 15 minutes, Haribel came out all prepared to go and see the man that turned her world upside down. Jin, then let's walk out and take some fresh air shall we? Jin, oh accidentally Haribel, you people will act as a bait till I activate my Shikai and pushed him out of lost notches which will enable us to fight at full power. Haribel, so once outside I can go all out. Jin, not just you. All of us will. Although he said that, and even if he uses his Bankai, Jin had a smile on his face hidden by everyone as he walked forward and in front of them. Meanwhile Sora and the rest after having being split apart arrived in their own destinations. Sora had gotten himself down a path that literally had stairs and kept going forward but on lower levels which puzzled him greatly as he didn't remember this originally. Sora, what is this place? He had arrived on a black rock room where nothing except the bit of light in the ceiling could be seen, in reality, though it was the small particles within the stones that gave the small light illuminating this place as if he was in space. Oh. It hasn't been long since Aizen had informed us of intruders and I met with one. See Sora, I'm interested as well in our little bout. Former 2 Espada. 471, Chapter 471, Baragan Lusenbern. Baragan, HOH. So you know me? In fact, you know my previous position in the ranks. See Sora, it seems you forgot I met all of you and killed Neutra. At that time I made sure to memorize all of your tattoos. Baragan, impressive indeed to do that on the heat of the moment, but how did you see through our clothes and everything? Baragan, what you just said doesn't add up. And that leaves the only option of having a traitor among our ranks. See Sora, nah, don't make that crumpy face. Hasn't Aizen told you that Neliel, the former Espada 3 is my wife? Baragan, oh, you are right. Don't blame this old man to be forgetful. I also remember you had declared Haribel as your wife. Do you have a soft spot of N3? See Sora, haven't tried it. But think that's the number of how many girls I can screw over at the same time. Baragan, ha 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 ha, a true king must be wild even on bed. See Sora, I can agree with you on that as technically now that Aizen will go poof. You will regain your reign. See Sora, but I do have a question though. Baragan, what kind? See Sora, are you worthy of returning to the throne? When See Sora said that an eerie feeling started enveloping him and soon all the black rocks cracked from every corner of the room and fell on him. Just before the rocks actually touched him they burst and became mist as they slowly condensed revealing the appearance of the former 2. He had the appearance of an elderly man, with a white mustache and white hair. His face is lined by large scars on the left side of his chin that goes down to his neck and across his right eye. See Sora saw that his eye even though it had the lined scar it was open instead of being closed as he remembered. Despite his aged appearance, Baragan is quite stocky and muscular, and now he is standing in front of him. See Sora felt something akin to what Swafon must have felt about height difference. His hollow hole is in the center of his chest had been enlarged by twice the amount of what he remembered in the screen and the remnants of his hollow mask had taken the form of an 8-pointed crown just above his forehead. See Sora's eyes became serious as these light changes in his appearances made his belief even more solid that he has awakened another form. See Sora, were you already on release form? Baragan, no, these rocks are created with my Ryutsu and went through many troubles to create a full room of them. Baragan, you could say I was trying to create my very own room where only I can exist in here. Too bad I needed a few more years to do so. See Sora, so you gathered back that Ryutsu. Then how come I couldn't see your appearance? See Sora's mind worked on high gear, he thought this guy is strong, way stronger than anyone he had faced so far. What he was doing was solid creation from nothingness. Baragan, about that when within my room, I can hide away my appearance within these stones. See Sora, so they acted as some kind of domain. Baragan, but I see that through that you treat me seriously now. See Sora, not to brag, but there aren't many people that can trick my senses like that. I think you are the fourth so far. Baragan, ha 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 ha, what a coincidence that's also my current position as well. Baragan, so what will happen after beating you? See Sora, you will become the first I guess. 472, Chapter 472, Devour vs Decay. Baragan lifted his hand and from there miasma started appearing and condensed into the form of a large, double-headed battle axe. The battle axe has a pair of rounded blades that are black with silver edges. There is W red slit eye pendant in the middle of the focal point holding both blades together. The focal point is attached to a long handle, which has 5 white raised studs in a row on all 4 sides of its base for a total of 20 studs. The end of the handle is wrapped in a bar of gold along with black stripes. See Sora didn't delay as well and immediately called all possible blades he could and that created 15 rotating blades spin around himself as he held the 2 in his hand. He used Shunpo and vanished from his spot before clashing with the axe as Baragan had simply waved it. Clang. Both, che. Hard. After failing to put a dent in each other weapons both of them scoffed especially Baragan as he had seen that See Sora's sword wasn't real. They were simply being condensed to the extremes from his Ryutsu. See Sora waved his hand and all blades floating rushed at Baragan like shurikens giving him a hard time to evade as all 13 had closed pretty much all directions of escape. He started waving his hands while wielding his axe and deflecting the back. Each blade took a while to stop before going in for the hit again. Baragan was shocked by how hard these things were but how should he know that See Sora was making them harder than they usually were by pumping more Ryutsu. He wanted to finish this fight before his second resurrection appears or else he might truly vanish after defeating him by going all out. Finally, See Sora found an opening and there the 2 blades he was holding like arrows with one managing to pierce his shoulder while the other missed is what Baragan thought but then felt a pain in his abdomen. Their little bout went only for 2 minutes and the first one to get injured was Baragan which now was watching the rest of the blades piercing his body slowly as the pain invaded his brain. Baragan, HAAA. Ahaya. I see. So in our base. Form I'm no match for your Ryutsu. See Sora, you can say you lost round 1. And your life. See Sora started chanting Aikido as he wanted to finish this way too freaking fast. Baragan didn't miss this and started laughing while still being in a state with many blades inserted in his body. Baragan, ha 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 ha, since you wish to see my resurrection so fast I'll grant your wish. Baragan, decay arroganti. Baragan held his axe in front of him with its axe head pointing downwards and declared the release. Releasing red Ryutsu, the slit eye pendant between the axe blades began to generate numerous jet black and purple flames, which burned away Baragan's flesh along with the blades, reducing his entire body to little more than a skeleton. His head had become a skull and his hands and arms being reduced to bone, though as Sora remembered he retained both of his armbands. Before he could finish his chanting he saw Baragan's body becomes draped in a purple cloak, with a pitch-black tattered fur collar around his neck area and the fringes of his cloak, which gives him a macabre appearance strongly reminiscent of a lich. He saw that Baragan retained the scar present on his right eye from his previous form, visible now as an apparent crack in the same location, but what surprised him was that a black lead light was flickering there. Sora being so focused on his chanting and the few difference Baragan had in this form failed to notice that Baragan was already attacking him. As it was then he noticed that his Kido was slowly destabilizing as if rotting away and a large explosion occurred in front of him sending him flying while puking blood. 473, Chapter 473, Devour vs Decay. 2. After getting up from being buried in the wall, Sora was coughing up blood from the full force of his Kido exploding in his face. Sora, that was clever. Baragan, my miasma has the ability to rot everything it comes in contact with, being energy types of spiritual signatures or physical ones. Sora, I see. Then I will respond kindly. Sora, eat and drink, devour and swallow Tengoku Gyakuzatsu Sha, Heavenly Devourer. Sora's clothes burst apart as they were reformed into Ichigo's Bankai attire and from then forward burst in pitch-black flames as they burned everything around him. Baragan, HOH. Those are the flames you used on Neutra. But they are useless on me. Baragan, respire a breath of death. Baragan unleashed a black and purple, smoke-like miasma, which, radiating outward from him, as it traveled in high speed towards Sora who had already gathered his flames in his hand as he threw them forward. Sora, devouring black flaming heart. Thump, thump, thump. He had thrown his black flames forward towards the incoming Respira as they started pulsating a few times, and when they came in contact with each other it burst apart, spreading black flames that devoured madly the miasma as a burning smell of something rotten was left behind. Baragan watching this has raised his Ryutsu, even more, higher and caused his Respira to start diminishing the flames. Sora was watching all this and had a smile on his face as his flames cannot be extinguished and will slowly devour the miasma, converting it in his Ryutsu. The clash of the two continued of 2 minutes, and at this point, Baragan's voice was in utter disbelief about what he was seeing. His miasma that aged and rotted anything which it comes into contact with, was slowly being burned and devoured by the flames, as even though they looked they would go out any moment now they increased in size. At that moment Baragan felt something approached him and saw another pulsating black thing moving so fast enough to strike him that he barely had any time to evade. Baragan, Grand Kata Great Fall. Baragan waved his hand forward and a double-bladed axe, which he kept hidden within his cloak, appeared clashing with the small bomb redirecting towards the side. As a loud burst was heard from the second heart, devouring and burning the rest of his respirum much faster than he had anticipated, he saw flames trying to devour his axe. He blew from his mouth a condensed form of respira, pouting them out, but cracks could be seen in it. With all the flames burning around him he tried to find Sora, but to no avail. He threw countless attacks towards the flames and with too much difficulty he managed to reduce them to half and finally see where Sora was. It was at that moment that he felt a weight in his back as something fell on him and pressuring him, and at the same time a searing pain as his shoulder cracked by munching sounds. He turned his attention towards his back and saw Sora in the form of a wolf trying to eat him up. Sora, Black Wolf of Gluttony. Crack. Creak. Baragan, Gruhulu. Get off me. Baragan burst his mantle with a thick amount or respira and created a cocoon engulfing Sora as well before he managed to yell shit. Sora, fuck. What is this? Sora was trapped inside the dark purple miasma as if its condensed form was like a wall. His wolf-devouring form tried to devour as much as it could to free itself, but to no avail as more and more layers of respira were added until he even lost of Baragan. 474, Chapter 474, Second Form. Sora was pissed. He could see nothing, he could feel nothing, he can't hear anything. Sora, what the hell is going on? Gyaku, do you need some help? Sora, even if I do, if I were to use a large move without a method to restore some of my Ryutsu, I will vanish much sooner than expected. Gyaku, true, even though you are slowly recovering by devouring the miasma, keeping the wolf form active costs much more than recovering. Gyaku, well obviously you can't use the form as well as me, so you have a few loses. Sora, so what do to? Gyaku, easy. Activate your hollow mask. Disperse the wolf, and when a gap appeared summon as many hearts as you can. See Sora, but if I do that? Oh. Regeneration. See Sora, furthermore the hearts will devour this sphere bitcha thing and restore my Ryutsu. See Sora now had a huge grin on his face, and after preparing for a bit he cancelled his wolf form and finally his appearance could be seen floating inside a sphere of Respira that now threatened to fill the gap. However, unknown to him that was also what Baragan was waiting for as he yelled from the bottom of his lungs. Baragan, found you. See Sora, eat my shit. See Sora moved his hand and a mask appeared on his face, increasing his powers far beyond what Baragan could feel. In fact, it was raised so high he couldn't feel anything. Within that split second he was stunned. See Sora curled up like a ball before yelling. See Sora, go to hell. Devouring black flaming heart spam style. See Sora got surrounded by 20-30 black flaming balls pulsating in the same rhythm, in the same manner as all of them exploded around him, hitting the sphere with everything he had. Baragan, ai. The explosion caused by his flames broke apart the sphere and hit Baragan, who was outside of it, as it sends him flying, all the while devouring what was left of his mantle as he had used most of it to create the sphere. See Sora finally got out of the flames with a few burns and cracks in his mask as most of the power was used to heal his burns. He looked around and saw something akin to a simple human skeleton holding a black axe nailed in the wall with cracks over its bones. Before he could say something to Baragan he felt a huge pressure coming from him along with a voice from the depth of hell. Baragan, unforgivable. Unforgivable. Me being in this state. His whole white skeleton body, as you could say he was stark naked right now, was glowing with a black light being emitted from deep his marrow. Baragan, she no maebur. Arroganti. Harbinger of Death Geet Skull Emperor. Boom. See Sora suddenly felt that the gravity of this place became 100 times stronger and immediately crashed on the ground as it started sinking. His mask completely broke apart as he looked at the black lead light from his bone changing Baragan. He moved lightly his hand and pulled his moss again, but this time it was to resist the gravitational force pulling him down. He stood up and saw the light dying down and was shocked about the change of Baragan. Baragan now has the appearance of an overlord, an undead skeleton creature. On his abdomen and on his shoulders there are 3 dark red orbs stuck inside his bones or being part of them that emanates a feeling of dread. He has a type of tiny dark red glow radiating from inside his empty eye sockets. He now holds in his hands a pole of 2 meters and thickness of 10 centimeters, and on both ends, there is a cleaving axe that looks like a moon. 475, Chapter 475, Tricky. Baragan, the anger took the better of me. Baragan, we are supposed not to release our second form inside Los Notches. See Sora gulped his saliva because he could see Baragan turning his head towards him, and when he did a purple flame lit up atop his skull creating an 8-corner crown on his head. Baragan, it looks like Aizen was right. You need to get exterminated. See Sora opened his eyes wide as he was experiencing what had happened to Ichigo with Ulakshora. Within an instant the axe of Baragan was on his face. Slashed. Torn, crack. Boom. A loud sound was heard since something was nailed on the wall, causing dust to rise in the area. Baragan, impressive. I could swear I was getting a clean hit. When the dust got cleared, Baragan saw See Sora with his mask cut in half, bleeding from his face and his right hand missing. In his shoulder, black flames existed burning the miasma that caused his hand to instantly vanished. There was no warning at all, totally different than Swafon, which she lost it slowly. See Sora, I see, now. Your eyes. Baragan, HOH? You saw it through one attack. See Sora, it wasn't pure speed, by looking at your eyes it was like death came to claim my life. See Sora, in other words, you messed with my perception. Baragan, in front of death, there is no senses, only nothingness. As not even your bones will be left behind. See Sora, funny you say that, as you are nothing more than bones. Baragan, Fukatori Iki no Tatsumaki tornado of wiping breath. Baragan waved his double axe and from the blades, thick dark purple Respira appeared, forming a cyclone as it headed towards See Sora, who decided to do something weird for the occasion. He clapped his hands together and when he opened them lightly 3 mini doors were opened between his palms, rotating inside each other as he pushed it forward towards the incoming tornado. He knew the way to beat Baragan, but he wasn't Hachi to teleport his hand, and furthermore, now Baragan didn't have the protection of his mantle but 3 orbs. Both the doors and tornado clashed with each other and the doors started sucking it inside, leaving Sora with a smile on his face. He clapped his hands again and used 15 more of those mini rotating doors, making the tornado vanish completely. Baragan, who watched this, snorted as he slashed at one of them and his axe passed through inside it, but what happened later stunned Baragan. In his pole that held 2 moon axes on each side, 2 small holes appeared like 3 centimeters in both of the blades of his axe, stunning him. Baragan, are those black holes? See Sora, close. You can say they are rifts. Rifts that will claim your bones. See Sora created 15 blades again, and this time he clad them in his black flames, enhancing his offense even further away. He threw them forward and Baragan got on his guard, but as they were coming to him they clashed with the mini doors, making him have a loss for words. But soon he realized something was off as he suddenly felt countless attacks from all direction. He activated his Respira and made his 3 orbs shine with a dark luster as the cocoon of Respira appeared again, protecting him. Clang, 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 clang. Crack. Baragan, impossible. A sound of despair was heard inside the cocoon and sounds of cracking as it fell apart, revealing Baragan's body with flaming needles all over his body, and few had pierced his orbs. Baragan, HAA. What? What did you do? See Sora, MO $$ER, that was harder than I though to pull off. Baragan, I see. You used the holes. HAA. On my axis as doors A and D. Haha. Pass the needles inside me. 476, Chapter 476, Getting Pressured. See Sora, previously your mantle prevented your Respira of destroying you and now you have those orbs. Now I wonder what will happen if I remove the needles. Baragan, ha 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 ha, you have figured everything out, hey. Crack, crack. Crack, crack. Baragan's body started cracking at an alarming rate, shocking See Sora as he hadn't removed his needles created by his doors and his blades. Baragan, it seems this is the end. For me. See Sora, fuck. See Sora opened a door behind him as he watched the acceleration of cracking happening. It seems the core of his powers were now those orbs, and when he pierced them his death aspect started corroding his body from inside out. Baragan, I guess. This will be my final attack. Baragan, Feiner Ripabur so Korakuta Final Reaper's Breath Collector. Baragan's body exploded and a black cloud emerged instead of the purple one, destroying anything, or more accurate disintegrate anything to nothingness. Just before See Sora managed to enter the door, the cloud touched his left leg, making him scream in pain as he cut it off and closed the door, but only when he created a few more to redirect the rest of the cloud. Everyone in the castle felt the final burst of Ryotsu die down, and it was then that a few people realized something happened to their commander as they had gone to gather a few things he had ordered them. Fuck. Who was it? This is interesting. Ho ho, so I'm finally free to enjoy the beauty of those younger than that old fart. Joe Vega, Finder Callias, Charlotte Chalauern, will you three get serious? We failed at being there for our leader. Hey? Abhirama Redder, are you serious? What could we do even if we were there? At most, we would have been reduced to nothingness. Vega, Nirga Partuok, you are right, but it still pisses me off. Nirga, not only this, but I'm certain Aizen will not really care. He probably thinks we are cannon fodders. Abhirama, what is it, Ko Neng Pao? Ko, maybe we can use this. If someone defeated our leader we can act like fodder and finish him. Ko, I refuse to believe our king didn't injure him greatly. Vega, then let's go you fuckers. Callias, Fufu, this will be truly interesting. Charlotte, I refuse, I don't want to mess with my nails. Vega, get moving. Charlotte, fine, stop pushing, I don't like clingy men. All, number 5 at $$ER. All of them stopped what they were doing and used their Sonido in order to reach Baragan's room at the greatest speed possible. At the same time, See Sora appeared out of the castle, while staggering with his balance as he was now missing his right arm and left leg. See Sora, well, what do you know, I survived. Gyaku, yeah, but only because he was new to his form. Before Gyaku could say something else to him, See Sora felt pain on his other leg, and when he looked he saw a silver flash severing it, causing blood to flow from it as he fell backwards on the desert. Jin and Haribal also felt the signs of Ryotsu from their fight and decided to be split in 5 ways. 2 of them would appear outside the Lost Notches and 3 of them would stay close enough to Baragan for an ambush. Turns out Jin was the luckiest of all as he saw Sora appearing in the desert and staggered before he sniped him with his Shikai. Before he could completely fall on the desert, Jin fired once again, and this time Sora saw the flash and created a heavenly blade blocking his sword, but this caused him to get blown away by the force of Jin's sword and kept going until he crashed on the outer layer of Lost Notches. See Sora was nailed in the wall as his face was full on pain because he felt a few bones cracking. His vision was blurry, but as he focused he saw more than 10 people rushing towards him. 477, Chapter 477, 1 vs Many. While See Sora was coughing blood and could barely see from the impact he got, he instantly recognized those that appeared in front of him. It was Haribal, Mila Rose, Sung Sun, Apasai, and a few suckers. They all stared at him for a few seconds before one more arrived, waving his hand as if saying hello. Jin, oh. If it isn't the Vice Captain Xylan Sora. What is up with your condition? See Sora, Captain Jin, why is it that no one told me not to lose concentration when trying a new keto? It blew on my face and nailed me here. Jin, that's really bad luck, you know that. See Sora, yeah. But then again you brought here my Haribel, so I guess it was worth it. A Pasai, who is yours? Mila Rose, go to hell. See Sora, I don't think someone can send me there. A Pasai, you think you are in a position to say that? See Sora, of course I do. After the idiots behind you haven't realized my blades yet. Gwa. Kai. Erg. Grrrray. The moment See Sora finished speaking, a series of screams were heard behind them, and as they turned around they saw Baragan's minions with bloody cuts. Jin, Aka, he got away. Charlotte, that pretty boy will pay. Abirama, I'll skin him alive. Callias, no worries, he will die. Vega, that bastard will die. After him. Nirga, wait. All of you use your heads for a bit. Nirga, where would he go with those wounds? He probably concealed himself around us with an ability. But the point is where? At that moment both Jin and Haribel moved and clashed with someone that was heading for a home run hit as he descended from above. He had a blade in his hand, a blade in his mouth, but what Gina and Haribel didn't count was one blade being formed in his missing hand and two more on his missing legs. Just as he slashed at them with the blade-like limbs, they dodged to the side and he got assaulted by numerous bara which they never connected to him as they vanished in front of him and reappeared mostly at Baragan's goons, causing an explosion right in their faces. See Sora, just like someone I used to know always said. Let's dance. Sora was using his blades at the floated with his Ryutsu to support himself in the air and fight them all in an unorthodox way. He kept thinking that he needs to finish a few of them off and devour them with his flames so that he can replenish his Ryutsu. Normally he has 90% of the stats from Sora, but if he uses them at once he is a goner. Even the amplification of the mask can only be used at 90%. With Baragan he used 50% of what he had and the mask twice. The more he uses the mask the less he can keep it on. He needed to defeat as many as he could and devour them with his flames, converting them into his Ryutsu. Just as the goons of Hartable made their way towards the fight, the dust clouds from the explosions passed, revealing many with deformed limbs as they had been hurt badly. Seeing this, Sora made an expression of disbelief as he was expecting for one of them to at least fall and helping him regain something back. He never expected them to sacrifice their limbs. Losing his concentration for a bit, Jin used this chance and activated his Shikai as the tip of his sword pierced through his shoulder from the missing hand and pushed him, nailing him on the wall. See Sora, Q-U-A-A-A. At that moment a figure appeared in front of him, not letting him take a breath, and slashed with her sword as she spoke. Haribel, Zero. P.S. Guys, really sorry, I was supposed to release today the mass release of Bleach. But something urgent came up and needed to go for work earlier. When my shift is over I will try to release what I have already written and the rest tomorrow on my day off along with the weekly. Second. This was written by my phone as I'm currently at work. 478, Chapter 478, 1 vs Many. 2. Boom. A loud explosion happened at the end walls of Los Notches from the Zero C Sora 8.0 from Haribel. C Sora was getting pushed back by the force of the explosion passing by through the walls and finally reached outside the endless white desert and black night. He kept bumping and crashing through many rocks and huge pillars. C Sora, ugh. That hurt. Is she trying to kill me? C Sora, thank God for thinking of moving the blades in front of me. C Sora, my body seems heavy. Gyaku, you don't seem very well. C Sora, you don't say. Gyaku, oh well, I imagine this is your plan. C Sora, kinda. But could you notify the original me to be on standby and create a new one? Gyaku, already did. He is coming here with help. Just as he was about to speak to him, he felt an oppressive aura lock down on his, and when he looked up he saw Haribel looking at him before the others joined in. Jin, Aira? You really don't look well. C Sora, try and eat a zero at point blank and let me see if you don't have any scratches. Jin, fair enough. C Sora, and you? Are you trying to kill your husband? Haribel, since when did I become yours? C Sora, from the moment your beauty appeared in my eyes. Haribel, sorry to say this but times changed. You are too weak to even try and court me. C Sora, oh? Then does that mean if I beat you, I will get the chance to court you? Haribel, having false hopes for someone almost dead. Sure, you can try. C Sora, ha 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 ha, those were your words, don't take them back. Mila Rosa, humph. With your condition and being surrounded like that you think you can have your arrogance intact. Baragan's goon started laughing, but Jin felt something was off, and it was further confirmed when he felt a connection he had made vanish. C Sora smiled at Jin, before he yelled. C Sora, heavenly counter. At his yelling, everyone tensed up, especially Jin, and felt his connection being re-established with Charlotte. Not only that, as they blinked they saw him being restored completely in an instant, and then the worst happened for them. Charlotte fell down, Abirama lost his right leg, Callias lost his left leg, and Ko lost his right hand. As blood flowed out of them they started screaming. But that wasn't the end of it. Black flames appeared from their wounds and started devouring them until there was nothing left in their place. See Sora, ah! I forgot I have the flames active in burning the spots I lost from Barragan. See Sora, I would say I restored about 20% and with 30% I had left I am actually in my half condition. Vega, what have you done? See Sora, nothing much, I just transferred all the wounds I had on me created by different types of attacks towards them. Everyone shut their mouths when they heard that and couldn't believe what the fuck they just heard and seen. Harryble then thought of something and pointed at Charlotte who was dead on the ground. See Sora, oh him? I had been poisoned in a previous fight and had almost destroyed my insides, thankfully my flames were strong enough to keep it at check. While he spoke he didn't forget to look at the ugly-faced Jin head when he mentions about the poison. The only thought that was running in his head was that how did this guy know something that not even Aizen knew about his Zanpakuto. 479, Chapter 479, Getting Trashed Around. See Sora, ah it's good to have my limbs back. See Sora, now then let's continue. See Sora, Self-Made Arts 1, Formless Doors. Countless rifts like doors started appearing for the rest members creating a dome full of doors with them trapped inside. The doors started rotating around them as they tried not to give the ant time to escape. Jin took out his sword and placed it in front of him before shouting and pushing forward the tip. Jin, shoot to kill Shinso. Shinso's blade glowed white and extended at high speed to impale See Sora from their distance. The blade carried tremendous force as it was extending, that sonic booms in the air were formed. See Sora created a blade in his hand and thrust his tip to meet his Shinso and both weapons clashed causing the wing to burst from the power as See Sora was sliding backwards for a few steps. Jin, what are you all doing? This is our chance to kill him. Before he managed to finish his words, he used Shunpo and avoided 14 more blades that span like shuriken and when he tried to retract his Shikai and extend it again in order to smash the blades he saw empty air. They had vanished and with the corners of his eyes, he saw them appearing behind Nirga and Vega before a few bears hit them and threw them off trajectory. Apasai, what the fuck are you two doing? Apasai, focus on your task. Vega, TS. Mind your own business. Vega, bite off Tigre Estoket. Boom. Upon calling out the release command, Joe's appearance changed slightly. He becomes more tiger-like, with a much less feminine appearance. He gained red stripes on his cheeks and forehead, and his hollow mask becomes slightly elongated at the back, with the saber teeth being slightly more pronounced. His white jacket continues down into a black embroidered white loincloth, with large black stripes running along the sides of the jacket and running the same pattern continuing down onto his legs, which are concealed in a more form-fitting white material which stops at the thigh. His feet become fur-covered and cat-like, and his knees and elbows are covered in a blonde fur. He gained long, squared-off blades on each wrist, and his braid becomes very long and thick, hanging down to his knees, striped blonde and black with a squared-off blade, similar to the ones on his wrist, hanging off the end. As the red cloud with lighting that was caused by his release died down 3 spinning blades appeared in that spot shredding empty air as Vega had vanished. Vega, where are you aiming? Sora heard his voice behind him and lightly turned in slow motion to see the huge smirk on Vega's face before he slashed with his 2 short swords in his hands. Vega, got you. Before he could even get happy about the fact that he almost landed a solid hit his swords vanished and felt pain in his back as an X-cross wound appeared in his body. Vega, Aerg. What happened? See Sora, you are an idiot, that's what happened. Before he could raise his blade and slash at him, Harryble appeared and blocked one of his blades and Jin fired again his Shinso towards him in rapid succession giving the illusion that many sword stab had assaulted him. Nigre and Harryble's goons had finished taking their distance and fired their Zero as it took a while to charge up. See Sora, so many attacks. How about you have them back? When he finished his words, Harryble and Jin back off as Harryble turned around and fired her own version of Bara with her sword towards Mila Rosa and the rest. Jin's attacks passed through Sora shredding Vega and Harryble managed to redirect all 4 Zeros with her own sending them towards the sky. Unfortunately due to the doors the critical Zeros that were about to explode appeared near Nigre. 480, Chapter 480, Last Few Mini and Big Bosses. Boom. They didn't hear even a cry from him as he got engulfed in the explosion of 5 Zeros with nil hopes of him surviving. See Sora took this chance and raised his hand and clapped them together as he slowly opened them revealing 3 black pulsating spheres as he threw them towards them. Harryble vanished from her position and appeared in front of Sung Sun, Mila Rose and Apasai as her sword glowed in yellow Ryutsu. She could feel the Ryutsu in those 3 pulsating small spheres threaten everything around her and yelled as a loud explosion happened in front of her. Harryble, destroy Tiburon. Holding her Zanpakuto in front of her with the blade pointing down, Harryble was completely enveloped by a heart-shaped surge of water which closes around her and her goons to form a cocoon-like cyclone. Jin on the other side raised his hand and yelled. Jin, Bakudo Arts 81 Danku. A thin film appeared in the air protecting him from the almost burst-out heart, but then all 3 of them vanished and were relocated above Charlotte, the barely alive Vega who survived the stabs of Jin and the charred figure that fell from the explosion of the Zeros. Boom! 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 The whole place was filled with a large number of black flames devouring even the desert itself, emitting huge amounts of heat and sucking force. Jin was shocked and finally learned the full properties of the flames and needed to tell Aizen. It's not burning everything to nothingness, but devouring them, converting a small part of it as Ryutsu to the user, granting him a longer fighting capability. Haribel cuts herself out of the cocoon and her new form appeared, her clothes and espada tattoo are gone. Her mask remnants become a collar, with extensions covering her nipples. She gains spalders on her shoulders, which bear a resemblance to shark fins, and two ribbon-like protrusions on her back. A thin, spine-like structure forms on her stomach, spanning from her waist to the underside of her breasts. Haribel wears a mini-skirt consisting of bones surrounding a dark undergarment. She wears a pair of knee-length boots and elbow-length gloves. Her weapon takes the form of a broad pata, which resembles an elongated shark tooth, featuring an unusual hilt with a handguard which completely covers her hand. The sword possesses gill markings along either side of the blade. Haribel loses her 3 braids, causing her hair to become messy, and gains 2 blue lightning bolt markings on both sides of her face. See Sora, now then I supposed I healed up to 60-70% and all annoying bugs had been erased thanks to all of your attacks. Apasai, Mila Rose, and Sung Sun were shocked beyond words. The same guy who they were mocking earlier for not being able to do anything but wait for his dead turned everything in almost 2 minutes. None of them could react. Their queen managed to deflect an attack heading for them through those weird doors but ended up on Nigray's body, killing him and leaving his completely black like charcoal. Haribel, it seems, you tricked all of us. See Sora, tricked you? No, no, no. See Sora waved his hands and head in denial as blades were gathering around him and then raised his finger and showed up to Jin. See Sora, I'm pretty sure with the exceptions of transferring wounds and healing my body, all of my other abilities he knows them very well. Jin, even if I knew, I never imagined you could do all that. It's safe to say that you can redirect anything through the doors. Isn't that right? See Sora, you realized that way too late. But fine, I'll be a nice guy and show you, it might be fun watching you trying to find a way to beat me. 481, Chapter 481, Final Fight. See Sora, see this blade in my hand. See Sora grabbed his blade and then shoved it inside a door next to him and half the blade appeared a few meters away from them. He then pushed further inside and this time his hand passed inside, appearing above the sky. They were shocked to see that he could still move it even though they weren't connected, and realized that if he wanted he could wobble them up in a door and make them literally the attack on the person next to them. See Sora took back his hand with the blade and looked at them with a smile on his face before speaking up again. See Sora, I'm certain though I made Byakuya pass through and made him appear in the sky. Jin, I give up. I truly thought you can only pass things and directed them somewhere else, no wonder the hand swords of Vega damaged his back instead of yours. Jin, is there a way to break through the doors or gates? See Sora, there is, but where is the fun in telling you? Jin, I see. Then. Bankai. Jin, Kamishinai no Yuri. Jin's Ryutsu spike and his sword did not change in appearance at all, retaining its small Wakaizashi form, before as he fully opened his eyes. He adopted a stance where he firmly grips Kamishinai no Yuri with both hands and places the Zanpakuto's hilt squarely on the center of his chest. Jin's eyes flashed with killing intent before numerous flashes flashed from his sword as he looked at Sora with a frown on his face. Crack, 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 bam. Boom. Every pillar within the dome of the doors got slashed in million pieces, shocking the three and Haribel at the same time, who couldn't see anything but a white glow on his hands. She turned to see Sora and was shocked to see only a small cut on his cheek and 2 of his blades cut in pieces as well. See Sora, almost got me. Jin, 2 blades, and I think 5 doors were destroyed, correct? See Sora, well done, you figured that out by utilizing the tremendous extension and contraction properties of your Bankai to an even more terrifying extent than its Shikai. See Sora, if I didn't have the doors, anyone else would have died as the blade becomes almost completely unseen to even the most diligent of observers. See Sora, not then. Shall we begin? The final fight. See Sora sent forward all of his blades as he also rushed forward, vanishing in the process and appearing from another place only to disappear again and again, causing countless images of at least 100 to appear as if they were chasing them. Haribel, trident. Haribel raised her sword upwards as her sword glows with yellow Ryutsu. She then slashed at See Sora, firing a few high-pressure slashed passing through his images like it was paper. Seeing that it failed, Haribel yelled as she rushed forward. Haribel, Cascada. From her sword, a huge amount of water burst forward as she launched it as a rushing surge of water at See Sora. This torrent of high-pressure water was large enough to flood several town blocks and actually managed to flood half of the images, forcing Sora to appear a few meters away as he heard Jin. Jin, Budo, Renjin. See Sora only a flash within a split second as Jin's attack ended in a mere moment. What shocked them though was that even this Sora was an illusion, an after-image, at least that's what they thought until they saw him on the ground where he originally was, panting a bit and having cuts all over his body. See Sora, damn that speed. See Sora, it literally leaves little opportunity for the intended victim to evade successfully. 482, Chapter 482, Final Fight. Part 2. Jin, you avoided even that. See Sora, don't tell me bullshits like you shouldn't have done that. Jin, that was at least 3 times faster than before with almost 100 expansions and reverts. See Sora, hey. That was so goddamn hard to avoid. Clang, 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 they heard many things hitting the desert where See Sora was standing now and saw all 15 blades been destroyed in pieces as they fell on the ground before they vanished. Apasai, he used the blades as a shield to avoid getting hit in a vital spot. Mila Rose, let's go you two. We will join in. Apasai, let's join the fight. Sung Sun, words for muscle brains. But I agree that we must help. Apasai, thrust Kirva. Apasai's Zanpakuto that were the collars she wears over her wrists, burst with red light and Apasai's body has started changing as it was covered in brown fur, she sports deer-like antlers above her brow. Her feet are replaced with deer-like hooves, and a small tail emerges from where her tailbone was located. Both her eyes were changing to amber, and both eyes gain a red outline around them, with small lightning bolt-shaped markings on both sides of her face. Mia Rose, Devour Leona. Her sealed Zanpakuto as it resembled a broadsword, burst in yellow light engulfing her body closer and closer to an Amazon warrior, with 2 claws holding her breasts, an armored thong, an armor-like neck garment. Her pair of boots extend to her upper thigh. She gains sharp lion-like fangs, an orange X-shaped mark on her forehead, and a long lion mane with gold highlights. She retains her broadsword, though it changes in size, shape, and color. Sung Sun, strangled to death anaconda. Sung Sun drew her concealed Zanpakuto within her sleeve which resembled a sai. From it, pink Ryotsu burst forward engulfing her body as she changed. In her resurrection form, she resembles a naga, possessing a female torso with a long, slender anaconda's tail from the stomach down. She gained 3 more pink dots under her left eye, and her black furry necklace becomes thicker and more feather-like. Her mask extends around the back of her head and grows armor plating, similar to a cobra's head. See Sora, HOH? Finally decided to come and play Hui. Apasai, we will beat you and let our queen kill you. See Sora, I see. Too bad though. Mila Rose, for what? Look at your body all wounds again. See Sora, not for me. But for your queen. Haribol, what about me? See Sora, you are about to lose all 3 of them at once. Haribol, hey. Before Apasai could answer a black light emerged blinding everyone as they heard someone's voice. Mila Rose, Aarg. Aarg. Sung Sun and Apasai who were the closest only saw from below the chest where Mila Rose's hole was black flames emerged swallowing her and spread towards them before they looked at Haribol with tears in their eyes as they got engulfed as well. Both, really? Sorry. Haribol sa, ma. Watching this sight in front of hers, Haribol was furious and before she could turn towards See Sora the flames started gathering up and an old man appeared. I'll be damn. I didn't know this girl had the aspect of Devour as Zanpakuto. Ha 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 ha, I'm free for a second time. Before he stopped laughing Haribol launched her trident to him, only to avoid it easily and then saw a few flashes passing through his body that turned into flames and regenerated back. Yo, Sora. See Sora, now that's a surprise Gyaku. Gyaku, ha 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 ha, damn right. Haribol, you. Who are you? Haribol, what did you do to my subordinates? Gyaku, I'm his friend. And I ate them, what are you going to do about it? Just as he finished his words Haribol's Ryotsu just spiked and went way too high as she placed her huge sword horizontally and caught the tip. 483, Chapter 483, Second Form. Haribol, hunt and eat your prey Tenpaku Shaku Kogo. Heavenly White Shark Empress. Boom. Her yellow Ryotsu burst forward in all directions covering the whole domain of doors and instantly shattering them to oblivion with Jin protecting his face with his sleeves as he knew things have gone to the south. Does he really have to fight all alone now? If he reveals all his cards he won't be able to kill Aizen, although if Aizen dies in the end that works for him. He looked towards See Sora who was having a huge grin on his mind as if he knew what he was thinking and couldn't help but wonder if he would be able to pull it off. The giant yellow cloud that had lighting coiling around it started dying out before a huge pressure fell on both of them and See Sora had trouble keeping his foot up. This pressure was 10 times heavier than Baragon's own aura, but lucky for him the majority was focused on Gyaku who had a carefree expression on his face while his body was constantly shining with black light. The cloud finally dispersed revealing Haribol. In her Segunda Etapa form, her skin is much more revealed, with a claw-like bra covering her chest and a bone like a strap going down the middle of her body. She also dons a pair of fairly large bone-like boots and gauntlets, and her back has several backwards swept spikes on it. On her lower end is a pair of tail-like fins that can expand into a legitimate tail for her to use. Her weapon changes from a pata into a bone like a spear with a shark tooth-shaped end. Before anyone could comment on her new appearance, Haribel opened her eyes and thrust forward her spear before a condensed large amount of water from the tip was fired as a blast that resembles a shark tooth. And not just one, but she fired multiple blasts in rapid succession without moving the slightest, all heading towards Gyaku. Gyaku saw that and simply yada-aun at her attack as it fell towards his body and evaporated before it even damaged him, shocking Jin, making Sora grinned, and Haribel was looking at him seriously. Gyaku, seriously, all that power up and you did nothing? Haribel, Cascada. All the mist in the air from being turned by evaporating the water returned to liquid again, and this time trapped Gyaku in a water sphere so dense he actually couldn't move his hands. Despite that, he had a face of not minding. Sora used this chance and rushed at him by creating a few blades again and vanished within his newly formed doors, albeit weaker as he didn't chant even their name. Jin suddenly found Sora's face in front of him appearing out of thin air and slashed with his banaki, which Sora, being so close, easily avoided by predicting its trajectory. However, he still had to move out of the way as before he could blink the blade of Shinso was back to normal. Both of them entered at a high speed, of clashing their weapons, avoiding each other extension and spinning blades. Jin also noticed something peculiar. Sora wasn't using the least bit of flames either by attacking or defending, and remembering the scene from before, he suddenly opened his eyes in realization. Jin, that's your Zanpakuto spirit. Sora, took you long enough. The moment he said so, Sora took advantage of the losing concentration as Jin was stunned and touched his chest, shocking Jin even further. Sora, self-made arts 4, mirrors of purgatory. Jin, damn it. Jin felt his body stopping listening to him, and eventually he slowly faded away in darkness. Sora, I have no plans on killing you, as it would make Matsumoto sad. I only hope when you come out of there you will be stronger. 484, Chapter 484, Jin's Trial. Jin fell on the ground just as he started shinning and created a dome like an area full of mirrors around his body. Sora saw this and hoped for the best in powering him up at least in Ryutsu quality. While his body was inside the dome, Jin opened his eyes and found himself floating in the sky. Being confused as to whether he died or not, he stood up and looked around only to make his eyes focus on a kid in front of him. Jin, you are. You don't remember the old you. Jin, I am me and no one else. Who are you? I'm Ichimaru Jin. To be more precise, the hidden emotions you have buried as a kid, hence the appearance. Jin, where are we? Kid Jin, this place is a Kido-based ability that forces those trapped inside to face their hidden self. Kid Jin, whoever got trapped will have to face their own self and try to kill each other. If the real one wins and escape, he will have an increase of 10% in their Ryutsu permanently. If the fake one wins, they will lose 10% in their Ryutsu permanently. Kid Jin, quite easy right? Jin, why did that guy trap me inside here? Kid Jin, who knows, possible to weaken you considerably or power you up by at least 10%. Kid Jin, he did say though just as we passed out a few mumbling words. Jin, what words? Kid Jin, if you don't become strong enough and die in your attempt to kill Aizen, Matsumoto will cry. Kid Jin, turns out she has a boyfriend now. Jin slightly opened his eyes as he heard that and immediately drew his Shinso before thrusting forward. Just before the tip could reach the Kid Jin, he felt pain in his shoulder and saw Shinso piercing through him from Kid Jin's hands. Kid Jin, when did you become so slow? Jin, Kid Jin, although the poison of our true Zanpakuto cannot harm any of us, it still hurts being pierced like that. Kid Jin took back his Shinso and started walking with a smile on his small face, sending shivers down to whoever could see it. Little did Jin knew that this would become the hardest fight he had ever had in his life. Back to where Sora was, he was panting heavily on the ground and noticed his hands started becoming transparent since trapping Jin in that kind of Kido, the same one he had trapped Kenpeki, exhausted his last reserves. He only had his form because Gyaku was providing him with bits of Ryutsu as he was fighting with Haribel. Gyaku, hey beauty, you will never beat me like this. Gyaku, I can absorb all energy-based attacks and power up myself. If you wish to kill me, go physical ones. You might have a bit of a better chance. Responding in his words, Haribel jumped forward and brought down her shark spear as she was holding with both hands the end of the pole. Haribel felt that something had happened to Jin, and when she looked as she was fighting Gyaku, she saw Sora down for the count as he was truly spent and tried to attack him, but Gyaku wouldn't let her. As they went on and on, suddenly a voice interrupted them and both stopped. Sora, how long are you going to play around Gyaku? She is my wife and I want to have the honor of defeating her. Gyaku, are you sure in your condition? Sora, yes, I believe you have stored enough Ryutsu for me to do that. Gyaku, yes I did, and I believe it is time for you to take over as those three won't be able to hold on anymore. Gyaku, therefore, call out my name. 485, Chapter 485, Sora vs Haribel. Sora, eat and drink, devour and swallow Tengoku Gyaku Zatsusha, Heavenly Devourer. Boo. The place where Gyako was standing burst in black flames, as his figure started distorting, returning to black flames and then rushing back to cover the body of Sora. It would be more accurate to say they entered his body before his clothes burst apart, revealing somewhat a black attire, the same one Ichigo had in his Bankai form, and then from his clothes black flames emerged. Before Haribel could even register what happened, she saw 3 smoked figures falling down from where Gyako was standing. She rushed and caught them before landing them on the ground, as they had many burns but mostly being exhausted from the drain in their Ryutsu. "See, Sora, oh? They are fine. I thought you would have killed them. Gyaku, did you want your wife to hate you for life?" "See, Sora, nah, but still you managed to do all that with little effort. Gyaku, train kiddo. My flames are a joke in your hand." Haribel could hear every word they were saying before she stood up and looked at him with a complicated gaze, as she finally realized all of them from when they had appeared in front of him were dancing in his hands. "Haribel, was this planned from the beginning?" "See, Sora, I did have a few countermeasures to reach the same result. Both of us standing with no one to bother us. See, Sora, what I didn't count was Mila Rose having a devour aspect in her name. See, Sora, my Zanpakuto is special, way more special than anyone imagines. When it meets similar names as the core of its powers, he can use that as a catalyst to appear in the world. See, Sora, devouring everything he comes in contact with, empowering himself. Of course, I also get a share, but I can't use the flames as skillful as him. Haribel, what would have happened if you were the one executing a similar plan? See, Sora, those 3 would have been dead by now. Haribel, sigh. Did you had to go to such lengths only to make it for the both of us to stay standing? See, Sora, well, if I don't beat you, how I can court you?" When See Sora said these words, he brought his hand on his face and then his Ryutsu started spiking and changing in nature. Haribel was shocked. She gripped her spear even tightly only to see him bringing his hand slowly down and a white substance started covering his face. When he was done, he started roaring like a hollow before looking at Haribel and said, "See, Sora, I used this mask on Baragan twice and the time limit to keep it on keeps decreasing. Let's see if I can defeat you within a minute." See, Sora vanished with Shunpo from his place and appeared in front of Haribel, slashing with a blade on his hand, enhancing it on the maximum he could and clad it in flames. Clang! Blade and spear collided and Haribel was sent sliding a few meters backwards before she used Sonido and vanished from his sight. See, Sora smirked as he also used Sonido, and sound of clashing appeared in different types of areas, the desert, the pillars, the sky. Everywhere they went a clang was heard, accompanied by a sonic boom that destroyed the said areas. Haribel managed to one-up him as she increased her speed even further while appearing from behind him and thrust her spear while yelling, "Haribel, deriva Maria." Haribel gathered water from the gaps in the bladed end of her spear, and then thrust it forward, releasing the collected water as a powerful wave of destructive power swept See Sora away. However, Haribel felt something amiss, as even though she connected the attack, it only lasted for a brief second before the water vanished completely. See Sora's figure appeared in front of hers with his mask being cracked and being completely wet as he spans his body and hit Haribel with his kick in her abdomen, sending her flying through a few pillars and finally settling in a huge crater in the desert. 486, Chapter 486, Sora vs Haribel. 2. Haribel, ugh. Haribel, that hurt. She stood up and saw See Sora holding his chest while she was smirking at him. Just before, no, at almost the same instance his kick came and she managed to slash him upwards with her spear, making a thin line wound appear in his body. See Sora, ha! Ha! She got me good. Gyaku, if you don't finish this now, your body will vanish. See Sora, I know. See Sora charged at Haribel yet again and she did the same. She kept looking at his mask trying to figure out what he is feeling right now. She also saw his mask cracking more and more and realized this will be their final bout. She gathered all her Ryutsu towards the spearhead of her spear and saw See Sora creating one more blade which was also clad in flames. She knew that if previously he had attacked her with the sword instead of his kick, she would have been seriously hurt. Just as she was charging her own attack in the spear, she saw 4 different energies gathering in his sword and was shocked to see some kind of a zero forming in them. Both of them reached at almost 2 meters before they slashed and thrust at the same time. A loud sound was heard along with the whispers of their respective matching names. Haribel, shark-biting Zero. See Sora, shattering Zero. Both Zeros fought each other as they slowly merged together, causing the space around them to distort and place a huge burden in their bodies. See Sora's mask broke apart, making Haribel see his smile from their clash as they bore the pressure. It was at that moment that See Sora moved his lips as if trying to say something to her unknown if she could get his message. See Sora. Haribel opened her eyes in disbelief by the words she thought she read from his lips before a loud explosion happened and engulfing both of them along with the whole area. The explosion and tremors were so strong that shook the endless desert and reached even those inside the lost notches. Ichigo, who was running along a hallway, stopped in his tracks and looked back as he was certain this was Sora's doing. Ichigo, what the hell did he encounter in this short amount of time? Ichigo, his spike earlier in Ryutsu and now this. Not only that, I also felt Gyaku. Did Aizen made a personal move? Ichigo wasn't the only one who thought the same. Ishida, Sato, Tatsuki and the rest were thinking the same as they sweated just with the thought of how powerful his opponents was. Aizen, who was sitting in his throne, wasn't smiling at all. He could feel all the spikes so far and only one of them could make him look serious. So far as for the rest, he wasn't interested at all. It was a Ryutsu that appeared briefly, made Haribel release her second form and then it vanished. He wasn't fond of surprises at all, and to make things worse he had lost contact with Jin. His army took a big hit, with 20 Arankars perishing in their tries to obtain Orium, which many were goons from previous espadas such as Neutra. Baragan died, his goons died before they even realized it, with the exception of one managing to last long enough to release his powers. He felt Jin's Bankai and then nothingness. Haribel's goons seemed like they vanished and now Haribel's signature vanished. Aizen, can name. Bring here, Inu. Can name, yes. Aizen took a small wooden box out from where he was sitting and as he opened it, he saw a few glasses broken pieces from when both Hogyakus fused together. You can say that these pieces are like their skin. Aizen, since it has come down to this, I want to see in what kind of state these two will return. Aizen, will they return to a sphere with nothing inside, or something magical will happen and give birth to a third one? 487, Chapter 487, Shard. After half an hour, Kaname came in with Ulquiera as they were bringing Orium in front of Aizen yet again. Aizen, I'm really sorry I disturbed your peace and quite. Inu, what is it this time? Aizen, I want to perform a small experiment. Aizen, in this box, there are remnants of both the Hogyakus. I want to see if you can revert them in their former form, of course without its essence inside, as it's right here in my chest. Aizen, or something amazing will happen. Inu, although I doubt it, I can try. Inu went closer but soon was stopped by Kaname, who motioned her not to move. He then rose up in the throne and got the box from Aizen as he went back to her and placed it down. Inu, Soten Kishun. Inu activated her ability, causing 6 pins in her earrings to shine and 2 fairies came out. Inu, Ayam, Shino. Both, yes. Both of them burst with orange light as they surrounding the fragments in the box and waited to see what would happen, with Aizen having an amused expression on his face. They watched as the fragments floated in the air and tried to reconnect with each other as they regenerated tiny specks of themselves. This kept going for at least an hour, taxing Inu as she started sweating heavily, and Aizen had a grim expression because so far nothing changed. Before he could say to her to stop, he felt the supreme Hogyaku burn up and then the fragments glowed in blue light. It would be more accurate to say they became light particles as they started fusing themselves, and after 10 minutes a bean-sized crystal appeared, shocking Aizen. He knew perfectly well what had just happened. This was a shard. A Hogyaku shard similar to the one he had created years ago before completing it after his test run with the wizards. He rose up from his throne and walked towards it, gripping it with his hands before he started chuckling. He then looked at Kaname and nodded at him to take Inu back for rest, as she could barely keep her eyes open just standing in front of them, even as they kept suppressing their powers to the maximum. After watching them leave, Aizen turned to Ulquiera and passed him the shard. Aizen, this is my gift for your loyalty so far. Use this and crash our enemies. Ulquiera, thank you Aizen-sama. Aizen, bind it in your hole with your Ryutsu and let me see you destroy our enemies for the creation of our world. Ulquiera, yes. Ulquiera did as he was told by Aizen and truly bind it in his hole before he suddenly felt everything go black, passing out in the process. Aizen, ha 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 ha, this is getting way too interesting. Aizen, why should I care about 2 espadas and a few failures? When I can't wait how much power his second form will gain. Unknowing to Aizen, if Ichigo and Sora were here they would have done everything they could to stop this from happening, as he just created a nightmare for every living thing. Back to where Sora was, 2 hours have passed since their last clash and everything was burning in many colorful flames, showing no sign of stopping. On a pillar a few hundreds of meters away from there, a blonde figure that was nailed in the wall finally opened her eyes only to see chaos in front of her. She looked at herself and saw that she had reverted back to her default form as she tried to move, only to be assaulted by a huge amount of pain. Haribel, ugh. What happened? She checked herself up and saw her sword with cracks nailed next to her, and her hollow parts, all of them had been shattered. If one looked closely now, even in her breasts there was not even a trace of white hollow substance. 488, Chapter 488, Alive. She looked around and saw nothing but flames. Even her Ryutsu turned into one as she looked at the yellow flames burning along with black, blue, red, and white, shocking her, ignoring any kind of pain she was feeling now. Haribel, where is he? Haribel, ugh. His last words. Arg. Just as the attacks were ready to explode, she clearly read from his lips, you need to smile more. After all, you are a unique beauty who won against me. That's the last thing she remembers very vividly before the explosion. She got out of the walls in the pillar and caught her sword, but because of the weight in it, the sword unplugged itself, causing both of them to roll down as it was too hard to stand with her wounds. When she touched the desert, she managed to swift her body somehow and end up standing with her feet as if she was doing gymnastics. Haribol, where are the others? She started walking even though it was too hard for her and was yelling her subordinates' names only to get the sound of the flames burning around. After 20 minutes of walking, she finally arrived in an area that stayed completely fine as the flames that were getting inside were immediately pushed away from another direction. She realized this was the technique of sea Sora and tried to enter inside, and surprisingly enough she did pass, making her have a complicated expression. When she arrived at the center of the things, she saw Mila Rose, a Pasai, and Sung Sun sleeping there, and on the right there laid a mirror cocoon. Ah! She now remembers that sea Sora used Aikido at Jin and this emerged. She looked left and right and found no trace of him. She didn't know if she was happy or not. She sat down with her subordinates and waited for everything to pass and calm down. Since his doors were active, he was still alive somewhere. 2 hours, 4, 6, 10, 16 hours later, Apasai and the others finally regained their senses and woke up, but not before they groaned in an endless amount of pain assaulting their bodies. Haribol had managed to rest a bit, and with the Ryotsu she regained healed a few of her wounds, but for some reason, her hollow white parts didn't regenerate, instead they were reformed into large fins. Apasai, what the hell is this place? Sung Sun, probably hell. Mila Rose, definitely. Haribol, you three are okay. All three, Haribol-sama. Haribol, take it easy and rest. Either way, we can't leave this place in our current power. Apasai, did you killed him? Haribol, no, at most I would say a draw. Can't you feel the raging Rishi around the air? Mila Rose, now that you mention it, why are there 5 different burning fields? Haribol, it's the result of everything we had in our last attack. Sung Sun, what about him? Haribol, he is alive. Bu. Just as she was about to explain further about what happened, she felt a fluctuation and stood up, ignoring her pain or any wounds. She looked at the mirror like cocoon and saw it started cracking and cracking as she raised her guard up with her cracked sword in her hands. Bam! As if a glass shattered, the cocoon burst open, revealing Jin from inside, looking in a daze before he stood like that. Haribol didn't know the purpose of this Kido, but the pressure Jin was emitting now was enough to make her sweat more than she did when she first met Aizen. Jin, finally, I'm out. Jin, that was so goddamn hard. Although I didn't die not even once in there, I did manage to beat myself, and the reward was quite nice. Jin, turns out that the more you fight in there, the more refined your Ryotsu becomes. Add the 10% of winning as a gift, it was quite nice. Jin, Jin, you 4 are still alive. 489, Chapter 489, 18 hours prior. Haribol, is that surprising? Jin, well, those 3 got devoured or something by his black flames. Unless it was a Kido delay art that activated to put them out of commission. Jin, seeing they are fine with a few burns, the latter seems truer. Can it be he has a soft spot for girls and spared them? Apasai, like hell, we are interested in that guy. Jin, I said he has a soft spot, not you specifically. Haribol, what happened to you? Jin, I was forced into a seal that made me burst without holding back and finally got out. Haribol knew he was lying, as she could clearly feel the difference in his Ryotsu from before and now, and still continued to keep her guard up. Jin, but anyway, what's up with this place? Jin, what did I miss? Haribol started telling him everything that went on and on from the moment he was sealed and how the two were connected, as the old man was his Zanpakuto spirit. Nodding to her as he had also realized this and had figures out it might have been through a delay Kido that brought him out, or some kind of mechanization like those used for training in Bankai. He then learned from her about the battle that went on and on until this was the result. She had told him that she was out probably for 2-3 hours, and when she woke up, he was nowhere to be found. Everything was burning and this place was guarded by his rift or doors or gates. Jin, Now, this is a problem that means we failed to stall him long enough. Haribol, if time is worrying you, then you have stayed in there for 18 hours in total. Jin, after this kind of battle I doubt he healed himself to his perfect condition within 18 hours. Then again, with his capabilities, it might have been possible. And you are right on the mark, Jin. Jin instantly flashed his Shinso and fired it at such precision that it pierced through the door, came out from another and kept entering and leaving until instantly he had covered all doors with not even a single drop of blood in his sword. Jin, Impressive, you managed to avoid even that. See Sora, you are the impressive one, you just used my doors to connect it with your extending Shinso and send your sword in every direction. See Sora, unfortunately, you missed me. Jin, yet, I give up. Even with my Bankai, I won't be able to find you, but I may be able to shatter all the doors, not that will hurt you in any way. See Sora, I stayed here not only because I wanted to heal, I also wanted to comply with Aizen's plan for stalling time. See Sora, and I made the right decision, as the rest managed to test themselves against powerful opponents and come on top of them. Haribol, I also felt that, especially one of them almost had the same signature as you. See Sora, what can I say, he is my brother after all. As all of them were stunned by this with the exception of Jin, as he had a hunch about it. Sora continued talking to them as he thought back to when the explosion ended. Damn you, so reckless. Cut me some slack, Nell. I fought 2 Espada's second form, at almost 0 time frame. Nellil, we barely managed to arrive and save the others. But thankfully you managed to shield Haribel as she crashed on the pillar. See Sora, well, original absorb me and recreate me. Sora, well, for now, let's see everything you have been through. 490, Chapter 490, 16 hours prior. Sora started absorbing his clone and assimilating his memories in order to figure out how it was possible for his clone to be in this state. He started watching everything as if playing a movie in his mind and was shocked about Baragan's second form. He knew that he was new to this form and didn't have that much of mastery over it, otherwise possibly not even him in his 100% in every aspect might not be able to win, and this caused him to frown. Turns out that Aizen went way too overboard and finally created espadas that suited his needs instead of failures as he had deemed in the canon. He then watched about how he was ganged up in a dogfight and thank God he had something like doors or else he would have lost in his condition. He then was shocked even further when he saw Gyako coming out, which never really crossed his mind he can do that. The last straw was the power Haribel showed in her second form, and damn she was sexy. It took him 2 hours to sort everything out, and at this time as he looked outside the void, he saw Haribel barely walking and reaching the domain he had raised to protect Jin and her subordinates, letting her inside. Nellil, found anything? Sora, yeah, their second forms are too much trouble. The only way to win is because they haven't gotten used to them. Nellil, are you going to stay here for help? Sora, no, I'm going back. I will recreate a clone, and since now I know about the difficult perks they have I can deal with them. Sora, not to mention that I have the Heavenly Series Keto that doesn't affect me if the clone uses them. However, if I were to use them first, the clone can't use them at all. Nellil, what about the others? Sora, that's what I'm afraid. Ichigo can handle himself, but the others are too green. If they meet any previous Espada like N9, 8 and 7, they will come on top as their abilities don't amount to much. Sora, you can see that form, their second form, making them drop out from the ranks. Sora, if I remember correctly, one uses poison. The other has eyes to control others. And the last one has an octopus appearance that devours others and uses the abilities of a former member of the Shiba clan. Nellil, do you want me to stay and help them? Sora, have you stabilized your second form? Nellil, ugh. No. Sora, then I can't let you. I will go to Ichigo. Shit. As he wanted to finish his words, he sensed everyone's Ryutsu spiking as they entered a battle with their opponents. Sora, all of them seriously. Nellil, what happened? Sora, Sato, Ishida, Tatsuki, and Ichigo encountered opponents, but sadly I can't recognize their signatures. Sora, now how the hell I'm gonna warn them? Sora, well, with Ichigo is easy as I can speak with him telepathy, but about the others? Sora frowned and thought of something. He activated his divine soul, recreating his clone, and when it had finished both nodded as the clone vanished from his position. Nellil, what did you do? Sora, I simply send my clone to warn them, and I'll keep watching here for some time. I forgot to mention that with Tatsuki, Pesha, Dondakaka and Bawabawa are with her. Nellil, then I'll go towards them and help only if necessary. Which way is the connecting door to them? Sora, wait. Sora raised his finger and threw a beam of Ryutsu, creating in the void a tiny path as slim as a rope heading towards the location where Tatsuki was. He didn't have to create a whole foothold, just a rope was enough to show the direction to Nellil. Nellil, see you soon. 491, Chapter 491, 16 hours prior. 2. As everyone was walking through their own paths, all of them probably at the same time reached a few large rooms and corridors. Tatsuki reached inside an open room where the walls were orange and no one was inside, while Ishida a room full of lids and many bottles. Both of them looked around and started feeling someone was watching them. Sato reached a dark and gloomy room that had an eerie feeling as if something ominous hidden to devour its prey was inhabiting that place, causing him to be on guard. At the same time, Ichigo entered a room full of pillars as he tried to search in his memories about this place and finally found it. The place he was now was called Tres Cifras and is a part of Las Notches where the demoted Espada, or Privaran Espada, live. However, he knew better than what was on the canon, and with Aizen powering up everyone he didn't know if it was true or not. At that moment as he was looking around, he felt someone watching him and focused his senses towards that direction as he found the perpetrator. He saw a girl with a gothic Lolita style of Japanese fashion. She had short purple-colored hair, purple-colored eyes, black fingernails, and light purple teardrop markings on each cheek. Her outfit consists of a frilly dress with large, poofy sleeves that cut off at her shoulder and a pair of knee-high boots. She also wears fingerless, evening-style gloves, as well as leg warmers that attach to garters at her thighs. He knew her from the memories he had from Sora, and she was Sirachi. He noticed that she had wings on her back, however, it was never made clear if they are real or a part of her outfit. The remains of her hollow mask are positioned in her hair right above the left side of her forehead and resemble a spiked hairpin. But what shocked Ichigo was the number displayed by her on her forehead. She was the Noveno, 9th, Espada. Sairachi, I see that I have a handsome guest. Ichigo, and I'm curious about one or two things. Sairachi, like what? Ichigo, are those wings real? I mean, can you fly? And don't you feel embarrassed by that kind of skirt? I believe it's easy to see through your panties. Sairachi, you peeked. Ichigo, are you for real? With this kind of distance? Sairachi, ugh. To answer the first. They are part of me but I can't use them to fly, at most slow down my descent. Sairachi, as for the latter. Despite my puffy dress, they won't be visible as there is armor under it. Ichigo, Alcouth, I do have two girls, I'd think it's a shame someone can't peek. Ichigo, what's the point of wearing such an open skirt or dress or whatever? Sairachi, for someone who is about to go a one-way trip to hell you sure talk nonsense. Sairachi, Galandrina. Sairachi waved her hands and suddenly a flash traveled towards Ichigo making him caw sideways and noticed it was a whip. He took out his sword and used Shunpo as he rushed ahead using the pillars as covers for in order to try and approach her. He noticed her smile when he got close enough and sidestepped again in the right avoiding her whip as it crashed into a pillar shattering it. Ichigo, this was too obvious, can't you do anything better? Sairachi, sure. 0. Ichigo felt the whole place light up as her whip shined with blindly light before he started cursing and booing. From his feet, a wave arose engulfing the whole area in a diameter of 15 meters destroying everything in it. Sairachi watched as a dust cloud arose from where Ichigo was and was disappointed that it ended so fast, however before she could lament the fact she got a weak opponent she heard a voice behind her. Ichigo, you were right. You do have an armor down there. 492, Chapter 492, 16 hours prior. 3. Sairachi turned around and was stunned seeing Ichigo bent down as he looked under her puff-round skirt. Sairachi, you. Ichigo, does the armor counts as white panties? Or that you won't get laid? Sairachi snapped at his words and kicked forward trying to hit his head only to hit empty air as Ichigo had vanished and reappeared a few meters away on top of a pillar. He looked at Sairachi and saw her with veins in her head being deadly pissed about his words and you could clearly feel it as her Reisu spiked. Sairachi, you are dead. Sairachi, rip Galandrina. When she said those words the whole whip section that had chased Ichigo prior to this returned to its normal length and burst in a white cloud as she released it. Ichigo was watching through the white Ryutsu cloud as her wings morphed into large wings, both had each 10 crescent-shaped blades on them in place of feathers. Her mask becomes a beak-like headpiece with a large, feathery mane protruding from it, covering most of her body and trailed past her legs. She also gained a long, prehensile tail, which emerges from her back. Large pieces of armor that resemble the disc of Galandrina's sealed state form around her shoulders. In addition, her arms become long and slender, with large claws, before she opened her eyes and glared at Ichigo granting him the so-called death stare. Ichigo, wow! You know I liked you in your pre-released form. Now, you are making my heart bleed with your form. Sairachi, good, let me help you then bleed to death. Sairachi, a la Cortadola dispersion wing cutter dispersion. Sairachi charged at Ichigo who held his sword in front of him in a kendo position, as she detached her blade like feathers from her wings and fired them through the air allowing her for consecutive attacks towards Ichigo. Ichigo tried to slash at her feather blades but at the last second, he felt something was off and changed the trajectory of his sword avoiding the blade but not before it almost grazed him. Rieep. Ichigo, hey. Before he could even think about why his clothes got ripped as he was certain he avoided he had a few more feathers incoming along with Sairachi almost upon him. Sfui. Sfui. Rieep, rip. Sairachi, Haaaaaaaa. Clang. After avoiding them and having a few truly shred his Shinigami attire without really touching him his sword collided with her nails which caused him to finally realize why he was shredded like that. Ichigo, vibrations. You are using vibrations for your attacks. Sairachi, a bit too late for you to find out. Sairachi, a la Cortadola wing cutter. Sairachi extended her large wings out like a giant blade while her feather returned back before she waved them at Ichigo who vanished just before she touched him cutting through the solid pillar with ease. Ichigo, wow. That was sharp. Sairachi, stay still damn it. Ichigo, nope. In fact, I have to get serious and beat you. Ichigo, gaze at the eyes of all things where the moon feasts heavenly devour moon, Tengoku Akumatsuki. Boom. Sairachi narrowed her eyes when Ichigo's sword burst with 4 colored ryutsus revealing a huge sword with a hand like a hilt, a giant blade that had 4 sections in different color and a handle in the middle section. She could see in the upper section 2 holes and also in the lower section, at the end of the hilt there lay a chain with a moon hanging from it. Ichigo, just a thought though. Will you get wet from your vibrations? Sairachi, $number at $% number ER. Ichigo, Tengoku no aim. The moment Sairachi raged and raised her Ryutsu even higher than what Ichigo expected, making her feathers vibrate above 2 million times in a second, he fired his arrows entrapping her in a torrent of millions of them. 493, Chapter 493, Second Form. Sairachi, as she was enraged by Ichigo's comment, fell right in his trap and got surrounded by millions of arrows and could feel threatened by them, as apparently, they vibrated at a higher frequency than her feathers. She started using Sonido in order to avoid many of them, and those that she couldn't either she tried to deflect them with her wings, slightly altering their trajectories, or many left wounds on her body. Each wound caused her imaginable pain as she groaned trying to endure it. Soon enough she was a bloody mess, barely holding her footing as she kept glaring at Ichigo. Many parts of her form had been broken apart, making Ichigo flinch as he could see her body again, at least the lining of it. Ichigo, impressive, you have managed to survive. Ichigo, and you only got wet from your blood, turns out only your wings can vibrate. Sairachi, you. Sairachi, you had said you have girls, right? I keep wondering how the hell they are still with you. Ichigo, years of grooming into their hearts. Sairachi, even if millions passed, you can only gain my heart from my cold dead corpse. Ichigo, who said I want your heart in the first place? Sairachi, you are right, you won't get a chance to get it. Ichigo was puzzled by this as he felt her Ryutsu spiked once again and becoming denser while her appearance changed. Sairachi, in truth, my wings and arms consume a large amount of my spiritual energy, but I can bypass this issue by removing them from my body. Her wings and arms started dispelling themselves into particles and her Ryutsu was becoming more and more solidifying through this. Ichigo could see that a few of the destroyed parts have been regenerated, and behind her back a fluffy fur appeared, leaving only her tail that had an enormous concentration of Ryutsu on it. Before he could comment on her appearance, as he liked it more than the previous one, he saw her charging to him as she stabbed with her tail forward. Sairachi, a la Cortadola Hachader Wing Cutter Axeman. When she got close enough, the tip of her tail splits in half and projects a large, pink fan of spiritual energy slashing down like an axe at Ichigo, who raised his sword and blocked it, but not before the pressure run through his body into the ground, causing spider web-like cracks. Just before Sairachi could follow up with her next attack, as this time her tail created an energy sword from her tip. Ichigo sighed as he raised his Ryutsu and fired his attack at her. Ichigo, Tenno Kaibatsuki. The moment her tail and his sword collided, a wave burst out from Ichigo's Shikai, crashing down on her as it engulfed her and sent her flying through a few intact pillars, nailing her on the wall. Sairachi, Guaa. Ichigo, it's over. You must be the weaker of the Espadas, you stand no chance against me, give up. Sairachi, do you really think I reach my current rank with only this? Sairachi, Severe Tetsu Meteruhuaro Karatoriki, Iron Metal Wheel Reaper. Boom! A red burst came from her as the whole place trembled from the Ryutsu, while cracks appeared on the walls, in the ground, shocking Ichigo, who never took her seriously before. He now had a wry smile on his face for not finishing her earlier and actually trolled and teased her a bit. The clouds died down, revealing her looks as if a mature woman entered the fray. Her short purple-colored hair was standing upwards like a purple flame. Her purple-colored eyes blazed with light, her black fingernails had grown to become small claws, while her light purple teardrop markings on each cheek had become the symbol of scythes. Sairachi now held a long pole in her right hand that went for 2 meters long, and at the end of it there was a carving blade with feather designs. 494, Chapter 494, 15 hours prior. Ichigo watched Sairachi in her new form and finally got serious as he gripped his sword tightly. Sairachi, ripping feathers of the angel. Sairachi waved her new weapon in her hands, and the feather-like combine section of it started vibrating so much that it was screeching in the whole room before the blade split in countless feathers, flying towards Ichigo at unimaginable speed even for him. Ichigo, what the fuck? Sairachi, go to hell! Ichigo kept dodging her feathers and started raising his speed at his maximum capacity in his shunpo before he suddenly turned around as he was holding his Shikai from the middle hilt. Ichigo, Tengoku no aim. Not daring to hold back, he fired a full-powered rain of arrows targeting all the flashed he could see and perceive from the sheer speed of the feathers. Rib. 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 One by one his arrows were cut in half from the feathers as the vibrations had reached above 5 million, while Ichigo had around 3 million. As a Quincy, that was his limit, and he can't beat her like this unless he uses Bankai, but he needs to keep it hidden for the future battles to come. As he was using his arrows in such a way to redirect the feathers, he failed to notice Sairachi slipping past his defenses and arrived with the exclusive Sonido behind him and thrusting the rest of the scythe, meaning the pole, in his shoulder. Ichigo, Guaa. Sairachi, fucking die already. Ichigo got sent flying towards the torrent of arrows and feathers, clashing with each other as they were in a stalemate since the arrows had sheer numbers. When Sairachi saw Ichigo plunging inside the torrent, she started laughing, thinking that her feathers will rip him apart. Sairachi, ha 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 ha, that's it. Vanish from the world of the living. She watched as slowly the torrent kept getting smaller and smaller and small bloodstains were seen in her feathers making her grin widely and as she had turned around and walked away. Boom! Clang! 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 Sairachi, hey! She turned around after walking a few steps and saw Ichigo standing there with his sword vertically with the tip plunged on the ground in front of him as he placed it in such a way to protect himself. However, something was different, a different feeling was welling up inside Sairachi as her instincts screamed to run away. Ichigo, I guess I need to show something more if I want to beat you. Sairachi was shocked as his voice was heard rough and unrefined than before, and at that moment he unplunged his sword from the ground, slowly removing it as his face became more clear with each passing second. Sairachi, you. What's up with that appearance? Ichigo, oh, my mask? Nothing much. Just the countdown to your defeat. Ichigo, finishing his words, placed his sword in his back before his Ryutsu spiked and become tangible as it was swirling around him and healing all wounds, shocking Sairachi but not as much as she was shocked when she realized she can't recall her feathers. It was then she noticed that her blade feathers were down on the floor with cracks everywhere in them. Her feathers were her primary weapon in this form and now they were gone. She watched Ichigo as he charged a four-colored Ryutsu energy in his sword and backed away as she placed her pole in front of her while black energy was charging at her tip. Sairachi, aaarg. Go to hell. Gran Rei Zero. Ichigo, Tenku no Gecko. Booam. Both of them fired their attacks in a single straight line that clashed with each other as the whole room was engulfed in a blindly light. 495, Chapter 495, 15 hours prior. 2. Both of them got engulfed in the light resulted by their attacks and everything quite down as no sounds could be heard in the room with the light still active. It took 10 minutes for the light to pipe down, revealing first Ichigo, who now had only a 1/10 of his mask remained on his face as the other sections had been shattered in the blast, and on the walls on the other side Sairachi was nailed there unconsciously. Ichigo, fuck. This was hard. Ichigo, I don't remember her being an espada previously. Ichigo, how so, as she was quite strong. As he was pondering over this he started moving towards her while reverting back to his default state. When he reached close enough to be said that he was face to face with her, he saw her in a deep comatose state and decided to let her down as he proceeded and helped her out. At that moment, however, a door opened and Sora came out as he had a deadpan expression on his face seeing the scene in front of him. See Sora, moji moji kaisatsu de ka? A pervert is assaulting a sleeping beauty. Ichigo, fuck off. See Sora, I'm not gay. And not fan of trio, especially with another guy getting involved. Ichigo, number dollar at number percent dollar number at number percent dollar er. Ichigo, help me get her down. See Sora, fine, jokes aside, I came to notify you of something. As See Sora helped Ichigo out with softly laying down Sairachi, they also talked about the changes in the ranks of the Espada. Ichigo, that makes sense then why someone strong enough to make me use our mask wasn't known before. See Sora, well, technically speaking all the Espadas were separated by numbers based on their powers and abilities. See Sora, in her first form even Ishida could defeat her as he excels in stealing the opponent's Ryutsu, powering up his arrows. Ichigo, is there anything else we need to be worried about? See Sora, well, I fought with two Espadas in their second form in one-on-one battle and came to a draw in the second as I was at my limit before I vanished. Ichigo, ugh, then it's safe to assume all the others that everyone has a second form. Including the ex-Espada. See Sora, they were once Espadas. Became Privaran and so far only 3 members were known as she was one of them, but due to her second form being more useful she re-entered the ranks. Ichigo, fuck. Then the others. See Sora, yes, it's possible that the one Sato fought and the one you fought have entered again in the ranks and have a second form. Ichigo, which means Tatsuki is in danger. See Sora, I have sent Neliel in her position, helping her only when it's needed as she also needs to grow. See Sora, however as for Sato and Ishida I can't say if they will be fine. See Sora, I plan to go on Ishida's direction, therefore, you go on Sato. Ichigo, then I will do just that. Ichigo, BTW, since we can talk telepathy, why the hell did you come here? See Sora, oh, about that, I tried doing so but failed. See Sora, and as I was heading to the others you were closer, so I thought since I couldn't communicate with you telepathy to inform you face to face. Ichigo, why did that happen? See Sora, don't know. Probably because you were so focused on her legs and boobs during your fight you rejected every other thought. Ichigo, number dollar at number percent dollar number at number percent dollar er. See Sora, okay, jokes aside I really have no idea. It might be a countermeasure Aizen spread out in the entirely of Lost Notches that seems the most logical for now. 496, Chapter 496, 16 hours prior. 4. Just a few minutes before the Battle of Ichigo had started, in every corner of the lost notches the invaders were walking leisurely around exploring the place. Tatsuki, after she had entered inside an open room where the walls were orange and no one was inside, she looked a bit more and left for another room. Ishida explored the room he had stumbled upon that was full of lids and many bottles. And many things seemed interesting to him as he started studying them for quite a while before he left as well. Even though in both cases they felt someone was watching them as they had found nothing, they retreated from there in hopes to find their targets. Sato had reached a dark and gloomy room that had an eerie feeling as if something ominous hidden to devour its prey was inhabiting that place had caused him to be on guard. Similarly to the others, even though he kept feeling something was off, he never saw anyone, therefore after a bit of digging he also left. They walked and walked for almost an hour and eventually their paths connected, and after discussing what they found they decided to go back and recheck everything before they returned from where they had come here in the first place. Doing so they will be able to go to where Ichigo or Sora went. Pesha, Now that I think of this, the room with the lids must belong to the former Espada that took part in injuring Neliel. His hateful name was Octava, 8th, Sailaporo Grands. Dondakaka, as for the other two. The one with eerie feeling must have been either to ex Novino, 9th, Araniro Arururi, or ex Septima, 7th, Zamariros. Pesha, for the one with the orange walls and everything most likely belonged to the current Octava, 8th, Dordoni Alessandro del Socacho or Diaz, 10th, Gantenban Musqueta. Tatsuki, do you know their abilities? Pesha, Sail uses poison and different kinds of drugs. Araniro, I don't know much about him, but Zamari has always stated that he was the fastest of the Espada. Ishida, oh? I would love to see who is faster, a Quincy or him. Dondakaka, as for the other two, all we know is that, they primarily fight with legs and arms. Ishida, then my target will be that eerily place Sato was. Sato, then I will continue back and take a different path or try to see if any hidden rooms are there. Tatsuki, then I will go back to the orange room I found, I'm interested to see if they fight like martial artists. Pesha, wait. What about Sail? Dondakaka, what about him? As the three of them had walked away and suddenly stopped as they heard them asking this question, and without even looking they all said. All three, poison, it's too much trouble, leave it to Ichigo and Sora. Both Pesha and Dondakaka and even Bawabawa, who was simply staring at them, gawked at their answer. Without knowing what to do as they helplessly watched them leave, they all followed their original target Tatsuki as they were supposed to protect her if something goes wrong. All of them traveled back to the two rooms out of the three they had found, and just as Sato was about to say goodbye to Tatsuki and continue forward, he was assaulted by a gust of wind blowing him in the hallways outside the room. Tatsuki, Sato. Sato, I'm fine. Look in front of you. Unfortunately, she didn't manage to register what he said as a fist had already connected in her right cheek of her face, blowing her away as well. Sato, Tatsuki. Similarly to where Ishida was now, he was having a staring contest of sizing up each other from the person that appeared in front of him. 497, Chapter 497, The Fights Gets On. Pesha and Dondakaka looked at where Tatsuki was standing a few split seconds ago and saw someone with brown eyes and a big burnt orange afro-style haircut with thick sideburns and a goatee. His outfit has been modified to match his body type, including large frills on his collar and thighs. The remains of his hollow mask are a sunglasses-shaped plate on his forehead with 4 teeth coming out above each eye. There is also a blue star in the center of the mask fragment, and his number next to it. Sato, on the other hand, was watching the person who threw him out in the hallway. He had black hair and blue eyes. His hair resembles a pair of small horns, and he has a Van Dyke beard and mustache. The remains of his hollow mask consist of a small plate on his forehead that has horns, mirroring those in his hair. Its Arankar outfit seems as customized, with fringes on the forearm portion of the sleeves, a red sash tied at his waist, shoulder pads, and openings down the front which reveal his black undershirt. He also has an earring in his right ear. On the open spot a bit down his chin you could also see his number of Espada. Sato, you two are Tatsuki, Dordoni and Musqueta, right? These two told us the ranks. Dordoni, oh? You are fine after such a hit. Tatsuki, what hit? He actually only pushed me away with his fist. Musqueta, really sorry Dordoni. I'm not fond of sneak attacks. Dordoni, sigh. I wasn't expecting anything better from you. Well, you have your principles, I have mine. Just make you I can count on you. Musqueta, if it's a fair fight you know pretty well I'm not holding back. Just as he finished speaking Tatsuki appeared face to face with him before lightly bending and giving him a high kick in his chest, causing him to stagger and slide a few meters away. Tatsuki, then let's see how I will fare against you. Tatsuki used her flash step and reappeared in front of him again as he was rubbing his chest where he was hit and heard her chant. Tatsuki, see through everything around you. Hidden eye of projection, Toei no Kekureta me. Immediately her Ryutsu spiked, shocking him as he saw her sword in her waist vanishing slowly while she closed her eyes and took a fighting stance. Musqueta, a weird ability I would say. Tatsuki, then come and test it. Dordoni wanted to say something as he felt something was off, but similarly he was greeted by Sato's own flash steps, the pasos directos. It would be more accurate to say that he was using small bursts in his feet to accelerate towards a direction. Sato, I believe you have forgotten about me. Brazos derecha izquierda del gigante diablo. Giant arms of the giant devil, illuma directo. Boom. Sato thrust his fist forward and from there a beam came out, taking Dordoni by surprise as he had placed his hands in front to guard against physical pain. Similarly to Musketa, Dordoni flew in a single line blackwards as he was sliding through the floor trying to stop getting pushed back. When the energy beam dissipated, scratched could be seen in both his arms while he had a shocked expression on his face. He looked at Sato's right arm and his eyes were frozen on his hollow like an arm that had manifested in him. Dordoni, I see, you humans sure have some peculiar abilities. Dordoni, since you aren't a Shinigami, you have found another way of gaining power, probably that's why Aizen-sama is so interesting in types like you. 498, Chapter 498, The Fights Gets On. 2. Just as things had started to become serious for Sato and Tatsuki, Ishida, on the other hand, kept sizing up his opponent trying to find a weakness. Ishida, so I'm guessing you are Zamari, correct? An ex-Espada. Zamari, oh? You know me. Ishida, I heard you claim to be the fastest Espada. As Ishida was talking, he carefully scanned every part of his body for anything he could use in their fight that was bound to start later. 1. Zamari is a tall, muscular, dark-skinned Arankar with noticeably large lips. Both his hollow hole and Espada tattoo are hidden from view, but the remnants of his hollow mask consist of a row of bony spikes along the crest of his head. This reminded Ishida of a mohawk hairstyle along with a pair of skull-shaped earrings and a thick bony necklace. If he were to describe it better, it would be a thug. He is also bald and has golden yellow eyes. However, what caught the attention of Ishida was that Zamari has 3 triangle-shaped tattoos on his chin. He also has 4 lines running down from his forehead directly above his eyes that end with dots appearing as exclamation points. These are on both sides of his head, giving him a total of 8 lines. Are those clues about his resurrection? Just as he created the thought, he placed it in the back on his head as he fully concentrated on him. Zamari, since you are done checking my body for any exploits, I do claim to be the fastest Espada even existed, at least in terms of normal speed. Ishida, you mean when you are in your default state? Zamari, you can say that. After Aizen granted us more powers during the last few months, my appearance does not reflect my claim anymore. Ishida, I see, so you gained a form that is not suited for speed. Vizo Zamari disappeared from where he was standing and appeared behind Ishida trying to slash down at him. But just as the sword started falling down, making him adopt a huge smile, Ishida used his Hirankyaku and vanished from there as he reappeared behind Zanmari with his bow being formed in his hands. Ishida, Hylig feel. Ishida didn't even bother taking it easy and immediately fired thousands of arrows at Zanmari, who was using his Sonido to try and avoid them. Unfortunately for him though, with so many arrows many blood wounds appeared in his body. Zamari, Aarg. Ishida, not that fast I guess. But just as Ishida spoke, he saw Zamari slowly vanish as if it was an illusion, making him focus lightly his eyes. At that moment he heard a voice drifting from the whole room. Zamari, Gamello Sonido Twin Sound Ceremony. Ishida suddenly saw Zamari appearing in front of him as he was smiling, and as he walked forward one more appeared from behind him. Zamari, taking my speed into account by increasing the steps or the rhythm of them, this is the result. Zamari, you can say it's like a magic game. Before he could finish his words, his eyes almost popped out at the incoming arrows that covered the half room. Ishida, and I'm guessing it has a limit. Let's see if you can make it out unharmed again. Ishida, Hylig feel unrestrained. Boom. Ishida kept firing them at rapid succession as he watched Zamari avoiding them until a third one appeared, then a fourth and then a fifth appeared. Ishida, so you can use those clones as for diversion, substitution, and possible for multi-directional attacks. Also, your limits seem to be 5 clones and they are so realistic that they all bled. 499, Chapter 499, Getting Serious. Ishida, what's wrong is that all you have to offer? Zamari, don't be so cocky human. Zamari took his sword and levitated it in front of him horizontally, he then clasped his hands together. Ishida watched him as he twisted his head until it's perpendicular to the rest of his body and took a bracing stance. Zamari, suppress Brujeria Sunga of the bewitching eyes. When he said the release command, his sword started bending as his Reisu spiked into the shape of an edged spiral. Once it took the shape, a thick white smoke started emitting from the corners of the spiral and covers his body, transforming into a thick, white, foamy liquid that mixes with him. Ishida watched as Zamari's body started changing after the Brujeria covered Zamari's entire body. 50 open eyes appeared everywhere on him and his legs along with his lower body were replaced by a pink pumpkin-like or sea urchin-like structure, surrounded by cyclopean faces which somewhat resemble his own face. His neck is covered in a skull-shaped neck brace with an open eye in the front. Black markings also appear on his face in the form of 2 downward triangles originating from his eyes. Another 5 triangular markings appear under his mouth, forming what looks like a beard. The total number of eyes covering his body as far as Ishida could tell added up to 50, including the 2 on his face. However, Ishida could feel something is off as he was getting a feeling he was getting stared by more than 50 eyes. This caused him to raise his guard up as he didn't want to make a mistake. Back to where Tatsuki and Sato were fighting Dordoni and Mosqueda, they all felt the spikes in Ryutsuo and Sato with Tatsuki frowned as Ishida managed to make his opponent release their swords faster than them. Dordoni, don't look so down. Zamari at his default state, he only has speed and it seems your friend counters that. Mosqueda, therefore his only option is to release his troublesome sword. Mosqueda as he was speaking he was also dodging attacks from Tatsuki as she had her eyes closed. He started slowly but slowly crack down her ability and had noticed that it will do him no good to stay like this as he can't gain the upper hand. However, Dordoni wasn't faring any better as all his attacks pattern had been mostly countered by Sato with his fists, fingers, and palms. Just as they were thinking if they should go to the next level, both of them found their opponents at 0 close range. Sato, Illuma Palm Hyuga Directa Illuma Palm Direct Strike. Boom! He found his target right at Dordoni's abdomen and was sent flying as his clothes were ripped and a huge wound opened in his abdomen. Similarly, Mosqueda found a high kick finding its way towards his jaw before he got launched upwards towards the ceiling and passed through it as it created a hole in it. Tatsuki, finally a good hit. I hope that did some damage. Sato, even if it did, these guys have regeneration, and the moment they will get serious as when they will release their sword it would be even harder to damage them. Crack! Crack! Dordoni who had been sent nailed in the wall was pissed and his Ryutsuo started rising up. Dordoni, that's it, no more holding back. Dordoni, Whirl Giralda Storm Baron. Dordoni released his sealed power even when his sword was only partially drawn out as he was nailed on the wall. Upon releasing his Zanpakuto, Dordoni was engulfed by a small tornado and soon enough it disperses to reveal his resurrection form. Sato watched as, in this form, he gains large horns on his shoulders and armor that starts at his feet, wraps around his calves, and juts out at his waist with 2 more spikes. His mask also extended, framing his face. 500, Chapter 500, Getting Serious. 2. Sato who watched Dordoni release his sword finally clenched his fists showing that he was also getting serious about this. Before he could try to rush at Dordoni he suddenly found himself being cornered by 2 bird-like small armors flying around. Dordoni, Cyclones. 2 enormous cyclones come from exhaust spouts on the armor covering Dordoni's legs, sending him hovering in midair. In addition, the 2 bird-like extensions that had circled Sato jut out a mini cyclone shredding everything inside them. Sato felt his whole body being hit by all directions but kept his eyes focused on the cyclone surrounded him before he punched out and cracks could be heard as he managed to break the bird-like armor. Sato, is this what you can do? Dordoni, they may break quite easy but at the same time they are reparable. Sato watched as the pieces that fell on the floor spikes with Dordoni's Ryutsuo and repaired themselves as a deep though flashed in Sato's eyes. Sato opened his palm and charged up his energy as he waited for a chance to defeat him. Dordoni, however, wasn't so kind as to let him finish performing his attack and raised his leg before yelling. Dordoni, El Uno Pico Tier Single Bird Beak Skid. With his leg in strike position, he launched it towards him as it connected with the respective bird-like extension, which juts outward from either of the cyclones adjacent to him, in order to execute long-range attacks. The dispatched beak was sent out with tremendous force and mimics the prior motion of Dordoni's leg, drawing with it the wind from the cyclone and hitting Sato in his chest as he let out a groan with blood flowing from his mouth. At the same time, Sato thrust forward with both his hands showing his fingers as small charging lights appeared in them before he yelled. Sato, Illuma Dido Unas Hyuga Illuma Fingernail Strike. 10 smaller-sized beams were fired from his fingers cutting through the cyclones, his birds, and everything in its path before piercing the body of Dordoni who spat a mouthful of blood. Both of them ended up hitting each other as they fell down with Dordoni slowly rising up despite the blood loss he was having. It looks like those small beams were ravaging inside his body causing cracks to appear and more blood to flow out of him. Tatsuki who had her domain throughout the room and partially covered the hall was taken aback as he could no longer feel his aura meaning either he was thrown out of her 25 meters domain with her at the center or possibly he. Tatsuki, Sato. Mosqueda, turns out I'll also have to level it up. Tatsuki who lost her concentration as she was trying to lock on Mosqueda who had flown over at the ceiling and beyond from her hit was startled when she heard his voice. She only heard a single word before a burst of Ryutsu happened and covered her domain making her feel slightly intimidating. Mosqueda, Dragra. Boom. When Dragra was released, Gantenbin's arms grew longer and become covered in dome-shaped, armor plating, while his punch daggers now come to resemble dragon heads. Similar plates also extend down his back until they terminate in the form a tail, giving him an appearance reminiscent of an armadillo. His mask fragments have been moved over to his eyes. Although in this fight so far with Tatsuki he didn't use his daggers, now there is no longer an option as they had become one with his armor on his fists. Tatsuki stayed focused despite the pressure she was getting from him, and she now realized that this is only their first form. Sato may have a trump card against their second form, but what about her? She just recently awakens her Shikai, and it's a miracle she reached 25 meters, and only because Sora helped her when they were coming here. 501, Chapter 501, Second Form. Tatsuki suddenly found her in a disadvantage from being attacked by Mosqueda in rapid succession. Mosqueda, stop worrying about your friend and focus on me. Mosqueda, uno dos cientos 1/200. As he finished talking, he focused both his fists, and a rapid combination of energy-augmented punches started being delivered in 3 distinct stages. At first, Tatsuki felt one of these as first came the uno part, which involved a potent right-handed chambered punch to her abdomen. She managed to immediately twist her body within her domain and avoid it, but the next one was harder. Mosqueda was immediately followed by dos, numerous jabs from both arms dealt in quick succession, hitting her waist and back, all the while the preparation of Mosqueda for the Shientos was completed. Just as she wanted to fix her posture while ignoring the pain, she felt 100 red energy signatures through her domain all falling in her body while she was sent flying by the force, and at the same time shattering even the floor of Trace Cifras. Sato managed to see at the last second that Tatsuki got sent flying and rushed at Mosqueda, but didn't manage to make it as Dordoni appeared with bloody wounds all over his body, kicking him a few dozens of meters away. Dordoni, now then, shall we finish those 3 off? Both he and Mosqueda kept looking at Pesha, Dandakaka and Bawa who had hidden themselves during the whole fight. On the side of Ishida, he was looking at the bloody side of Zamari in his released form while looking at Ishida in disbelief. Zamari, why? Why weren't my eyes working on you? Ishida, your eyes work by pumping them with your Ryutsu into them and then release some kind of Reishi that marks anything your eyes see. Ishida, Alcouth, you marked a few of my arrows. Quincy's are adept at absorbing any residual Reishi on the atmosphere and use them on their own. Zamari, so technically I've helped you create more arrows without using your own reserves. Ishida, what do you know? I was expecting with so many eyes, for you to be missing your brain. Zamari, you can speak while you can. But you will never win against me and the rest. Before Ishida could speak back at Zamari, he felt the area around him being somewhat colder and colder, making him harder to move. He looked at Zamari and saw him glowing with violet color before he tried to speak. Ishida, however, heard not a single word, but he could see his mouth moving to make out a few words. Zamari, enclose ceiling ojos de brujeria sunga of the prominent eyes. Boom. The whole area started tremble, including the next rooms and pathways that led towards Tatsuki and the rest. Dordoni, what is this? Mosqueda, did their friend force Zamari on his second form? Dordoni, that idiot, he is getting us trapped inside as well. Mosqueda, if I remember correctly his range was about 5 kilometers. Sato took this chance and run towards Tatsuki as Pesha and Dandakaka weren't going to help or they were useless from what he could see, and checked up on her. Sato, Tatsuki, are you okay? Tatsuki was holding her head as she still had her eyes closed and trying to realize what was going on. Tatsuki, yeah, I'm fine. Being blown away for almost 30 meters threw me out of my current domain and my senses went off completely. Sato, Ishida did it. He pressured his opponents at the second form. Sato, I may be able to do that as well. In fact, I'm close to forcing him entering his second form, but as for finishing him off, I don't think I'm that confident. Tatsuki, then let me step up the game as well. 502, Chapter 502, Second Form. 2. Sato nodded at Tatsuki, and at that moment he saw her kicking towards his head, well, not really his head, as it passed through and collided with another kick. Dordoni, che. Before he could take back his kick, Tatsuki made a backflip and passed Sato over his head as he landed in his back and landed a few high-speed kicks on Dordoni's body, which caused his previous wounds to open up again as he was blown away, landing next to Mosqueda. Mosqueda, HOH? Impressive to still be alive after all those hits. Tatsuki, I managed to evade half of them though. Mosqueda thought that Tatsuki might be acting, but he knew that if she truly ate all 100 she would have been shredded to pieces. Was it a fluke when she twisted her body and after the 2 hits she misstepped, avoided 50 or so hits? Mosqueda, no matter, you avoided once, you can get hit 1000 more. When he finished his words, Sato stepped almost in his range, causing Mosqueda to open his eyes slightly and stepped back a few steps to avoid him. However, Sato suddenly accelerated and reached face to face with him as he thought this human was holding back on his speed until he saw something accompanied by a punch of Sato. With the corners of his eyes, he saw Tatsuki in a stance of kicking, and judging by the direction he was 100% certain it was the back of Sato, who now had twisted enough his waist, thrusting forward his fist, connecting it with his abdomen. Sato, Lamur death. When the hit connected behind Mosqueda, an image was formed in the air with a skull and 2 bones similar to a pirate flag before it sends Mosqueda flying and nailing him on the walls. Tatsuki, what's wrong? Come on. You mocked us and now look at your faces. Dordoni, you little human. Fine. You want to see my true power? You asked for it. Dordoni, rage violently, Geraldarian Tempest Baron. Boom. All broken parts of the birds that were here and there started raising up and rushing at him as they become liquids and entered his body while emitting a crazy amount of raging wind that covered his entire body. Mosquito also got up and clapped his fist together before he spiked his Ryutsuo as well while puking blood from his mouth as he had an open wound in his abdomen. Mosquito, Dragra's despair. The two dragons in his fists flew as they extended and coiled around his body, wrapping him up in white sheet-like cloth before a giant burst of Ryutsuo went off. Both of them got out of their so-called cocoon of evolution to the second form after a few seconds, leaving Sato who could see and Tatsuki who could feel frozen like statues. The arms of Mosquito were now even longer compared to before and resembled snakes as they reached and touched the floor. In his hands, there are two dragon heads tattoo that coiled all the way to his shoulders in the forms of orange scales connecting to the backside. At the point of connection there exists a long pole from his spine that shoots upwards towards his head, showing signs of moving before it split into two and grew two skeletal wings. Other features, like marking and his hairstyle, seem to be the same, but they will find out later. 1. Dordoni on the other hand. In this form, he gained large horns on multiple parts of his body, 2 on his shoulder, 2 on his elbows, 2 on his knees and 2 on his back for a total count of 8 horns that now blew concentrated amounts of wines. His armor that starts at his feet, wrapped around his calves and juts out at his waist and then towards his spine. His mask had long since vanished with his new form, but on his jaw, you could now see his hole there as it had been moved directly on his neck. Just when they thought nothing could go wrong and they only had a power-up of their previous forms, bang! A figure landed next to Sato and Tatsuki, critical wounded by the one far behind him. 503, Chapter 503, Defeat. Everyone saw Ishida down for the count, while behind him rustles could be heard coming towards their place. When they turned to look, they saw Zamari floating at them as he was sitting in a Buddha position with crossed legs and one hand on each knee. His main eyes were closed while from his body, you could see more than 100 eyes blinking rapidly. The flower from his waist and downwards had vanished and what replaced it was 2 clothes floating as it was wrapped around his waist with black flowers patterns. Zamari, oh? Did all of us released our second forms? Dordoni, you just had and go trap all of us in your domain. Zamari, not my fault, although I possess 0 offensives capabilities, this is my way of fighting. Mosquito, what happened to him? Zamari, this guy is quite hard to kill. Sato, Ishida, are you okay? Ishida, ugh. I'm fine. I just let my guard down. Ishida looked at the 3 supposed allies and frowned that they haven't helped at all. Well, not that he expected anything from the start. He got up as he was staggering while recreating his bow ready to fight. Ishida, Sato, can you finish one of them? Sato, I can. Ishida, good, I'll take care of Zamari and you take care of any of the 2 at the first chance. Dordoni, and you think we will let you do just that? Ishida, Hylig feel unrestrained. Countless arrows were fired from his bow targeting Dordoni and Zamari, however, the arrows that were heading for Zamari stopped in midair as they were enclosed in a seal with the mark of an eye. Zamari, in the end, it's still the same. Ishida watched as the arrows couldn't pierce the tornado engulfing Dordoni and yelled at Tatsuki who was dodging Mosquito. Ishida, Tatsuki, don't touch the arrows in the sealed state. Ishida moved his bow upwards and fired again a concentrated amount of numerous arrows again, as this time he targeted everyone in the vicinity. Dordoni, this is nothing. Tempest Whirl Dragon. All his horns removed themselves from him and combined to form the face of a dragon that opened its mouth and released wind and lighting, traveling at increased eatable speed towards Ishida. Both Sato and Tatsuki watched as he was almost gotten hit, but then they saw him slip and fall to the ground as the attack fell on his sealed arrows, bursting in explosions that took Zamari off guard. Zamari, Aarg. Dordoni, what the hell happened? Pesha, Bleaarg. Infinite. Slick. Pesha finally entered the fray with spaying a translucent green fluid at the ground when they weren't watching, and this caused Ishida to lose his balance. Dondakaka, Siro. Vohom. Dondakaka charged a simply low-powered Ryutsuo and fired it at Mosquito, who was busy trying to bring down Tatsuki as she could feel every attack from every direction. Tatsuki, feeling the Siro entering he domain, used her flash steps as she got away from there and reappeared a few meters away holding her head in pain as she undid her shikai since she had reached her limit. Boom! Mosquito took the full brunt of the Siro, and at that moment all arrows that had pierced the ceiling earlier as Ishida had thrown them upwards came raining down on 3 locations. Zamari had it worse as at this moment came out of the explosion with a ripped-off hand and a few eyes bleeding. Seeing a torrent of arrows, he tried to stop as many as he could but failed to notice 4 metallic objects clashing on the ground around him. He then, with what eyes he had left, saw Ishida stabbing something on the ground as it formed a pentagram with Zamari in the middle. Ishida, now it's over for you. Springer. Ishida took out a vial and threw it at the top of those metallic rods, causing a reaction to happen among them as a pillar of light engulfed Zamari. 504, Chapter 504, Drawl. Everyone watched as the 5 seal Schneider to create a pentagon-shaped seal which, when he activated, it created a massive explosion within its borders. The only thing that could be heard were the screams of Zamari resounding in the room with Ishida breathing heavily. Sato managed to use his exclusive steps to start sidestepping between the cyclone dragons that were covering Dordoni, and as he was distracted he failed to see him getting so close except when it was too late. Dordoni, fuck. Sato clenched his fists as hard as he could before he brought them back to his waist, and as he was getting the full brunt of Dordoni's last attack attempts he came close enough at point zero and punched out. Sato, the face of death law carried along Urt. 5 discs of crackling spiritual energy formed in front of his fists, one behind the other a tad before it came into contact with Dordoni, who stopped moving and rolling back his eyes. Upon the contact of the blow, a huge skull shape is gouged into the surface behind Dordoni as he let out a pained groan, and all of his released appearances vanished as he reverted back to his default form. Within almost a minute both currently espadas fell down. At the same time even Sato collapsed on the ground, leaving Ishida and Tatsuki, who could barely fight, as Musketa came out from the explosion of the Zero. Musketa, sigh. We really let out guard down. Ishida, give it up. In moments of fight any slight distraction can lead to your defeat or even death. Musketa, well, apart from the 2 humans only you seem in condition to keep going. As for the other 3 Aaron cars. Musketa, they are not in our level, in fact, you guys can beat them quite easily. Ishida, I can agree on that. Coming here we told them in case of emergency to use themselves as distractions so we can gain the upper hand. Ishida, but I never expected a Zero that packed no power and some green liquid. Pesha, hey, that's rude. Tatsuki, puff. Puff. How about we continue? Those 2 finished their opponents. Puff. Only we left. Tatsuki stood up and walked towards Musketa while trembling all over from the pressure she was getting before she took a martial battle stance. Vitsuum. Musketa vanished from Tatsuki's sight and then felt a pain in her abdomen accompanied with his voice. Musketa, your spirit is commendable, but you can no longer see the trajectories of my attacks. Tatsuki, Gwa. Ishida, Tatsuki. Musketa, your reactions have all fell down. Ishida, Shii. Just as Ishida suddenly found 2 fists almost hitting his body, out of nowhere a figure appeared with a sword in her hands and stopped them both. Clang. Clang. Musketa, Wa. You are. Ishida, you are. 3 goons, Neliel-sama aooooo. Neliel, it seems I arrived on time. Neliel, 2 out of 3 current ranks of Espada fallen and 1 in relatively good condition. Neliel, at the same time, 2 of the so-called invaders being unable to fight and only 1 remains, can this be called a draw? Musketa, it would be more accurate to say, 1 win, 1 loss, and as 2 of us are still standing 1 draw. Although if we truly fight in our bests who will come on top is unknown. Ishida, that would obviously be me, as not even Zamari could match my speed in my best. Neliel, there are too many factors to know who will come on top if that were to happen. Neliel, take the other 2 and leave this place. Musketa nodded, as with the addition of the former N.3 there were nil chances he would win. Just as he turned around he was greeted by Sato, who pulled his out of the way at the last second. What followed was black muscles eating up Dordoni and Zamari as screams resounded in the vicinity. 505, Chapter 505, Neliel in action. Ishida, this is Sato, Tatsuki. With Sato's screams, everyone turned to see Tatsuki almost gotten eaten up by those black muscles' tentacles. Tatsuki, from the pain of squeezing her body, opened lightly her eyes as she saw blurry Ishida and the rest yelling at her. She had realized this is the end of her, along with the other 2 who had stopped screaming as she could roughly make their appearances. Just as she wanted to murmur Ichigo's name, a flash blinded her eyes in an instant, and not on just her position but on the other 2 as well. Everyone felt a breeze next to them and saw Neliel with her sword drawn and next to her feet in the left side. Dordoni was lying unconscious while on her right side Tatsuki was there in almost a comatose state. Neliel, damn! I couldn't manage to save Zamari. Everyone stared at her as she stared towards the black muscle mass. Ishida took a slight hit in his pride towards the aspect of speed, but he knew that eventually, he would surpass everyone. Neliel, Musketa, take Dordoni and leave from here. Musketa, I plan to. Even though my powers are beyond him in my second form, his abilities to grow and regenerate endlessly are annoying. Neliel, Sato, Ishida, you 2 can move. Take Tatsuki and leave this place. Neliel, Pesha, Dondakaka, Bawa, protect those 3 seriously this time. All 3, yes. Aooo. And where will all of you go? Just as the voice drifted in the ears, the whole room crumbled to reveal a kraken-like creature eating even the walls and having surround them as from a few tentacles it started charging Zero. Neliel, I will open up a path for all of you. You have no chance. Zero. 10 or so Zeros flew from all direction towards them as they had been trapped in a huge cage of black mass. Sato tried to make his hands reappeared and Ishida raised his bow ready to try and deflect the incoming Zero. Unfortunately, nothing of what they expected happened as the Zeros were suddenly drawn to a single position. When they looked towards it, they saw Neliel starting swallowing all of them one by one, and her chest along with her abdomen started rising slightly. When she had finished eating them, shocking everyone, her mask's eyes glowed a purple color before her riot sword burst from her body. Neliel, Zero Flash Zero Flash. Unlike previously where Neliel could use the Zero Double Double Zero, after her mask was completely restored he technique was evolved and could now absorb many different types of spiritual energies mixing it perfectly well with her Zero and fire it back. As she created a potent Zero Flash the force behind it was augmented greatly and crashed on the walls of the tentacles that prevented them to leave. Instead of an explosion as they expected to happen, the Zero pierced through incinerate everything it touched to ashes as well as letting residual meat paste caught a purple flame that kept burning. Neliel saw the opening and yelled at the others to leave from there and they did just that. Aargh. Turning her attention back at the one who tried to eat them, Neliel smirked before she spoke. Neliel, what's wrong? Doesn't like getting cooked by your own powers. Neliel, former 9th Espada Araniro Arururi. Araniro, Neliel tu Udalschwank. I swear I will swallow you whole. Neliel, actually you won't do anything except for a trip to hell. Araniro, since you seem so cocky against my first release how about trying the second one? Neliel lightly focused her eyes at the weird creature spasming in front of her until Araniro appeared with the full lower body into a huge, purple blob-like mass resembling an incredibly bloated invertebrate or octopus, with dozens of stubby tentacles, large red eyes, and large mouths complete with teeth. 506, Chapter 506, Second Form. Neliel, second form or not you can't even fight me in your first. Araniro, we will see about that. Countless tentacles things flew around and hunted Neliel as she simply waved her sword around with her fluttering clothes. She wearing a simplified version of what she was wearing when she had appeared in the Thousands Years War Blood. Just as she was cutting one by one the tentacles suddenly her mask, or more specifically the eyes of her mask glowed with a pink color. Neliel, Shikisaku Super Acceleration. Neliel suddenly vanished as she accelerates her movements with what appears to be a rudimentary form of Sonido leaving behind her a few spasming tentacles that burst open in the form of slices. Araniro, Aargh. Araniro, what was that? Neliel, my speed, you don't like it. Neliel, oh wait, someone who eats all the time others' spirits for him to grow speed is irrelevant. Neliel, then how about something with more power? Araniro tried to look around for the voice and location of Neliel only to see pink flashes around raining down on him and his whole body. Not wanting to be hit, Araniro took out another sword and started spinning it as it glowed yellow and growing. Araniro, Surge, Water, and Heaven Nijibana Twisted Flower. Araniro held Nijibana upside down and begins to twirl it in his hands as it glows, transforming it into a cross between a trident, a Japanese spear and a Chinese halberd with a crystalline appearance. It bears a horsehair tassel, although it is blue instead of the traditional red. Similarly the two side blades are straight with concave edges as opposed to the usual crescent blades of the Japanese spear. The end of Nijibana turns into a corkscrew/drill shape making water to flow freely from both the trident and the end as he managed to protect the core of his being. When he completed blocked everything he felt the wind whistled and raised his spear upwards blocking the sword of Neliel who was about to slash his head off. Araniro, not so easy. Before he could say the fourth word he ate a kick from her legs in his abdomen causing him to bend forward as he was in pain and slip in his grip holding the spear as sparks flew when Neliel's sword was rubbing against the spear, heading towards his head. Araniro managed to turn the spear a bit sideways avoid getting hit in the head but as a result, his right hand was cut off. Araniro, Aargh. Neliel, what's the matter I thought you said something about a second form. Araniro, you. Do you think this is a game? Neliel, but you are freaking weak. I wonder why someone like you was ever made in Espada ranks even for a little while. Araniro, he head. Why you said. Behold my truest form. Araniro, assimilate everything within assimilar todo dentro, clodonaria. Bohuam. Araniro's riotsa spiked as even those that had fled could feel it. Nelly simply watched the huge blob of black muscle and their tentacles shrink down to human levels. She watched as that huge head of his broke down, or it was assimilated in his muscles before his new form started condensing and pulsating. Eventually, his form was completed and Neliel could now see something akin to Azura, a being with one head that only had two glowing jewels as eyes and nothing else on its face. He had real 6 arms and from them, small mouths could be seen crunching with their teeth. On the chest of Araniro, there was a big red crystal or container as within 2 small balls were floating as they both looked at Neliel. Araniro, now, let's see how well you are going to fight me. 507, Chapter 507, Neliel's first release. Neliel, you didn't change a thing you are still a hideous Jillian-class former Espada. Araniro, let's see about that. Araniro then clenched his fists, all 6 of them and drew them back while the small balls in his chest were smiling at Neliel for the pain that is about to come. Neliel gripped her sword and suddenly blinked her eyes as all of his fists blurred, shocking her as she could perceive in slow motion that they were upon her almost hitting her body. Neliel, Shikisaku Super Acceleration. Clang, 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 clang. From the place, she was standing right now and the moment she accelerated 6 fist-size holes could be seen on the ground along with sword cuts. She appeared a few meters away with a shocked expression and a bit of frown in her face as she looked at her sleeve and saw bite marks. Not only she lost her edge by not seeing them fast enough, not only she couldn't cut them down as the hardness of the flesh was freaking high, but as the fists passed through her body in high speed those little mouths managed to rip her sleeve in the right hand. Araniro, ha 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 ha, what's wrong troubled that you couldn't keep up with my speed? Araniro, don't be slowly you will become food and my power. Neliel, Shikisuku's super acceleration. Before he could finish his phrase he saw Neliel blurring yet again and in an instance appearing in front of him as she slashed down with incredible force. Araniro raised all 6 hands and tried to block it and surprisingly enough for Neliel he did block it. But the force behind that slash travelled through his body into the ground which caused it to crack like a spider web around them. Araniro could see through the gaps of his arms the eyes of Neliel and shivers run down through his body as her eyes glowed with a dark green color. She was deadly pissed about her clothes that were a gift of Sora, her sword glowed with pink riotso putting more and more pressure on Araniro as he started to bend down. Araniro, ugh. Don't get too cocky. Araniro put more force on his arms and burst them open causing wind whips to appear as he pushed Neliel back in the air. Araniro took his arms back and punched forwards with twice the speed from before as he wanted to catch Neliel in the air by surprise and rip her to shreds. Neliel, Shunji no Kasoku instant acceleration. Araniro in slow motion opened both balls' eyes in shock as he could see the eyes of her mask glowed with a dark purple color before he hit empty air. The next thing he felt as his hands were still extending forward was that a figure was between the gaps of his fist holding her sword. Neliel, declare Gamuza. Neliel held her Zanpakuto up in front of her horizontally and called out its release command. The Zanpakuto glowed as a hazy smoke emanates from it engulfing both of them. Just as Araniro managed to retract his arms while trying to back off the glow intensified into a huge burst of spiritual energy that covered the surrounding area. Crack! Crack! Araniro looked in his chest and a lance had pierced through the red tank piercing what seemed 2 heads that were inside. Araniro, Dha, Ts. Impo, Ssi, Mpul. He looked at her new form of a brownish-green ibex-like centaur, complete with a black horse's tail. Her hollow mask's horns become longer and more curved, and also extend slightly, framing the sides of her face, particularly the cheeks. Her shoulders are covered by white spalders that come across her shoulder blade to her neck. She has white elbow guards and white gauntlets. The parts of her arm that aren't covered by armor are covered by a black material, which also covers her hands and there are also white rings at the base of her tail. Gamuza itself had transformed into a double-sided lance with the feature of the overall appearance of a medieval knight. Neliel, see? That's how it ends. In an instant. 508, Chapter 508, 14 hours prior. Just as Neliel returned to her normal state, she started breathing a bit heavily as with her body adapting to her second still unmastered form it was taxing for her to use her released form. He watched Araniro crumble away as he slowly cursed through whatever voice he could make. Neliel, a lowly espada like you had never had a hope to match me the N3 not before and certainly not now. Why did you kill him? Neliel, Suhure. Neliel vanished from her spot and landed in his arms as he appeared in the air through his doors. See Sora, he was quite interesting. Neliel, interesting? That takoyaki rotten bastard. See Sora, he truly was. He had an aspect of devouring yet he leaned more on the aspect of greed. See Sora, although he devoured others to fuel himself, he wasn't refining them to become his powers but as his greed influenced him he started stacking them up. Neliel, you mean like a treasure hunter? Neliel, no wonder he could use someone's else Shikai. See Sora, Shikai. Neliel, something about Nijibana. See Sora, Nijibana? 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 Oh right. That belonged to Kaien Shiba the former lieutenant of the 13th Division, under Jushiro Yukitake. See Sora, if I remember correctly he died at the hands of a hollow that also killed his wife, Miyako Shiba. He was the older brother of Kyokaku and Ganju. See Sora, he must have eaten the remnants of the hollow that ended up here in a death state condition and gained both their abilities. Neliel, if he could use their abilities why he didn't rain them on me? See Sora, probably because he couldn't use more than once per time. See Sora, anyway. Ichigo felt a slight tremor up ahead and sent him away. Go back and unite with my original while I follow them behind and finish our job here. Neliel, I believe we have dealt enough damage so far to his ranks. See Sora, let's hope so. Also Neliel. See Sora, I think your body is trying to adapt on a medium release and the released focused solely on the Hogyaku. Neliel, you mean I have a second and a third one? See Sora, seen these guys been powered up to the point of unlocking a second one without a complete Hogyaku as you possess inside you it's highly possible. See Sora, though perhaps I make the wrong assumption who knows. See Sora, we are close to the 4 hours mark after my battle with Baragon and Haribal. Neliel, so are we going to wait till the all of them wakes up? See Sora, you can stay with Sora and guard them until I return back. Neliel, then I will do just that. See Sora hugged Neliel and gave her a kiss in her forehead before he left from there, leaving her with smiles on her face. She used her Sonido and also vanished from there, heading back towards where the true reward lies for her. A few kilometers away from there, within what could be said a giant hall or pathway, Ishida, Sato, Tatsuki, Dordoni, and Musketo were down grasping their bellies as they were in a lot of pain. I was wondering WH had the nerve to invade my lab earlier, and when I searched I found all of you together. This was a shock for me. Aaron Cars, Espadas, and humans working together, quite spectacular if I may say. Ishida, who the hell are you? Ugh. Musketo, be careful of those dolls. That's not good, you know. Giving info to the enemy. Oh well, all of you are gonna die since you got captured earlier by my wings. I'm the X Octava, 8th, Espada se el Aporo Grands. 509, Chapter 509, A Combo Duo. Sale, as for these dolls. They are my Tetro de Titera puppet theater. By grabbing an opponent with one of my wings and then spitting them out, one of the strands of my wings becomes engorged with purple liquid and then bursts open, creating a small voodoo-like doll that has the victim's likeness. Sale, but I guess you already saw that, hey? Sale, now that I think of it, I never said thanks for the feast. Sale, anyway, where was I? Oh right. Any damage done to the doll's internal organs, accessed by taking them apart and removing the organs, is dealt with in the original, debilitating them from the inside. Sale, when I felt people coming right at me, I released my resurrection and immediately caught all of you as you were unguarded running away. Sale, well, not all, as 3 managed to slip away at the last second. Sale, I'm pleased to see you two with the gift I left you back then. Sale, Pesha, Dondakaka. Pesha, you evil man of creation. Dondakaka, let go of our friends. Sale, friends you say? Pesha, that's right. Sale, so the loyal dogs of Neliel wish to bark. Sure, give me the best you can. Let me see how you are going to make me free them from my control. Dondakaka, we will never forgive you for hurting Neliel-sama back then. Pesha and Dondakaka took out a hilt and a club out of thin air, stunning Sale before he burst into a laugher watching them. Sale, ha 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 ha, your pathetic of excuse sword is not going to help. Can't you see me? My powers right now is that of my first form. Sale, a form you wouldn't be able to achieve before, much less now. Both of them knew about his current appearance. Fornicar as you will fornicate, his command is sip as they knew before. In his released form, the lower half of his body becomes a multitude of purple tentacles reminiscent of a sea anemone. His feet extend from under the tentacles, which are then replaced by a layered dress-like garment. His upper torso becomes a segmented and form-fitting grey garment, with white sleeves extending from the elbow and down to a wide opening at the wrist that reveals a purple interior. 3 small, dark purple extensions span upward from the elbow, while 4 long, dark purple strands that look like falling drops hang from the underside of the sleeve itself. His hands turn white, and his fingertips become slightly elongated and purple. His hair gains various purple drop-like strands as well. His hollow mask takes the form of a headdress that forms a thin band across his forehead, as well as what appears to be half the bottom structure of his hollow mask glasses, which is attached on either side of his head by fan-like coverings. His left eye gains purple markings that take the shape of 4 lines on the top and bottom. He also grows 4 large, grey branch structures on his back, 2 on each side, which form a shape similar to the wings of a butterfly. Each branch has 12 equally spaced red strands that resemble falling drops. These strands can expand out, becoming thicker until they look similar to feathers, giving them the appearance of actual wings like those of a bird, and these branches can elongate at will. They knew that his whole body had become an existence where if they touched it, be it the torso, chest, hands, wings, legs, anywhere, would be lethal to them, as they had no idea what kind of abilities he would be able to produce. Their only choice is to attack from a distance away, and thankful they had such kinds of attacks in their arsenal. Dondakaka raised his club and started spinning and spinning rapidly until you could only see a yellow typhoon. Pesha raised his hilt of the sword and yelled. Pesha, light, come forth. Both the light that burst from his sword and the typhoon merged together as it rushed towards Sale. 510, Chapter 510, A Combo Duo. 2. Just as the typhoon headed through Sale, Dondakaka and Pesha looked at each other before Pesha hopped on Dondakaka's back. Both of them helped their swords forward and their Ryutsu spiked, causing the typhoon to remotely become stronger as it completely engulfed Sale. Sale, what? Sale was shocked by the sudden power up the typhoon he had planned to destroy with a hand, and that let him slip up as he was now trapped inside. The dolls he was holding were blown away and landed outside of the typhoon almost next to Ishida, who had thought of something to recreate the organs they had lost. Out of everyone here, he was the best at controlling his Ryutsu and siphoned away his opponents. He watched towards Pesha and Dondakaka, who started sweating as they prepared for their next attack while also holding the typhoon for the maximum time they could. They haven't fought for years so they are rusty, but they must pull this off if they want to have a chance of winning against this madman. They raised their Ryutsu at the absolute limit and beyond of what they could handle. From the sword of Pesci, purple Ryutsu started gathering around, forming a ball, while from Dandakaka a yellow ball was formed. Those two close to each other and suddenly started crackling with lightning as they were slowly brought together. Ishida took out his last seal Schneider and powered it up as he placed it above the dolls and slowly was shaving it away, making the dolls become particles as it got absorbed in his blade. He needed at least a minute to finish all of them and then return the Ryutsu that Sale absorbed with his wings back to them, recreating their organs as if nothing happened. Pesha and Dandakaka had managed to finish their fusion, and at that moment Sale spiked to his limit, his Ryutsu dispersing the typhoon, only to be welcomed instantly by a synchronized Zero, which was a much more powerful one, resulting in a large explosion on impact. Pesha, did that stalled him. Dandakaka, stay on guard. Ishida had his mind stressed out as he needed 30 more seconds. However, at that moment he watched as a figure walked out without a scratch from the explosion. Sale, impressive, I would say. If you were in your peaks, maybe just maybe you would have cracked my nails. Sale, there was a weakness in the technique that renders it useless. There was a small fissure between the two Zeros as they were not perfectly mixed. Sale, by touching that spot I was able to split the attack into two, causing it to pass by me, harmlessly exploding in the background. Ishida found his chance while Sale blabbed about how he escaped and finished everything he needed. He stabbed himself where the lost organ was and started feeling the pain go away slowly. He then proceeded in doing the same to the others as they slowly got up, making Sale finally notice that he blabbed for too long. Sale, oh? You managed to reverse the damage done to you. Sale, no matter, you will still need minutes to completely restore your organs. Sale, but first let me raise the difficulty by quite a lot. Sale, carbon copy. Sale raised his hands and his wings upwards before he unleashed a massive amount of black liquid from his back. Everyone watched as a vast amount of the liquid was shot upwards, making it nearly impossible for them to dodge or evade the attack. Everyone tried to do so anyway, but as they were still recovering they couldn't avoid it and all of them got hit. When they came upon contact, the liquid became solid and detached itself from them as it started to morph, shocking them within seconds, seeing a copy of themselves. Sale, I should tell you that when they are defeated, the clones break apart and multiply, adding to their numbers. Sale, now let me watch a battle unfolding with your own clone. 511, Chapter 511, Hope. Clang. 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 Sale watched as everyone started fighting against his puppets created by his carbon liquid and had a crazy smile on her face. Ishida was managing somehow while he was fighting and absorbing his clone's Ryutsu slowly. This gave him enough time to keep on the lookout for any of the others that might face trouble. Especially Tatsuki, since she was dead tired. Mosquito was trying to take the share of his Endordoni, who was on the ground still spasming in pain from the earlier fight with the invaders. Sato was also trying to cover for Tatsuki as she could only fight with her sword in her hands, and that was incredibly difficult, not being able to activate her Shikai in her condition as her Ryutsu was in a mess. Pesha and Dandakaka looked at each other as they were fighting their own counterparts, and suddenly, as if they had nodded with their eyes, the attacks of Bara they had prepared reversed themselves. Just as they were back to back, they turned around and Pesha fired at the fake Dandakaka and vice versa, hitting both of them as they crumbled away. Ishida and Sato along with Tatsuki and Mosquito saw with the corners of their eyes their key to victory and suddenly shuffled around. Ishida hit Sato, Sato hit Mosquito, Mosquito hit Ishida, and Tatsuki hit Sato, all within a split of a second using their respective flash steps. Sale, oh? Impressive. But it looks like someone can no longer move forward. Tatsuki fell and breathed heavily on the ground as this was her last attack surpassing her limits. Sale raised his hand and started charging a zero in his hand as he pointed towards her. Sato, Tatsuki. Ishida, avoid it. While they tried to help, the clones that burst or slashed up and had become liquids reformed themselves into more clones. Now each one of them was blocked by at least 2 or 3 clones. Sale, I warn you that when they are defeated, the clones break apart and multiply, adding to their numbers. Sale, now watch as she takes the full brunt of Zero. V-zoom. The trigger was pulled and the purple-colored Zero launched itself towards Tatsuki as everyone screamed at her, while Ishida noticed her eyes were in a daze as she had lost consciousness. Just as the Zero was about to fall on her, bird-like appeared and created a wind barrier that stalled no more than 2 seconds before they evaporated in its flash. They watched in slow motion as Tatsuki was almost engulfed within the Zero before an explosion happened right in their eyes. Sale, ha 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 ha, 1 down, many to go. Sale didn't bother even looking at the leftovers of the dust cloud caused by the explosion, but when he saw the expressions of the others he was confused. Yo, Tatsuki. I came to save my girl. Sato, Ichigo. Ishida, Kurosaki. You were freaking late. Ichigo, well, sorry about that. But I'm sure she would have been fine. Ishida, are you nuts? Ichigo didn't answer and looked at the dazed eyes of Tatsuki. He went ahead ignoring everyone and hugged her before he softly whispered to her. He knew the state she was in, and that was her instincts taking over in order for her to survive, just like he had done when fighting White Ichigo in the cannon. Although her mind is blurry, she can still tell what is happening as she can't control her body anymore. Feeling Ichigo's hug and words, she blacked out with a slight smile on her face. Ichigo, Ishida, take care of Tatsuki and everyone else while you guys take cover. Finishing his words, Ichigo was already in front of Ishida, handing over Tatsuki to him, and turned to Sale with a serious yet angry face. 512, Chapter 512, Second Form. Sale, hearing Ichigo, started laughing in a mischievous way, and before he could say anything his smile froze. Countless arrows rained down on all clones, disintegrate every drop of liquid his carbon clone had, making them instantly vanish. Ichigo, you know, I don't really like fighting that much and almost never get seriously pissed. Ichigo, but in this case. Sale watched Ichigo looking at him as he was holding his Shikai before a flash appeared in his eyes with barely having time to twist his body. Slash. Sale, Grg. Ichigo, I'm gonna make an exception. Ichigo slashed vertically, managing to cut off his left arm and left wing as Sale backed away from where he stood. Ichigo, however, held his sword with both hands from his hilt horizontally up to the height of his waist, and blue ray Easter flashed in his eyes. Ichigo, Tenku no Gecko Heavenly Moonlight. As he waved his sword, a light burst out, going in a single straight line towards Sale, who with his right hand managed to charge Dasiro and fired it in the same direction. Both attacks clashed, and just as everyone was braced for an explosion, Ichigo's moonlight slashed the Dasiro and headed right for Sale's right wing, cutting it off. Everyone was shocked by the sheer power Ichigo had at his arsenal. He managed to beat Sale in under a minute while they had problems with him. Sale, you. Before he could finish his words, Ichigo appeared in front of him, slashing down from his right shoulder towards the waist of Sale, causing a large wound to tear in his body as he spat blood. Sale fell on the ground, but not before he let out a small chuckle, making Ichigo back away this time. The ground where Sale fell cracked and a few Arankars appeared as they started becoming purple Ryotsuo and feed themselves to Sale, who healed at an incredibly fast rate as he got up. Sale, no matter how many times you reduce this to this state, I would always come back. Sale, however, for inferior beings like you to irritate me to this extent and even force me to fight you at my full strength. Now, that is what I would call a bad joke. Sale clapped his hands together as if he was praying, and his wings glowed with purple light as they engulfed him, forming a somewhat cocoon with him inside. Sale, drink the allure, Arayuru Onomu, Fornikaras. Boom. Black liquid came out from the pores of his wings and engulfed every inch on his body as a round black egg in the size of humans was forms pulsating. Everyone felt the fluctuations of Sale's second form and paled, especially Tatsuki, who woke up from the fighting. Ichigo raised his own and countered a bit of it so that he could protect them being pressured, and waited till his transformation ended. Crack. 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 It wasn't long that the black egg, as it had become solid enough, started cracking with pieces falling in the ground and become particles as a figure came out. Sale's lower half of his body becomes a multitude of black petals, each one on top of the other, and at the end of it, they were purple stripes that gave the illusion of something dripping from there. His feet extend from under the petals, which is then replaced by a layered dress-like garment. His upper torso becomes a segmented and form-fitting of a black, purple and grey garment. Pink sleeves extended from the elbow and covering even his hands were from the wrist, and after black gloved had appeared with the nail segment be purple in color as if dripping poison. His hair turned upwards as if they were electrified and had two stripes of black-colored hair, one on each side. Everyone who watched his new form had one freaking thought: he is so gay. 513, Chapter 513, Ichigo's Powers. Ichigo twitched his lips in annoyance when he saw his new form, not only that with the way he was moving he was making his butt show a bit, causing many to want to throw up. Sale, why the long faces? Don't you like my flower-like appearance? Sale, it's like I'm a deadly poison flower ready to claim slowly your lives. Ichigo, yeah, a poison useless prick. Sale, Aira. Then I better use my nails to prick your skin slowly. Ichigo, you won't be able to get the chance for that. Ichigo, Tengoku no Aim Heavenly Rain. Ichigo threw his sword in the air before catching it from the middle handle and burst with quite a bit of Ryotsuo as four balls were gathered in the whole sections of his Shikai, bursting apart as countless arrows flew from there. Sale, this won't work on me now. Just as the arrows were about to hit Sale, from his back two purple wings came out and engulfed him, almost instantly shielding him from harm. Ichigo, hey? Butterfly wings. He saw them open up, revealing the smug of Sale as it didn't even put a dent to him. Sale, is that all you can do? Ichigo, you haven't seen anything yet. Ichigo vanished from his spot, but this time Sale could follow him and turned around as he thrust his nails forward, clashing with the sword of Ichigo. Sparks flew from the point of their collision as neither backed away. However, Sale suddenly let out a smile as he thrust with his other hand forward. Ichigo lightly twisted his sword and both of Sale's hands were now clashing with the sharp sword as more and more sparks flew around. Sale, we are at a stalemate. Honestly, I'm shocked. Ichigo, are we now? Ichigo, Tenno Kaibatsuki Heavenly Moon Fang. 4 different light flashed in his swords as they combined into a dark purple color before bursting forward and engulfed Sail at point zero. He was kept getting pushed back by the large wave of condensed Ryutsua shredding anything in its path before it made Sail crash on the wall followed by a large explosion. Ishida and the rest had to cover themselves from protection against the raging winds. Sato, did that get him? Tatsuki, ugh. Ichigo. Ishida, don't worry, he is fine. Pesha, Ishida-san. Ishida, what is it? Pesha, Dondakaka has a separate space inside his stomach where he can store things. Ishida, so I noticed earlier. What about it? Pesha, if you give him a moment he may find a few medicines, especially ones that can somewhat reduce fatigue. Ishida pondered over it and decided to go along with this as Tatsuki needed some kind of medicine in order to make it easier for his earlier stun to regrow their organs with pure reishi. After agreeing to it, Dondakaka started removing items from his stomach by opening his mouth and pulling them with his hands out. Ichigo kept staring at the far walls of the hall they were currently in as he knew that his attack wasn't enough to beat, much less to kill Sail. Ichigo, why don't you come out already? You barely sweated at that. Sail, oh my, I was seen through. Sail, I found your attack quite interesting, able to fuse 4 aspects together for a devastating effect. Sail, therefore I was kinda excited to study it. Ichigo, you want to study it? I'm sorry to say that the only thing you are going to study will be my cold sword. Ichigo vanished from his spot using the highest speed he could in Shunpo, and after images started appearing, shocking everyone in the room. What shocked them the most though was that when he raised his sword all the images did as well and fired the same attack from different angles. Ichigo, Tenku no Gecko Heavenly Moonlight. 514, Chapter 514, Reviving. Sail didn't lose his calm bearing and smile as he engulfed himself with his wings, protecting him from every directional attack that crashed on his body. The attacks kept going on and it was getting harder and harder to keep this up for both of them. Suddenly 6 shadow clones appeared surrounding Sail before they raised their swords with one hand and slashed down. Ichigo, Tenno Kaibatsuki Heavenly Moon Fang. Boom! A purple light pillar raised up as a column completely engulfing Sail inside that extended upwards, piercing the ceiling and continued to rise. Ichigo appeared next to Ishida, panting from the huge amount of Ryutsu he had to spend pulling all that. They all noticed his Shinigami attire, especially the top to be missing his left side completely, and before they asked him about it he answered their doubts. Ichigo, damn it. Using a Bankai skill while in Shikai is quite tiring. I took the brunt of my own last attack. Everyone had half-opened eyes and looked at him like an idiot. However, how should they know that Ichigo thought hard of using this and barely achieved it by pushing his speed to his limits. They all waited until the blast pillar from 6 different attacks dies down in order to see the results of it. Soon enough the whole place started crumbling apart as the ceiling had been incinerated completely and the walls started cracking, becoming an open space of some sort. Finally, the blast died down and saw nothing but ripped clothes, wings parts, and a hand laying there on the hot ground that burned in high temperature. Ishida, did you do it? Ichigo, don't know, wait and see. Ichigo was looking everywhere for where Sail might have been hiding, unknowing to him that he actually defeat him in this round. His attack found a weak spot in his back between his wings, bypassing his defenses and ripped him apart, leaving only what they could see. Ichigo, however, knew that he had a freaking ability that let him resurrect himself from what he had learned from Sora's memories and waited in high alert. Soon enough his ripped clothes, wings parts, and a hand laying there become particles after they glowed and sunk themselves into the ground before a bud came out and started growing and growing. Many walls, pieces of furniture, plants that could be found there become particles as if he was absorbing them and grew to the size of a human egg with him sitting inside in his default form. Ishida, what the hell? Sato, that's impossible. Ichigo, there was a reason he was an Espada before. Tatsuki, what are you waiting, attack him. Ichigo, I can't, he will use this chance to absorb my attacks and hasten his recovery. Sail, HOH. You figured it. I'm impressed by the sheer firepower you have. Sail, never expected for you to be lucky and got my weak spot in my wings and reduce me to this state. Ichigo, like you said I got lucky. Ichigo, but now you don't have enough to enter in your first form again, right? Much less the second. Sail, and neither you do. None of you can attack or else I'll power up even further and we will go back to where we started. Sail, originally Gabriel allows me to be reborn if I am injured beyond repair by impregnating an enemy. When I have physical contact with the victim, I can implant a portion of himself inside their body. Sail, I then devour my way out of their body by absorbing all the fluids and chemicals of the victim, like an insect leaving a cocoon or husk. Sail, however on my second form I can bypass all that and no harm can be brought to me inside this eggshell. 515, Chapter 515, Finishing this. Ichigo, no harm hui. Sail, hat, we are in a stalemate now. What will you do, leave? Ichigo, nope, I would like to test your theory of you getting no harm inside there. Sail, how will you test that? Ichigo raised his right hand and placed it in his face as his Ryutsu spiked dramatically higher than before, shocking Sale. Sale, you. Ichigo brought his hand down and his hollow mask emerged yet again, as his voice became hoarse like that of a hollow. He caught his sword from the chain that hanged in his hilt and started spinning it at an incredible speed, and at the same time four colored Ryutsu gathered together in the whole sections and started fusing together in a dark purple color that flashed with lightning. Ichigo, thank you for not being able to move in there. Ichigo, thanks to that I can try something new. The spinning sword in Ichigo's hand started pulsating and more lighting crackled, giving a dread feeling as they could see something akin to a purple cloud having being formed of pure Ryutsu surrounding the sword. He twisted his body and turned back his hand as if he wanted to throw something forward. Ichigo, Tenno Tenmitsu Asura Hayden Heavenly Flashing Judgment. Ichigo called out a name that might fit his new on-spot attack that need a long charging time before he pushed his hand, spinning his swords forward, launching his sword like a spear directly at the position Sale was. The moment his sword left his hand, his mask shattered to a million pieces, all the while a purple line flashed in their eyes from the spot Ichigo was standing, extending all the way to Sale, piercing through his eggshell and leaving from behind him nailing in the wall. Sale didn't even realize the sword passed through his body, leaving a bloody hole from his chest to his abdomen. He came to his senses when a wave of pain assaulted him while the egg shattered, making his drop in the ground with half-formed hands and legs as he needed a bit more time to restore them. Ichigo, ha ha. Half. Sale, you. Ugh. Sale's body, having lost the Gabriel egg where he could absorb anything around him to slowly heal himself, was looking at Ichigo with a pained expression, all the while white dust was drifting through the air. Ichigo, it seems. That you, not be able to complete the revival of yourself. Payoff, has severe consequences leading to your demise. Everyone was watching as the body of Sale becoming slowly to dust and eventually vanished from their faces. Through this Ichigo also remembered that Ulkshora, having drafted his regeneration too much, age had also reached his limits, causing his body to crumble in a similar way. He walked forward, going to where his sword had nailed itself and tried to pull it out from the rumble caused by his attack. He then turned towards the rest and walked to their side before he sat down. Ichigo, based on what Sora had said to me before, Aizen wished to stall for time, and this actually benefits us as well since we need to regroup. Ichigo, so for the next few hours rest and heal. I'll also sit here to restore my Reisu and watch for anything that might happen. Ishida, with the medicines Don Dakaka gave us, I believe we would be completely fine in 8-9 hours. Sato, so all we have to do till then is rest. Ichigo, I see, what about you two? Ichigo looked at the two current Espada who had complicated expressions, especially after the attack they saw. Musqueta, we will also hide as Dordoni also needs to rest. Ichigo, I see, then do that, it would leave a bad taste if you two were to die since you helped my wife. 516, Chapter 516, Moving Forward. As Ichigo told them to rest, a few hours passed, making it now 18 hours passing by from the moment the first fight begun with Sora battling Baragon. Back at the dome where Haribel was, she watched as her subordinated woke up, and at the same time Jin coming out of the Kido being powered up by 10%. After talking for a bit, they also heard Sora's voice notifying them that the others had their share of their battle and had come victorious. Haribel confirmed this as she had felt the fluctuations during the waiting she was doing while trying to recover her strength. See Sora, since you had managed to stall me by quite a lot and I did the same, I believe you have completed with the part of what Aizen had ordered you to do, correct? Jin, really nothing can't escape you. See Sora, I imagine the second task would have been to kill Haribel if she had tried to betray you people or if she had lost. See Sora, unfortunately it ended in a draw. Jin, are you confident about stopping me from killing her? Haribel tensed up because Jin had slightly opened his eyes looking at her while waiting for an answer from Sora. See Sora, sure, go ahead and try. This time however I won't think about Matsumoto's friendship with you and utterly annihilate you. Jin froze in his tracks as he started walking towards them, before pondering many things. At that moment he felt something behind him and at the place where Haribel was. Two doors appeared and two identical people came out, shocking many. However Jin had nothing to say about this as he knew he had some kind of Kido that made an exact copy of him. See Sora, go back and tell Aizen, you managed to severely injure me but at the last second I used my clone and doors enabling me to escape. See Sora, I also believe it won't be long now before you depart for the Karakura town. Jin pondered over his words and used Shunpo as he vanished from there. He needed to go and report back to Aizen about his findings. See Sora turned around him and saw that the destruction with the flames still existed and the only thing protecting them was the dome he had created with doors. He snapped his fingers making the doors vanish and all the Ryutsu that ravaged everything outside rushed to the place he was. Apaki, what are you doing? You want to die? Haribel, either way we failed our mission, if it wasn't for him we would have died at the hands of Jin. See Sora, and who said you're gonna die now? See Sora waved his hand and black flame appeared devouring every trace of their fight, leaving behind only burned sand illuminating the dark night outside of the Lost Notches. Watching him taking care of the flames that burned everything around them, thinking that they are in hell, all four of them were speechless. Haribel, you. Did you held back on me? See Sora, No, I didn't. At the same time, I can't say I fought you with everything I had as I was half spent from Barragan. Haribel averted her eyes as she truly asked something stupid, since she had clearly seen him injured when they found him and ganged up on him but still managed to come out victorious. See Sora, all four of you are in no longer condition to fight, if I remember correctly you had a hideout somewhere around here before Aizen found you. See Sora, go and hide there. I wouldn't want my wife to die in the midst of warring times. Suddenly they saw the second Sora becoming particles and returning to his body indicating that it was a Kido or something similar, then they watched him leaving the area as he rushed to return on Lost Notches for the final few fights remaining. 517, Chapter 517, Initiating the Final Phase. At the throne room, Aizen was sitting there while pondering many things. Just a few minutes ago he felt a familiar signature which he knew it was Jin's. He was waiting for good news for the past 18 hours and even though he felt Sora's Reisu die down 18 hours prior, he also felt many spikes at the later hours. One of which had almost the same signature as Sora. During these hours Jin had stalled, Kaname managed to gather the dispersing Reishi from dying hollows and feed the energy to his Hogyaku completely recharging it and as there was still some left over he gave it to Ulquiorra to stabilize his shard. Aizen, Kaname notify everyone that it's time to achieve our greater goal. Kaname, yes. Aizen, Ulquiorra with your newfound power it will fall under you to protect this place. Ulquiorra, I swear at my new rank the number of 0. Aizen, good. Although we have taken a few losses, the stronger one is what counts in the end as it is something that will never betray you. Ulquiorra, yes. Aizen, send someone to fetch Anu and guard her in the throne room, when those that have invaded us come here, return her to them and then exterminate them. Ulquiorra, right away Aizen-sama. Aizen watched Ulquiorra walking away from there and started pondering deeply on what kind of forces he had left. Aizen, the Privaran Espada have all lost, and from the current ones. N4 Barragan, N.3 Haribel, N8 Dordoni, N9 Sirachi Sanderwichi and N.10 Musqueta have been defeated and died or by other means, they cannot participate. Aizen, I'm sure they must have all realized it as their Espada tattoo must have changed the order. Aizen, 0th Ulquiorra Sifur, 1st Coyote Starkey and Lilynet Gingerbuck, 2nd possibly Tyr Haribel as I didn't feel her riot so completely vanish, 3rd Grimjo Jaeger Jacques, 4th Luppy Antenor and 5th Yami Largo. Aizen, this means only 4 Espada will accompany me. True to his words everyone in their own position within the Lost Notches, felt extremely puzzled when they felt their rank change. It happened so suddenly that it meant one thing. Many of those in the Espada passed away. However, how should Aizen know that in the original only 3 of them accompanied him to the real world along with their goons? This time however one more will go with him and at the same time, all of them have a second form, no matter how many goons he brings unless they are up to par with the captain there is no meaning in their existence. Seemingly lost in his own world, Aizen felt a presence getting closer to him and spoke out. Aizen, Jin, how is it? Jin, I just returned Captain Aizen. Jin, things aren't that favorable to us. Aizen, what happened? Jin proceeded in telling Aizen about many things that happened after they found him including, what he learned about his abilities and how he was stuck in a weird like Kido cocoon. When he emerged out of it, he saw Haribel dead beaten on the ground and everywhere was burning with flames similar to what they had seen. He also told him that Sora's Zanpakuto had a catch about the commands and everything that happened. Aizen, I see that was the unusual, Ryutsu I felt yet at the same time familiar with him. Aizen, it's a good thing I took precautions against both him and Yamamoto with Wonder Weiss reaching a second form. Aizen, since that dome protecting his self-proclaimed wife was still active, it means he was healing and spending Ryutsu at the same time which will keep his hands occupied. Aizen, this gives us a few hours to finish our final plans. 518, Chapter 518, Towards the Top of the Palace. As Aizen was making his plans, Sora who after bluffing his way through with Jin and Neliel by showing them he can create a clone and use him in a fight for a period of time, he entered his doors where he met Neliel waiting as he recreated a clone. Sora, this will be the last phase. We have diminished Aizen's forces way too much and I imagine he will take 4 Espadas with him. See Sora, leaving only Ulquiorra Sifur to guard the top of the palace. Sora, no I imagine there will be a few variants that will also stay behind giving the others some workouts to do. Sora, if I'm not wrong then at least 4-5 more Erancars will make an appearance. See Sora, then I'll regroup with Ichigo and rush towards the throne room. While warning the others as well. From within the void, the clone vanished as it opened its own door heading right away where Ichigo was. Neliel, what about us? Sora, we can go back and watch the show that will unfold in the town. Neliel, PFFF. You make it sound like you have everything under your hands. Sora, not really. I will intervene in the battle if anyone else drops dead. Sora, Alcouth I believe with the training the old man made them go through it won't be that much of a problem. Sora, Anohana will be there. Kenpeki will be there. And everyone else. I wouldn't be surprised if they actually won without casualties. Neliel, but you know you are dreaming, right? Sora, sigh. I have nothing for their second form. All in all, I have nothing on Aizen's Bankai if he uses it. Sora, I have a feeling if that were to happen it will spell our doom. Sora and Neliel left from there and started traveling back towards the real world to prepare for the soon-to-be war zone between them. Sora had managed to reach on the destroyed building that was once connected with the main palace of Lost Notches and went where Ichigo was. Sora, finally found you guys. Have you healed enough? Ichigo, is it time? Sora, yes, for those that still haven't healed, only Ichigo and I will go. The rest of you take care of those that will try to enter in our way. Sato, how long till you reach there? Sora, I can't say for certain, the battle might start within 30 minutes or even 2 to 3 hours depending on many things. Ishida, then we will stay here and heal till the last second. Tatsuki, even I am somewhat better than before, I would say around 50% fighting capability. Sora, good to know. But don't strain yourself. I don't want to lose my sister-in-law. Ichigo, Holha. Wahey. What? What are you saying? We have a job to do. Tatsuki, that's right, we have to save Orium. Both of them blushed as Sora told this so boldly to hurry up and get married. Nevertheless, after averting their eyes and not looking at each other, Sora caught Ichigo from the collar and dragged him away. Sora, let's go, lover boy. You will have all the time you want after we save your other wife as well. Ichigo, let me go, you motherfucker, I can freaking walk. Sora, then walk. Everyone saw Sora bickering as he was dragging Ichigo and focused on doing the best they could right now as their top priority. That was to get better and help them when they needed, even if it is a little. Along the way, Ichigo and Sora started talking about more serious things on who will be left behind from the remaining Espadas. After ruling many things, they came in a conclusion that only Grimjo and Ulquiorra fitted the bill, but they both had a hunch something that bothered them from when they had first met Ulquiorra, that it will become a reality. 519, Chapter 519, Reaching the Top. In the throne room, every force that had been remained intact was there kneeling in front of Aizen with Jin and Kanem on his sides. He had felt two people coming for him, and couldn't help but smile that his plans will finally be moved to the final phase. Although he didn't expect that none of the Godi I-13 didn't make an appearance, in the end, it didn't matter to him that much. Aizen, I called everyone here as our plan to invade the real world, and then the Soul Society has finally come. Aizen, many of you have noticed the changes in your own tattoo and have realized its meaning. Aizen, Ulquiorra Cipher will stay behind and guard the place we built on top of many sacrifices while the rest will initiate the plan. Aizen, for that end, first Coyote Starkey and Lilynet Gingerbuck, third Grimjo Jaeger Jacques, fourth Luppy Antenor, fifth Yami Largo and Wonder Weiss Margla. Aizen, you four will tag along wrecking chaos for the captains and vice-captains when we finally meet them. Yami, Aizen-sama, what about Tyr Haribal? And who is number 2? Aizen, Haribal had fought with the enemy directly, the leader of those that invade here and cause us a few loses. Therefore she is out of action. Aizen, in my current state I can still feel small embers of her life and she has become the number 2. Aizen, if she doesn't survive you all will notice, when the tattoos you have change again. Aizen, Rudborn Keelut, Loli Ivirn, Mainoli Malia, Pitrose, Minas, Aldigor, and Thelia will stay here to take care of those intruders humans apart from the 2 Soul Reapers that will be taken care of by Ulquiorra. Grimjo, what about my Fraxion members? Aizen, those 5 will come with us. Orium, who was watching by the sides, was shocked that Aizen still had many forces left for a full blunt attack. Orium, she knew each and every one of them was dangerous in their own rights, and even if she fights with her beliefs on the line she will not be able to come on top against the Espadas. Aizen took notice of her as she was looking around, and turned to his army and spoke once last time. Aizen, right, as the 2 of our guests are coming here, when they appear you will first let them reclaim what we took from them before a fight erupted. When his voice fell, Aizen got up and opened the Garganta as everyone started walking slowly inside with Jin, Kanem, and Aizen looking back at the room before a loud explosion broke the walls revealing 2 people. God damn it! It was so far away. Stop your complaining, we reached in time to see Aizen depart for his doom. Aizen, my doom? Now that's an interesting thing to say to someone who crossed over to godhood, Sora, Ichigo. Sora, sigh. You have the brains yet you are failing to see the full picture. This world doesn't revolve around you, Aizen. Sora snapped his fingers as he was looking at Aizen and a door appeared beneath Orium, who only managed to say an "eh" as she fell inside. Sora, you probably planned to let us take her back peacefully and then kill us all. Sora, why do that when you know I can freely save her as long as she is within my sight? Aizen, interesting theory, you think that in the end all of my plans will fail. Sora, I've already sent her back to the others. Apart from Ulquiorra, everyone else can go after them. Ichigo, see for yourself how miserably you will fail. Aizen, I see that my experiment back then turned out a unique existence. When I achieve my goals I will make sure to study you thoroughly Ichigo. Aizen, let the war begins. 520, Chapter 520, Ichigo vs Ulquiorra. Both Ichigo and Sora saw Aizen leaving within the Garganta as it closed off. They looked calmly at the army of people in front of them, and as their gazes passed by Mainoli, Loli, and Thelia they stayed for a few seconds scanning their bodies. Both of them sighed, seeing their assets being somewhat small, pissing all three of them. Before they could rush and teach them a lesson, a tyrannical riot so burst out from Ulquiorra as it was incredibly harsh to breathe or even move. Ulquiorra, you heard the orders of Aizen. Go and take care of the weak. I'll take care of these two. Ichigo, no worries, this will be one-on-one. Ulquiorra, laughable. I'm not the same as before. Ichigo, neither I am. Previously I felt you had something beyond your resurrection and now I'm convinced. Ichigo, unless you bring out your second form you will lose badly. Ulquiorra, I see fighting those weaker in the Espada ranking had made you too overconfident of yourself. Ulquiorra drew his sword from his waist and Ichigo walked forward as he waved his hand before talking. Ichigo, gaze at the eyes of all things where the moon feasts, heavenly devour moon, Tengoku Akumatsuki. A sword started manifesting in his hand before he used Shunpo and appeared right in front of Ulquiorra, slashing down. Clang! These swords trembled from the clash before Ulquiorra pushed Ichigo back and thrust his sword forward, meeting with Ichigo's sword sideways since he had guarded himself in the air. They started picking up the speed of the sword clash while Sora was watching from the sides. He had told Ichigo that Ulquiorra is his to fight for the sole reason to see what level he is now. He has told him that in their first bout, Ichigo had lost in Ulquiorra's segunda etapa and only won by White Ichigo's second form. Thinking about it, Ichigo also agreed to it as he truly wanted to see what kind of heights he had reached now. This was the moment he will bring out his Bankai and mask and try to fight his second form which trashed him in the original timeline. Just as things have been heated in the sword clash with no one being able to come on top, Ichigo suddenly twisted his sword in the air while kicking away Ulquiorra before he caught the sword from the middle handle. Ichigo, Tengoku no aim, heavenly rain. Instantly 4 spheres of different colored Ryutsu appeared in the whole section of his sword, and as he was holding it like a bow, countless arrows burst out in every direction. Ulquiorra saw a huge wave of arrows filling the whole room, cutting off any intentions to rush forward, and his only option was to rush backwards. He held his sword and started making difficult maneuvers forwards, in the air, by turning around, making roundhouses, backflips and many more. With each maneuvers, he was hitting with his sword many arrows while avoiding those that threatened to hit his body. Sora, who was watching this, thought that he became the second coming of Kirito when he was deflecting bullets with a lightsaber. He took notice however that Ulquiorra was 10 times faster, and also it seems like his hand was glowing green before he stepped back and thrust his hand forward. Ulquiorra, Zero. Vizum. A dark green zero flew from his hand as he opened it and pointed with his finger while thrusting and destroyed all the arrows in its way as it went straight for Ichigo, who had a calm face like he was expecting it. Just as he was about to get hit and be pushed backwards, the zero passed right through him, shocking both Ulquiorra and Sora. 521, Chapter 521, Getting Serious. After seeing the zero passing through Ichigo's afterimage, Ulquiorra suddenly felt something odd as he quickly backed away. On the spot he was standing earlier, he could see Ichigo with his sword nailed on the ground and heard a thud as he watched something familiar land on the floor. He then looked at his left hand and was astonished to see it missing. Ichigo, I actually told you to get serious. Ichigo, not that it matters if you lose an arm with your regeneration speed. Ulquiorra looked at Ichigo, who was waiting for him to take his arm back and restore it. Since he was kind enough to let him, Ulquiorra did just that. While he was waving his hand to check if it was healed, he turned towards Ichigo as he spoke up. Ulquiorra, like that woman you have been deemed worthy of peering in my true form. Ulquiorra held his sword in front of him, and while he was looking down, his Ryutsu spiked before raising his head and spoke up to him. Ulquiorra, enclose Mercy Lago Black-Winged Great Demon. Ulquiorra's Zanpakuto, which was a standard-sized katana with a green handle and sheath, with the guard having 2 curved extensions from its long sides with a line going through both sides, suddenly shined in black and green color as it burst forward, suffocating anything in its path. It unleashed a black and green burst of spiritual energy, which fell around Ulquiorra as green rain. In his released state, Ulquiorra becomes a bat-like in appearance. While in this form, large, black bat wings formed on his back, his hair grew longer and wilder, and the remains of his hollow mask centers atop his head, with 2 large horns extending outward to the sides towards the front. The lines on his face become black, broader and more triangular, and his fingernails lengthen. His Arankar attire becomes more form-fitting and closed at the top, becoming more like a robe towards the bottom. Seeing him like this, especially Ichigo, the feeling he got that something was different of him from when he had come to the real world intensified. Ulquiorra, I hope you can keep up. When he spoke these words, Ulquiorra appeared right in the face of Ichigo with a green spear similarly to how he had done in the original, only this time Ulquiorra narrowed his eyes before hitting and turned around, clashing his spear with a sword. Ulquiorra, another afterimage. Ichigo, oh, you can faintly see them now. Sparks flew around them and Sora, who was watching, was thinking that it was going quite well. Ichigo, although he was using his original Bankai usage of shadows in his Shikai form, this was possible as he was stronger now and could only use at most 2-3. If he were to stretch it, he can create more as he had done with Sail. He kept watching, clashing and even with Ulquiorra first form it was hard-pressed for both of them as neither could top each other off. Just as he thought of that, he suddenly felt two bursts of Ryutsu charging up and fired at point 0 from each other. Ulquiorra, Zero Oscara's Black Hollow Flash. Ichigo, Tenno Kaibatsuki Heavenly Moon Fang. Boom. Both sides clashed, resulting in an explosion of the two trying to win for supremacy as their impact force was destroying anything in the room. Sora, not wanting to get caught in it, entered his doors and vanished from there just in the nick of the time for the two attacks to burst upwards, destroying the whole throne room. Anyone who could see towards the center of the Lost Notches saw a giant pillar of dark and green colors fighting it out with a purple pillar as it reached the ceiling, opening a hole in it. 522, Chapter 522, Ichigo's Bankai. Sora appeared on the ceiling of Lost Notches and looked down to see clouds of dust, while small flashed could be seen in high speed along with sounds. Ichigo and Ulquiorra, who both got out of it almost unscathed, with Ichigo having a few scratches on his hand and small trails of blood, and Ulquiorra, who had his one bat wing cur in half, continued fighting it out as they raised themselves upwards. Sora, if they continue like this they would be almost equally matched. Sora, Ichigo is still holding back in his Shikai and for some reason so is Ulquiorra. Sora, if I remember correctly, in the original none of the Espada N.4 unless were allowed to release their forms inside the palace. Sora, following this time that everyone has a second form. They are allowed to release the first one but not the second. Fush. Fush. As he was lost in his thought and finally got why both are holding back, he felt the wind around him raging as the two passed him and rushed above the ceiling, getting out of the Lost Notches. Ulquiorra landed on top of a pillar while looking down on Ichigo as he stared back at him. At the same time Ulquiorra noticed Sora, who also came up. Ulquiorra, you are here as the invaders and we have certain rules, ones that are placed strictly on those that have a second form. Sora, if you are worried about me, then don't be. Your only opponent is him. Isn't that enough of a warm-up for the both of you? Sora, we both know the rules or can guess them. Stop holding back because you will die before you realize it. The same applies to you, Ichigo. Ichigo, I know, shut up. Ichigo turned and continued looking to Ulquiorra as he placed his sword in front of him and spoke to him while his Ryutsu flared up. Ichigo, I think it's time for our true powers to do the talking. Ichigo, Bankai. Boom. Ichigo was engulfed in a Ryutsu cloud that had many different colors, making the whole place tremble by the sheer power it was oozing out. Soon the cloud was cleared, revealing Ichigo in his first Bankai attire, but this time it had 4 inverse-colored moons on his back, which all of them connected with each other, forming a giant O, looking both like a moon and an eye. On his hand, there were 2 smaller swords to the length of daggers reaching 75 centimeters each, 2 blades with the same hand hilt of his Shikai. Each blade had 4 sections of different color and 2 holes in it. If one were to say something about it, it was like his Shikai split in 2, and the only notable this that changed was a small circle hanging at the tip. The primary hilt grew and got a black circle at the end. At the same time, at the end of the hilt where the blade extended, another hilt appeared that similar to his Shikai there hanged 2 chained black moons. Even the length of the chain was much smaller than his Shikai. Ichigo, Heavenly Devour Black Moon Tengoku Akumakuro Tsuki. Ulquiorra narrowed his eyes as he couldn't believe that a human could reach that level of power. The oppressive aura was suffocating and was almost causing him to be unable to move. Ichigo, what's wrong? The moment Ulquiorra registered Ichigo's question, he suddenly found that he had appeared right in front of him as he slashed with both hands, both blades cutting completely his wings off his back, and at the same time the pressure of his sword blew Ulquiorra from his spot and sent him flying through numerous pillars. 523, Chapter 523, Segunda Etapa. Ulquiorra managed to stop passing through and destroying the pillars after he was around 3 kilometers away from Ichigo, who was still looking at him. He looked at his hand, which was trembling in numbness. At the last second, he had used loosed La Luna light of the moon to try and redirect the blades, avoiding the pressure that blew him away. But the light javelin shattered instantly the moment he formed it. This caused his hand to take the full brunt of the blow, his wings to be cut off and him ending up being blown away. He stood up and finally realized he can no longer hold back. These two are dangerous, and even if he had to resort to his newly acquired power, he will use everything to rid of them. As he managed to stand up, he used his regeneration to bring his wings back and then used Sonido to cover the distance as he appeared in front of Ichigo just a few dozens of meters away. Ulquiorra, it seems like at this rate what you people said will become reality. Therefore from this point forward, I will not hold back. Ichigo prepared himself as he knew he would use his second form since he could feel his Ryutsu boiling. Ulquiorra, Segunda Etapa True Despair, Mercy Lago. Boom! Ulquiorra burst an unbelievable amount of dense spiritual pressure that was crashing anything around him. Just as the burst of black Ryotsu got cleared and Ulquiorra appeared in their view, they saw that he had retained his black wings while his long white coat is gone, revealing his slender white torso, with his bare chest patterned so his hollow hole appearing to be dripping black, blood-like liquid. His waist becomes covered in something similar to black fur, which covers his arms and legs. His fingers grow claw-like extensions, and his feet resemble talons. The irises of his eyes turn yellow, and the sclera becomes green. The tear-like marks under his eyes increase in size and turn black. Ulquiorra's mask is completely gone. He has 2 large bat ears, and the espada tattoo is no longer visible on him. Seeing his current appearance, they were shocked to see inside his hollow hole having a round blue crystal stationed there as it was floating, or more like something was binding it there. Ulquiorra, originally, Aizen-sama didn't know about me possessing a second form, however after granting us more powers he realized it and I couldn't hide it. Ulquiorra, however that changed when he gave me this. Ulquiorra, this was created by the fragments of the 2 Hogyakus Aizen-sama had. They were restored and fused, creating a third one with the help of that woman. Ulquiorra, now, will you last long enough to see the full extent of my powers? Ulquiorra clapped his hand together as a dense green javelin started forming, causing lightning to crackle around it when he completed it. Ulquiorra, Lanza del Relámpago, Lance of the Lightning. Ichigo, watching this, took his stance while a smile formed on his face and his blades glowed with colored Ryotsus each. Both of them vanished from their position and started clashing with each other. Sora watched as Ulquiorra span around his spear, arrow, javelin, or whatever you called that, parrying both of Ichigo's blades in his hands. Sora, it seems like the Hogyaku not only helped him advance beyond. It powered up his current abilities as well. Sora, no wonder Ichigo got his ass kicked. Ulquiorra deserves, in my opinion, to be the strongest espada. Just as he was lost in his thoughts, 2 flashes caught his attention, causing him to cringe before running away in his void. Ulquiorra had created a second javelin and Ichigo made his swords glow before both of them back away from each other as they threw theirs attacks. 524, Chapter 524, The Peak of Despair. With the 2 of them backing away from each other, Ulquiorra threw the 2 javelins in his hands that seemed like arrows crossing through the dark night. While Ichigo waved his swords in his hands, causing 2 purple lines appeared in succession as a cross-shaped attack flew from his swords targeting the javelins. Ichigo, Heavenly Moon Crossing Fang Tenno Kosa Kaibatsuki. The 2 attacks met each other and something none was expecting happened. Both started devouring each other and compressing to the point a pitch-black sphere appeared into a black hole and exploded outwards. Be-boom. The force of the explosion sends both of them flying in the opposite directions while the ceiling of the lost notches started cracking considerably as if it was about to collapse. When the blast died down, Sora came out from his doors and looked in disbelief from all the destruction they caused. He looked at the walls of lost notches and it looked like they were about to collapse at any moment. Sora, don't those 2 know that there are people inside? Ichigo appeared next to Sora as he was badly hurt everywhere and was bleeding from his hands as he used them to protect himself. Sora, ha 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 ha, look at you so miserable. Ichigo, shut up will you. Ulquiorra also came near them and saw him missing completely his one wing and the other had long been gone by half. His hand had vanished and in short, he was also in a sorry state. He kept staring at them and then looked at his body before it willed it to heal. Within almost a second his body was restored to how it was before. Ulquiorra, you are still resisting the despair that will come for you. Ulquiorra, then I will have no choice but to show you the endless sea of it. Just as he finished speaking, both Sora and Ichigo saw the Hogyako shining as Ulquiorra burst with Ryotsu, and this time both of them were feeling suffocated. A pitch-black Ryotsu burst from his body with small green parts in it, transforming Ulquiorra in front of their eyes. Retaining the black markings and white skin of his Segunda Etapa form, Ulquiorra gained long white hair, horns made of green-black Ryotsu, a large green heart-shaped mark with the Hogyako replacing his hollow hole. A black robe covering the lower half of his body, and 4 black angel wings. Ulquiorra, another Etapa beyond resurrection. The whole place started trembling from his powers and the ceiling finally collapsed, falling towards those below, which made Sora move albeit with difficulty. He waved his hands and a giant door opened up, swallowing the falling stones as Ishida and the others who were fighting trembled in fear, including the Aaron Cars. Ulquiorra, now you will know the meaning of despair as the angel of death comes to your doors. Ulquiorra waved his wings and countless feathers appeared in a large area covering 5 kilometers with them as the center of his attack. Feeling the power behind Ulquiorra move and that only the start, Sora and Ichigo started sweating, possibly for the first time in their lives. Sora, Ichigo. Hearing his shouting and having no time, Ichigo broke down to particles and the form of his Bankai appeared in Sora's hands. At the same time, all the feathers started rotating around them as they started resembling faces while expecting black Ryotsu. Ishida, Tatsuki, Sato, and the other Arankars have fallen on the ground in a state of trying to breathe. Clone Sora put his hand in his face and also donned his hollow mask, raising his power to his peak. Ichigo did the same inside his realm and raised their power beyond their limits. Although all this seemed to be done in minutes, in reality barely a few seconds passed. Ulquiorra, begone! River of despairing souls! Just as his voice fell, a cyclone was formed engulfing the entirety of Las Notches and burst upwards towards the dark sky, where the faces follow suit as they were gathered there. 525, Chapter 525, Two Powers at the Same Time. Destruction, everything had crumbled away and the only thing that Ulquiorra could see was a giant dust cloud as he was floating silently with his angel wings in the sky. Haribol, Apasai, Mila Rose, and Sung Sun who were way too far from there felt thankful, especially the trio who kept nagging their queen that they can still fight and return back to stall the others, invaders. Apasai, who the hell has that kind of power to completely demolish the Las Notches? Haribol, probably someone who had tapped his second form before the powers we got from Aizen. Mila Rose, someone managed to hide it. Haribol, he may have done it at first but with the power up his Ryotsu got that probably betray him. Nevertheless his second form becomes even stronger as if he was training for years to reach his limit. Sung Sun, now we can only hope that Guy will be able to come on top of him or else we will vanish as essentially to them we are traitors. Haribol, hope, hey. As they watched from the place they were stationed the giant dust cloud slowly dispersing, so was Ulquiorra watching from above. When the dust cloud completely dispersed, he saw absolutely nothing but not until a giant door opened on the ground revealing countless figures, with many breathing heavily and others being unconscious. See Sora. $% number dollar at $% number $% ER that was goddamn hard to pull off. Ulquiorra, managing to survive that, it turns out that you are equal to me in my powers. See Sora, equal your powers my ass. See Sora, I had a hunch you had a third form but your powers compared to the second is off the charts. Ulquiorra, that's why it's called Beyond Resurrection. Only people worthy to stand by the side of a god can have this power. See Sora, god or not. No more Mr. Nice Guy. See Sora, eat and drink. Devour and swallow Tengoku Gyakuzatsu Sha, Heavenly Devourer. Boom. See Sora's clothes who had become the same as Ichigo's when they united earlier burst up with black flames covering him completely as a wolf was condensed and his hands with the blades became sharp claws. See Sora. He clapped his paws together and a black dome of flames covered up everyone that had come out of his doors he had chosen to save protecting them before he burst with a black flash appearing right in front of Ulquiorra. Ulquiorra saw two giant claw coming down at him and created a javelin that now had a dark green color instead of green and parried his attacks but not before his bones in his hands cracked by the force. Just as he was about to flap his wings and hit him with his hardened feathers that could split boulders, his javelin burst in flames as it was devoured making him immediately throw it aside. See Sora in his wolf form opened his giant mouth as he growled and tried to bite his wings off, only to lose him from his sights as he had used Sunido backing away. Gyaku, hey Sora finish this, fast. You can't keep this up more than a minute 2 powers at the same time and 15 seconds have already passed. See Sora, I know. Erg. Ruoaar. Ulquiorra saw him howling at where he was standing from attacking him and suddenly felt the whole sky becoming twisted as more than 100 doors appeared surrounding and trapping both of them inside. See Sora then clapped his hands and his form started shrinking and shrinking and shrinking until the flames, his bankai and his mask had vanished and the only thing that stayed in Ulquiorra's vision was him with a dark pulsating glow in his hands. 526, Chapter 526, Rift in Hueco Mundo. Ulquiorra watching all this felt danger from his attack and tried to use Sunido to rush and interrupt him but failed to do so. See Sora, it's useless, with all the doors around us, you can say that space has been cut off and the only way to move is to either walk or fly. See Sora, my attack will be ready within 10 seconds can you fly from your position to me? Or will you charge your own attack? Ulquiorra, it seems you still don't realize the extent of my powers. Ulquiorra, very well I will take it on with my own. Ulquiorra clapped his hands as well and started gathering his Ryotsu there forming a sphere that looking into it the only thing you could see was darkness. Both of them looked at each other as they charged their attacks to the absolute limits and beyond before both of them released them towards their opponent. See Sora, devour flames of nothingness Don Yakuna Hano. Ulquiorra, Zero Oscar as a plastid 0 dark squashed. A black wave burst from Ulquiorra in a single line as it was heading towards See Sora who slowly released his hands open as a wave of flames burst in a wide area in front of him meeting with the Zero. When the attacks clashed against each other, a blindly white light enveloped the entire space, as they tried to win ground from each other. The light lasted only for 3 seconds before it died down revealing a black mass expanding and eating the space as rifts appeared wherever it passed and soon reached both of them as it had grown enormously. Ulquiorra flapped his wings and engulfed himself with them while Sora did nothing but smile at the outcome. When the sphere touched either of them in their bodies that part burst in flames as it was slowly accumulated inside the sphere. When both of them entered fully inside the sphere as it had destroyed everything it burst into particles revealing the void you see when you open a gargantat. The doors shattered, the black flaming dome shattered as well, making everyone who had waked up and accessing to the situation to look in the dark sky, revealing a giant hole with no signs of Sora, Ichigo, or Ulquiorra. The size of the hole in space was as big as the Lost Notches, shocking even Haribel, who was far away, as she felt the power behind the aftermath. Ishida, what happened? Sato, Ichigo. Tatsuki, Ichigo. Tatsuki rushed towards the sky only to be stopped by Ishida, as he didn't know what to make by the hole in the sky. He didn't know if it was safe or not. Ishida, wait. Tatsuki, let me go. Ichigo is in there. Ishida, let me try something first, don't rush in like that. Tatsuki looked at Ishida with teary eyes, before she stood aside and waited for him to do what he wanted to do. Ishida didn't wait, as he created his bow and fired a single arrow in the hole. The moment it reached 10 meters before entering, it burst apart in flames, shocking both of them and those below, but at the same time Sato, Ishida, and Tatsuki got worried for the worse for Sora and Ichigo. They landed down and Tatsuki started sobbing, thinking that they lost and the worst has yet to come in front of their footsteps. Redborn Keelut, Loli Ivern, Mainoli Malia, Pitrose, Minas, Aldigor, and Thelia, who were watching, were silent for a few seconds, but soon two of them burst in laughter. Since they were close to the others, Sora saved them as well, or more like he had opened the door and they fell inside on their own. Loli, ha 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 ha, serves him right, who had the nerve to lust for my body. Mainoli, nah, I'm pretty sure it was because you are flat chest or a tiny bit bigger. Redborn, stop your chatting, we have work to do. 527, Chapter 527, continue on. Redborn glanced at the figures around him and they, in turn, charged at Ishida and Sato, while Loli, Mainoli, and Thelia charged at Tatsuki, who they had a grudge against Ichigo. Redborn took this chance and raised his Ryutsu as they were busy with the others and places his sword in front of him as he called out, stunning the three. Redborn, grow our ball-weathered skull tree. Boo-oo-m. Ishida and the others watched as the right side of Redborn's body becomes wrapped in branches reaching down to his waist, where they split off into roots that flare out on either of Redborn's sides. 4 lightning bolt-shaped branches grew out of the upper part of his right arm, with skulls hanging off of each one. He also carried a lightning bolt-shaped stick or branch. Redborn, grow in despair for the sheer number of my soldiers. Calaveras weathered skull soldiers. From the skulls, he started generating a large amount of Ryutsu as skull soldiers starting popping out from there, reaching 10, 100, and kept going up and up. Redborn, you will all die by this godlike that was given to me by Aizen. Attack. Ishida and the rest instantly found themselves into a difficult spot. Based on numbers alone, Ishida looked at Sato, who was busy with Pitrose and Aldigor. Minas, Korra, ahahaha, pay attention. Ishida, why don't you pay attention to the surroundings? Minas, hey? Guaa. Minas suddenly felt a huge pain over his head before he was sent flying into what was left of Rumbles. Dondakaka, I will take care of him, you deal with the numbers. Just as Ishida got help from the recently awoken Dondakaka, Sato got help from Pesha, who fired what seemed an incomplete bara at the face of Aldigor, pissing him off before chasing him, leaving Sato to deal with Pitrose. Ishida rushed towards Redborn and his soldiers as he created a bow, firing arrows after arrows at them as he reduced their numbers that had reached above 1.000. Ishida, Hylig, feel unrestrained. Soldier, Guaa. Soldier 2, Guaa. Making a few sounds was the only thing they could do, as they didn't have the ability to speak. With each soldier falling down, countless white particles dispersed from their bodies in the air, unaware that the particles were heading towards the hole. Sato was having a little trouble with Pitrose, but nothing major so far, while Tatsuki was giving it her all, against 3 opponents. Loli, you have no chance. Loli, poison Escalipendra 100 stings, poisonous harlot. Loli's Zanpakuto, which was a small dagger in its sealed state, burst with a purple Ryutsu as she was close enough to Tatsuki. From within the Ryutsu cloud that had engulfed Loli, a creepy sound was heard as something was launched towards her, managing to barely dodge at close range. When she looked towards the few pillars that happened to be in the way of Loli's attack, she saw them melting as an incredibly purple toxic poison came out from the holes the attacks had touched. She then looked at Loli, who now had taken on the form of a centipede-like creature. Her mask grew and covered both of her cheeks. She grew armor over her legs, arms, breasts, and neck. And her arms took the form of 2 long centipede-like creatures. They have the body of a centipede without the head. Tatsuki, gross and flat chest all the way, I can see why Ichigo and Sora probably sighed. Loli, bitch, you are dead. Tatsuki, bring it. Tatsuki, see through everything around you. Hidden eye of projection, Toei no Kekureta me. When Tatsuki activated her Shikai, something weird happened. Her range had grown to 100 meters with her at the middle, and this greatly puzzled her. She hadn't even noticed she reached her maximum limit, just like her spirit had. 528, Chapter 528, continue on. 2. Tatsuki managed to easily brush all attacks from Loli aside, since she could sense which parts of her centipede are black, deadly / red, critical, injured, and so on in colors within her mind as she had closed her eyes. Loli suddenly found herself nailed in a wall just as she had attacked Tatsuki, which greatly enraged her. Mainoli and Thelia were shocked at what they saw. It happened in an instant and turned towards Tatsuki as they threw at her a barrage of bala. Tatsuki felt the red fluctuations and knew that if she were to take those she will be critically wounded and started using her shunpo within her domain as she appeared in front of the two punching their guts. Melanie, Gua. Thelia, ah. Seeing Tatsuki finally holding on her own against the three of them, Sato, who had small troubles against Pitrose, finally paid complete attention to him. Sato, I believe we must also step up the fight. Brazisteri cha izquierda del gigante diablo. Giant arms of the giant devil. Sato, pasos directos aluma directo. Sato vanished from the sight of Pitrose as he used his sidestepping movement technique and instantly closed their gap before launching a wave of Ryutsu at him, blowing him away in the process. Pitrose, don't get so cocky. Pitrose, pollute Gerafalta. As a large explosion happened at the spot where Pitrose was thrown by the blast of Sato, he came out in his new form that made his upper body covered in armor and grew his mask all over but the upper right side of his head. His right arm transformed into a hinge-like copy of his sealed Zanpakuto. His left arm appeared to be the same, and Sato watched as both opened at the middle to generate yellowish energy blasts coming towards him. Sato used his movement to easily avoid them but was stunned when he saw two large cuts on the ground where he was standing. Sato was having trouble as he could use his sword similar to Iaido to launch attacks, and it seems it is the same on his release form. Pitrose used this chance to use Sonido and appeared in front of Sato before he yelled. Pitrose, burst forth. His left arm opened in the same manner as his normal attacks, except that it released a larger explosion of spirit energy directly in front of Sato as he was blown away. Ishida, who was watching from afar, knew that he needs to immediately finish everything up because if they use their second form nothing can save them. However, no matter how many he took down they kept coming back. He had also fired at the leader of this more than 1,000 arrows, but that bitch used his soldiers as a shield. Rudborn, this is taking too long. Rudborn, what are you all doing? Hurry it up and finish your opponents. Menace and Aldigor, who listened, finally burst forth with Ryutsu as they entered their resurrection form, leaving only Melanie and Thelia. Two burst clouds were raised in the air towards the sky as their figure became visible. Aldigor, get them Jabali Bor. In his released form, Aldigor's upper body and arms are all covered in armor. His mask remnant is replaced by a lower jaw positioned in front of his neck, leaving his face uncovered. Aldigor grew at the same time 6 hinged appendages from his back. Menace, stab Arizo Hedgehog. In his released form, Menace grew 3 segmented, tail-like appendages that have sharp ends to attack with. He gained armor on his chest through which his hollow hole is visible. The remains of his hollow mask move to cover his entire face, and his dark red hair covers his sides from his head down to his waist. Ishida and Sato finally felt the pressure of fighting them all together, unknown to them that a change was happening above them. 529, Chapter 529, The Void. Their current location was a battlefield with flying arrows, siros, bala, burst waves, and many more as Ishida, Sato, Tatsuki, Pesha and Dondakaka tried to fight against Rudborn Keelut, Loli Ivirn, Mainoli Malia, Pitrose, Menace, Aldigor, and Thelia. With the exception of 2 of them, all the others had gone the first resurrection and needed to be dealt with before they activate their second. Ishida kept firing and firing his arrows, killing countless soldiers of Rudborn and destroying many walls of his army as they turned to dust and drifted in the air. No one, however, seemed to notice that they were simply drifting but drawing towards the rift. Inside the rift 2 figures could be seen frozen in space while Sora was looking around calmly while his body was slowly been eaten away by flames and surprising black lighting. Sora, is this the true void? Gyaku, I'm impressed, kid. You actually managed to literally open a hole to the far-off void. Gyaku, if you were stronger you could walk in it and travel to other realms. Sora, using your power as a catalyst that was supreme in the 3rd plane, it's obvious I could do that. Sora, furthermore it devoured Ulquiorra's attack as well. Gyaku, what you use actually was a tiny part of my aspect to devour everything, even the void. Gyaku, if I were to say this with this Bleach realm standards. You used everything in your disposal to take a tiny peek of my Bankai. Gyaku, remember my aspect is gluttony, there is nothing I can't eat adding it to my powers. However, your body can't take the toll and is slowly crumbling away in here. Gyaku, you are lucky you achieved this as a clone. Sora, what will happen now? Gyaku, the realm needs to expend energy and close the rift before those upwards freezes and reset it. Gyaku, it will take residual energy, and since Hueco Mundo is a massive land of solid energy it will use that as a catalyst, shrinking it lightly. Gyaku, but those below it will get caught as well and be absorbed here. Sora, so I have to find a way to send Ichigo there. I guess for Ulquiorra he will become energy for the rift to close. Gyaku, see those white dusty things? They are dead hollows that got absorbed here. Sora tried to swift his eyes towards Ulquiorra and saw him having almost dispersed, leaving only his chest and his head complete. Sora, should I save him? Ichigo, if it's possible do that. Ichigo, I want to challenge him again when we achieve our letter form and resurrection. See Sora, sigh, which reminds I forgot to ask what letter is it? Ichigo, we might have a problem with that on a later date. For now, focus on the situation we are in. See Sora, my hands can still move somewhat. See Sora, I'll open a door inside my soul realm so that you can pass and go to Hueco Mundo appearing below. See Sora, at the same time I'll use my vanishing body to help him with a final door hoping it will last a second. But I have no idea where it will go. The location will be random. Ichigo, good. Go. See Sora, creation of nothingness everlasting void energy yin and yang seen and unseen make everything appear and disappear. Self-made arts 1, formless doors. Ichigo saw the door opening and it was for a 10-year-old. He knew that he did it for consideration of preserving his last bit Ryutsuo and after bending for a bit he passed through heading to help his friends and his girlfriend. See Sora then turned towards Ulquiorra and waved his vanishing hands one last time as his whole body became particles surrounding him and opening a tiny 10 cm door enough for part of his chest and the Hagyaku to pass through. 530, Chapter 530, Preparing. Back at the real world, at the underground facility, there was sitting Sora with Yuryuki, Neliel, Senna, Yin, Yang, and Yoshino, as they were talking about the course of the war waiting to break out any moment now. Meaning they were waiting for Aizen to arrive. Sora frowned when he was notified that his clone got destroyed and that meant no memories for him. Sora, Gyaku, what happened? Gyaku, you want the short version or the long one? Sora, just tell me what happened from the moment I left. Gyaku, the thing is... Gyaku went on with his rumbling and explained that after he left they all entered in a calm state while resting before Ichigo and his clone stormed the throne room and his clone saved Orium with his door. Which caused Gyaku to stop talking as he noticed that when he was fighting with Ulquiorra they didn't felt her Ryutsu, so where was she? He told this to Sora and had a frown on his face. There is no way his clone threw her inside the door without a destination, especially when he was at his peak. She must have appeared somewhere in Hueco Mundo, but where? Thinking of this, Sora created another clone and as he appeared in front of the others, he told him to go back and search every corner of the place for her through his doors. At the same time, Gyaku continued on telling him about the fight that went on with Ichigo and Ulquiorra up until the second release and his Bankai. Things got worse when Ulquiorra entered his Trace Etapa, or another Etapa that solely relies on the Hagyaku to reach their named beyond resurrection. His power went beyond what they had anticipated and had to unite in hopes to take him on. After survived his first attack, they launched a fury of blows towards him before preparing a large-scale attack with both his Shikai and Ichigo's Bankai along with their respective hollow masks. Hearing this, Sora's mind went blank. He freaking opened a rift in the void? The void? How much power was generated by his new combination of using Gyaku's powers, Ichigo's powers, and their respective masks? Gyaku, thanks to that my flames powered up exponentially and tapped at their origin, which might be a clue for you to create my Bankai. Gyaku, even though you didn't get the memories, possibly the attack was registered in your statues board. Gyaku, I think you also gained 2 more attacks from Ichigo. Sora, how much time was passed since Aizen was left the Hueco Mundo? Gyaku, I would say an hour or so. Not sure though, as your clone and Ulquiorra got stuck in the void. Gyaku, with the little bit of Ryutsu you had, you opened a door to Ichigo inside your soul to send him to help the others, and you used everything you had to send part of the chest Ulquiorra had along with the Hagyaku to unknown location. Sora, I see, so there is a chance he will regenerate with his quirk of having unbelievable high-speed regeneration and the help of the Hagyaku. Sora got up and looked at the others before he explained that he got the memories of Sora and passed it as a lie by completing it, as he mentioned that Aizen is on his way. Sora then left them as he went to notify Urahara and the rest of them, and at the same time wait for the arrival of the captains and vice-captains. For the next 2 hours, everyone was on high alert, but they didn't have to wait much longer as they felt countless signatures appearing in the sky. 531, Chapter 531, Assemble above the sky. Above in the sky, many people started gathering wearing black and white clothes as they were floating in the air. The leader was in front while the rest, depending in their ranks, stayed far behind as they waited for their enemy that initiated this war to appear. They were the 1st Division, 2nd Division, 6th Division, 7th Division, 8th Division, 10th Division, 11th Division, and 13th Division captains and vice-captains, making a total of 16 people to stay in their positions. The 3rd Division led by Kira had stayed behind, the 4th Division led by Captain Anohana and Vice-Captain Isane, the 5th Division led by Hinamori and the ghost of Sora, who walked in the barracks wherever he wanted, also stayed behind. As for the 9th Division, only Hisagi had come to pay due for his captain betrayal and hopefully to show him that it was a huge mistake following up. Last but not least, Mayuri, the captain of 12th Division, stayed in Soul Society in order to coordinate the few surprises Urahara had present to them in order not to cause damage to the real world, as they speculated that the power levels of the opponents will be much higher. Soon enough, a few Gargantas opened up, with one being at the front indicating that Aizen as the leader of the group standing in front of them. Jin, well, what a welcoming party. Aizen, what an amusing thing you said. Jin. Party? More like their funeral place. Jin, don't mortals pay respect to the deceased with some kind of party? Aizen, oh. Now that's an interesting thing. And we currently are on the mortal world. Aizen, I see that most of the division are here. Yamamoto-san. Yamamoto, young lad. You have some nerve appearing in our face after the betrayal and trickery you pulled. Aizen, I would prefer if you called my guidance towards a better age after your funeral. Yamamoto, a dead man's wishing. Aizen, this will be quite interesting to find out. Aizen, I see however that not all parties have gathered here. Are they waiting for a chance or is it something else? Aizen, no matter. Shall we move forward? Just as everyone left the Gargantaz, Aizen, Jin, and Kaname were in the front while behind them was first Coyote Starkey and Lilynet Gingerbuck, third Grimjo Jaeger Jacques, fourth Luppy Antenor, fifth Yami Largo and Wonderwise Margla. Behind Grimjaw were a few more errand cars. 5 to be exact were standing looking at the others with arrogance and contempt. Grimjo, Aizen-sama, can we begin? Aizen, be eager for a fight hey. Then do what you want, run wild. Just as Aizen made his move and gave the okay for the battle to unfold suddenly in the ground 12 flashes happened to surround the whole town of Karakura town as giant pillars were raised in those spots. Soon enough the whole town started buzzing and buzzing making those who watched have an interesting expression especially Aizen who had figured out what had happened. Aizen, I see, makes sense you would have taken measures for the mortals. Aizen, did you thought I would fall so low as to take measly mortals for hostages? Yamamoto, it seems you have forgotten about the duty of a captain. Aizen, AAA. I see. This makes sense. Aizen, then, with the exception of Mijin and Kaname all the others are to let loose and destroy the pillars. Hearing this all the espadas and the 5 errand cars vanished from their places and so did the captains and vice-captains appearing right next to each pillar. Jin, Captain Aizen, it seems we are short-handed here as one was left all alone. Aizen, nope we are on target, as Kaname will go. Kaname, yes. With his departure, Aizen looked at Yamamoto and his vice-captain standing there all alone as their troops had taken positions. 532, Chapter 532, Positions. Yamamoto and Kojiro were staring at Aizen and Jin while their troops had landed with their respective opponents in their pillars. Swafon and Omida had taken the first pillar and their opponent a guy with blonde hair and red eyes. The remains of his hollow mask sit atop his head, vaguely resembling a broken helmet. In addition, he wears the standard Arankar uniform, which is unzipped reveal enough to show his hollow in the center of his chest. Swafon, so? Do you have a name Arankar? How rude of me not to greet the captain. I'm Yford Grand's N15. Omida, N15? That means he is super strong captain. Guaa. Swafon, shut up. Grands, I believe we will find our shortly no. As they stared at each other, on the second pillar, Byakuya and Renji were looking at their opponent which was again a guy with a long face and black hair, which is braided and usually hanging over his shoulder. What remains of his mask is on the top of his head, with a portion dropping down to cover the upper left half of his face, and a long spike that points to his right. Byakuya, I suppose we should begin Arankar. We don't have all day. Renji, Captain. Can I fight him? Byakuya, are you up to it? Renji, always. Byakuya, then this is your fight I will not interfere. Renji, yes. It seems as I Shalong Cao Fang N11 is getting quite underestimated. Cao Fang, let me show you the power we were granted with. Renji could feel his Ryutsu increasing and took out his stance ready to fight ignoring everything that happened on the other pillars. On the third pillar, Komamura and Tetsuzumon Iba were looking at Yami Largo who had a huge smug on his face managing to be almost at the same height as Komamura. Yami, ha ha ha, is this what they say pick someone on your size? Komamura, I'm captain of the 7th division and I will be your opponent. Yami, ha 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 ha, I'm Espada and 5th Yami Largo. And I hope you will entertain me. When Yami finished his words he charged at Komamura who drew his sword and clashed blades with him as neither backed away. Iba wasn't worried about his captain and turned to look towards the other places. On the fourth pillar, Shunsui Kirako was looking at someone that seems like a loner based on what he could tell from his expression and movements. On the fifth pillar, Hitsugaya stared at a large, fat Arankar. His face is round and white and he has small, brown eyes. His hair is dark brown and has a bowl hairstyle. He wears the standard Arankar uniform, a tight jacket and a belt leading a Zanpakuto in his waist. The remains of his hollow mask covers exactly half of his face. Hitsugaya, it would seem you are my opponent. The name is Nakim Grindina currently N14. On the 6th, Kenpeki, an Ikeko who had become vice-captain at a later date since Yachiru vanished and only a few knew where she was were staring at a very large Arankar, with long red hair, however, half of his hair is shaved and black on the left side. The remains of his hollow mask are merely the eye holes, which rest on his nose, and it essentially looks as if he wears unusual glasses. Ha 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 ha, so scary people in front of me. The name is Edred Leones N13. Remember it when I crash both of you. Everything became tensed up as everyone had found their own annoying opponent. Even in the rest pillars things had started becoming heated with their leaders still not moving. 533, Chapter 533, Positions. 2. Continue on from there. On the 7th pillar, Rukia found herself looking at a little girl and had the thought of her being way too freaking weak. Cora. You thought that I am weak. Rukia, you are weak appearance-wise. Growling. I'll kill you. On the 8th pillar. Yucatake was facing Grimjo and had a serious face as he knew the one in front of him was strong. Yucatake, out of curiosity. What would be your position? Grimjo, hey? Not that it matters when you die, but I'm Espada and 3 Grimjo Jaeger Jaquez. I hope you will grant me a satisfying battle. Yucatake, do I have a choice in the matter? And I wanted to take it easy though. Grimjo, not an option. Grimjo rushed towards Yucatake who prepared himself for this fight. On the 9th pillar, Matsumoto found herself looking at someone who shook his whole body and started cursing her luck to fight such an opponent. Oh. It seems like you aren't appreciating my beauty. Matsumoto, sorry I'm engaged. Furthermore, there isn't much to appreciate from a brat. How dare you? I'm Espada and 4 Luppy Antenor. And I will show you how beautiful I am. Matsumoto, sorry don't care. Luppy, you. On the 10th pillar, an Arankar found himself all alone sitting there and gazing at the infinite with no opponent. It was Wonder Weiss with a thin and somewhat childlike body. He has light blonde hair, parted to one side, with the tips fanning out from his face. The remains of his hollow mask consist of a 3-point tiara on the top of his head. He only has 2 teeth visible when smiling, freckles and bright purple eyes. He wore the Arankar jacket with a hole in the middle of his chest, revealing his hollow hole and the tip of a mark on his chest. The outfit also has large arm cuffs on the sleeves. Margla, Suddenly a figure landed in front of him as he took a stance to fight along with a gourd in his waist. He was the vice-captain of the 7th Division. As he had left his captain to fight Yami, he saw 2 unguarded pillars and rushed to cover one of them. He wasn't the only one. Swafon ordered Omida to take action and rushed towards the 11th pillar where an Arankar with what remains of his hollow mask is a bulky helmet similar in shape to a hammerhead shark stood there. The right-hand side of his mask is wrapped in cyan bandages, which obscures his right eye. He had square, shark-like teeth and has short grey hair too. He wears a standard Arankar uniform with his jacket open, displaying his hollow hole in his chest. And here I would destroy the pillar before I got to fight Fatus. Omida, I'm not fat, I'm just big bones, that's all. Whatever, you are just a Fatus in appearance. My name is Deroy Rinker N16. I hope you have a good memory, Fatus. Finally, on the 12th pillar, former captain and his ex-vice captain were about to fight it off, but not before they spoke a few brief words to each other. Kaname, Hisagi, is that you? Hisagi, captain. Is it worthy to betray everyone and be at this stage? Kaname, it is worthy. Aizen-sama will make this world shoulder the heavens themselves. Kaname, following behind him and taking care of the small things is what I and Jin do. Hisagi, I see, so to you all this are small things. Kaname, small things to a grande or picture. Both of them stayed in their position for a few seconds before Hisagi vanished from his position and clashed blades with Kaname as he had a resolute light in his eyes to prove his captain wrong. 534, Chapter 534, First Win. Swafon was fighting Granz in order to get accustomed to his powers and his release, and from the looks of it, it won't be long since he activated it. She kept dodging and occasionally she kicked and punched the poor Arankar only to become a pure punching bag. Granz, Gwaaa. Granz, ha, half. Swafon, in this state, you won't be able to fight me seriously. Granz, so it seems. Granz, then I will level up the field a bit. Granz, skewer. Del Toro Pale-Horned Prince. Boom. When released, Yford's upper body enlarged and was covered in armor shaped like a bull's head and torso, while his mask seems to completely regenerate and give him long, thin horns in the process. Swafon saw him in this form and was stunned as he bent forward and walked by using both his hands and leg literally like 4 legs before he vanished from his position, causing Swafon to dodge hurriedly in the side as a wind passed by her position. Granz, ha, not so fast now are we. Swafon, so this is a resurrection. Granz, you will tremble before me. Granz, Boar's vanishing charge. Swafon, che. Both of them started using a speed that left behind sounds and wind bursts as they clashed with each other, trying to pass the other or come on top of each other. Right now only the 2 of them existed in the area and had plenty of space to compete with each other. At one of their clashes Swafon had caught the horns of Granz before kicking upwards with her leg like a whip. Granz, Gruuaa. Peruulg. Swafon, it seems I can keep up after all. Swafon, but I believe it's time for this battle to end. Swafon, sting all enemies to death. Suzumibaki Hornet. Grasping onto Suzumibaki with her right hand, the entire sword glowed white and shrank in size. When the emitted glow died out, it is revealed that Suzumibaki has now taken on the form of a black and gold gauntlet, with a small chain linking it to a stinger-like blade on Swafon's middle finger. The stinger is about twice as long as the normal length of Swafon's fingers, slightly increasing her striking distance. The colors and pattern of the Shikai resemble those of a hornet. Calling out her Shikai, Swafon was ready to finish her battle. Unfortunately for her, Granz had others plans as he was holding his abdomen showing cracks in his armor. Granz, don't think this is over. Granz, pierce. Gwa. Just before he could finish his chant, he felt 2 hits in his chest, and when he looked towards it, it was too late for him. Swafon, there is nothing more you can show me. Only probably a bit of power up, nothing more. Granz, you. Arrgh. Swafon, Nijeki Kesatsu death in 2 steps. As she spoke, 2 butterfly-shaped stamps on Granz's body shined when the ability took effect, as a larger crest quickly spreads out from the 2 smaller ones, completely destroying Granz's body. Swafon, now then I hope that idiot finishes soon as well. All of them felt that Captain Swafon won against her opponent just before he had spiked his Ryutsu, causing Aizen to smirk and comment for her actions. Aizen, not able to let him go through the second release. I should expect nothing less from her. Jin, did she realized that she would be in danger and finished him off before that happened? Aizen, no Jin, the opposite. She wanted less trouble and did quick work. She probably wanted to compare their levels and realize even in the second form he isn't worthy. 535, Chapter 535, Fight on the Second Pillar. Feeling that Swafon won, everyone, especially the captains, felt somewhat bitter that they didn't manage to end this sooner than possible. On the second pillar, a chain like a sword extended, trying to hit the Arrancar that was using Sonido and appearing in blind spots of the said Shinigami. The owner of the sword, which was Abarai Renji, had an almost angry face from the Arrancar in front of him, trying to sneak attack him all the time. Since he was going to play like this, Renji didn't mind following and started using Shunpo, although he wasn't that good with it, same with the Kido arts. They kept trying to pass the other, and Renji finally found his chance as he howled with his sword. Renji, howl! Zabimaru! Just as his blade extended forward to hit his opponent, Shalong Cao Fang used this gap to appear right beside Renji and tried to stab him with his sword, thinking that he won. However, that moment Renji's hand glowed with yellow energy like Renji, Bakudo Arts N4, Hainawa. Crawling rope. Generating a crackling yellow energy rope within his hand, Renji threw it towards his opponent as the energy winds up around Cao Fang's arms and body, immobilizing him just enough so that Renji could spin around and slashed at his chest, drawing the first blood. Cao Fang, Arrgh. Ripping apart the yellow rope that had bind him with his slash, Renji followed up with another slash as his blade curved around somewhat like a snake and hit him twice. Renji didn't finish there as he back away and drew his sword with his hand, causing the extending blade to retract as the sharp section started cutting Cao Fang slowly and painfully. Cao Fang, who had let his guard down and got so many wounds on his body, crashed down on the fake streets of the town as Renji was looking at him. Byakuya, be on your guard. Although you managed to hit him thrice now, it won't be certain it will work later on. Renji, I know. Just as he finished speaking, a yellow Ryutsu pillar got raised from where he had fallen along with a voice. Cao Fang, awake and snip. Tigerita 5 pincered insect. Shalong's Zanpakuto as he fought with Renji looked like a standard katana with a guard shaped like to oval with a gap going down the middle and hollow corners. When he called his command for being released, Shalong grew armor that covered his arms and upper chest, while his hands transformed into long claws and his mask extends down to cover the left side of his face, while the part of his mask fragment, extending out to his right, becomes a claw-tipped tail. Also, his original mask fragment extended downward to form a sort of half-helmet, and the side protrusion becomes mounted on the back of his head. Without wasting time, Cao Fang appeared right beside Renji as his speed had increased by at least almost double than before and slashed with his 2 claws, but not before Renji placed his sword in front of him to block. What happened next shocked Renji to his core, while Byakuya simply narrowed slightly his eyes. The claws of Cao Fang passed easily through the Shikai of Renji, causing it to become pieces. Just as he was about to get hit, he used Shunpo and vanished, leaving behind only shred pieces of his Shiakusho attire. Cao Fang, ha 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 ha, this is my victory. Now your power is broken. Renji, broken? If that's how you think we fight, then go ahead and try. Cao Fang, gladly. Zvoom. Clang. Zvoom. Clang. Zvoom. Clang. Both of them started clashing with each other, and Renji only ended up with half his Shikai form, which slowly was reduced to his hilt. For some reason, Cao Fang felt something was off because he could see that his Shikai parts didn't revert back to a normal blade but kept falling like that. His guesses turned into reality when Renji flared up with his Ryutsuo and all blades glowed with a red color. 536, Chapter 536, Yami's First Form. As Cao Fang saw the blades glowing and starting to float from the different parts of the streets where they had fallen off, he backed away. Pointing his claws forward he started charging huge amounts of Ryutsuo in yellow color in front of them as spheres. Cao Fang, I don't know what you have prepared by this is the end of it. Renji, we will see about it. Cao Fang, Zero. Renji, Higazeko. Both attacks launched against each other, the two Zeros fired from his nails found themselves into the blade fragments of Zabimaru as they easily pierced through them bursting them apart as they longed themselves into the body of Cao Fang. Cao Fang, Guaa. Impossible. Renji, turns out my Ryutsuo is stronger than yours. Cao Fang, this won't end. With just this. Cao Fang raised his Ryutsuo in hopes to gain the upper hand by releasing his second form, however, Renji was one step ahead of him as he recalled the fragments back to him and lashed downwards cutting his body in half. It was then at his last moment that Cao Fang released the blades had left his body making him bleed and heal at the same time causing a delay in his second release that spelled his doom. Byakuya appeared next to Renji and both of them then turned towards the other parts of the battle that was currently unfolding. But what attracted them most was the fight on the third pillar. Komamura was in bad shape as he got blown away by Yami in one of their clashes. Having no other choice as he was getting pushed back Komamura called his Shikai being the second captain to do it. Komamura, roar! Tenkan Heavenly Retribution. His sword it took the form of a normal katana. The crossguard is a rectangle decorated with a pattern of vertical lines, with the long sides pinched in towards the middle. The overall appearance is similar to a squared-off hourglass. Bringing out his Shikai, with its special ability to make phantom parts of the movement of Komamura appear as the movement of a giant, Yami found himself within a hole on the ground as he had been hit and nailed there. This caused the whole place to flare in deep red Ryutsuo as someone got pissed by this. Yami got out of the hole he was nailed by a single swing of Komamura and since he didn't know its ability he got hit by a phantom giant slash and nailed on the ground. He started growing and growing as he looked with anger at Komamura. Yami, be enraged. IRA enraged beast. Upon release, Yami's Zanpakuto exploded in an outpouring of spiritual power, and Yami grew even more to a monstrous size, reminiscent of a Japanese kaiju. His skull ridges become more pronounced, taking on the appearance of two large purplish-grey head coverings, extending to the back of his head. His white mask fragments fused to his face, becoming his actual lower jaw. His red markings extend back from his face into two long flame tattoos. The majority of his body is tan in color, with his thin ponytail becoming longer. His body transformed drastically, with his torso remaining largely the same, but grew 8 large elephant-like legs on each side of his lower body, which extends back from his torso. These legs are connected to his body by white carapace-covered joints, leading up to the base of a bony tail club, similar to those of an ankylosaurus. On each leg, he has 3 large toes, which extend backwards from the front to the back of the leg. Large purplish-grey cylindrical tubes form on his elbows, which can be used as piston-like rams. He gained 5 large, black cylindrical tubes on his back about half of the length of the tubes on his elbows. He has 6 black rounded nodules along the length of his forearms. Just as his form appeared his number changed from 5th to 0th shocking everyone and letting Aizen's face fall inwardly as he realized Ulquiorra wasn't in this world anymore. 537, Chapter 537, The First Fallen Pillar. Yamamoto didn't lose the slight change in Aizen's eyes and looked towards Yami who could feel a very hidden power waiting to explode upwards and destroy everything in its path. Letting out a roar from his mouth while gripping his fists, Yami charged a giant red-colored zero in his mouth before letting it burst out targeting Komamura and those behind him on the other side which happened to be one of Grimjo's Gun and Margla. Komamura, Bakudo Arts N81 Danku. Creating a transparent wall at the last time in the trajectory of the zero managed to give him enough time to get out of the way and protect the pillar by changing the trajectory a bit. However, that didn't stop the zero from shattering the wall and heading towards the 2 pillars behind as it found its way through. On the pillar of 10th and 11 where Iba and Omida were facing off, Margla and Deroy had felt the whole thing and when they saw the zero coming towards them it was way too late. Within an instant, Omida got dragged out of the trajectory making Deroy the only vanishing victim before a voice was heard protecting the pillar at the last second. Bakudo Arts N81 Danku. Everyone saw the zero clashing against the new wall and redirect it through the sky. Komamura turned to see where Iba was as he was almost engulfed by the zero and was shocked to see that his opponent somehow had brushed the force of the zero aside. Komamura and the others saw the kid standing there and looked at his hands wondering how the hell he did this. Even Yamamoto who noticed this felt somewhat disturbed by Margla and his abilities. Seeing that no one of his ranks perished while 3 from Aizen died he didn't take the opportunity to enter the fray. Grimjo who saw his Fraxion members getting killed like there is no chance for them, made him growl in annoyance. Grimjo, oi! You overgrown balloon careful where you aim. Yami, hey? I tried to bring down the pillars and your people got in the way. Grimjo, say that again number 5. Yummy, ha ha ha, weakling, can't you see I'm number 0? Grimjo, don't try your luck, you fucker. Aizen, who was watching this from an outside appearance, he didn't care at all, but on the inside, he was boiling from their games. Yamamoto, it seems your men have troubles. Aizen, isn't the same for the captains? Always on their own. Aizen, they do have a few issues for their ranks, but eventually they get their orders done. Be-ba-a-a-onk. As they were talking about each other's positions problems, the first pillar shattered halfway through, causing Aizen to reveal a smile and expected the barrier around them to somewhat be distorted and the real town appears. However, the real town showed no signs of appearing even with the pillar destroyed. He paid close attention to that spot that was from Nepacho and Ikeko earlier on, and when the dust cleared from the crumbling debris, he finally realized a smaller pillar inside cladding with many types of keto barriers. Aizen, I see, Urahara Kisuk and Mayuri Kuratsuka sure went all out with their inventions. Aizen, this will make it harder for Arancars to break through the first pillar layer, the barriers stack up along with the core pillar inside. Yamamoto, in the end what you are going to do will be of no importance. Yamamoto, as we have taken every proper countermeasure for you and your army. Aizen, then there is no need for all this fiasco to happen. Yamamoto, Aizen, all of you are free to let loose from the start. 538, Chapter 538, Next Level. With Aizen giving his consent for them to let loose as they please, the whole area got suffocated from the bursts in their ryotsu. Nakim Grindina, Idrid Leones, who were fighting Hitsugaya and Ikeko, with the former keeping him at bay while the latter caused the first pillar to break, drew their swords, and they weren't the only ones. Idrid, erupt. Volcanica, volcanic beast. His Zanpakuto looked like a regular katana, but with a hexagonal-shaped guard and a slightly longer hilt. When he activated his release command, an explosion of heat burst up as his mask reformed into wings on either side of his face, and his arms morphed to gigantic proportions while growing large extensions beyond his shoulders. Each of these extensions contains an exhaust spout that releases flames when Idrid is charging up an attack. Nakim, return. The moment Nakim uttered a single word, his Zanpakuto, which was a katana with a yellow hilt and a circle guard, glowed before it burst apart in a yellow ryotsu. His mask started growing, covering his full face, and then a black mass was expelled from the inner sides of it as it was slowly engulfing his whole body. This caused him to take the appearance of a somewhat Minos. Similarly, the others, Luppy, Grimjo, also took it to the next level. Luppy, strangle. Trepidora, climbing vine. When sealed, his Zanpakuto resembled a Kodaki with a four-pronged silver tsuba, pink sheath, and matching colored hilt. He wore his Zanpakuto on his left side, just under his arm, in a little compartment within his shirt before he released it. The ryotsu cloud that was huge in front of Matsumoto died down, revealing Luppy having gained 8 enormous tentacles, each of which is connected at one of the corners of an octagonal design fixated on his back, and a bone cowl on his head. Grimjo, grind. Pantera, Panther King. Grimjo was looking at the calm Yokotake, who was facing him with his sword before Grimjo held it up, giving it a low sweep stroke, with his right hand. The sword glowed light blue as he puts his left hand up to it. He then rakes his hand along the length of the blade with a swift motion, while calling out its release command, which in turn releases a torrent of spiritual power that creates tremendous gusts of wind in the immediate vicinity. Everyone was shocked by the sheer amount of power and crackling in the vicinity, causing Yokotake to tense up, and he wasn't the only one. Grimjo's appearance changed drastically to something more feline and predatory. His teeth become jagged and sharp, his hands turn into black claws, and his feet become black clawed paws, similar to that of a cat, along with a slender whip-like tail that's longer than his body. His hair becomes very long and flowing, and the markings around his eyes enlarge and extend to the tips of his ears, which become swept back and cat-like. He loses his distinctive jaw mask, which is replaced by a sort of a headgear upon his brow covering his forehead. His clothing changes to become form-fitting white segmented armor. He continued looking at Yokotake before he raised his elbow upwards. Yokotake noticed that the way his elbow was placed, it was like he was targeting someone, and then looked confused. Grimjo, Garrett, a La Pantera, claw of the panther. Acutely shaped bombs fired at high speed from his elbow, and when Yokotake saw them he counted 5 heading towards a certain overgrown person. On the other side, just as 2 figures were about to clash, more specifically a giant phantom sword and a giant arm. The owner on that arm suddenly screamed as he now hand was crippled, while a few dark green, crystalline, things were nailed on his flesh. 539, Chapter 539, Next Level. 2. Yummy, aarg. Yummy, Grimjo. I'll freaking kill you. Grimjo, yeah, right Mr. N.1. Yummy, hey? I'm number 0. You freaking bastard. Grimjo, oh? Then what's this on my back? As he spoke up, Grimjo fluttered his fair left and right, revealing the tattoo on his back, which changed on the number 0 with his release stunning Yummy. When he looked back at his own tattoo, he saw that it truly changed and reverted back to N1. At the same time, Luppy looked at his own tattoo and had become N2, which meant that Star K was currently N3. Shunsui, who was exchanging a few blows with Star K, finally got the gist that the numbers changed by their powers and turned to Star K, who had an indifferent expression. Earlier on he had introduced himself to him as Coyote Star K N.1 Espada. This meant that in their release form, Stark was the strongest of all of them. At the same time, he couldn't have a feeling that the little girl fighting Rukia, or more like throwing a tantrum, was connected with Star K. He also felt that the Arankar fighting Iba was somewhat special. Star K, you know it's quite dangerous to be drifting over while in combat. Shunsui, oops. Sorry about that. Shunsui avoids an obvious attack from Star K, which meant to wake him up, and focused on what it is in front of him, meaning his opponent. Star K turned to see where Lilynet was, and as he saw her trying to hit Rukia with her clumsy antics, he sighed as he yelled at her to reunite with him. Lilynet, what? Is it Baka? Star K? Star K, we have orders and we have to follow them, stop complaining. The faster we finish this, the faster we will go back. After Star K told her to do so, with a crumbling face she turned around and showed the middle finger at Rukia, leaving her stunned. She then used Sonido and appeared next to Star K, which both of them looked at Shunsui as both their Ryutsu engulfed everything in the fake town, causing everyone to turn to him. The one who had it worse was Yami, as he was getting angrier and angrier that those shits started surpassing him one by one. With the old power system, even though he was rank 10, no one knew about his powers, that when they are awakened he becomes the strongest number 0. He cursed inwardly the new enemies that appeared, making eyes and thoughtful to give them more power, resulting in his fallout. Star K Lilynet, give chase. Los Lobos Wolf Pack. Unlike all other known Arankar, Star K's enormous power is not sealed in the form of a Zanpakuto. Instead, it is sealed in the form of another Arankar, his own subordinate, Lilynet Gingerbug, who, while a separate, distinct being, is an actual part of him. All of them popped their eyes when Lilynet glowed with blue color and became a Ryutsu cloud, threatening to destroy everything as she engulfed Star K within. Yamamoto looked at them with narrowed eyes and thought back to his old self before Sora came, although they would have managed, but with heavy downsides. Thinking about it, if those few months didn't make the captains train their awareness for their intent to show up, perhaps they would have been in a worse state. They watched as Star K Ryutsu's died down, revealing him to wield 2 identical ornamental pistols. Part of Lilynet's mask appears on his head, stretching from the back of his head around to the eyepiece on his left eye, with the flame pattern changing to emerge from the eyepiece and follow the mask fragment around to the back of his head. The mask itself is connected by 2 chains around his right eye. His Arankar outfit changes drastically as well. His upper body is covered in a grey fur-lined jacket over a double-breasted vest, while his legs are covered in dark, skin-tight pants, with grey knee-high fur leggings covering his lower legs, and his arms are covered in grey, elbow-length fur armbands, which end at his wrists. There are ribbon-covered bandoliers emerging from his upper back and disappearing into his upper forearms. With fur-covered holsters, Star K's released form resembles a Wild West gunslinger. 540, Chapter 540, 2 Captain vs N0. Seeing his new form, everyone gasped. Just the power oozing out of him was enough to make the vice-captain feel as if a heavy mountain was pressuring them. Shunsui, this might be a little bad. Star K raised his gun at him, and before his Ryutsu flared up he pointed the other on at the base of the pillar behind him. Star K, bad doesn't even describe it. Piew. 2 blasts were fired at 2 different spots from Star K's guns. One of them hit Shunsui while the other kept going straight ahead for collision with the pillar. However, at that time a voice was drifted in Star K's ears. Shunsui, Flower Wind Rage and Flower God Roar, Heavenly Wind Rage and Heavenly Demon Sneer. Kaden Kyokotsu, Bones of Heavenly Blooming Madness. His Zanpakuto is unique in that it exists as a Daisho sword pair, consisting of Itachi and a Wakaizushi. Their crossguards are rectangles, with the corners cut off, decorated by a pattern of cherry petals and lines, and each sports a dark blue handle. Kiraku activated his command on the 2 swords he held, and a flash appeared not on the spot he was but on the spot where the pillar was about to get hit. When the flash cleared, Kaden Kyokotsu has become a pair of huge, black, heavily curved Chinese scimitars with silver edges. The hilt and tsuba of each are still the same as they were in Kaden Kyokotsu's sealed form, but they now sport long red tassels dangling from the end. The blue blast head was fired by Star K, suddenly changed direction and blew up towards the sky. Shunsui, too much trouble for me. Star K, is that so when you effortlessly redirect it? How about this then? Star K, Zero Metral Lita Submachine Gun 0. Star K uses his pistols to simultaneously unleash a powerful barrage of blast resembling single-line zeros heading straight for Shunsui, who had a defeat expression as he wouldn't be able to protect the pillar and dodge at the same time. At that moment, however, someone else joined in his battle. Byakuya, Bankai. Senbonzakura Kage Yoji, vibrant display of 1,000 cherry blossoms. 2 rows of 1,000 giant blades rose up from the ground and countless flying blades scatter around to block all the shots. Shunsui, Fef. Thanks, Kokaki-san. Byakuya, just like they have their orders we have ours. He is too dangerous with all the constant long range he just performed. Shunsui, ha ha ha, You are right. Star K, and what makes you two think I can't handle it? Byakuya waved his hands and countless petals rushing as a wave charged at Star K, who held his pistols. Lilynet, oi, Star K. Move. Those petals are dangerous. Hearing someone's words, both Byakuya and Shunsui got stunned, causing the petals to have a slight delay in reaching Star K, who fired another wave of a blast from both his pistols, deflecting them. Star K, I know, stop being so annoying, we got this. Lilynet, who is annoying? Wait. Where do you think you touching? Star K, I told you to pipe down. Lilynet, that my butt, damn it. Star K, I can't tell in this form. Lilynet, fine, I'll stop talking. Taking this chance where Star K was messing with his guns, Byakuya appeared in front of him as he held a sword in his hands and slashed out. Star K avoids it, and just as he had opened his hand with a gun pointing at Byakuya, the petals followed up and chased him around, making him shoot at them. While he fired another Zero Metro Lita submachine gun Zero at Byakuya, Shunsui appeared behind him and whispered with a playful voice. Shunsui, Kajinai Shadow Demon. From behind him, Star K felt a chill before he cancelled halfway through his attack and vanished from his spot, reappearing a few meters away from there. Seeing Shunsui appeared from a ripple in the air. He noticed though that the fur on his clothes had a few clean cuts in it as he managed to avoid the swords in Shunsui's hands. 541, Chapter 541, Swapping. Star K, what was that? Shunsui, You think you have enough time to ask without playing? Star K felt something was off and used Sonido as a wave of petals rushed to the spot he was. At that moment he turned around and fired a wave blast at Byakuya, who was caught by surprise as he didn't expect for him to keep up with his petals and speed. However, he didn't stop and charged forward as a sword was formed by petals in his hands. The moment the blast engulfed him and passed by, Star K was shocked to see a cocoon filled of petals covering Byakuya as he waved his sword and slashed at his chest. Lilynet, Star K. Oi Star K. Star K had a blank look on his face before he used Sonido and vanished, appearing a few meters away from where he was initially as he looked at his chest, seeing a small red horizontally line dripping with blood. Star K, I'm fine. Shunsui, we did all that just to simply cut a bit of his fur and wound him lightly in his chest. Byakuya, if you are not up to it you can cover the other area. Star K, both of you are looking down on me. Hey. Shunsui, no, on the contrary, facing two captains that should be an achievement. Star K, then allow me to get serious. Star K, wolves. Star K blazed wholly with blue light from his whole body before it turned into flames, splitting into hundreds of sparks. From there he summoned a pack of grey wolves, seemingly numbering in the hundreds. Both captains were stunned seeing this and immediately entered in the battle stance yet again. They then heard Star K give them a command as they started running through the air towards them. Both Shunsui and Byakuya saw them rushing at them as they tried to bite them. One of them tried to bite the petals of Byakuya's swords and another managed to get close to Shunsui before the wolves erupt in explosions of varying size and power. The explosions were so powerful that they disrupted the fight of the other areas. Luppy, look at them going all out. Instead, I'm disappointed at you. Matsumoto-chan. Matsumoto, half. Luppy, how about I finish you right here and now? Luppy used his tentacles and sent a wave of torrent at her, who had surrounded herself with the ashes of her Shikai she had activated earlier. His hands like tentacles passed through her ash as they left scratches on them and pierced through her body as she was bleeding slowly. Just as he was about to celebrate for his victory, he felt a cold sensation, and as the ashes cleared, what was in his sight was an ice statue in front of him with a shorty wearing a captain's attire. Luppy looked around and saw that Matsumoto had swapped placed and was now facing Nakim, who had half his body frozen. Luppy, oh, impressive teamwork to do this under my nose. But compared to them it seems you are lacking. Hitsugaya, believe it or not, even though I'm a captain I'm weaker than them. That doesn't mean you should underestimate me. Hitsugaya, I will have my hands tied defeating you in my Shikai, therefore, I will show you a captain's true power. Hitsugaya, Bankai. Daiguren Hiren Meru Grand Crimson Lotus Ice Ring. Hitsugaya's Bankai causes ice to flow from Hiren Meru onto Hitsugaya, starting at his right arm, which ice forms onto in the shape of a dragon's head around his sword hand, encasing the sword up to the hilt, which also changes from the shape of a 4-pointed star to that of an 8-pointed star. The ice continues forming up over his shoulders, with 2 large wings sprouting from his back and a long tail. The ice forms down his left arm and encases his hand, which ends in a claw. Hitsugaya's feet are encased in ice in a similar manner to his left hand, as they also end in claws. 542, Chapter 542, Tanking Zero. Every battle so far had started raising their scales again and again. Matsumoto, who was now in front of Nakim, called her Shikai once again as she slashed down at him. Matsumoto, growl. Hanko. Hanko's blade turns to ash, and with a flick of the hilt, Rangeko showed that she could freely control them. She then sent the ashes towards Nakim, who was frozen solid except his head as he watched the attack of Matsumoto rushing to end his life. All the ash that surrounds her opponent's might as well be her sword. With simple hand gestures and a thought, she can control where the ash went as well as make it take various forms. Though in this form it takes on the look of scattered ash, each particle is a tiny blade. Ranjaku controlled the ash to attack from any direction as soon as she moves the hilt, ultimately enveloping and tearing up Nakim as he screamed. Nakim, you will pay for this. You shitty Shinigami. Nakim, return to origin. Boom. The moment he uttered a command, the ashes and the ice enveloped him burst apart as a wave of winds rages on and on. Matsumoto was watching his opponent enlarging and literally becoming a giant Minos. He had a white mask with an elongated nose. His body was covered from head to his feet with a black covering reminiscent of a cloak. He had on his neck is a row of thin white spikes. His large pointed feet wrapped in white bandages along with large white hands with long, sharp, white nails, but they are commonly hidden within their cloak. What shocked Matsumoto was that more masks started forming in the black cloak totaling to more than 30, and not only her, even the other fields were shocked as they had never heard such a Minos before. Aizen, it looks like someone activated his second evolution. I have to say he was really interesting and worth the power up. Jin, Captain Aizen, right now he is simply a moving Zero Fortress. Aizen, I know, he can infinitely fire Bala and Zero, which if he is left alone he can probably break all the pillars alone. Yamamoto, who was listening to Aizen as if he didn't care about his subordinates, looked briefly at Nakim as he focused on Aizen yet again. True to his words, Nakim started charging a huge amount of Ryutsu in every mask's mouth he had on his giant body and fired them at all directions. Matsumoto, wow! Careful! His attack targeted every single one of them, be it allies, enemies or pillars, he attacked them all together. Nakim, vanish from my sight. Zero numerous. Stark, Byakuya and Shunsui stopped attacking each other and dealt with the Zeroses coming for them. Hitsugaya in his Bankai form flew left and right, avoiding the majority of them while freezing those that target the pillar. Luppy simply waved his limbs in his back and sent them left and right. Komamura and Yami used their own bodies to withstand the hits, causing the latter to be pissed that a small fry dared to attack him. Yukatake, who had released his Shikai earlier on almost at the same time as Kyuaraku to handle the assault of Grimjo, was pointing his sword towards the incoming attacks, storing them inside it. Kenpeki and Ikeko were somewhat luckier as their opponent took the most of those Zeros, injuring him critically, while Ikeko rushed and cut his head off with his Shikai, making Aizen lose another soldier. Renji, Rukia and Iba were trying their best to at least minimize what was falling on them, but unfortunately, their pillars got hit, making half of the upper side of the pillar to be destroyed. When the attack was stopped by Nakim, one had lost his life and 3 pillars have almost lost all the outside protection of it. 543, Chapter 543, Banding Together. Shunsui, that quite troubles some. Stark, although I will have to agree on that for his outburst just now, are you sure you wish to look away? Shunsui, Bushagoma lazy spinning top. Shunsui rotated with both blades facing in opposite directions, creating large wind blades that fired them toward the incoming wolves, cutting them apart. The wind blades continued on as they joined together, forming a spinning circle of wind that rushed towards Stark, who raised a gun and fired a blast at it. Upon contact with the blast, both exploded like a tornado-like intensity. Stark, that was some attack you had there. Shunsui, are you sure you wish to distract yourself with those words? Throwing back pretty much the same words, Stark pointed his other gun behind him before he fired another Zero Metro Lita submachine gun Zero. Stark unleashed a powerful barrage of blast resembling single-line Zeros directly from his back as it headed straight for Byakuya, who had appeared behind him with his petals. Seeing this, Byakuya formed a thick barrier with his petals, managing to avoid being engulfed by the Zero. Unfortunately, he got pushed back. On the side where Hitsugaya was, he took this chance as Luppy was distracted and appeared in front of him, causing the least of worries for him. Unfortunately for Luppy, that was his doom as Hitsugaya thrust his sword forward, having changed his Ryutsu as he was deflecting the Zeros away. It was too late for him to realize what had happened and get out of the range of his skill. Hitsugaya, Senin Hiro 1000 Years Ice Prison. Hitsugaya created many ice pillars, which encircled him and Luppy. At his command, as he thrust forward his sword and he turns it 90 degrees counterclockwise, these pillars then moved towards Luppy, enveloping and crushing him. The sheer cold invading in Luppy's body was enough to make him stop speaking from the shivering, and he couldn't believe this would be the end. A giant prison was formed from pillars as it fell down on the ground, with Luppy's fate inside unknown. Hitsugaya, half. Even with training after the rebellion, it still takes 20 seconds to charge up and cast it. If he wasn't so arrogant to be distracted elsewhere, I may need more time. Hitsugaya, not then, let's finish that guy off as well. Hitsugaya turned towards where Nakim was, and at that moment he saw Matsumoto getting pushed back by a Zero as it started charging up another attack. He immediately flapped his wings and increased his speed to reach there. Everyone saw that and prepared themselves to take the second round of Zero's tanking. At this moment a figure appeared in the face of the Minos as he slashed down, cutting off his nose and stopping his charge progress. Howl! Zabimaru! Matsumoto, Renji! As she called out, she felt the temperature drop down considerable as she heard another voice from behind her. Some no mai. Tsuki Shiro first dance, white moon. Suddenly a white moon appeared below the feet of Nakim, which caused a burst of transparent light engulfed him as it slowly froze over and turned to an ice sculpture. Matsumoto, Rukia. Rukia, sorry I'm late. Let's finish him before he causes more trouble. Hitsugaya saw the three of them banding together and knew they could handle it. He looked around and saw that from the already escalated battlefield Hisagi had it the worst. He deactivated his Bankai and used Shunpo to arrive at the struggling Shinigami against his opponent, blocking Kaname with his sword. Kaname, oh? Captain Hitsugaya. Are you sure you should abandon your post? Hitsugaya, I already finished that guy and it's time for the others to start doing their job seriously. As Hitsugaya stated the fact, something happened to the whole battle scale. Swafon and Omida appeared next to Yukitake, who was in a bad shape from Grimjaw, and Kenpeki with Ikeko appeared next to the injured Komamura facing Yami. 544, Chapter 544, The Watchers. As everything had started getting in the final line, Aizen with Jin and Yamamoto with Kojiro kept watching everything. However, they weren't the only ones. Inside the void, many figures could be seen trying to snuggle up to someone. Girls. When are we going to join the fray? Sora? Yin and Yang are waiting to fight. Sora, Sai. Senna, Yin, Yang, stop your childish acting. This is war and I have a feeling it will get worse. Then when are you going to send us to join the fray? Sora, Lisa, that's the problem. Right now their power rivals already captain level using their Shikai with few using Bankai. Sora, wait till at least one of them releases his second form. Is that understood, Shinji? Shinji, Che. Even though Aizen is right under us. Sora, relax, you'll get your chance to fight him, although I doubt you will win without releasing your Bankai. If it comes down to that, all of us will unleash them. Kensei-chan is so cool. Kensei, Mashiro, cut it out and be serious about it. Mashiro, boo-hoo. Senna, by the way, what about Yoshino, Neliel, and Yuryuki? Sora, those three won't come at all. Sora, Yoshino is quite weak and even though she wanted to come, she knows she will be only a burden that weighs us down. Neliel is feeling the consequences of releasing her first form in Hueco Mundo. Sora, normally it wouldn't be a problem, but the Hagyako is constantly changing her Ryutsu in order for her to accept easier her second form. Sora, as for Yuryuki, well, all of you know. Sora, Lisa, what's wrong? Sora, Luppy didn't die. Hiri, hey? Survived? What is that shorty doing? Is he really a captain? Damn that shorty. Sora, fuck. All of you get ready, I will send you almost 2 kilometers outside of the pillars, so just make sure you make a dramatic entrance. Just as Sora managed to finish his words, all of them saw a giant Garganta opening up above Aizen and Yamamoto, while below Sora and the rest. They saw a bulbous body, long tufts of hair on its back, and a single, large eye which is purple inside the Garganta and yellow outside of it. Its hair is to be the same or a similar color to its skin. It also possesses Jillian masks for fingernails. Aizen, finally Hula is here. Everyone had the same thought, even those that were in the midst of battle. What the hell is that? Just as it appeared, Hula looked around with his one eye and then raised its head, if you can call the whole balloon body a head, towards the sky and bulged up and spat a black liquid, filling the sky and the ground with it. Minos generation? They all saw numerous Jillian-class Minos forming from its mouth. It looked like a mass of black liquid and masks until the Jillian Minos separated into their individual forms. Shinji and the rest watching this didn't waited for the rest as they passed through a door Sora had made just now, leading outside the area of the pillars where no one could sense them. All the captain currently were busy with their respective tasks and knew that they had to sacrifice a post to send manpower there. If that wasn't enough, loud cracks started forming on the prison. Hitsugaya supposedly trapped and killed Luppy before a huge amount of Ryutsu burst from the place, making everyone suffocate. Looking angrily around until he found Hitsugaya, his Ryutsu kept raising and raising until he screamed his lungs out. Luppy, strangled to death. Trepidora climbing vine. Boom. All ice pillars that have fallen on the ground with his emergence evaporated when he released his second form, causing all the vice-captain to stop moving as invisible hands had caught them from their necks, strangling them. At least that was how they felt, with his suffocating Ryutsu filling the area. 545, Chapter 545, Wizards. All captains and vice-captains saw the new appearance of Luppy and gasped by the sheer power he was emitting right now. It wouldn't be a joke to say he rivaled many of them when they used their Bankai. His new appearance retained his 8 enormous tentacles, which each one is connected at one of the corners of an octagonal design fixated on his back. However, at the end of the octagonal design, countless strings-like things appeared as they started floating like a fluffy tail. The most surprising thing was that his fingers took the same form as those strings and his hair became green as it extended backwards from the bone cowl on his head. Although he didn't have a major change, none knew his abilities in this form. Luppy looked at Hitsugiya as a cruel smile came on his face. All the Minos found themselves traveling around and swarming around in random rhythms, soon enough they were engulfed from all sides and they lost the view of what they wanted to protect. Although they were weak, their sheer number was something else. When the Shinigami began to lose their respective ground even though they weren't going all out, a few cracking sounds were heard from the west side of the whole area. From there a few people appeared, stunning many as they had seen them at least once in their lives. Shinji, yo Aizen. How you been? Aizen, I see, Kisuk miscalculate and blocked you outside. Shinji, not really. He calculated perfectly. The thing was we tried to open a gap without exposing this place to the outside, attracting unwanted attention. Aizen, stray hollows. Shinji, not only them but humans. Especially a few troublesome ones. Shinji, no worries though, I'm coming for your head. Aizen, oh. What an interesting thing to say when there is a sea of troubles here for your kind. Shinji, het. Shinji then turned to the others and asked if there is anyone in the Godi I-13 they would like to speak to. Shinji watched as the others expressed their disinterest in speaking to their former comrades, with the exception of Lisa, who flashed steps away. Sighing, Shinji did the same as he appeared next to Yamamoto to greet him. Yamamoto, what you want to say it after everything is done. Shinji, I had a hunch you found out and it turns out it was true. Yamamoto, then I assume you are allies. Shinji, no, we are simply here to take something we lost all those years. Yamamoto, I see. Shinji then returns to the other wizards. He looked around and saw that Lisa was hitting with her Shikai Shunsui and yelling at him to take this more seriously. After leaving from there she returned back to the others, who brought forth their masks as they scanned the battlefield and vanished again, with a single task in their heads: destroy everything. Many of them felt relieved that they got reinforces, and they noticed that Aizen didn't seem to really care. After killing all the Minos in their ways, many of them dispersed as they spread across to the different battlefield till now. Shunsui, it hurts. That girl sure has her period issues. Stark, at least she seems more of a challenge than you. Shunsui, now I'm hurt. Stark, then stop wasting time and get serious. Just as Stark pointed his guns at him, they heard a loud angry voice and saw Yami's condition of missing a few limbs. At the same time, a yellow burst covered the area where he was located as laughter could be heard along with the outbursts. Yami, you will pay. You will pay. Boom. A giant outburst or dark red riotso came out from his body as he yelled with an angry voice ready to burn the heavens. 546, Chapter 546, Things Getting Serious. Yami, rage until the heavens submit. Hira. Yami's release increased in strength as he becomes angrier. Yami's resurrection form increased his bulk. Upon taking this form, his damaged mask is restored, and all previous injuries were healed. The black piston-like protrusions on his back become more like extensions of his vertebrae, and he gained 2 massive horns on his back. He gained multiple horns on his head, with some covering his lower jaw, and crack-like markings frame his eyes. His arms are positioned in knuckle walk position, and his legs are hairy, ending in short, stubby toes, giving Yami an ape-like appearance. His tail becomes more hairy and ape-like, losing its large club. However, in this form, his extra sets of legs are lost completely and what was left is a giant ape-like creature. Looking at his enormous figure, every captain frowned except Kenpeki, who raised his sword but not before taunting him. Kenpeki, perfect, now I have a huge ass to cut in pieces. Kenpeki, drink. No Zarashi. Boom. A yellow outburst of riotso came from Kenpachi's sword as a huge ass cleaver came out in his hands. He then dashed at Yami, who had thrown a giant punch at the incoming puny human with the metal in his hands. A fist and a sword collided, causing violent waves of wind to burst forward, hitting everything in their path. The vice-captains had been blown away from their positions as the winds were too freaking strong. Kenpeki was smashed to the ground by the power of the blow, and just as they thought he lost the exchange, Yami started screaming as his fingers from his fist fell to the ground. Finally, with Yami's scream getting the attention of everyone, they suddenly heard a loud explosion as they looked at the last pillar where Hisagi was fighting Kaname. The whole pillar crumbled away only to make them see Hisagi buried himself under the rumbles and Kaname had a mask on his face while holding a bloody sword. Aizen, it looks like the first pillar had completely fallen. Aizen, good job Kaname. Yamamoto opened his eyes lightly as he saw the place where the 12th pillar was getting distorted and reverting to the original town. Although it was still a small portion of it and was still manageable, all the captains felt the need to finish this before the 2 other espadas release their second form. Following their sense or urgency, Komamura rushed to Yami, who was still holding his hand with the missing fingers, and activated his Bankai. Komamura, Bankai. Kokujo Tenjin Myo Vidyaraja of Kale Sutra's Heavenly Punishment. Komamura brought forth the entire giant, a Bankai of living armor. Standing at about 100 meters tall, the giant resembles an armored samurai. It wielded a sword with a guard similar to Komamura's, but with a different blade and a string hanging from the hilt. Komamura also retains its form as a regular katana. While in use, Komamura and his katana maintain a glow of spiritual energy. He then slashed at Yami, who was stunned to see a giant in front of him. He hurriedly raised his other hand as he watched the giant copying Komamura's movements to devastating effect, allowing it to deal out colossal amounts of damage. The blade of the giant moved the same way as Komamura did and landed on his arm as it cut through half his flesh, trying to chop it off. Tightening his muscles around the blade that was stuck in his arm, Yami roared as he fired a zero towards the defenseless Komamura from his mouth. Thinking that he will not come out of this unscathed, Komamura was almost ready to avoid it by withdrawing his sword, only to feel his body frozen in the same place. Soon the zero engulfed him whole and crashed at the pillar behind him, destroying the outer protection of it. 547, Chapter 547, Things Getting Serious. 2. With Komamura getting blown away, his giant suddenly got many burns as he stumbled backwards and fell as well. Hitsugaya and the others immediately refocused in their battle. Having activating his Bankai again as he was fighting Kaname along with Hisagi, Hitsugaya had left earlier and rushed at Yami as he had a dangerous ability to put him out of his commission. However, the moment he left as he prioritizes Yami's threat, Kaname donned his mask and trashed Hisagi along with the pillar. As he was flying through the air, countless strings appeared blocking his way, and immediately a figure appeared next as he whispered. "Luppy, I won't let you get away. Hitsugaya, you already lost once and you came back for more. Luppy, this time it will be different, with your death anniversary coming up." At the same time, he finished his words, Luppy extended his hands and tentacles while thin strands of strings rushed to Hitsugaya, entrapping him and closing him inside of Ini like a sphere. "Luppy, ha 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 ha, now your life force will slowly power up mine." As he said that, Luppy suddenly dodged as he was welcomed by Lisa's spear slashing downwards from behind as she had her mask on. Not managing to counter back, Luppy dodged once again as a flashing red zero came upwards to him as he saw Hiri from below. Having finished their battles with the Minos, and seeing the loss of a pillar while 4 more were exposed to the inside cores of them, they rushed to help them. Kaname was blocked by Love and Rose, Yami was blocked by Hachi, however that was pointless as Kenpei finally dragged himself from the ground he was buried and Komamura got up ready for round 2. Shinji appeared next to Yukitake, who was in bad condition while Omida was far away and Swafon was panting a bit. "Shinji, yaar. Why is he even here?" Shinji pointed at Omida and all three of them had wry smiles. This included Yukitake, Swafon and Grimjo, as he tried many times to kill the fatso only to run in fear. Kensei had appeared next to Iba, who was trying to fight a complete degenerate that kept staring blankly at the horizon. It was as if nothing around him excited him. While Mashiro was fighting the huge Ballon Arankar that spats Minos. While everything was finally taking a few turns for better or worse, Hitsugaya inside the sphere had it the worst as his Ryutsu was falling faster and faster than normal. "Hitsugaya, if this keeps up I won't be able to use my ultimate ability for a second." "Hitsugaya, then. I'll go with that." Hitsugaya suddenly made his sword glow as he started absorbing the water in the air and inside the plant. It was a dangerous ability that he never used in his Bankai as he was afraid to kill everyone. But inside here that absorbs his Ryutsu, he will be able to control it. Soon enough the temperature started falling and falling while from the inside out ice started forming while the vines and strings around started cracking. Above in the sky dark clouds started gathering and slowly the whole atmosphere started feeling chilly. With the sphere controlling his absorption rate and with the clouds above, Hitsugaya was able to reach his peak of controlling his Banaki and target everyone with his range of attack. Everyone looked at the sphere, who was now started to be covered in ice as it cracked, revealing Hitsugaya inside as he was covered in ice blue mist. He pointed his sword at the heavens while yelling. "Hitsugaya, Hyden Hayakaso. Frozen Heaven 100 Flower Funeral." 548, Chapter 548, Kaname's Bankai. "Hitsugaya, Hyden Hayakaso. Frozen Heaven 100 Flower Funeral." The moment Hitsugaya screamed his attack, his Ryutsu violently flared up while a huge hole opened up in the clouds. Then everyone saw in the vicinity a large amount of snow falling down on everyone's position. Everyone, enemies and allies, watched as those snowflakes touched them in different parts of their bodies. Allies only felt a cold sensation while all the targeted enemies started panicking, at least from the perspective of the Minos, Nakim, and Luppy, who were the primary targets. When the snow comes into contact with them, ice flowers sprout all over their bodies, instantly trapping them in a pillar of ice. Hitsugaya watched slowly as the pillars started forming more and more flowers before he announced to them. "Hitsugaya, those flakes uses the opponent's Ryutsu and life force, creating a tomb of flowers. When the last of the 100th flower is formed, your life is forfeit." True to his words, when the last flower of those trapped inside was formed, their Ryutsu vanished completely. At that moment they also heard a loud cry as they turned to the overgrown balloon. A giant hole was formed in his body as it fell down. Masahiro took the chance of the commotion and landed her signature attack as she screamed. "Mashiro, Mashiro kick! Mashiro, V for victory. Yet, Lisa, with this, we may have gained more time but things still look grave for us. Hiri, oi, shorty for excuse captain. Hitsugia, hey. Hiri, what's with those eyes of you? Shorty. Are you listening shorty? Hitsugia, shorty this, shorty that. Hiri, are you even true captain shorty? What's with you panting? Hitsugia went and grabbed Hiri from her red jersey and snapped at her. Hitsugia, you are even shorter than me, midget. Hiri, what did you say? Oh. Where do you think you are touching? Pervert. Hitsugia, what? Lisa, stop it, we have work to do. Even if you are interested in each other body take a room. Hitsugia, that's not it. Hiri, wait the fuck up. Ah, wait up Lisa, get back here. After having a debate for their complexes and everything, they went to their own ways while murmuring. Kaname looked at Hitsugia who had left his position earlier to Hisagi and as be surprised him with his hollow mask he destroyed the pillar. Kaname, it seems this is the true power of your Bankai. Hitsugia, there is more to it but I'm saving it for Aizen. Kaname, Aizen-sama is someone out of your league. No matter what you throw to him everything will be futile. Hitsugia, Aizen is certain to fall today and you won't be here to see it. Isn't that right Hisagi? Kaname, Gufk. Just as Hitsugia spoke, 2 rows of shuriken-like wheel chained up Kaname as the bladed edge of his shikai nailed itself one on his thigh and the other on his shoulder. Hisagi, half. I'm really sorry, Captain Hitsugia I failed the trust you showed me. Hitsugia, don't worry about it, we knew that up to some point possibly almost half of them would be gone. Kaname, even so, none of you knows his greatness, his powers, and how high he will reach. Kaname, let me show you, my true powers. Kaname, Bankai. Suzumashi Suishiki and Makoragi. Suzumashi maintained its form of a regular katana, though without the small ring. Tissen held up his sword in his right hand and placed his left palm against the ring on his cross guard. The ring began to spin as it releases spiritual energy. As it spins faster, the circle grows bigger and bigger until it's large enough to surround his body. The ring then splits into 10 other glowing rings of similar size that encircle Tissen. He then slashed with his sword and the circles flew outwards and formed a circular perimeter over a large area. Once in position, the 10 rings begin to generate a black void, which grew in size until it forms a large black dome, which is centered around Tissen's body and anchored to the ground by the 10 rings as it trapped Hisagi and Hitsugia inside. 549, Chapter 549, Kaname's Resurrection. Hitsugia and Hisagi suddenly found themselves in an endless darkness not being able to feel anything. Kaname, do you like this place? Kaname, no matter you won't be able to tell where I am. As they could hear his voice they tried to navigate through the darkness only to feel nothing. Hitsugia, what is this? Hitsugia, this is bad I can't see at all nor feel anything. Hitsugia, what's worse is that my Bankai is close to my limit. Hitsugia, I probably can use 4-5 attacks unless I take it easy and recover but I don't think this will be an option. As he was thinking inside his mind, Kaname knew both their position before he started walking through and speaking to them yet again. Kaname, the dome creates a vacuum that nullifies the senses of spiritual energy, sight, sound, and scent, or what I call momayo meaning no light. Kaname, the only sense the victim retains is that of touch. True to his words both Hisagi and Hitsugia could feel their swords and their clothes touching their bodies compared to the other senses. At that moment Hitsugia felt a sharp pain behind him as a trail of blood fell from his back while his wing was cut off. Kaname, that's one hit. Hitsugia, ugh. Kaname started slashing at every part of Hitsugia causing a bloody mess with him. Hisagi was on the dark, he could hear when Tissen spoke but right now he couldn't hear anything. He threw his Kishinai towards a direction only to hit empty air after a bit of hesitation of hitting Captain Hitsugia. 10 minutes have passed and Hitsugia was now officially a mess, he was missing a leg, a hand, both his wings and had multiple cuts all over his body. Kaname, XMM. I believe this is quite well made and it's time to finish this. Kaname slashed vertically towards Hitsugia and cut him in half, however, the promised fountain of blood didn't come as Kaname expected to feel and hear. Instead, a shattering sound came baffling Kaname who now felt a sword piercing through his heart. Kaname, blurg. Impossible. Hitsugia, if you can hear me then I'll tell you. Hitsugia, Zanhyo Ninjo lingering ice puppet / doll. Hitsugia, I can create and shape a large amount of ice into my exact likeness. It is very lifelike, as it can appear to bleed. However, I can only use this trick to an opponent once therefore I usually saves it for towards the end of a battle. Kaname, you and your blurg. After spitting a mouthful of blood the dome started shredding to pieces like glass shattering here and there before it dispersed completely. Hitsugia who saw this had a hunch this might happen and he was shocked when he was touching Tissen to have his senses back. Soon all three of them were out in the open from the dome and Hisagi saw Kaname being impaled by Hitsugaya in his heart. Just before the darkness of the dome completely dissipated, all the darkness and the broken rings started transforming into particles as it rushed towards the body of Tisan, making his Ryutsu skyrocket. Hitsugaya was blown away backwards from the pressure and almost landed next to Hisagi, who was looking at what his former captain started becoming. Kaname, don't think this is over. Nothing is over before justice. Kaname, Suzumashi Hyakushiki Griller Grillo Cricket 100th Ceremony Lunatic Shackles Cricket. Boom! Hitsugaya and Hisagi opened their eyes wide open at the figure in front of them, who had transformed into something entirely different and were beyond shocked. Hitsugaya, he is the same as the Espada. Before someone could answer him, he heard Kaname laughing crazily while pointing with his new hands at his face. Kaname, ha 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 ha. I can finally see. 550, Chapter 550, Kaname's New Powers. Everyone knew about Kaname's inability to see, and some were respectful to him for reaching that far in the Godi I-13 when he existed as a vice-captain and captain. He didn't back down and used everything to increase his means towards the path he so-called belief, only to find that he betrayed them for something more. When they felt his energy spike and second later heard him laugh as if he had lost it, everyone was stunned seeing his new appearance while turning his head left and right seeing new things. He transformed into a bestial hollow-like creature. In this form, he became hunched over, and his entire body is covered with black fur, with a large hollow hole in his torso. He possessed 4 insect-like arms with clawed hands. On the hunch on his back are 2 long, spiraling horns, each adorned near the points with 2 rings with chains hanging from them. His head resembled a cricket, with a bilateral line running down the center, large bulbous eyes and large rings hanging from the side protrusions. At the bottom of the head is a small opening where his mouth is located along with jagged teeth. He has a long, bushy tail, and a double pair of insect wings. While he was in this form, he gained the ability to see, which he arrogantly boasted about it while everyone watched his Ryutsu flaring up with black and a purple outline. Kaname, so this is what everything looks like? The blue sky. The ground. The buildings. The Espada and the captains. Hitsugaya, you are talking as if you used your powers for the first time. Kaname, indeed, after all, it hasn't been long that Aizen-sama granted me this power. Hitsugaya, then someone like you who doesn't know anything about his powers will bound to fail. Kaname, ha 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 ha. Hisagi, what's so funny? Kaname, it's funny because I can sense fear when using your powers. Hitsugaya, you are afraid of killing innocent people, that's why you used earlier a medium to help you control your powers. Kaname, and you Hisagi, I can see that even though you are still hesitant about using the full capabilities of your Shikai you are currently wielding, your fear is almost diminished. Kaname, although being afraid of your power is the right way to go about, it shows that you still have a way to improve. Both of your ways will end in my path of justice. Hitsugaya, Hisagi, get ready for the final round. Hisagi, yes. Kaname, useless. Los Nueve Aspectos, the 9 aspects. Tisan drew lime green circles in the air with his claws, causing Hitsugaya and Hisagi to tense up before they created a massive burst of sound-based concussive force that reverberates out with crushing power. Hitsugaya, feeling the power behind it, placed himself in front of Hisagi as he took the full brunt of it. He had closed his wings to create a shield, but as it was sound it was useless and passed through. His Bankai form shattered before its might as he bled all over his 7 holes, with Hisagi not be in a better state as both of them fall to the ground. When they felt the defeat of 2 Shinagamis, everyone else tensed up seeing Kaname in full reign. At that moment a figure looked towards a certain captain and after nodding with her he vanished as he appeared in front of Kaname. Yar, yar. Look at all the trouble you are causing us. Kaname, Shinji hui. What's with that shitting face of yours? Shinji, ugh. You are the second person to tell me that. Kaname, good. And I'll be your last. Shinji, we can agree on that as you will die right here and now. 551, Chapter 551, Shinji's Abilities. Shinji, collapse. Sakanade counter-stroke. Shinji held his sword in its sealed form, as it resembles a normal katana. The hilt and sheath are red, and its guard is shaped like an hourglass. With his release, his sword changed and it surprised everyone as none had seen him using it before. But the most affected one was the wizards, since they knew that he wanted to keep it hidden and use it on Aizen. Hiri, that shitting Shinji. What the fuck is he doing? Lisa, he is doing what everyone should be doing. Going all out. Lisa, he has decided that even with his mask he won't be able to beat Kaname in this form. Hiri, che. Let's go to our next target. Lisa, that blue-haired over there seems dangerous. Shinji's sword, in its Shikai state, the pommel becomes a large ring that allows Sakanade to rotate around Shinji's hand without him actually gripping any part of the Zanpakuto. This movement seems to relate to his sword's special ability as it confused Tisan why it rotates on its own. The first few inches of the blade are covered by an extension of the cross guard. Sakane's blade is straight and slim, with the tip ending in a slanted razor-like edge instead of being tapered to a point. There are also 5 holes along the sword's length. Can aim, no matter, it will be useless either way. Shinji, why don't you try and fight then? Shinji vanished from his position as he used Shunpo, and before Kan-Aim knew it he was in front of him as he slashed down at his arms. Kan-Aim tried to block it, and just as the blades touched his hands Shinji vanished again. He then felt a sharp pain in his back as a large wound opened up with blood dripping from him. He turned around and saw Shinji standing there with the sword rotating in his hand. Kan-Aim, what did you do? Shinji, try and find out. Name took the bait and started charging up Ryutsu in his eyes, making 2 different spheres to NE formed before he launched them at Shinji. Kan-Aim, Zero. Watching the Zero approaching, Shinji smiled while his sword spun faster and faster. Many people then saw a pink mist being created. Just as it had reached Kan-Aim, and while he inhaled a bit, something that confused everyone happened. Shinji, who took the damage from the Zero, came out unscathed while Kan-Aim had burns all over. Kan-Aim, how? Shinji, you like my playground? Shinji, welcome to my world. Kan-Aim, what world? Shinji, can't you see a pink mist covering slowly the area? Those who smell its pleasant aroma fall subject to an optical real illusion. Kan-Aim, illusion? That doesn't explain why I took damage while you are fine. Shinji, those who have been trapped inside here have everything go, up and down, left and right, as well as forward and backwards or reversed. Shinji, however, it is not just the sense of direction that is changed, the opponent's eyesight, the direction of incoming attacks, and injury locations are also inverted. Kan-Aim, wait, then if you get injured in your left, write the damage in inverted to your left, then how I took damage for you. Shinji, the effects of the inverted world can be targeted at or neglected from specific opponents, making it ideal for use in group fighting. Shinji, it also severely affects the equilibrium of those its power is used on, giving them vertigo, causing confusion, disorientation, and or nausea. Shinji, meaning that even distance or positions can be inverted. Kan-Aim, so you mean you inverted my location with you, and as my brain couldn't brush it off I didn't realize I took damage. Shinji, correct. Shinji, now you are about to get paid in full taxes for what you did to us in the past. As he saying his words, Shinji was slowly placing his hand in his face, and when he finished he brought his hand down, causing a spike in his powers. 552, Chapter 552, Shinji's Potential. Sora, Senna, Yin, and Yang watched as Shinji went toe-to-toe and slowly pressuring Kan-Aim. They heard that Shinji claimed that countering the damage from the inverted directions simply by processing it all within the mind is not possible. No matter how powerful the opponent, especially if one is accustomed to fighting, their body will not be able to adapt due to their reflexes preventing a proper reaction, which causes them to continuously succumb to the power's effect. Senna, hey, Sora, isn't his ability close to your doors? Sora, no. Shinji ability allows him to switch everything around him in an instant. Sora, if you rush at me from the front and stab me in the chest with his ability, that would reverse and I would get stabbed in my chest through my back. Sora, his powers mostly involves reversing directions. Left and right, up and down, forward and backwards. Sora, what my doors do is redirect directions. From example, throw me a Kido in front of me and I will be able to redirect it above your head. Yin, but in order to do that you need to open many doors, correct? Sora, yes, furthermore I can calculate where it will appear, but Shinji is tricky, you never know when he will reverse the directions. Yang, don't you have a secret ability to transfer damage? Sora, yes, but that is instantaneous and transfer all the damage I have taken at once. And it's a single target move while Shinji is omnidirectional. Sora, but I can only transfer the damage, not directions, and mess up with their senses. Sora, I have protection against Aizen's Shikai with Gyaku, but Shinji is way more tricky to make it undone. Only people like me, Yamamoto and Aizen, can pull it off. Senna, since you have a strong Ryutsu. Sora, correct. Continued watching, Sora thought that Shinji can truly become strong with such a Shikai by training in it for countless years like Aizen. Possibly if he takes everything seriously he can reach Yamamoto level. Unfortunately, he is as lazy as fuck. Even with his clone training them, he always found ways to get out of commission early so that he can laze around. Going back to the fights, Shinji's and Kan-Aim drew the most attention as they had already traded more than 400 cuts and blows. With Kan-Aim ending in each attack of his in a bad shape, but thanks to his high-speed regeneration, his wounds healed at an incredibly fast rate. Almost at the same time that blood was drawn from his body, his wounds were healed, but he started accumulating fatigue as his Ryutsu started dropping and dropping. Immense strength, Tessen's resurrection grants him increased strength, as he grabbed hold of Seijin Komamura's Bankai when it attacked him, and crushed a portion of its blade with one hand. 83. Kan-Aim, Los Nueve Aspectos, the 9 aspects. Kan-Aim drew lime green circles in the air with his claws, creating a massive burst of sound-based concussive force that reverberates out with crushing power. Seeing this skill that defeated Hitsugaya and Hisagi, Shinji simply smiled from inside his mask, and just as he was about to get him, the attack switched directions from going forward to go backwards and fell on Kaname's body. Shinji was waiting for this moment for a single chance to defeat Kaname, as he was really sensitive to sounds since he was blind. Kaname didn't even make a sound when he got hit. He simply stood there froze in the air before his black burst up and bloody wounds appeared from the vibrations of the sound. Shinji, oh? You managed to survive this. Kaname, Hoff. Gwirl. Pug. Just before he could answer back to Shinji with a hoarse voice, he felt something in his head as he heard a voice coming from behind him. Reeb. Kishinai. 553, Chapter 553, Jin is moving. Kaname felt a sweet taste on his mouth as he heard the familiar command from behind him and soon coughed a mouthful of blood. He struggles to speak, but nothing could come out from his mouth except blood. Hisagi, Captain Shinji. Thank you for this chance. Shinji, I'm more amazed you managed to process how you will appear in my invented world. Shinji, furthermore it's the supposed vice captain duty to fix the problems his captain caused. And vice versa. Hisagi, if you hadn't let me inside when I got up I wouldn't be able to process anything, furthermore I wasn't your target so it was 100 times easier. Hisagi recalled his sword back as he backed away from Tisan, who reverted back to his normal appearance as he fell down. Kaname landed on a rooftop and next to him Hisagi also sat down as he was tired, wounded and barely could move his body anymore. Hisagi, you had said that we need to fear our powers, yet you captain only drowned to it. Hisagi, if it was the old you, even in that condition you would have sensed me and at the very least avoid a fatal wound. Kaname, Guarpal. Hisagi, this war is pointless. And they will finish it. Both of them stayed like that, while Kaname was looking towards Aizen and Jin's appearance. No one knew what he was thinking right now, but he knew one thing. Kaname, new thing is over. With these stretched words, Hisagi turned towards Kaname only to back away from him before an explosion happened at the roof, making a bloody mess. Hisagi, who took the full brunt of the after waves from the explosion, was nailed in a building and stayed there unconscious. Everyone looked at Aizen, who was having a grin on his face, and cursed him inwardly while gripping their hilts. Aizen, it seems like we are on the losing side. How long are you two going to play around? Grimjo, Star K. Aizen looked at them with an annoying look on his face as he started to get really ticked off that his pawns, even powered up as they were breaking this easily. Jin, Captain Aizen, should I go and join the fun? Aizen, are you sure, you are up to it? Jin, have I ever failed you? Aizen, you have to face everyone alone. Jin, not a problem. Aizen, then finish this farce. Jin, hi. Jin vanished from his spot and so was Kojiro from the side of Yamamoto. Both of them appeared almost in the middle of the city and looked at each other. Jin, Kojiro, do you think you could match me up? Kojiro, I would love to test that theory. Both of them drew their swords and looked at each other with cautious before they finally vanished and started clashing here and there, leaving only sparks behind. Sora, who was watching all this, knew that the old man serving Yamamoto must be strong, since he had made Yamamoto in training in the past get a few scars, which in turn changed his name. But during the original Quincy invasion, as he had read, he died before he knew it, making Yamamoto enraged only to end up caught in the schemes of Y-Watch. Seeing that Jin also moved out, Star K looked at Shunsui, who was lightly panting, and Byakuya, who was at the same condition, and at every people waiting to intervene. He then looked at Grimjo, who was doing the same as he was dodging Swafo and Shikai from getting stabbed. Yami was a mess from Komamura and Kenpeki, but as he was getting angrier and angrier, his wounds healed faster and faster, making it an almost even play. 554, Chapter 554, Things have gone out of hand. Star K, looks like I have to become serious as well for this. Shunsui, and you think that by doing that you will win this? Star K, no, but it will lessen the burden of others. Star K crossed his guns together as his Ryutsu spike, causing everything in the vicinity to tremble, and he wasn't the only one. Grimjo did it as well. Two light pillars erased from their position, engulfing them as they let out their full power with their commands. Star K, hunt those that prey on you. Los Lobos. Grimjo, grind their bones. Pantera. Boom. Everyone watched as the pillars intensified and started absorbing in their bodies as their forms showed signs of changing. When Star K came out, his pistols had vanished, his upper body that was covered in a grey fur-lined jacket over a double-breasted vest, while his legs are covered in dark, skin-tight pants, with grey knee-high fur leggings covering his lower legs, and his arms are covered in grey, elbow-length fur armbands, which end at his wrists. Was now changed into dark blue flaming sections, making his whole body seemed like he had caught fire. On his hands now existed two wooden gloves, and on his fingers laid a metallic hole from there, making it one for each finger. The glove seemed like a second skin as it had covered up to his wrist, which was burning with dark blue flames. On his head, the eye patch was missing, and now on his two eyes there exist two blue patterns like tattoo forming, and in both his eyes something like a marker. As Grimjo came out, his appearance became even wilder than his first form. His teeth become jagged and sharp, his hands remained black but his fingers now had white scales. The dark skin moved up to his elbow and in his wrist, towards his elbows, he got 3 scales on each hand. His tail became completely black with the tip of having blue fur and white pieces of bone sticking from his tail like a spine. His hair became dark blue while his hollow part extended like his ears pointing backwards. His legs similar to his hands had gained dark skin, with his fingers gaining scales from the front side and on the back of his thighs. The dark skin continued on until his waist, which then the rest of his body was left exposed as if he was human, with the exception of the black hole becoming more intense while a few shadow branches were forming in his hollow hole. The changes were obvious, so their power immediately made them suffocated. All the vice-captains, Rukia, Renji, Omida, Matsumoto, Iba, Ikeku fell on the ground as they could no longer stand the pressure, they were on the verge of collapsing. The wizards that were on the scene initiated their hollow masks to be able and barely stand. The only figures that could stand among the pressure were Komamura, Kenpeki, Shunsui, Byakuya, Swaifon, Shinji, Kensei, Love, Hachi and Rose. Sora, who was watching from inside his doors, frowned, feeling their powers. They had come closer to him in terms of stats. Even though he is level 881, his stats are equal to that of someone above 2000. And that was because of many things stacking up like his fruits. As he was lost in his own thoughts about the power levels for the first time in ages, his system finally kicked in a mission. System, ding. Main quest triggered. Kill Yami and Starkey and upon their death absorb their leftover energy. Rewards, 200 fruits / 50.000 soul points / forming a new fruit depending on how much energy host can absorb. 555, Chapter 555, Enter the War. Seeing his quest, Sora was stunned and at the same time, he was happy. He had thought that he will no longer have any quest to perform. Since this was the case, he no longer has to wait to enter the fray, therefore he stood up, stunning Yin, Yang and Senna as they realized it as well that with these 2 releases, the tides have changed to Aizen's favor. Sora, let's go. All 3, yet. Sora opened a door within the void he was standing, making it a double door before all of them walked past through. On the current fights, Byakuya and Shunsui now had problems avoiding all his zero. If one pistol from before he could fire 100 in a rapid fire. Now with his gun like gloves, he had in this form make that 500. Not to mention that when they got close enough, a wolf emerged out of the dark blue flames on his clothes, causing a loud explosion with Starkey coming out unharmed. Starkey decided to finish everything up and raised his second glove above, increasing the zero firing to 1000, targeting everyone on the field. However, Byakuya was faster and activated his next move from his Bankai. Byakuya, Senkei Slaughterscape. Byakuya united the scattered petals into complete glowing swords, numbering in the thousands, which form 4 rows. These rows float just above them, and circle around Byakuya, Shunsui and Starkey as they were continuously moving like a column-like array. He barely managed to block all zeros, at least most of them, as they clashed with the blades floating around. Starkey, so I wasn't the only trying to hide things. Starkey looked at Byakuya, who was now panting lightly as it took a toll on him to activate it so fast and block so many attacks. The dome survived, but half his blades broke while slowly reforming again. Just as he was watching him, Starkey dodged to his left as Shunsui came out from his shadow trying to strike him. Starkey, and you are as sneaky as ever. Bang! Starkey hit Shunsui in his back, sending him nailed on the ground as cracks were heard, probably breaking or shattering a few of his bones. Taking this chance, Byakuya waved his hands and a few swords rushed towards Starkey trying to impale him, but as they neared, the melted from the flames. Starkey, if this is the best both of you can do, I guess it's time to finish everything. Lifting both his hands again and extending his gun-like fingers, he started charging up dark blue Ryutsuo in front of him before he fired it again. 1000 zeros launched in all directions, making Byakuya unable to block everything. At the best he can block half. However, when the zeros that weren't blocked passed through the dome, they vanished from their eyesight, and Yami suddenly found countless dark blue flashes appearing from every direction, hitting and shredding his body with holes and burns. Just as the dome dispersed, everyone stopped moving as they heard a voice, while a door opened up with a figure and 3 others passed from it and appeared in front of them. I really love this keto I created, you will never know who knocked on your door. Before Yami could groan in pain from the holes on his body and scream at the new additions, they had suddenly a tangible door appeared in front of him, and from there a black pulsing heart started coming out as it beat violently. Kenpeki and Komamura, who saw this while they cursed the person they recognized, immediately backed away while a loud explosion with bursting black flames covered Yami, who this time screamed from the deepest part of his soul. Kenpeki, Sora. You piece of shit, he was my prey. Sora, you took too long, muscle brainless. And don't worry, the big fish is right over there. 556, Chapter 556, Zenith Shikai. Aizen, so you have decided to enter the war, Xylan Sora. Sora, are you kidding me? I'm only pissed I didn't get an invitation. Aizen, as I had thought then. The one in Hueco Mundo was a skillful maid Jigai, letting you control it to the perfection. Aizen, it seems Urahara has done quite the job. Sora, it's you who we are dealing with. You deserve that much attention. Aizen, I'm quite pleased. But are you sure you wish to flank your flames left and right? The moment Aizen said that, Sora had a confused expression on his face before he remembered that a freaking Arankar was still alive and kicking. Just as he turned his head towards Kensei, he heard a loud crash and another pillar got lost with a little guy looked interesting in the flames that keep burning the yelling Yami. Yami was insanely pissed being treated as cannon fodder and powered up even further, making his healing match the devouring aspect of the black flames. However, the more Ryutsu the flames devoured, the stronger they become, so even though he had matched them he was still on the losing end. Sora watched as Wonder Why Smargla suddenly lost it, which was weird as he didn't have anything, to begin with, and smashed Kensei to the pillar sending him flying. He then dashed towards where Yami was and started sucking the flames while his Ryutsu spiked and his appearance changed. Wonder Why becomes a somewhat mutated version of himself. His shoulders and thighs grew significantly larger, with the shoulders popping out upwards. His arms and legs are also altered in size, being much skinnier than before. There are 5 holes in his abdomen, with 2 or 3 lines within each hole, except the middle. His face is covered from the upper half by a tall mask with 3 small horns, which seems to make his eye sockets hollow. With his new appearance, he started sucking more and more flames. Sora, oh? You modified him so that he can seal my flames. Aizen, quite observant aren't you? Aizen, originally he was meant to seal the commander's sword, but I deemed you far more dangerous than him. Sora, congrats. Now I hope you have enhanced his ability in his form, otherwise he will burst in flames. Just as Sora spoke, Wonder Why started looking left and right as if he was in pain, but refused to stop sucking. It was like his sole purpose was this task. As he let out a war cry going wah-ah-ah-hhh. All the flames vanished as his figure changed from white to completely dark grey and remained motionless like that. However, if those who were close to him paid attention they would see that he was lightly trembling trying to hold down the flames. Sora, impressive. He actually held on without a second form. Sora, now the question is how long he can keep this up. Sora, why don't you 3 go and play around with either Yemi, that retard, Grimjaw or Stark? Senna, then I'll pick the monkey. Yin as well. Yang, the first target the monkey. Sora, him? I put him as the first target because he is already half dead. Just as Sora complained and was watching his girls rush for the fun of things towards Yemi, suddenly with the corner of their eyes they saw 1,000 flashes coming for them. Stark had turned his back on Byakuya and Shunsui, who were dead tired, and focused his main firepower on them while he let his wolves taking care of the 2. Surprisingly, Senna used Gunpo and appeared in front of the flashes that were, in reality, Zero's, and drew her sword while commanding. Senna, call forth the Twilight of Judgment Morokumaru. 557, Chapter 557, Getting in Line. In its sealed form, Morokumaru resembles an ordinary katana. It has a red hilt and a square tsuba. Previously, by activating her Shikai at the time of when she was only an afterimage, her Zanpakuto took the form of a Kukhara with a pointed tip when released. Her Kukhara had 4 rings, and with those, she could control leaves, wind and lightning. There was a 4th element, but unfortunately, she couldn't bring it out. When she was revived, Senna's Shikai changed from a Kukhara into 2 smaller versions almost 80 centimeters each with 1 ring on both of them and smaller rings hanging from there. It made it easier to control her elements, one wind and the other lightning, accompanied by leaves. She had realized that her new Shikai was the true form of it and had 2 big rings, one of each Kukhara, and 3 smaller rings accompany them. Meaning she had 4 rings on each Kukhara. She had realized that 2 of the smaller rings were helping her summon the leaves and manipulate them. As for the other 4, she was clueless. Perhaps it had something to do with her last element, which according to what Sora had told her there was a chance it was water. According to him, 1 Kukhara gave her the ability to summon wind, lightning, leaves and water, while the other helped her control them. After training for these last 6 months, Sora's words rang true, but unfortunately, she still hadn't been able to summon water even now. As when her Shikai took form, countless leaves appeared and formed a wall as each Zero crashed on them, causing an explosion to happen while raising dust. When the dust died down, Stark was shocked to see that the wall was fine and well after his Zeros found their mark. Senna, god damn it, that was hard to keep up with. Senna, pretty much all my leaves got evaporated. Sora, but you can always summon more. No. Senna, that's super hard, you know. Even though she complained, Senna waved her Kukhara and more leaves started appearing, replacing those that got destroyed in the clash. While doing all that, everyone who saw her thought that she is playing around, and it was true considering she wasn't sweating at all. Leaving to take care of Yami, who was on the mercy of Komamura's Bankai trashing him around, and Kenpaku's Shikai cutting pieces of meat each time he swung his giant sword. When he was freed by the flames and with his peak of anger, Yami almost healed himself in 2 seconds. Unfortunately for him, the others weren't going to let him. Hachi found his chance to activate his mask again and started sealing Wonder Why inside as he was still fighting the black flames with his body alternate between dark grey and white color. Hiri and Lisa had gathered up the wounded, which was Hisagi, hit Shugaya and Kensei, although for him they were minor wounds, and also told the other vice-captains to gather around as not to get in their way. The first to join in their little gathering was Omida, earning a glare from Swa-Fon, who struggled to keep up with the new Grimjo. Soon the rest joined, and Sora saw Rukia, Matsumoto, Renji and Iba there while nodding his head before he turned towards Aizen. Sora, shall I make a move against your few selected people or want me to come at you? Aizen's face had long ago become serious from when Senna blocked Starcase attack. He scanned with his eyes the whole battlefield and saw 15 people still standing in his way to supremacy. If he added those that left the game, they were 9 more, which were trash in his eyes. Aizen, neither of the above. As I will be coming to you by cleaning up this huge line. Sora-kun. 558, Chapter 558, Aizen's Powers. Saying his words, Aizen walked towards those who were waiting for him and were available, meaning Shinji, Love, Rose, Hachi, Komamura, Kenpeki, Yukatake, Swa-Fon, Byakuya, Shunsui. Everyone tensed up when he started moving, while the air around him trembled as he took a step at a time. Senna, Yin, and Yang weren't bothered by him and bombarded Yami with all kinds of abilities and slowly withered him down. Sora watched this and had a smirk on his face, because just as Aizen took the 5th step he felt something on his feet, and before he could check what was it, a loud explosion occurred, engulfing him inside. While everyone thought it wouldn't hurt Aizen at all, and a second later that was confirmed before he spoke to Sora. Aizen, petty abilities like these won't harm me. Sora, I thought I should try. You know, for the opening of things. Just as he wanted to say something, Rose and Love took their chances and appeared from both behind and above him. Rose waved his Shikai and bound Aizen, while Love smashed down with his huge spiked club as countless flames burst from it. The moment it made contact with Aizen, it hit an invisible wall protecting Aizen from above and his back of the head. Aizen, a commendable try. He then raised his Ryutsuo as it appeared in pitch dark color and hit both of them, breaking their masks while sending them flying away. Before he could make another step, countless seals appeared on his body as Hachi started snapping his fingers, making barrier after barrier stack up on each other. He first locked his hands, then his ankles, then his thighs, then his waist, his chest. Slowly H started connecting all seals together to form a giant barrier. He even took a step forward and sealed his mouth, trying to prevent him from saying anything, as in activating Kido. Sora, though, if it was another opponent or Aizen before his fusion with the supreme Hagikyo he created, he might have praised Hachi for reaching this state. Unfortunately for him, Aizen's eyes shined before every barrier inside cracked under his pressure and eventually burst out. However, Aizen was nowhere to be found after the explosion, and everyone heard Sora screaming at them. Sora, Rose, Love behind you. Before they could even register his voice of warning, Rose and Love felt a soaring pain assaulting them as their shoulders have been split and bled profusely. Shinji, Hachi. Hachi, I'm on it. Hachi started snapping his fingers and 2 barriers engulfed Rose and Love before they got teleported to his side and started their healing. Shinji then rushed towards Aizen with a smirk on his face while donning his mask again and making his Shikai release the pink mist. When Aizen was engulfed by it, he wanted to experience what Kaname did and inhaled a bit of it. Seeing this, Shinji smirked before he started inverting his words countless times, throwing off Aizen's senses. Soon enough, Shinji slashed at Aizen and a wound appeared on his hand, while Aizen had an amusing expression on his face. Aizen, what an interesting ability this is. Aizen, getting it to the pinnacle might be able to toy with others almost in the same way I'm toying them with absolute hypnosis. Shinji, and I will surpass you. Aizen, however, it only messes with the senses, it doesn't control them like my Zanpakuto. The moment Aizen spoke, Shinji suddenly felt his back being wounded and instantly redirect his attack like a mirror from his right side shoulder to his right thigh, avoiding a fatal wound. Aizen, oh. Shinji, I won't go down like last time. Hey off. Ha off. Shinji held out his sword in front of him, and just as he was about to spike his Ryutsu, he heard Aizen's words. Aizen, since when did you think you wouldn't go down? Slash. 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 559, Chapter 559, Aizen vs Sora. The moment Shinji heard Aizen's words, his whole body burst with slashes, unable to realize where they came from because his Shikai invented everything. Aizen only saw Shinji falling before he looked away, and just as he was to go away and finish all the others, he heard Sora's voice. Sora, hey man, that was cruel. He did survive one attack of yours and I was curious about his Bankai, you know. Aizen, and I did reward him for that. With countless cuts. Sora, yeah. Too bad you also got a few. Aizen, what an amusing thing to say. Before he even managed to finish his words, his sleeves ripped apart, revealing his hands with small scratches, making him re-evaluate Shinji's abilities. Sora, so you still think that reward was enough? Aizen, so they did grow a bit from mere ants. Aizen, did you help them? Sora, I just shook their positions a bit and the rest were done by themselves. Sora, you could say something like psychological warfare against their past. Aizen, interesting. Aizen, then shall we begin our fight? Sora, oh? You are not going to after the others. Aizen, they are occupied for the time being. True to his words, Yucatake was a bloody mess and Swafon struggled to keep up with the speed of Grimjo. Komamura, Kenpeki, Yin, and Yan along with Senna were fighting Yami, who started slowly crumbling away. While Byakuya and Shunsui had their hands tied with Starkey, although sometimes Sora messes with him through his doors, it still wasn't enough to bring him down. Jin had entered a high-speed clash with Kojiro while Yamamoto kept looking towards everyone with his eyes open ready for any change that might occur. Sora waved his hands and 15 blades appeared forming in the air. Sora, Heavenly Divine Destructive Blades. Sora, Creation of Nothingness, Everlasting Void Energy. Yin and Yang, seen and unseen, make everything appear and disappear. Self-made arts 1, Formless Doors. Seeing him getting ready for their clash, Aizen lightly opened his eyes as he spiked his Ryutsu, only to see Sora's eyes flicker with a black light as Gyako devoured the influence Aizen tried to impose on his. Countless doors started appearing in every corner of the battlefield, making many let out small smiles as they knew that Sora finally started becoming serious. Sora, well, since you insist, let's finish this feudal war, shall we? Hearing his words, Sora vanished from his position, making Aizen raise his hand and black 2 incoming blades while he ducks, avoiding a blade on Sora's hand as he slashed horizontally from behind. Aizen twisted his body and slashed forward only to hit something solid in front of Sora. It was another blade which at the impact started spinning, and by pressing the sword of Aizen it blew him away. Just as he tried to stabilize his footing, he suddenly looked at Sora from above as 2 blades came from both sides with Sora coming from below. Even though everyone was having their own thoughts about the fights, they still stole glances on the high-speed changing battle that occurred right now between them. Aizen kept frowning because the moment Sora chanted the incantation of his doors, many of them stayed tangible, however countless ones became unseen to the eye. What was worst, he couldn't sense them. Within 30 seconds of their battle, he had changed positions and directions over 200 times. As the battle kept going clash after clash, Aizen finally smiled before he stepped backwards, vanishing from Sora's sight and appearing from behind him, which made many shocked to their cores. Aizen then slashed vertically with his full force towards his left shoulder and downwards, trying to cut him with a large wound, and as expected. Splurtert. Splash. 560, Chapter 560, Aizen vs Sora. 2. Everyone's eyes popped out when they saw Aizen passing through Sora's doors and thought the worst as they saw him slashing down. However, silence filled the entire battlefield as the expected blood burst from Sora never came. Instead, Aizen's back got opened and started bleeding profusely. He opened his eyes wide open, as he didn't even realize what happened. He felt his sword passing through Sora's clothes and then hitting his flesh, but in the end, it turned out it was his own. He immediately backed away as at that instance all blades appeared in his position, clashing with each other as they missed their target for kebab. Sora, oh? Did you back away? Aizen, what did you do? Sora, what do you mean? Aizen, I clearly felt my sword ripping your clothes and flesh. Sora, oh, you are right, my shoulder part is a bit neatly cut. Aizen, don't play dumb. Sora, dumb? Who is the dumb one to reveal all his cards to the others? Sora, if you are so great, find out yourself. Aizen looked at the grin Sora had, and after a second he calmed himself for losing himself in his emotions for something unexpected he didn't understand. He analyzed everything so far and realized that he had placed a portable door under his clothes towards his skin. The moment his sword passed through the door, he redirected to the closest one, which was the one he came out of, and arrived behind him. This made his sword slash hit him in his flesh. Aizen, I see those doors are more troublesome than I originally thought. Sora, too bad you realized this way too late. Just as Aizen wanted to say something about this, 30 visible doors almost engulfed every part around him that left him nil chances of passing through, and for that he needed to sacrifice an arm or a leg. Aizen had an annoying face right now as he thought something which was confirmed by Sora's words. Sora, let me see how you will deal with rapid attacks. Sora, oh, and when you try to leave that place and pass through a door, fingers, legs and hands. Whatever touched the door I will close it, redirecting the parts into different areas, ripping them completely off you. Aizen, you think I have no other way to fight back? Aizen, seeping crest of turbidity. Aizen, arrogant vessel of lunacy. Boil forth and deny. Aizen, grrr. Just as Aizen started chanting his Hado spell, blades came and left from the doors, trying to impale him and rip him in pieces. The moment one blade entered one door, it instantly came out from another. This made him dodge and deflect while splitting his attention to these two, and on the third task chanting. Aizen, grow numb and flicker. Disrupt sleep. Aizen, che. Aizen, crawling queen of iron. Eternally self-destructing doll of mud. Unite. Seeing him almost finish his incantation, Sora also became serious, and he finally used his Shikai with Gyaku, and his clothes were reformed as they burst in black flames. Aizen, repulse. Fill with soil and know your own powerlessness. Aizen, Hado Arts N90 Kuro Hitsuji Black Coffin. The moment he called out the name of his attack, Sora's blades pierced his body as he had stopped for a second, and at the same time Sora got engulfed in a black box with spears floating above him and piercing down inside the box. As everyone had reached their final requirements for their final clash, looked over to see a pierced through Aizen, who groaned in pain while not even a scream could be heard from inside the box. Until they heard an unexpected scream. 561, Chapter 561, Yami's Death. The whole battlefield had been silence once again with the screams of a certain someone who was unlucky again. Everyone looked at Aizen, who was trying to pull the blades from his thighs and his shoulders as at the last second he twisted his body avoiding critical hits. On the other hand, inside the black coffin, Sora was whistling at the spears were barely touching his body with flames wrapped around them. Of course, he was whistling because the blade pointy things of the spear around 10 centimeters clad in black flames that should have made his body kebab had vanished the moment it touched his skin. Yami, on the other hand, had now nailed in his body more than 20 black spots burning him from inside out as holes started expanding from them. Slowly his body started vanishing as it was getting devoured from the flames. He tried to use his anger for getting played like that for a second time, but this time he couldn't regenerate his organs as he did with his flesh the first time. This meant one thing, certain death when the flames reached his heart. If that was enough of his problem, perhaps he may hold on for a bit longer, but Yin, Yang, and Senna took this chance and barraged him with a different kind of attacks. Starkey, who saw this, wanted to go and help his warring comrade but was blocked by Byakuya and Shunsui trying their hardest to stall him. Grimjo on the other hand simply sneered at Yami and kicked Swafo, making her fall on top of Yukatake, who had no time to block the incoming espada. Boom! Both of them crashed on the pillar behind them, making it fall apart and reveal the core, which with a simple wave of his hand's energy claws appeared and threw them at the pillar, destroying it completely. He then vanished from his position and appeared in front of the burning Yami and pierced through his head, killing him instantly. As the flames found no resistance at all, they completely devoured Yami in the manners of 2 seconds, which caused Sora to hear a few sounds. Sora, oh? Seems like Yami kicked the bucket. I was expecting him to do it after 30 more seconds. Sora, I got around 25 fruits from his Ryutsu my flames devoured and turned back to me, that's like 2,500 points in every stat I owe right now. Sora, I'm bored in this darkness, let's get out. With his words finished, he raised his flames and started devouring the flames around the coffin, slowly breaking it apart, and after 30 seconds he was freed. As he got out, he was shocked to see Yin, Yang, Senna, Kenpeki and Komamura down for the count and Grimjo licking his hands. Sora, it seems like someone had destructive impulses. Grimjo, I haven't won yet. As Grimjo finished speaking to Sora, a bloody figure with a giant cleaver appeared behind him, and with a crazy look he slashed down at him. Grimjo crossed his hands and took the full brunt of it as he was sent flying by the power behind that attack. As they started fighting with a crazy smug on their faces, Sora looked and saw Yin and Yang along with Senna getting up while holding their heads. However, it was different for Komamura, who simply stayed down and realized he must have taken the attack to save them. Seeing that they were unable to cope with the speed of Grimjo, all 3 girls rushed towards Starkey to vent some of their frustrations. Sora having nothing to do, he turns towards Aizen, who had finally destroyed the blades with his Ryutsu. It was difficult at first, but as he learned the amount needed, he made it look like child's play. Little did he knew that Sora wasn't even using his soul ability to increase their powers. 562, Chapter 562, Killing Aizen? Sora, oh? You found out the right amount to destroy them. Aizen, it was hard, I can admit that, as the Ryutsu keeps changing in order to make the blades unbreakable. Aizen, but I guess not anymore. Sora, really? How about we try this again? Sora, Heavenly Divine Destructive Blades. Sora then mumbled under his breath a few more words that made Aizen perk his ears as he didn't hear them. Sora, Divine Soul Might. All the 15 blades that got summoned suddenly increased in speed, catching Aizen off guard, and as the wounds have been healed in his body from the Supreme Hogyaku, he was now able to move freely. This, however, went out of the window as he was trapped inside the area od his doors, and like before, the moment a blade entered a door it instantly left from another. Aizen used his Ryutsu along with his sword and tried again to find the flow of Ryutsu within the blade to shatter them when they came close. Tang! His sword clashed with the blade and it wasn't shattered, instead the wind generated from the clash ripped his skin and his fingers, which were healed instantly. Aizen, this. What happened? Sora, didn't you found out the flow earlier? Sora, fine, since you are about to cry I will tell. Sora, as you know, all things that are created from Ryutsu have a certain pattern in the flowing energy, find that and you can destroy it. Sora, however, as you realized, my blades have increased their speeds and sharpness, therefore their total power. Aizen, this means their flow of Ryutsu is changing faster than before. Sora, correct. Sora, however, they have many more perks that you are about to see in action. As he said that, the visible blades that kept trying to hurt him seriously only to cause him minor wounds all stopped in every possible direction around him. 4 of them became invisible, 4 others started vibrating as they started spinning around themselves like shurikens, 4 have stayed like that for usage like arrows, and 3 of them appeared, 1 under Sora's feet for him to use as a foothold and 2 on his hands. Sora, now you are about to see their full might. All blades spinning or not rushed to Aizen, and just as he was about to block one he felt a pain in his back. With no time to check he used Shunpo on close quarters and avoided 2 slashed from Sora. Doing so, Aizen faced now 4 blade shurikens and raised his hands as he called a Bakudo. Aizen, Bakudo Arts N81 Danku. Dang. 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 All 4 spinning, one clashed with the transparent wall and sparks flew as they tried to pass through it. Sora then appeared behind Aizen and stabbed through him, only to hit empty air as Aizen had vanished and appeared behind Sora with pure speed. Before he managed to raise his hand, Sora kicked backwards his own foothold, launching the blade on his feet at him. Boom! Both weapons collided, throwing Aizen a bit off, as he felt a searing pain appearing in his back with 4 bloody cuts appearing from those that he couldn't see at all. This managed to tick him off as Sora kept slashing and slashing, leaving him no room at all. Suddenly Aizen felt something hot in his chest and saw the 2 blades that kept rushing at him like arrows, making him groan in anger and pain. Sora, is that all? Sora, so much for your so-called upgraded Hogyaku. Sora, no, in fact since your Zanpakuto isn't working on me you lost more than 50% of your power. Sora, get lost. His blades in his chest vibrated and spun around, cutting him in pieces before he blurted a mouthful and fell on the ground with eyes that wanted to destroy everything. 563, Chapter 563, Aizen's Evolution. Time froze for those fighting. Grimjo looked at the falling pieces of Aizen as his waist had been cut, he had 2 holes on his chest, his arm had been severed while having blood in his mouth. Starkey had stopped fighting altogether and also looked at him. Everyone there looked as the enemy in front of them has lost. Just as Aizen watched all of them, seeing him with pity and relief that they finally got rid of him, a wave of rage washed him over while he yelled as he was engulfed in a purple pillar of Ryutsu. Aizen, puny mortals! You will never win against the heavens. Against me. Boom! His powers suddenly skyrocket, which caused everyone to be motionless from the barraging pressure, which made even Yamamoto now fully open his eyes and look at Aizen, who was on the ground. Sora knew this would happen and was calm as fuck while someone in the battlefield frowned at how things developed. Sora took a sneak glance at the said person and finally shone his opened eyes as well. As the pillar died down, everyone was shocked to see the new form of Aizen. In his next form, Aizen has a hole in the center of his chest, with a cross in the middle of it. The form-fitting white robe that enveloped him in his past 2 forms lengthens, and flares out at the ends. In this form, his irises vanish, as well as his eyebrows and the hair curl that usually hangs over his face. There appears to be a diamond-shaped object embedded in his forehead. He has also gained 3 sets of butterfly-like wings. However, what shocked Sora the most was that the supreme Hogyaku in his chest that was within his hole was now a fist-sized diamond-shaped object, and inside it, you would see a blue flame burning as if it has gained a soul. Wasting no time, Sora dived downwards where Aizen was and created his doors around Aizen again as he sent his blades, this time more powerful, as he clad them in black flames. Sora, since you don't want to leave the stage, how about I make you? Just as the blades appeared instantly from all directions around Aizen, Sora and everyone opened their mouths wide as they passed through him from all angles while he flashed with a light purple color. Finally, using his first ability of his soul, getting a 500% increase in reaction speed within 100 meters, not even a pin could escape from him. He then noticed behind him a distortion and immediately turned around and slashed with the 2 blades he was holding. However, what happened next was something that made even him open his eyes in shock. He watched as his blades passed through the light purple pillar, doing absolutely nothing. If that wasn't enough, multiple purple shards passed by him with the same reaction speed he had gained and reassembled himself. For those who were watching unable to see what happened, they only saw Sora and Aizen coming back to back in an unseen clash. However, to Yamamoto's eyes there were traces of disbelief, and soon the others popped their eyes as the right shoulder of Sora, who was fully clad in flames, burst in a fountain of blood while his hand fell down weakly. Aizen, this is interesting. The Hogyaku gave me the means to match with you and surpass you at the same time. Aizen, what was that you said to me? Alright. Is that all? Aizen, no, in fact since your Zanpakuto isn't working on me you lost more than 50% of your power. Aizen, get lost. Finishing the exact mocking words Sora said to him, he slashed and his sword became dematerialized as particles passing through Sora's body, leaving a large wound on his chest. 564, Chapter 564, The Return. Sora fell on the ground from the slash he got in his chest while still looking calmly at Aizen, who thinks his flames are simply nothing but a toy. Boom! He crashed on the ground, creating a large crater, shocking everyone, especially the wizards, at least those who could still keep their eyes open in front of the suffocating pressure Aizen brought them. At the same time, they heard another crash almost next to Sora, and when the dust cloud cleared they saw Kojiro with cuts all over his body. Captain Aizen. It seems you gained more power towards your end goal. Aizen, did you finished up Jin? Jin, yes. I'm about to clean up everyone else right now. Aizen, good. Then I will deal with the kind commander who has a serious expression on his face. Jin, yes. Yes. Captain Aizen. Just as both found their intended targets, which was Jin versus all those who are standing along with Grimjo and Starkey and Aizen versus Yamamoto, a black light burst from the ground. The black light that started condensing into black flames and taking a form finally roared as a voice could be heard from within. Sora, Black Wolf of Gluttony. When Sora used this form and more powerful flames appeared, Wonder Weiss howled as his body started turning black before exploding, releasing a mass wave of flames that engulfed the whole ground. Sora, all those flames rushed and went after Grimjo and Starkey, who started his evasive maneuvers here and there, by firing countless zeros only to slowly got absorbed by the flames. Aizen, turns out that Wonder Weiss never achieved his second form. Aizen, he did, though stalled most of his flames, allowing me to reach this state. Just as he spoke, as he kept looking at Yamamoto, an alternative to Sora, he suddenly felt something pushing him sideways as a black flaming paw clashed with his wings. Sora, nope, I just simply didn't go all out for trash like him. As he heard his voice, Aizen suddenly felt a huge impact coursing through his body, as this time it was his turn to get smashed on the ground. His wings had caught black flames that burned with high intensity before he smiled and laughed at the wolf in the sky. Aizen, ha 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 ha, so you hide most of your powers. Aizen, but no matter how much you try to raise the intensity, it won't work on me. Then how about it something that might work? Aizen was stunned because this voice didn't belong to Sora but someone else, and it was right behind him. Tenno Tenmitsu Asuru Hayden Heavenly Flashing Judgment. Aizen barely had enough time to turn around and see an orange head with a mask on his face, but more than that, a purple flash leaving him and clash in his chest, trying to pierce through him. He howled as his skin was as hard as fuck that not even the flames could burn that causally, but all this time he wasn't noticing the grin the wolf had in its black face with red eyes. Aizen got sent from one side towards the other from the fake city as he deflected the attack towards the sky. However, by doing so the purple light dispersed and revealed Ichigo's sword in his shikai, which he then caught as he donned his mask again and held it by the middle handle and firing. Ichigo, Tengoku no Aim Heavenly Rain. Countless arrows flew from Ichigo's shikai and fell on Aizen as he tried to move from there, but at that moment, Sora appeared in front of him with the same kind mask and the same shikai Ichigo had. 565, Chapter 565, Attacking Together. Sora stood in front of him before he slashed with his sword, while a giant blast slashing wave came forth, blocking his escape route as the arrows fell on top of him. Sora, Tenno Kaibatsuki Heavenly Moon Fang. Both attacks cut off all his escape directions, and having no choice he took them head on while his body glowed for a bit, before he vanished halfway through. Both Sora's and Ichigo instantly glared up in the sky as he had appeared there with bloody wounds all over his body, but the most notable thing was his wings were missing now. Wolf Sora, oh? And I thought my flames didn't work on you. Clone Sora, it may be the case if he is whole, but in particles, as he phased through, that might not be the case. Wolf Sora, but he cut me apart. Clone Sora, Perhaps he can ignore a certain level of flames. Ichigo, either way we fight. Ichigo, and Sora. About Anu, I'm gonna kick your ass later. Wolf Sora, why blame me? Blame my clone. Fight him instead. Clone Sora, hey, that was the previous clone, not me. Ichigo, all of you are the same freaking person. Aizen, is this a good time to interfere? When they looked at Aizen they saw his wings and wounds having healed already in the span of a few seconds that they took to bicker. See Sora, it's a good time for you to be defeated. See Sora, souls of the Eternal's flames who reside in the burning sun and cold moon, burning illusion, freezing reality, hot wind and cold void blend in the everlasting life of man. See Sora, self-made arts too, mirrors of eternal hellish lotus. Clone Sora fired from his fingers countless small lights that covered every area, including the other battlefields, which in turn they become lotus flowers, with some of them could be seen, others are hidden and many are transparent. Aizen, cheap tricks. As he said that he felt Ichigo sneaking up from behind, and as he had slashed he caught the blade with one hand. What was more bizarre through was that Ichigo didn't display the shocking expression he expected and only murmured a single word that blew him away before Ichigo's Ryutsu spiked for his attack. Ichigo, Bankai. Boom. Aizen, ugh. Ichigo, Heavenly Moon Crossing Fang Tenno Kosa Kaibatsuki. While Ichigo waved his swords in his hands, causing two purple lines appeared in succession as a cross-shaped attack flew from his swords targeting Aizen. Sora appeared behind him and spat 10x devouring black flaming heart. Aizen suddenly found himself again trapped from all directions, and this time he had no way to escape at all. The hearts burst apart, creating something akin to a sphere of black flames with Aizen in it, and just as the attack of Ichigo reached the sphere it vanished from their sights. Boom! A thunderous echo was heard from inside the sphere as it started trembling and small bursts towards the outside could be seen. Feeling that their attack connected but didn't do shit to him, both Wolf Sora and Clone Sora raised their hands upwards and started chanting together. Sora, the soul winter in the blizzard who marches along the path of solitude, find shelter in this frozen oasis. The mighty god of weather I call upon thee. See Sora, lend me thy hate, fury, and anger. Fall, bringers of death, for you shall empower my conviction. The tempered lance, forged inside the deepest part of loneliness. Sora, the harbinger of the heavens' fury and strike down your foe. All creation, flutter of wings, Yahoo bears the name of man. The sea barrier surges, march on to the south. See Sora, limit of the thousands of hands, respectful hands, unable to touch the darkness. Unable to reflect the blue sky. The time that gathers obey my orders. Both, self-made arts 5, endless coffin of ice. 566, Chapter 566, Aizen's anger. Just as the sphere broke apart from all the Ryutsu Aizen was pumping into it, he suddenly found himself standing of the countless lotus that burst apart from the sphere, exploding, paralyzing him for a split second. He then noticed countless arrows and spears along with flowers touching and piercing his body as they were formed in the air, while they came down from the heavens vault. Crystal ice started appearing on the small wounds. Aizen had made his regeneration drop significantly while noticing his Ryutsu was a bit hard to control. Then within a few moments, they completely engulfed him, creating an eternal diamond-shaped slumber that neither light or darkness could be seen inside. However, everyone knew that it didn't end there, as both raised their hands again, raising their Ryutsu to the maximum they could without the masks on their faces, and chanted the next one. See Sora, begone from my sight. Pierce through the enemy. Broiling black ashes. Sora, the bitter chilling heat of your demise. The wallowing ashes follow your course and charge through the fool to the gates of nothingness. See Sora, wailing princess, guide forth the death's final breath. Sora, the moon shines down on you, giving them mercy. Both, cast your wrath upon our foe. Both, self-made arts 3, lighting ray judgment. Lighting started emitting from their bodies, as they send them towards the sky, causing the heavens above to throw countless rays into the prison. The lightning that was a tad above all others, similar to the chains of hell that bound anyone there, instantly pierced the prison as it carried their pity and anger for pissing their emissary and tried to send him to the gates of nothingness. Only the howls of the lightning flashing down that kept hitting the prison as if they wanted to exterminate their enemy could be seen and heard. After a few seconds, everyone that couldn't get close took a deep breath as they saw that the prison having multiply cracks as blood flowed out of there. Seeing that their attack finally worked, Sora dispersed his form and went to fuse with his clone, as Ichigo kept glaring at Jin, who had the memories from Sora that originally he got played by him. Just as everything was a standstill and they looked at Sora absorbing himself, which they thought was disturbing for some reason, they failed to notice a deep blue glow flashing from the ice prison. Sora, So that's what had happened. Sora, my clone had forgotten to set the point of emergence at them and Orium drifted through the void in my doors. Sora, when she was found, by the new clone I sent, she had appeared at Haribel and treated her like a prisoner. Sora, but how did she pass through the void without my doors? Sora, oh, here the last particles that contain the info. However, before Sora could sort out how she did that, the prison Aizen was exploded and a hoarse voice resounded for everyone to hear it. Aizen, you shitting tiny mortals. You are challenging my authority. That's your gravest mistake. Crack, crack, crack. Just as Aizen finished his words, his face got paralyzed and the weird sounds were heard from there until they saw the diamond-shaped point breaks open. It was a dark purple close to the black color burst out as it revealed a vertical black third eye upon the center of the forehead, and the skin on his face split open down the middle and pulls back around the sides of his head to reveal a blackened, demon-like skull. His body then developed 3 holes running vertically down his chest, the Supreme Hogyaku standing at the center of the top hole. However, what shocked everyone was that from the fist-sized diamond-shaped ball with the blue fire burning inside it, crystal branches extended covering his other holes as well and finally piercing his flesh. 567, Chapter 567, Final Fights. Everyone watched his new form and how it continued to evolve as his feet become single claws, and his hands become blackened. His butterfly-like wings change into a set of 6 sheet-like wings, with eyes set upon the center, adorned with hollow-like skulls, and trailing into tendrils. Aizen no longer has any semblance of clothing in this form, and his musculature becomes more defined. Sora, look at you. All hollow like the nonsense about power. Aizen, look. At this new power, the Hogyaku has granted me to surpass all of you. Sora, that power is simply a borrowed one, not yours. Both Aizen and Sora kept looking at each other while Ichigo was waiting for a chance to rush. He knew the powers of this form of Aizen and it was no joke at all. Finally, both of them vanished from their position and a loud crash was heard at one of the pillars crumbling away, including the core inside. This was the third one for today and the space finally started destabilizing as traces of the true Karakura town started appearing. When the dust cleared, they saw Sora with a huge wound on his chest again forming an X-cross shape with his previous one as blood flowed down. Aizen, ha 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 ha, were you happy when you injured me? Were you happy because my abilities don't work on you? Were you happy? Ichigo, why don't you shut the fuck up Aizen and fight? Ichigo, Heavenly Moon crossing Fang Tenno Kosa Kaibatsuki. Two crosses like blast waved appeared from Aizen's behind as Ichigo had appeared and berated him from talking too much. Aizen simply waved his wings and deflected the huge Ryutsu cross slash as he looked at Ichigo like an insect before opening one of his wings heads and charged up his attack. Aizen, Frager Din slash clamor. Aizen released bluish-purple energy spheres from the hollow-like skulls on the top of his wings. And all of them targeted Ichigo, who started avoiding them. When one blast fell on a pillar behind him, it was powerful enough to create a large crater, with an accompanying explosion that creates a fallout that can be felt miles away from the blast site. This alarmed all people, as with the exceptions of Sora, Ichigo, Grimmjow, Stark, Jin, Yamamoto, and of course Aizen were blown away. They got thrown outside of the protective barrier, crashing in different kinds of houses and roofs as they watched the diameter of the blast causing all the pillar to crack from the intensity. Aizen, ha 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 ha, see that? This is my power. A being above Shinigami and hollows. Sora, you are starting giving in my nerves, you know that. Aizen, useless rumbling of the losers. Completely ignoring him, Sora turned to Yamamoto as he needed his help for completing his quest and became stronger and stronger than ever. Sora, oi, old man, care to buy me 2 minutes? Everyone looked at him as if he was an idiot for wanting to leave the fight now. However, Ichigo realized that this might have something to do with their own secrets. Ichigo, I'll fight Jin and Grimmjow. Leaving his words behind, Ichigo truly vanished from his position and soon clashed with the hands of Grimmjow while slashing a blast wave of Ryutsu towards Jin. Yamamoto, having opened his eyes fully, looked at Sora for a few more seconds before his cane transformed into a sword. Yamamoto, 2 minutes? I think you won't make it. Sora, we will see about that. Sora turned to the one that was unchecked, the one and only previous Primera, who now kept staring at Sora. Sora, sorry man, you just have to go down. All 7 people, as they looked at their intended targets, started raising columns of Ryutsu, making the whole space tremble as they prepared for the final fights. 568, Chapter 568, Stark's Fall. To answer to the words Sora said, Stark raised his fingers and fired countless zeros, which then vanished in his doors and got sent back to him. However, Strick was prepared, as he had seen it countless times, and raised his Ryutsu, causing his blue blazing parts of his coats to burst with flames, making a few wolves appear as they wobbled down the incoming zeros, making them bigger. Sora, that's new. Stark, you are not the only one who has kept secrets. Stark, go. As he ordered them to rush towards Sora, blades appeared from thin air and slashed them close to where Stark was, causing multiply explosions. Stark got out of the explosion and looked at his coat, where it had a few burns, but the most surprising thing was that it started to regenerate as if it was a living thing. Sora, I see, so Lilynet becomes part of your coat as well in this form. Stark, technically we were one, to begin with. Sora, does that mean I have to kill both of you at the same time? Sora, or that one of you will survive if the other is killed? Stark, who knows? Stark, but I don't feel you're that bent to killing me. Is something compelling you, I wonder? Sora, who knows? Just as Sora finished speaking, Stark felt something was off and twisted his body in countless unnatural ways by spinning around as all the blades passed by him and didn't cut him by millimeters. Sora was impressed, as at the last second he disconnected all of his bones to gain flexibility, and with regeneration, he put them back before he fired more zeros with one hand while he clenched the other into a fist. He could have sworn he was hearing pulses from it, and it was true as Stark punched out. Instead of the zeros, an impact wave spread out to the atmosphere, passing by forward from all his doors while destroying a few that he had created without chanting for safety measures. Stark, I see, not all doors are suited for attacks. But the problem is you have hidden too many. Sora, technically all of them are suited for redirecting attacks, the problem is the power of the attack. Sora, but isn't this enough? How about we finish this with one final clash? Stark, sigh. I thought I should try and keep living a bit longer. Sora, so you have realized my plan. Stark, you never had one, to begin with. You simply used the same method you used on Aizen, only on me, at a 4-layer domain of doors, and I can't escape. Stark, is there even a need for a final clash? Sora, well, I kinda wanted to see your strongest attack. And you might say that, but I know you keep charging it. Both, sigh. Turns out both of us had seen through each other. Hey. Stark, calm Illometral Lita Infinite Ammunition's fangs. Stark summoned spiritual energy swords from his fingers as small lights burst out towards the whole area. Those particles then started turning towards a certain shape which vaguely resembles the ordinary katana he wields in his sealed form. Close to 10.000 swords were created surrounding the both of them, leaving Sora impressed about it. Sora, you brought out such an attack, it would be ruse not to follow suit. Sora donned his mask on his face and his whole body started blazing with black flames before they vanished completely, leaving his with only his attire from the waist and below. Even though his flames vanished, Stark felt death watching him around him. Just as he felt death and his body shivered, he waved both his hands and all swords exploded with speed as they rushed towards him before they started shining ready to explode one by one, causing 10,000 chains of explosions. At that moment, however, he heard a whisper of a voice that belongs to Sora, and darkness took over. Sora, Self-Made Art 6, Hellish Dragon Fang. 569, Chapter 569, More Power. Just as he heard a voice coming from hell, from the feet of Sora black flames burst out and spread for countless meters in every direction. At that instant, all the swords evaporated from the heat and Starkey struggled to keep in his position as he sensed something fearfully. The space around them had wrapped and black solid fangs came out of the space in the air engulfing the two of them inside. Not even 1 to 2 seconds passed before the fangs closed, they started vanishing before a loud ruoa came from them, leaving everyone in disbelief as they saw from the vanishing flames an image of a dragon. When they completely dissipated, everyone could see Starkey having survived with a huge price, as from his waist and below only black flames could be seen eating him slowly upwards along with his hands. Sora, to actually manage and raise your Ryutsu instantly protecting your chest, right hand, and the head is commendable at the very least. Starkey, you have such power. Sora, okay, stop there. Starkey, I never held a chance. Sora, just because I have this power doesn't mean I can always use it. Last time I did, though, I almost collapsed from exhaustion. Sora, not only that, I had to use help for this ability to work and do its job. Sora was truth to his words when he said that he need help back then, as he was close to 200-300 levels weaker and around 60.000, and the bonuses stack up to handle his Ryutsu that had passed the million mark. Not only that, but he didn't have his mask back then as well, lowering his power even more than now. Sora watched as Starkey raised his burning hand that has been almost devoured, and a blue light came out from him with his last Ryutsu showing an image inside. It was Lilynet, who was screaming at Starkey, unable to hear her as he reverted to his default form, and the flames started burning him 10 times faster. With the last bit of his strength, he turned towards Sora and looked at him as he truly conveyed his meaning. Sora never had any bad impression of Starkey, he just did what he did because of the quest, but it never mentioned anything about her. Walking closer to him, he placed his hand in the ball, and that part of the soul that had its own will from Starkey entered inside him. He saw him smile and vanished along with the devouring flames, making Sora hear the familiar sounds. System, ding. Main quest completed. Kill Yami and Starkey and upon their death absorb their leftover energy. Rewards, 200 fruits / 50.000 soul points / total fruits forming Yami 25 Starkey 75. System, ding. Calculating and showing new stats. Status. System, ding. Opening status. Name, Xylan Sora / age, 17, 38, / level 881 EXP, 55.888.555 / 999.999.999.999. Health, 252.350, 25.235, / power, 252.250, 25.225, / defense, 252.300, 25.230, / INTE Legend, 254.400, 25.440, / Ryutsu, 1.147.900, 114.790. Affiliation trait, Gluttony Human Shinigami Wizard Quincy. Ancient Enhancing Tattoo, 600 fruits, max 1000, equals 60.000 attributes points. Zanpakuto command name, gaze at the eyes of all things where the moon feasts. Shikai, Heavenly Devour Moon, Tengoku Akumatsuki. Skill, Tengoku no Aim Tenku no Gecko Tenno Kaibatsuki Tenno Tenmitsu Asuru Hayden, requires mask. Bankai First Form, Heavenly Devour Black Moon, Tengoku Akumakurotsuki. Skill, Tenno Kosa Kaibatsuki. Bankai Second Form, Heavenly God Black Moon, Tengoku Kami Kurotsuki. Zanpakuto command name, eat and drink, devour and swallow. Shikai, Tengoku Gyakuzatsu Sha, Heavenly Devourer. Skill, Devouring Black Flaming Heart Black Wolf of Gluttony Devouring Hollow Flaming Heart, requires mask, Incinerating Zero, requires mask, Heavenly Punishment of the Kings, requires mask all 5 energy types. Combo Skill, Devouring Rift, requires all powers Hollow Mask Ichigo's Bankai Gyakuz Shikai. Bankai? Soul Points, 562.000 / var, 435.799. 570, Chapter 570, Recollection. Sora, well, I was right. Yami was useless. Only 25. Sora, sigh. Jin and Grimjo saw how Starkey died and had dark faces, however, they had no time to say anything as Ichigo was truly pressing them. Unlike before, when he had faced them without knowing their abilities, he now knew them upside down, especially so for Grimjo. Ichigo, HAAAAAA. Tang. Jin, I believe this is far enough that you've played with us. Ichigo, is that so? Ichigo, funny that you say that, but you are still full of wounds from me. Ichigo, bring out your Bankai, how long are you going to keep it hidden? Just as Ichigo asked this, all of them felt a giant pillar of fire raising up in the sky before it vanished, however the dread they felt of the pillar became ever stronger. Just as Jin was distracted for a split second, a blade passed through his body and the body of Grimjo as the fell looking towards the perpetrator. Just as Jin and Grimjo wanted to swear at him in their own right, they heard two voices in their heads. Sora, easy, now. Pretend to fall so that you can rule the Hueco Mundo. Sora, your chance will come when all other things have failed to kill Aizen. Using his heavenly thoughts, the skill that is only made for those that reached demigod rank, it allowed him to transmit his voice directly to their minds, shocking them in the process. Boom! Aizen and Yamamoto had clashed more than 100 times and so far no winner could be seen in the horizon as both of them were testing the waters. Feeling something off, Yamamoto released his Bankai that is now frying everyone in the vicinity, and at that moment Aizen got annoyed that his last two pawns were defeated. Yamamoto, you are still a budding young lad. Aizen, you think it will be easy to stop me even with the flames being sealed in your blade? Aizen, you think it will be easy to defeat me with just this? Yamamoto, you think? I only have these in my arsenals. Yamamoto, preposterous. Yamamoto, Zankan no Tachi. Higashi Kyokujitsujin. Long Sword of the Remnant Flame, East Rising Sun Edge. The moment Aizen thought he invited Yamamoto to lose his composure and rush towards him was the moment he realized his biggest mistake so far, as Yamamoto appeared close to him, having caught his sword and slashed as he activated his own Bankai ability, making Aizen feel a soaring pain from his left shoulder down to his right side of the waist. Before the lower part it crumbled away to nothingness, not even ashes remained. Yamamoto's ability concentrates the intense flames of the sword along the edge of the blade. It neither burns nor erupts, but anything it touches is eradicated to nothingness. Aizen groaned in anger and pain as it assaulted him from the moment he lost connection to the lower side of his body along with his left hand. All that was left was his chest, his right hand and his head, looking with hatred towards Yamamoto, who slashed a second time towards him with no mercy or hesitation behind his strike. Aizen at that moment experienced a sense of clarity as he watched the death coming towards him in slow motion. Unknowing to him that his eyes started glowing blue and the flame in his supreme Hagyako lost all of its embers, leaving the shell behind. He kept remembering why and the reasons he had to go through all that, for a second, 10 seconds, 1 minute, 2 minutes. Until his eyes caught the boundless sky, and peering through as if his gaze had reached the royal palace itself. The memory of the scene of that thing snapped his back to reality before he let out a tremendous amount of Ryutsu, managing to blow away Yamamoto from his position. 571, Chapter 571, Aizen's Supreme Form. A large Ryutsu cloud burst from the body of Aizen, making those who were barely keeping the insanity even from afar pass out completely, with only a selective few staying awake. Grimjo, Jin, Yamamoto, Ichigo, and Sora watched as from inside the cloud shadows were forming into a complete round something cocoon and then absorbed the cloud inside. What appeared in the view was a purple human-size egg as it started pulsing while emitting through cracks different kinds of colors. Black, dark red, dark blue, dark yellow, grey, and finally white colors were the ones that could be made out from the egg as it kept pulsating in the air. With each pulsating feeling in the air, the pressure was stronger and stronger as it started affecting Jin and Grimjo as well. Even Ichigo started feeling the effects of it. It was like chains have wrapped around his body and started weighing him down. After almost a minute, the egg started cracking and all of them got alarmed as the pressure or Aizen's Ryutsu had completely vanished from their senses. Boom! The egg had shattered into millions of diamond-shaped fragments of multicolors in their eyes before they started gathering together in one place, forming slowly a figure in front of them starting from his feet. Two dark red feet appeared as they got clad in the dark red fragments, forming some kind of sock with a black line in the middle of it that extended all the way to his knees. From their red branches sprout in a white-colored bulk skin spread out for a few cm, and at the end of them, diamond-shaped symbols appeared. Moving on from there, black lines extended from the symbols that reached all the way to his buff-up chest, where in the middle a perfectly black sphere laid there. Both his shoulders had buffed up to the point that you could only see balloon muscles in yellow color that extended all the way to his elbows, where a huge rind had sprouted from there connecting to his skin. From his elbow and downwards to his fingers the dark red color returned, but what was notable was that now 10 rings have been inserted on the fingers of his two hands. His face had become completely white with 3 symbols, one in his forehead and the other 2 in his eyes, and nothing else. His hair was a mix of black and dark blue color, so condensed together that if they could see it from a different angle they would have thought they resembled katanas. Aizen simply moved his hands and started checking them by opening them and closing them while he completely ignored the others. Aizen, once again, I'm taken aback from the powers the Supreme Hagyako can give me. Ichigo, cut the crap. No matter how gruesome your form becomes, in the end, it's borrowed power. Aizen, I will have to agree on that with you, Kurosaki-kun. But don't you know that you can make that power your own? Ichigo, het. And where is your sword, Aizen? Where is your power? Aizen, my sword is no longer needed. Aizen, I have completely discarded it and refined its spirit into my own soul, becoming one with it. Aizen, my soul has reached a state when I can do this. Just as he finished speaking, Ichigo suddenly felt his body being assaulted with a soaring pain from 3 different locations. When they looked at him, he suddenly spurts 3 fountains of blood as he had lost his hands and his right leg. Both Sora and Yamamoto opened their eyes wide open as they watched Ichigo falling in slow motion, while behind him 3 Aizens in different forms were standing there. 572, Chapter 572, Sora's Full Power. In front of them were the forms of lifelike images of previous Aizens. One of them was the version of him when he was a captain in Godi I-13, another was when he wore his Arankar attire, and the last one was when he had first fused with the Hogyaku. Sora then noticed at the hollow-like Aizen in front of them and noticed that in the diamond-shaped black symbols numbers appeared 1 through 3. This indicated his evolution so far in both powers and appearances, which means that he can still summon an image of chrysalis form, his ripped long-haired form, butterfly form, and his hollow-winged form. True to his thoughts, both Yamamoto and Sora saw distortion around them, and the said forms appeared in front of them, making them frown as they heard Aizen's words. Aizen, do you like it? Aizen, this is my new ability after I fused completely with my Kyoka Suijutsu and the Supreme Hogyaku. Sora, impressive. If you count that they are illusion that had taken material form. Aizen, yes, simple illusions won't work on you two anymore. So I have gained the power to affect reality, this world itself. Sora, ha 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 ha. Sora, impressive. What I would expect from you. Now I wonder what that person will show me. Sora, but let's just focus on you, for now, shall we? Sora raised his hands in front of him and started channeling his Ryutsu while his flames burst with more black luster around him in order to welcome his true powers. Sora, since this form is your final and most powerful one, as the Hogyaku in your chest has totally dimmed. Let me show you mine. Sora, gaze at the eyes of all things where the moon feasts. Heavenly devour moon Tengoku Akumatsuki. Boom. His Ryutsu burst apart and Ichigo, who was down in pieces as he had reverted back to his Shikai form, became particles and vanished, including his blood. The Shikai of Ichigo appeared in his hands, and before Aizen could say something his Ryutsu further spiked upwards as he called out. Sora, Bankai. Boom. Sora, Heavenly Devour Black Moon Tengoku Akumakurotsuki. Aizen didn't even move to intercept him, as what he has shown so far wasn't impressive, and even the old man didn't even flinch. However, just as the 2 small blades which were his Bankai appeared in his hands, he raised his hands on his head and whispered to those inside him. Sora, let's go. Gyaku, Ichigo, and me. Gyaku, yet. Don't worry about your flames, I will regulate them. Ichigo, don't worry about my strain. Defeat him. Che. You defeated me not too long ago, can't you let me get some sleep? Gyaku, defeat him first and then talk, D Sora. D Sora, Che. Fine, fine. Don't worry about your masks synchronizing, go for it. Lowering his hand down at the same time Ichigo did inside him as he had been healed when he re-entered the place, a tyrannical Ryutsu burst out at the forming of the mask, breaking the images of Aizen apart upon the completion of the mask. Boom. With all the powers regulate their own sources and Sora taking the full control over them, his Ryutsu threatened to break the space as slightly small rifts appeared. Aizen became alert once again, as even he can make the space tremble but not tear it towards the unknown. Yamamoto was thinking that fully trusting Sora for this was the right choice he had ever made, as he could no longer feel his powers. Yes, even though, around him his Ryutsu was burning through his powers, indicating the density it had reached, capable for tearing the space, they could only see it but not feel it. Sora, now then, let's begin Aizen. I will end this in an instance. 573, Chapter 573, Final Clash. Sora looked calmly towards Aizen as he looked briefly at his stats, especially his new skills. He then looked at Aizen and waved his right hand as 5 light started to gather and form a sphere. Sora, incinerating Zero. Vroom. Boom. A beam launched itself from the sphere, leaving nothing behind it as a black trail was left from its point of launch until it reached Aizen. This means that space was ripped open, but it was only similar to his door. Aizen raised his hand and fired his own version of hollow like Zero moments before Sora's attack fell on him, as he knew it would cause countless problems. A giant explosion happened along with the rise of a dust-blazing cloud, which causes Yamamoto to back away from there, as the pure destructive force was enough to annihilate the whole area. Sora waited for Aizen to come out of the blaze and sighed before Sora then opened his fists into palms, and from one of it came a 5-colored heart pulsating. While with the other, he created another sphere. Sora, devouring hollow flaming heart. Plus 1 more incinerating Zero. Hearing his words, Yamamoto was stunned, as he didn't throw those forward but one down and one upwards before a large explosion happened again, and from the clouds raised 2 figures came out. It was Aizen in his chrysalis form and Aizen after his shedding, the one they were seeing the whole time, being burned to their imaginary bones as they started distorted and vanish before the original Aizen appeared in front of Sora and punched out towards his mask. Dang! A dull sound was heard as if metal collided with each other, indicating that the hollow white Yera part of them had reached unimaginable levels of hardness. Sora didn't even move a single step from his spot as Aizen was speechless that his fist didn't even leave a dent in his mask. Sora, not willing to pass this chance, raised his blades upwards and slashed down at him, glowing him away with a cross-like wave that was colored in 4 different types of energies. Aizen, Aizen, that's impossible. How can a mortal wield so much power? Sora, I never said I was immortal, no did I? Aizen. Sora, I am nothing more than a death god. And unlike all of you who have your own agendas, I take my job seriously. Yamamoto, who heard his words, only had a single word in his mind: bullshit. But his words started on getting to the nerves of Aizen as he started emitting more hate and anger while his Ryutsu had spiked once again, causing Yamamoto to back further away. Just as he wanted to rush in the battle and help Sora before it got too much out of hand, Aizen summoned his cast 2 images, the butterfly Aizen and the hollow-like one next to him, as all 3 started chanting. All Aizens, Dragon of the Infinite. Dragon of the Rulers. Descend. Ascend. Call forth destruction. Annihilation. Sora, that chant is... Yamamoto, stop. That's a forbidden spell because it draws Ryutsu from its surroundings to empower itself. All Aizens, too late. You think you can stop a god-killing dragon? With a triple incantation from my top 3 most powerful forms? Keep dreaming after you die. Aizen, Hado Arts N99 Goria Tenmitsu 5 Swirling Dragons of Destruction. Upon activation, energy ruptured from a large area around Aizen, causing the ground to rise up in pillars, before rising into the air to form 5 enormous, light purple dragons above him, looking at Sora and Yamamoto. Seeing all 5 dragons roaring at their presence, Sora pointed his 2 blades forward, as every kind of energy he could control started gathering in front of him. His hollow mask and his black flames vanished and created spheres at the tips of the blades as he pointed them towards the 8 opponents. Sora, Heavenly Punishment of the Kings. 574, Chapter 574, The Rift is Back. With Sora finishing the name-calling of his attack, the small full-colored sphere launched itself forward, rushing straight in the dent of the dragons. Aizen willed the dragons to launch themselves forward, and just before they collided, both of them saw that they tried to devour each other. They started absorbing bits by bits from their parts, and instead of diminishing, they started expanding and becoming stronger. Aizen, ha 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 ha, see that? No one can defeat the dragons, they will continue to grow and break through this realm directly towards my goal. Aizen, the Soul Palace. Boom! Dragons, roar! Aizen froze when he heard the 2 sounds and slowly turned to see through the marks on his face, and was shocked even more when the little sphere that had become at least 50 centimeters from the originally 10 centimeters expanded suddenly to 50m, engulfing half the dragons inside them. Sora, my flames exist solely for devouring others, all energies are its food, so sooner or later only my flames will remain. Boom! The sphere expanded once more and covered 100m in its path, almost devouring completely the dragons before it expanded once again at 200m, closing in on Aizen as well. Sora, watching this, thought it's about time to finish this useless battle and burst with Ryutsu yet again as flames returned to him along with his mask forming once again. He then held his Bankai with his 2 hands and charged them to the utmost limits of what they could hold. Sora, Yamamoto, back off. If this attack succeeds, the whole R will crumble away and Aizen will be no more. Hearing his voice and feeling his powers, Yamamoto nodded to him as he used Shunpo to get away. He knew that this was the perfect chance to end this. In the past, he had used his Bankai to hold off the sphere himself, so he knew that Aizen won't get off unscathed easily. He knew that his Bankai is a dangerous weapon, so he would rather not use it at all, or at extreme situations. He had already used it for 2-3 minutes and many things in a radius of 10 kilometers melted away, especially if it was metal. If someone steps forward with a Bankai better suited for situations of finishing his opponent and minimized the damage, he is more than willing to let him try. However, what happened right at that moment threw every thought he had made out of the window, for Sora's next attack was even deadlier than him. If the previous attack took, let's say, 20% of their total powers, this one was too freaking demanding. Sora watched as Aizen struggled to get out with any way possible from the gravitation force of the sphere before he raised his blades over his shoulders. One blade glowed dark red while the other glowed completely black as his mask started cracking for continuously pumping more energy into the blades. Sora, combo skill, Devouring Rift. Sora slashed down towards the direction of Aizen's new form, and when he did, all the lights that glowed before completely vanished from his sight and his mask cracked to particles as he panted heavily. Yamamoto watched at the center of the sphere as Aizen had stopped moving, and the sphere along with Aizen's body got split with a white outline running down through his body. However, what shocked Yamamoto was that the sphere didn't vanish, instead and became particles and started shrinking, revealing a rift in space and chaos behind it as it sucked the particles and Aizen inside it. Aizen, who was now 2 halves and barely alive, having been sucked inside the rift, felt his body being suppressed and slowly disintegrate as the rift was using himself and the energy from the sphere to heal. 575, Chapter 575, Something off. Just as Sora was panting hard from having to open this kind of rift, he was also talking with Gyaku inside him. Sora, how come this is so taxing? Gyaku, sigh. I told you a million times. You can't handle my flames. Gyaku, original speaking, you should be able to do this by waving your hand around. But your body and soul is too weak. Gyaku, both time you managed to do with your clone dissipating completely and now with all of us powering up the flames to reach close to their normal power. Gyaku, my flames can devour everything. By simply summoning they are already devouring air and energy around you so that your reserves can stay relative intact. Gyaku, otherwise if I grant you the true power of them, perhaps you won't last even 2 seconds in Shikai. Sora, then compared to how I am, how strong will I have to be to completely do as you said? Gyaku, to completely open rifts here and there in the second plane freely, you need to reach level 1000 where your body will get countless benefits. Gyaku, at the same time, you will also be able to learn my Bankai then, but you will be like Captain Hitsugaya unable to control it. Sora, I still need more than 100 levels and the express hasn't moved at all for months. Just as he was complaining about his level rising, all of them, he heard a loud explosion happen inside the rift and Aizen thanks to that got expelled as he lost both hands and legs leaving only the rest of his body in halves. Sora, Gyaku. What is happening? Gyaku, fuck. Ichigo, fuck what? Sora, take control of Sora and fix it. The sphere which had been dispersed from the rift apart burst with his black flames out of control since now they were directly in the so-called void. The energy there was 100 times denser and it was the perfect food of his flames to burn everything as they grow. Sora, shit. Sora dashed directly inside making everyone who had woken up from Aizen's defeat become confused about the whole ordeal. Yamamoto looked at the distressed face of Sora and Sora looked at him before he pointed at Aizen who seems that he still had a bit of strength as his body was regenerating slowly. When Sora entered the rift he expelled Ichigo from inside him and also created a clone, in case he needed a way to escape. Stepping inside on the rift that is trying to close but the flames continue to burn it and open it slowly, even more, he felt a mountain crash on him. Gyaku then from inside Sora glowed as his whole body burned with a raising black pillar which entended towards every corner of the soul realm. Ichigo and Sora had long retreated away, as they didn't want to mess with him when he used his true powers. Outside Sora felt a familiar feeling yet something foreign emerges from the deepest part of his soul and from his blades traces of black light started emerging. When the black light emerged it was like guidance to the flames burning as they started moving while burning and growing everything towards Sora. When they reached and engulfed Sora, he heard Gyaku's voice from inside him. Gyaku, hurry up and devour them back with your flames. Sora, hey? Devour flames with your flames. Gyaku, just do it. Hearing an angry Gyaku he listened to him as he used the flames from the so-called Shikai he had and truly started devouring them with easy as they were essentially the same flames. It took him no longer than 10 minutes to do so and as the process was going on he noticed that the rift was closing faster. The only thought he had was, will I manage to get back? 576, Chapter 576, New Enemies. After managing to devour the flames back with his own from his Shikai, Sora heard a few notifications from his system. But because of the situation he was in, he didn't have time to check them and immediately rushed towards the closing rift, which was closing at an even higher rate. Feeling that he won't make it, Sora created 3-4 circular doors within each other, as they span around themselves and placed it directly at where the rift was closing it. This helped him by a few seconds as the rift found resistance and barely managed to help him pass through the last crumbling door he had placed there. Unfortunately for him, he hadn't set a point to where he would reappear in the sky and many thought that he died as they watched the rift close. However, Sora had anticipated that and opened another door revealing a panting Sora trying to catch his breath. Sora, remind me next time not to use this rift and conjure with the punishment of the kings. Ichigo, this means that Aizen was that much of trouble. Sora, oh. Right. Aizen, where is he? Ichigo, he is down there getting guarded by all captain levels. Ichigo, his body had almost reconnected itself and his arms and legs are close to complete. Ichigo, but like previously with my final Getsuga Tenshou. Healing from certain death like that made him revert back to his normal form. Sora, what about his supreme Hagyaku? Sora, what was left was a huge black round 15 centimeters empty shell that now only exists I 2 halves. Sora, they are somewhere down there as it had disconnected itself from Aizen. Sora, I see, by the way, I was inside there for almost 10 minutes. How much time passed in here? Ichigo, the same time. Nothing more or less. Sora nodded to his words and after saying to his clone to find the 2 halves of the supreme Hagyaku, he started descending towards where Aizen was. As everyone saw him coming out just fine and then after a bit of talk coming towards them, they nodded at him as they made way for him to reach Aizen. Sora, well, looking good. Aizen, I lost. Sora, Sure you did. But at the same time, you won. Everyone was stunned by his words, including Aizen himself, which had a questioned gaze on his face. Sora, you reached a level that can surpass those of the Zero Squad. There are countless threats in this world and eventually, there will be someone who will plunge every realm to chaos. Sora, at that time I would love to see how the power you gained by sacrificing everything and everyone will fare. Hearing his words, most captains didn't feel anything wrong, but Aizen and Yamamoto along with Shunsui, Yokotake, and Kojiro frowned. One powered-up enemy was already too much for them and they did train like maniacs under Yamamoto's orders through the last few months. Yamamoto, that means that we still have a long way to go. And we should always strive to become better. As they listened to his words, many thought, oh shit. At that point, a Senkaimon gate opened and Urahara with Mayuri came out as they were fighting, while the former was laughing, the latter was groaning. Mayuri, Kukyukyuku. Well, if it isn't the almighty Aizen. Urahara, keep talking and I believe he will still find the strength to kill one more person. Mayuri, if he could do that it would slow down his healing. Mayuri, although I'm interested to see how he will survive if I chop him to pieces and then let him slowly heal in an experiment jar. Urahara, you and your jokes will someday kill you. 577, Chapter 577, Sin of Sins. As both Urahara and Mayuri continued to bicker without caring about those around him, Sora intervened and gave them a stern look which caused them to shut up. Both of them then looked at Aizen, who had restored himself up to his 95% of his human appearance, and nodded at Sora with a playful and annoying expression. They both then went ahead and took out a few special-made handcuffs and passed them through Aizen's hands, which then started glowing. From there a white substance started coming out as it enclosed his hands from his wrists and below completely in a cross-like hardened material. They did the same for his legs, thighs, his waist, his chest and his neck, leaving only his head out of the multiple crosses that had appeared. They also placed something like a bandage to his eyes, which then glowed, as well as a similar substance came out and created something like a cross crown on his head, sealing both his eyes and hearing. Sora, it's ironic how it seems like he is a king now. Urahara, do you know how hard it was to gather data from his forms and adjust the items for his sealing? Mayuri, those cores inside the pillars also acted as receivers for us and gather data on everyone's Ryotsu pattern. Sora, oh? What about mine? Both of them smiled wryly as they could still get data from Aizen's last form, shocking them, but when the data started changing to match Sora's feedback it suddenly stopped sending them feedback. For a few seconds, they thought he'd died, until Aizen stopped as well giving them feedback. Moments later Sora started giving them feedback again while Aizen's were almost non-existent, as they figured he was close to death. Just as they had taken Aizen in custody, all of them wanted to relax, but unfortunately, it wasn't going to be so easy. Suddenly ropes started appearing and binding Sora as he tried to get away. Sora, what the hell is this? As if someone answered his call, another rift opened in the sky and those ropes that had wrapped around him were connected to the gate. Those who saw it from Sora's side, meaning Ichigo, see Sora, who had managed to find the empty shells of the Supreme Hogyaku, earning him a few notifications from his system, and Sora himself cursed in their minds. The girls immediately rushed to try and help him but were stopped by the others as they didn't know why he got captured. They saw the gates of hell fully forming and chained shut as they were adorned with the bandaged head and torso of a skeleton on each door. The arms of both skeletons are positioned at an angle to pull the gates when it was necessary. Sora, oi! You, piece of shit skeletons! What the fuck are you doing? Sora, why dragging me since I'm not a sinner? Sora continued to wail and wail at the doors, hearing nothing at all for a response back. Just as he was pissed he used Gyaku's flames and tried to burn the ropes, but just as he activated his Shikai it got sealed. Sora, what the hell? Sora, Gyaku, what the fuck are you doing? Gyaku, it's not me. It's the ropes. Just as he wanted to say something else as well to Sora, all of them saw the heads in the door being raised, and in the hollow eye, a purple light ignited as both looked at Sora. Sora, finally the big boss of hell revealed himself. Fucktard, I just saved the whole world. Sora, what is my sin to be in this state? As Sora howled at the door, more ropes wrapped around him and started getting dragged towards the gates. Just as the gate got pulled by the skeleton hands just enough for Sora to pass inside, a voice heard stunning him. Your sin is to have a sin. A/N, edited by Angelus 250. 578, Chapter 578, Inside Hell. Just as this hellish voice was heard through everyone there, the doors closed, leaving all the people dumbfounded, including Ichigo and See Sora. Just as the See Sora managed to register what the boss meant, he started raining curses at Gyaku inside his mind, making Gyaku smile wryly, as even he didn't know what they did to warrant this kind of treatment. Seeing that See Sora was paired, they felt confused and at the same time somehow relieved, since this way they will be able to obtain info. Urahara and Mayuri didn't waste any more time and took Aizen with them, while the rest cleaned up the place. Senna, Lisa, Yin, and Yang along with Matsumoto rushed to him asking for explanations, however seeing his confused expression they didn't manage to get anything in return. Dropping the matter for now as everyone tried to reorganize things here for the restorations of this place. The original Sora was getting dragged from the moment he entered the gate from a few stupid bitches he remembers from the movie 4. It was those giant bitches dragging him down. The Kushonada, the guardians of hell. They are all very large beings who walk on all fours. They have elongated skull-like heads and a large piece of armor on their right shoulders. The Kushonada watch over the Togabito, punishing them for their crimes they committed while they were alive. If they catch a Togabito, they will eat it, only for it to revive itself sometime later. From what Sora knew, if a Shinigami kills a hollow who has committed heinous acts while alive, the gates of hell will appear and a Kushonada will stab the hollow, dragging it into hell. In the same sense, if a Togabito escapes hell and loses their mask, the gates of hell will appear and the Kushonada will drag them back into hell. However, this was the first time the gates of hell appeared of their own accord and bound someone with ropes instead of getting stabbed. He also didn't feel affected by the air here like Ichigo with his untamed hollow powers. As he was trying to solve this puzzle, Sora looked from the little holes in the gaps of the ropes the place he was. He saw countless floating white objects in the horizon and after a few moments of pondering and remembering he finally remembered that this was the first level of hell features a multitude of white blocks floating in mid-air among a series of blue pathways. It is on this level that many of the rejected Togabito reside, having given up on resistance. The first level of hell has riots so strangled that people with normal riots would go insane. This level is where the majority of Kushonada patrol frequently, in order to prey upon the weaker Togabito. Sora wondered how low he would reach. From what he remembered there were 5 levels but he knew better as there was one more hidden one where all the chains came from to bind sinners. If you add, that there must be one more for the big boss of this place creating the Kushonada and adjusting the rules then there is a total of 7 floors. He suddenly thought that maybe his vacation won't be bad here. But he needed to only stay a month otherwise he will lose the birth of his child. If his flames don't work then what about his doors? Just as he thought of it, he tried to create a door only to be dispersed instantly, he put more Ryutsu into it and only lasted for a split second. Seeing this he smirked as he finally found a way to escape and have fun here. But then he shuddered as it was accompanied by pain and bloody wounds. A/N, edited by Angelus 250. 579, Chapter 579, Freedom. As Sora noticed his doors could work here but on a higher concentration he started channeling his Ryutsu around his body and at the same time chanting so that his doors will gain the full power of casting. Sora, creation of nothingness everlasting void energy yin and yang seen and unseen make everything appear and disappear. Self-made arts 1, formless doors. His whole body was covered from under his skin with a polymorphic shaped door which caused him to grate his teeth as he vanished from there leaving chunks of skin, flesh and blood in his place. He appeared above the Kushonada who stopped in its tracks as it turns around only to be welcomed by 15 blades piercing in its mask. Sora, That freaking hurt more than I thought. After taking care of his guardian Sora screamed in pain as his whole body had ripped parts of clothes that showed the meat on his body since some muscled were torn it along with his skin as he needed to do so. He needed to make the door appear between the ropes and his body and the middle line was his skin which close to 70% got severed in his transfer through the void. Trying to move his hand towards his face he donned his mask and his wounds along with his Shinigami attire started healing at a visible rate. Feeling the power of someone getting his freedom all the Kushonada that hunted in the area started charging towards him. When he was gritting his teeth to bear the pain of his body healing which was approximately 3 seconds he suddenly felt 2 hands trying to grab him. Before they managed to do so a few silver-like lines appeared and cut the fingers apart as his blades started sinning towards all directions creating a sphere of protection from sharp blades. Many residents there the Togabito saw that they couldn't touch him at all and they were all left godsmacked as they realized that he didn't have chains on his body much less on his chest. This means he was brought here to go to the lower level and be judged there. Coming down to this realization as he kept shredding hands after hands before they regenerated they saw hope that maybe just maybe he could free them. But as they thought of that, more and more Kushonada appeared aggravating their despair but while they saw countless of their deepest nightmare coming for Sora, he simply smiled as he floated on the sky. Sora, are you trying to send small fries to hinder my way? Sora, back down and let me obediently come down. You of all people should know that as someone hosting a sin their puppets of your will do nothing at all. Hearing him speaking towards the unknown they thought he was nuts, but then their eyes opened wide as the Kushonada stopped moving and actually opened a path towards where the way to the second floor was. Sora, oh? Thanks for the invitation. I guess we will meet on the lowest floor. Hey. Level 5. Sora, then down I go. Using Shunpo Sora started vanishing from where he was and dashed forward while many tried to follow him from behind. Unfortunately for them, the unmoving Kushonada started moving and spelling their doom as they become food. If that was the end of their lives they would have gladly accepted it but unfortunately, they started reviving moment later on so that their torture can continue. As Sora entered the edge of the blue pathway is a gaping abyss, through which the next level can be accessed. He felt like he had entered some kind of tunnel like his doors. When he got out of there he was found floating in a new environment which was the level 2 he had seen in the movie. 580, Chapter 580, Old Faces. What entered his eyes was the second level of hell that was mostly composed of a large body of water. Within this large expanse of water, are a multitude of stone water lilies, in the center of which lies a pierced skeleton of a Kushanada. If he remembers correctly, it was on this level that Ichigo and his friends initially battle with the Togabito in hell. The body of water can also be navigated through, and ultimately leads to the third level. Thinking if he should go straight to the third floor, Sora then saw three familiar faces fighting it out with each other. Surprisingly enough, he could only recognize one of them in their current forms. They were the original Espada and 9, 8 and 7. All of them had their second forms out trying to win over a higher position. Sora, I wonder how many fruits those three idiots there will give me. Sora, is what I would like to test out. But I can't use my flames here. Gyaku, actually you can. Sora, really? Gyaku, yeah, that rope was specially made for those bearing a sin, but since you are out of there you should be able to use them. Gyaku, but I have no idea what kind of attention you will draw to yourself. Sora licked his lips as he wanted to try every floor's self-defense mechanism and entered inside his door as he had opened a point directly in front of them. He watched Araniro as he was in his second form with the name Asimilar Todo Dentro, Clodonaria. He was the one Nell'll defeat instantly with her first form in a second. In this form, he was like Azura, a being with one head that only had two glowing jewels as eyes and nothing else on its face. He had real 6 arms and from them, small mouths could be seen crunching with their teeth. On the chest of Araniro, there was a big red crystal or container as within 2 small balls were floating as they both looked with daggers at the other two. Sail in his second form called Arayuru Onomu Fornikaras. Was holding his own ground, no more like he was sitting inside his rebirth egg as none could damage him. Exactly what was he was trying to do? Did he try to combine his rebirth ability with the one of hell as it always revives them and completely frees himself? Sail's lower half of his body was a multitude of black petals each one on top of the other and at the end of it, they were purple stripes that gave the illusion of something dripping from there. His feet extend from under the petals, which is then replaced by a layered dress-like garment. His upper torso becomes a segmented and form-fitting of a black, purple and grey garment. Pink sleeves extended from the elbow and covering even his hands where from the wrist and after black gloved had appeared with the nail segment be purple in color as if dripping poison. His hair turned upwards as if they were electrified and had 2 stripes of black-colored hair one on each side. Watching him, Sora wanted to puke inside the void, he was so gay. Zanmari, on the other hand, he had no words. He has activated his enclosed ceiling Ojos de Brujeria Sunga of the prominent eyes and was still in a stalemate. He watched as Zanmari floating at them as he was sitting in a Buddha position with crossed legs and one hand on each knee. His main eyes were closed while from his body, you could see more than 100 eyes blinking rapidly, the flower from his waist and downwards had vanished and what replaced it was 2 clothes floating as it was wrapped around his waist with black flowers patterns. Seeing all 3 of them acting in their own way, he though is this a death match or a theater? 581, Chapter 581, Not Fruits? But freaking? As Sora was watching their antics, he decided that their time in this realm has long expired and within his doors, he burst with flames as he entered into his Shikai without his chant. Sora, devouring black flaming heart. 3 hearts appeared in front of him made out from pure black flames before he sent them through and landed next to the espadas, shocking them by the sudden pulsating black hearts. Before they even had time to react, the hearts exploded, bursting out with a huge amount of flames as they swallowed everything in their path, be it rocks, other inmates and finally their own bodies. The unluckiest was Sail, who was within his cocoon waiting to be rebirthed into a living being again only to get slowly and painfully devoured. Thankfully none of them had seen him before, and even if he appeared in front of them he will only appear as a sinful Shinigami. He heard their cries and agony while turning a deaf ear to all of them. He placed his full attention to his system for the previous notification when he retrieved the Supreme Hogyaku and also on the notification ringing here and there. System, ding. Hidden quest completed. Obtain an item not created by the original timeline. Rewards, 100 fruits. System, ding. Host has gained 10.000 points to all stats and have been altered. System, ding. Hidden quest completed. Repeatable. As the host of a sinner. To grow stronger you need more sins under your banner. Rewards, 100 billion Express X3. System, ding. Host needs 666.944.111.444 EXP to level up. Sora, holy mother of freaking EXP. Sora was flabbered, he hurriedly checked his status and saw the already stuck EXP bar of his, finally move up by a third of his intended amount to level up. Sora, this is hell. Sora, hell for those that cross my path. Sora, death to all Togabito. Sora, death to all sinners. Gyaku, aren't you one yourself? Sora, shut up. That's you. Not me. Gyaku, we are one and the same. Since I am a sin then so you are as well. Sora completely ignored Gyaku as he had a new light in his eyes. That was to use this place and devour all Togabito. In order to reach 900, he needs 18 levels x 999.999.999.999 meaning the astronomical amount of 17.999.999.999.982 trillion. He wondered how many sinners will he have to devour to reach that amount. Furthermore, perhaps if he devours the movie's Togabito, he will gain extra things, but that was simply wishing. No longer paying attention to the burning field from his flames that started to expand even through Kushanadas have appeared. He looked down towards the body of water, where it could be navigated through, and ultimately reached to the third level. He looked towards his EXP bar and saw that it slowly moved upwards from devouring many small fries by the EXP was negligence, too small. He needed big fishes here. Therefore he dived down entering the blob of water as he swam his way down. After a few minutes of swimming and having fun, his eyes finally feasted on what looked like the third level where more dangerous criminals awaited for him. The third level of hell is a rocky, barren landscape with various craters in which yellow lava forms. After the rocky landscape is cleared, there is a narrow passageway lit with the dim lighting from various shrines. Using that passage leads to the fourth hell. However, Sora had placed his attention on the Togabito belonging to this floor wearing only white garb with thin black stripes. He licked his lips before a glint appeared in his eyes and more than 3 black hearts appeared. 582, Chapter 582, The Ruler. Somewhere in hell, in a certain area that looked like a fortress made from chains, howling could be heard from inside. Inside the fortress on the main hall, there was a throne made from bones and skulls while a figure was sitting there looking at a screen made similar from chains and showing images from every level. Oh! He encountered those 3 other idiots. Great, a battle will unfold. Fight! 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 Hey, where is he? Boom! Sora, this is hell! Sora, hell for those that cross my path! Sora, death to all Togabito! Sora, death to all sinners! That fucking idiot, why did he have to make my job that much easier? By devouring all the inmates now my screening time will be less. This means that I will have fewer people to watch and laugh at. So boring. He sure is having fun in devouring everything in the third level. Should I join as well? Nah, let's see what else he will do. Back on the third level, Sora was throwing black heart after black heart as they exploded here and there devouring everything in its path. Surprisingly enough, at some point, he devoured someone and gained 500 billion express, shocking him. American Samoa, he wasn't expecting someone to be worthy of that much in this floor. However, as he was pondering over it, it came to him that his quest gave him 100 billion, that meant that he actually devoured 5 people with sins equal to those 3 idiots. Well, he didn't care as long as he could gather more EXP. Asking his system how much EXP he needed, he was satisfied with the results. System, ding. Host needs 142.084.178.964 EXP to level up. Sora, well, I don't know if there are any worthy in this place to be devoured, but I think it might be time to go on the 4th level. Sora, I wonder if I will meet the Togabito on the 4th floor or not. Sora, I believe that's where the first time Ichigo fought Shuren before being betrayed and hollowified at the same time. Having nothing to do here, Sora went to the edge of the land space, where there was a narrow passageway lit with the dim lighting from various shrines. As he entered inside and started climbing down, he felt the air becoming heavier as it was for far worse inmates than those upwards. Thinking that many here will give him tons of 100 billions, Sora licked his lips as he had a devil smile pasted on his face. After a few minutes, he reached down and came out from a hilly area in which there is a multitude of small domes jutting out of the ground. From the opening in the face of a cliff, a thundering waterfall with the yellow lava rains down around it. The sand, which emits trace amounts of Ryotsuo, is comprised of the crushed bones of millions of Togabito, who turned to ash due to the hopelessness of their predicament. This section then crosses over into a giant skeleton resembling the ones which make up the gates of hell. This overlooks a pit of lava, which has the ability to resurrect killed Togabito. Around the skeletal structure, is a series of pillars and a set of stone fingers. Sora, this is what I remember, and I'm curious about this sand formed from ashes. Can I devour it? Just as he was about to try his little experiment, he sensed a heatwave coming for him and used Shunpo to dodge only for a few flaming arrows to fall and burn the area he was. Sora appeared a few meters away from there and looked towards the direction of the pillars before he smiled and licked his lips for food. 583, Chapter 583, 5 Sinners. Inside the fortress, the figure there had a grin on his face as the main troublemakers in hell appeared themselves. Ha 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 ha, now I would love to see who would win. I expect a great fight. Back to the 4th level, Sora was watching a few figures on top of the pillars and they were watching him. Sora, 5 of them? Where the fuck are the others? Sora saw a muscular, gigantic man with red skin and yellow eyes, which are shadowed by his dark green hair that is braided into a ponytail. His body armor is decorated with lines emanating from his sternum down to his ankles along with 8 black straps on his body. He then saw a thin, tall, and muscular man with long dark hair. His upper face is covered with bandages and what appear to be 2 scars can be seen going down from the direction of his eyes. His body armor is covered with vertical lines descending from his collar to his shins, where the armor turns black. He was also equipped with long tentacles that replace his forearms. These two stood on the left side as he was watching them. On the right side, an obese man with pale blonde hair stood there. His body armor is decorated with circular lines emanating from his stomach and shoulders. He has 4 dark teardrop marks all over his body and chains on his nipples. Ouch, that must have hurt. Next to him was a typical garb of a togabito, with the black cloak and white rectangular buttons wearing something akin to a mask. What surprised Sora was that he was utilizing a triple-pronged glaive by holding it with his 2 hands. Finally, after scanning every food for his flames, his eyes fell on the main plate which was like other togabito. He wears a white bodysuit with unusual square patterns with black fabric wrapped around his left leg, a cloak, and red chains and shackles on his neck and chest. He has purple hair parted in a long fringe on the left side of his face. Sora, what's up with you guys? Why attacked me so suddenly? Oh? An insect crawling on the sand down there dares to retort back. Sora, are you sure you have good eyesight? I'm a human. It's the same thing, why bother with this? Sora, I see. So you've determined that I am unnecessary, then? No, for that you need to be something beforehand and contributed to us, however for us you are just like I said, an insect. Nothing more than a squashed insect. Sora, interesting, very interesting. We think alike, for I, too have just determined that all of you are nothing more than insects. Sora, no, perhaps that statement would actually be an insult to the insect of this world helping the ecosystem. Sora, I found the perfect word for all of you. Sora, you are farts. Black veins appeared in each and every one of them, including the one who wore a mask right now, although you couldn't see them, but based on how all of them trembled it was visible that they were pissed. Sora, and this place reeks of your blah 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 words you keep farting. Sora, therefore it's time for someone to clean you up. Shuren, who was in the middle, simply raised his hand and countless flames appeared around him, forming thousands of arrows as everyone else dashed forward. On the lowest level inside the fortress, the ruler was holding his stomach as he was laughing from the words Sora said to them. The ruler, ha 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 ha, farts. Then that lava lake must be their ass which releases these idiots when they die. The ruler, ha 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 ha. 584, Chapter 584, 1 down 4 to go. Sora watched as the hellish sky was filled with flame arrows ready to puncture through his body as they rained down. Unfortunately though, when the arrows reached him before the others, Sora burst in flames, devouring them for a short period of time before. However, he had to negate his flames as countless ropes appeared from thin air targeting him, while at the same time the gyro with the spear crashed in his previous spot, smashing down that triple-pronged glaive. Shuren, Che. Since you use flames you can't defeat me. As a flame manipulator. More and more arrows rained down, but this time Sora couldn't absorb them as he was hunted by that goddamn rope made for sinners like Yaku. Then just as he changed trajectory the Fatus came and body slammed him, sending him flying, but thankfully he managed to avoid the ropes closing in on him. Just as he wanted to stabilize his condition, he summoned one blade made from reishi and blocked what seemed to be tentacles as he parried them. Sora, Che. Sora, even as farts you people are quite stingy. Clang. 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 As he spoke these few words, Sora summoned 5 more blades blocking the triple-pronged glaive from below and at the same time blocking the tentacles. Shuren, Garagai, Gunjo, Taken, Murakumo. Don't hold anything back. Sora, why go through all that trouble for, as you said, an insect? Shuren didn't answer him, but as he kept watching those ropes hunting him down, when he activated briefly those flames he felt the creeps. He would rather go all out than be sorry. Due to his orders, the first one who went all out was the Fatus, who started sucking the flames and the blades with his mouth, socking Sora at first but then laugh. Just as Sora was left defenseless as his black flames vanished along with every blade he had summoned and created, Takian's clothes burned from within as he was groaning in pain. Shuren, Takian, what are you doing? Takian, it's not me. Shuren, hurry up and discharge the amount you absorbed. Sora, it's not the amount he absorbed but the properties of what he ate. Sora, the devourer will be devoured. Takian, nuuu. Boom. A loud explosion was heard coming from his stomach as he was shredded in pieces, and those got devoured by countless black flames. Soon Sora heard his favorite sound of his system. System, ding. Hidden quest completed. Repeatable. As the host of a sinner. To grow stronger you need more sins under your banner. Rewards, 100 billion EXP. System, ding. Host needs 42.084.178.964 EXP to level up. Sora, ha 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 ha, Thanks for the EXP meal. Everyone was speechless at first, but thinking that he killed him, they knew that they will come back, so it didn't matter anyway to them. But then Shuren noticed something. There was absolutely no change in the overlooks, a pit of lava, which has the ability to resurrect killed Togabito. This meant one thing for them, that this insect in front of them has the ability to completely kill them, which in turn had the ability to free them from this hell and return back to the world of the living. Their thoughts snapped back to the situation at hand when Sora laughed at their expressions and slowly back off as his figure started distorting. Sora, 1 down, 4 to go. Shuren, stop him. Unfortunately, they were late in their actions as Sora had already entered the inside his doors, leaving nothing behind except a few flickering black flames. Just as Shuren and the rest noticed black pulsating flames appearing here and there, they all backed away before countless explosions that numbered more than 10 exploded in the 4th floor. 585, Chapter 585, The Gold Mine. Before they could even react, a sea of violent black flames engulfed all 4 of them along with the ground that was made up by mashed up ash of the inmates. Back to the lowest level, the ruler who was watching this had his mouth wide open as he was expecting a huge epic fight, only for a few clashes here and there before it escalated quickly. The ruler, fuck. Curse him. Doesn't he know what an epic battle is? The ruler, he is supposed to be a veteran. The ruler, oh come on my show. The ruler, I see, then these guys were weakling for him. The ruler, I should have expected it. The ruler, should I release that guy? As the ruler was pondering over his dilemma for a good show to alleviate his boredom, inside the doors, Sora sneezed uncontrollably from all the curses he was getting. At the same time though, he was grinning as he had level up from gaining 400 billion and more. His EXP bar was going upwards at an alarming rate. Soon his EXP bar passed the mark and made him raise his 2nd level for the day and kept going. He asked his system and learned that those that had medium sins gave him a range of 5 to 50 millions, but those who had a more serious one, it directly triggered his quest, making him gain 100 billion. Although he didn't know how all that worked, it was enough for him to know he is leveling up madly, as right now he had passed the 3rd level and showed no signs of stopping. He felt like he had become rich after mining a gold mine and found gold. The best part of this was that his flames haven't even devoured 2 centimeters deep in the ground and had only devoured the scarps in the surface. There is a high chance that just being here he would be able to level up above 900, as it has been a long time since he was stuck with no progress. After close to an hour he finally got the notification he was waiting for this whole time, making his level reach officially 900. System, ding. Host has gained 19 levels, reaching 900 level. System, ding. Host has gained 190 points on all attributes and 1.900 points on Ryutsu. System, ding. Host has gained 1.710 points on all attributes except on Ryutsu. Status. System, ding. Opening status. Name, Xylan/age, 17, 38, /level 900 EXP, 000.000.000.000/999.999.999.999. Health, 264.250, 26.425, /power, 264.150, 26.415, /defense, 264.200, 26.420, /inte legend, 266.300, 26.630, /Ryutsu, 1.159.800, 115.980. Sora, what the hell, it was a farting power-up, nothing much. Sora, and who the fuck talks about me, I'll rip him to shreds. Just as he cursed the ruler, back at his place it was his turn to sneeze, which caused him to curse back at whoever had the guts to curse at him. On Sora's side, he had decided to come out of his doors and see the beautiful sight of everything getting burned to smithereens. When he came out, what seemed of the 4th floor was no more, and decided that since his flames will continue to burn here, devouring everything within and then slowly give him the EXP, he had decided to go on the next floor. Meanwhile, deep in hell, a skeletal figure in a pit of skulls awaked as his tissue and organs regrow at high speed. The figure looks up and screams in pain and rage, causing the river of lava in the level of hell above him to flare up and engulf the skull-shaped platform he is buried beneath. 586, Chapter 586, Another Sinner. Aarg. Russell. 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 Crack. 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 Half. 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 Just as he gotten freed from the pace that was holding him, the wind howled around him as clothes were formed. He was a tall and lean-built man with pale skin and shoulder-length white hair. He wore a sleeveless white shirt, striped in the same fashion as the other Togabito. The upper half of his head is swathed in black bandages, and he has an accompanying black sash strapped to his waist. His chains are located on his wrists and around his neck. Tufts of white hair can be seen protruding from a fold in his bandages. What happened for me to be released like that? Just as he pondered over it, in front of him there were white flames, and as he looked at them he started seeing images of what had happened so far by one freaking person, leaving him speechless. It was also at that point that he noticed those he killed were not reviving, meaning he had the power to cut these accursed chains. Thinking about all the destruction he causes, then the guards keeping tabs on him must have gone on their way to catch him. Which was a golden opportunity for him, as this allowed him to escape. He now needed to spread rumors of this bastard and play it cool in front of him before scheming against him and free himself. Unfortunately for him, just as he was freed, Sora stepped on the 5th floor, and before he could even check the place he got a notification about a quest. System, ding. Main quest triggered. Kill all the Togabito that plots against you and Hell's ruler. Rewards, Hell's fragment. Sora, oh? Does that mean that Kokuto was released? Sora, but wait, I already killed the others. Does this mean I'm already half done? Sora, wait, maybe, he didn't saw me kill them, so he will still try to send the word out. Sora, then more cannon fodders will come to become my EXP meal. Sora, and is Hell's fragment the power Ichigo got? Gyaku, I believe so, but I have no idea how it will work with me inside you. Gyaku, Hell and sinners are like mortal enemies. Sora, and? Same for humans and hollows, even more so of Shinigami's and Quincy's. Sora, furthermore I've gotten curious as to why my eyes haven't activated for so long. Sora, is it because of peace? Sora, or because I can control my emotions? Gyaku, I would say both. Previously your eyes activated when you were under extreme anger for something that happened to those close to you. Gyaku, perhaps with those eyes of chaos that twist like a vortex each time it manifests in you, you could harmonize the powers of Hell. Gyaku, after all within them exist 5 lights representing your powers. Sora, who knows? What I do know is that this place rocks. Sora, the 5th level. What was reflecting in Sora's eyes in this level of Hell, was that it was composed of a black landscape, with many irregular columns covered in veins of lava jutting out from the ground. He remembers that the Kushana are capable of materializing from within these lava columns. It also caught his attention the lightning that was striking down from different part of the floor as if it was frequent occurrence here. There are also withered trees composed of bones littered across the landscape, from which Kokuto hanged the bodies of Renji and Ishida for Ichigo to see. He also guessed that by following those vein-like lava on the ground he would eventually find some kind of rift that all chains came upwards. If he were to follow that he would arrive at unseen ground, from what he knew as they never shown where Kokuto was sealed again. 587, Chapter 587, Fight. Kokuto started searching around for other Togabito in the 5th floor, as he knew there were many that got freed before him. He searched and searched again and again and only found mindless sinners, as they had lost their minds and were nothing more than corpses walking around. Kokuto, what is happening? Where are the others? Kokuto, don't tell me they can go already to higher floors. Kokuto, don't tell me they have relocated to the 4th floor where that man will reach shortly. Kokuto, Daeon. Kokuto, if that happens then I won't stand a chance against him. As he had started rumbling on his own about everything that was happening, he failed to notice 2 predators' eyes looking at him from above as he was watching him yelling and many others things. Sora, it wasn't that hard finding him. Gyaku, he was searching around like a thief as he didn't want to be caught. Sora, true. Sora, so here's the question, should I kill him for going around and trying to pit others in my way? Gyaku, it depends. Sora, on what? Gyaku, how much EXP he can gather for you. Sora, okay, fair enough. If he can gather around 50 trillions of express for main to reach 950 level, I will let him live. Gyaku, that means you need 500 sinners capable of triggering your repeatable quest of getting 100 billion express each. Gyaku, you think he can do it? Sora, who knows? But what I do know is that when I return to the 4th level and absorb back all the flames spread around, I want to see how much EXP will I gain. Gyaku, it will only be for the number of sinners' ashes spread around, which honestly they are countless. Sora, yet. Perhaps I can use that and leap straight to level 1000. Gyaku, yeah, you might need this as Iwak will be coming and we have no idea how soon it will be. Sora, but before that, I need to deal with that scientist with the mod souls, the Skyushin, and then the war. Sora, I also need to somehow max the fruits. Gyaku, I believe that you will gain them through quests. Sora, yet. Sora, oh? He is moving again. Seeing that Kokuto started moving again, like a classic stalker he went behind him through and through his doors while sometimes whistling away. On the lowest level where the fortress was, the ruler started getting pissed at all this facade here and there like a picnic. Is this guy taking his realm like a joke to act like that? I want to see epic fights. Fights. The ruler, so start fighting already. The ruler, huff. Hey 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 hey. Ha The ruler, what is wrong with these people, can't they follow a fucking script? The ruler, where are his friends? That dashed heroically in the jaws of hell to save him. The ruler, fight through all the way here. The ruler, since you don't want to fight, I'll make you fight. The ruler stood up and left his throne before he appeared in an unfamiliar room that only he knew in hell and no one else. Grr. As soon as he appeared, the person or entity being chained in this room started growling at the ruler, who answered back with a huge grin on his face. The ruler, it's been a long time, my friend. Grr. The ruler, I know. However, I'm willing to let you out if you do me a small favor. He, favor you say? The ruler, here is the thing. The ruler started explaining his plight of boredom to his old friend over here, and after 10-20 minutes laughter could be heard from him, as it soon accompanied by the ruled himself. 588, Chapter 588, full of bullshits. Unaware what the ruler had stored from him, Sora kept following Kokuto around as he was cursing that he couldn't find anything decent. Kokuto, damn! Kokuto, where the hell is everyone? Kokuto, it can't be I'm the only one stuck on this floor. Kyaku, this guy, is pitiful. Sora, yeah, I'm starting to believe that this place only had these guys as their top tier fighter and now have to rely on minions walking around to level up. Sora, for now let's go meet him and see what he will say. As they were talking with each other, Kokuto started using his sword and chains to smash things around in his anger and displeasure from not being able to find a single strong ally. At this point, he felt something, and when he looked upwards he saw the person he was planning to scheme to look at him with a questioning gaze. Sora, I say, friend, how come you are like me, destroying pieces of stuff around? Kokuto, hey. Sora, don't just me. Why are you so desperate that you went through the trouble to destroy everything you found in this lower level of hell? Kokuto was stunned by the sudden question he was asked by him, and for a second he didn't know what to answer. As the second question snapped him from his dazed expression, he pondered his options and decided to bluff his way into befriending him. Kokuto, at a time before I became a Togabito, I was once a human and had a younger sister who was sexually used and killed by an unknown number of assailants. Kokuto, then incited by anger I avenged her death by murdering her killers. Sora, so that is why you have found yourself in hell? Kokuto, yes. Sora, but that doesn't explain your behavior of destroying thing. Kokuto, it is from frustrations. If there is hell, then there must be heavens as well. Kokuto, this means that if I get out of hell and go there, maybe I can see her again. Sora nodded at him for his sorrow that he showed externally, but inwardly he was bullshitting himself. Sora, I see, but destroying hell's property is something that adds to your sin of killing them and made it difficult for you to go upwards. Sora, the lower you are the bigger your sins, have you thought of that? Kokuto, that's why I'm frustrated, I don't remember doing anything else before my death there. Bullshit. Is what crossed in Sora's mind, as he clearly knew that after he killed he was in a trance of feeling good, bathing in blood. Therefore, as this did not grant him solace. By his own admission, he then set out to inflict his suffering on others. It was this action, however, that condemned Kokuto into spending eternity in hell as a punishment. Sora, hell, is fair compared to his inhabitants. This means that there must have been something you forgot after spending so many years here that locked you in this place. Kokuto, what about you then? Kokuto, how come you are here and where are your chains? Sora, me? Let's say I killed a large number of people when I was alive and was condemned here. However, as this was eons ago, I repent for it. Sora, therefore the chains have vanished and also restored my powers to a certain extent as Soul Reaper. Bullshit. Is what crossed the mind of Kokuto now, and tasted one of his sweet-like medicine he gave him earlier. However, he didn't say anything and looked at him and ponder which part of it was true, as he truly looked like a Soul Reaper and with no chains at that. In the visions, he only saw him wrecking chaos but didn't see how he arrived in hell. 589, Chapter 589, a huge angry ass. Just to be safe, however, he had decided to ask how he repented in this place. Kokuto, and how did you do that? Sora, do what? Kokuto, I mean repent. Sora, nothing much, I gracefully accepted my punishment from day one, with no complaints at all. Sora, I knew what I did was wrong, and even now if the same situation arises I will do it again. Sora, but still killing so many people do hurt you mentally. Sora, however, there are times when a person needs to embrace the darkness for the sake of the people they love. Sora, if you can't differentiate between your intentions, then Sora, enforcing your will while experiencing everlasting despair. That's what hatred means. The desire for revenge is what makes you lose yourself, and in the end after you complete it, Sora, what remained of you is an empty shell that harms others as well. Sora, I have wives, I have an unborn child, those are what kept me going from destroying myself. Sora, therefore I repented. Sora was watching Kokito's expression as he spoke and couldn't help but praise himself for making his bullshit sound legit enough. Just as Kokito wanted to say something on the subject as even he couldn't refute his logic so far, both of them froze when a heavy raining pressure fell on them. Kokito started to become pale and was breathing heavily while Sora was shocked as this kind of riot so was close to the final form he fought of Aizen. This wasn't part of the freaking movie. They both flinched as they heard a heavenly breaking roar that shook them to their cores. When Gyaku also heard this he was stunned before his face changed to 1000 colors. Gyaku, run! Sora was stunned by the urgency in Gyaku's voice and wondered what hell? He pretty much never acts like that, but now he kept screaming to him to run as fast as possible. As if the figure was hearing Gyaku warning Sora, it roared again and this time cracks were formed slowly beneath them and the ground rose up. Both of them vanished from there while using their own movements to avoid what they saw. As soon as they had done that, a huge head to the height of Mino's mask appeared and tried to eat them only to swallow air. Just as Sora wanted to swear for this dog-like face that had traces of Arrancar's mask on them, suddenly a second head popped up at the direction Kokito was and pissed Sora as only his flames are allowed to eat him. Sora, moth number at $% dollar number that's my prey. Just as Kokito who was unable to move that well from the pressure of the new enemy was about to get swallowed he vanished in thin air as they jaws instantly closed on him. Kokito then appeared next to Sora sweating that he almost died and before he could offer his thanks. The ground shook violently as a third head rose up along with the rest of his body. Both of them saw their horror while Gyaku was screaming it's over. What they saw was a 100-meter Cerberus with monstrous three-headed Arrancar faces with thorns left and right along with a serpent tail similar to the hollow and fade to black. It had a lion's claws on his 4 feet covered in white and red marks looking dangerously sharp ready to shred anything just like he did on the floor. The most potent feature of Cerberus was his eyes, which was so dreadful that if it wasn't him looking at his eyes most would have paralyzed themselves like stones. Both of them saw as he growled with his razor-sharp teeth while something dripped from his teeth onto the ground causing steam to rise up. 590, Chapter 590, The Bane of All. Sora, what the fuck is that? Gyaku, it's over. It was my honor to live again with you. Sora, would you stop your whining? Gyaku, you don't get it. That's Cerberus. The guardian of hell under its ruler. Sora, tell me something I don't know. Gyaku, fine smartass. As long as he is on hell nothing can harm it. Sora, there is nothing absolute in this world. Sora, Kokito. Sora, Sora turned around and saw Kokito having lost the light in his eyes from being paralyzed as he looked directly for too long in the dog's gaze. Sora waved his hand and black flames engulfed him while he completed his quest but he didn't have time to check the gains he had just now as this freaking colossal dog roared at him while his hands trembled in fear. Cerberus, ha 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 ha, this is awesome. Cerberus 2, this smell it's the smell of one of the 7 sins. Cerberus 3, this will be quite fun. Sora, oh? Look at that. The doggy can talk. All Cerberus, how dare you human? Sora, shut the fuck up. Why is someone like you out here? Sora, don't tell me, the ruler shitted his pants at my powers and sent you for cleaning his ass. Cerberus, pfffttt. Cerberus 2, ha 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 ha. Cerberus 3, cough, cough. Don't be ridiculous as if someone like him can shit in his pants. Sora, oh you are right. At most he pissed himself. All Cerberus, ha 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 ha. Back to the fortress watching the two talking like that, the ruler got pissed and an incredible wave of anger washed over him when he heard the contents of the two. The ruler, shut up. And fight. As if sensing his displeasure, all 3 of them stopped laughing but still had grins on their faces as glints flashed in their eyes while eyeing Sora for food. Sensing that his plan failed to buy times for Gyaku to find a solution in their predicament, he laughed as this will be the toughest battle he ever had. He used Shunpo as he appeared on top of a Cerberus head specifically in the middle and summoned all 15 blades and threw them at him trying to cut his skin. However, just like Gyaku had said the moment of the impact his blades broke from the toughness of his skin. He then instantly chanted his Shikai and his clothes changed as they burst apart with black flames, he then focused his punch with all the flames he could muster and punched at his forehead. Boom! Flames redirected in all directions from the point of impact, while he backed away and looked at the flames burning that particular spot. Just as he almost asked if it worked, he swallowed his words back as the middle head broke through the sea of black flames without a scratch and tried to bite him. Raising his reaction speed to 500 times thanks to his soul he managed to react fast enough and get out of harm's way but a bit of saliva dropped on his body eroding him from outside. Cerberus, ha 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 ha, what was that little ticklish punch supposed to be? Sora clenched his right hand with his left hand as he could no longer use it from that poison-like saliva. Sora, oh yeah? Laugh after you defeat me. Sora brought his hand to his face and lowered it down as his mask was formed and at the same time he started chanting. Sora, the 3-headed whales. Show your teeth and might. Disintegrate, and look upon yourself with horror and then claw out your own throat. Cerberus, This chant. Cerberus 2, is it about us? Cerberus 3, ha 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 interesting. Sora, disintegrate, and look upon yourself with horror and tear out your own heart. Guardian of the Purgatory, 3 chimes, rattling bones, the savage dog lets loose his fearsome roar. Sora, growl on the name of the fool who rouses you from your slumber. Your rage incites the very earth to tremble in fear. Sora, Self-Made Arts 4, Mirrors of Purgatory. 591, Chapter 591, Guardian vs Guardian. Sora, if my blades or my flames can't harm you, what about your own self? The body of Sora started shining and created a dome like an area full of mirrors inside it, and expanded at an alarming rate, depleting everything that Sora had in his reserves. This was barely enough to trap Cerberus inside, and for the final touch Sora puked blood as he forcefully completed it by accepting to take a backlash. Cerberus, what is this place? Cerberus 2, a world of mirror. Cerberus 3, look there. Just as one had called them out, suddenly from a single point the whole place changed and purgatory was created. Bloody mountains painted in blood, lava flowing endlessly from every corner of the created world, hands being buried in the sand made from flesh and blood of countless people dying there. Cerberus, I have to say this is a better hell version of the one we lived. Cerberus 2, what a nice concept of reaching the apex of the world. Cerberus 3, I imagine he took a severe backlash to trap us here. Just as he said his peace of mind, suddenly the whole place started trembling, sending chills to people who ran around as they knew who was coming. Suddenly the Cerberus saw a split image of itself appearing only younger. This made them realize that this place was created to face their own desired self or something similar, but for what purpose? F. Cerberus, ha 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 ha, long time no see, older me. F. Cerberus 2, he 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 he, this is quite a surprise to see me in front of me. F. Cerberus 3, what is up with your miserable appearance? All 3 Cerberus were stunned as they realized that the people in front are the past themselves before the ruler imprisoned them and left them to rot away for thousands of years without food. This meant that in order to get out they have to fight their peak forms, which were suicide. Is there a person crazy enough to do that? Sora outside had fallen on the hot ground and his breathing was rugged. From those 2 contacts he had realized that Gyako was saying the truth about not being able to damage them. Therefore he used every last bit of his powers to trap them in that Kido where whoever got trapped will have to face their own self and try to kill each other. If the real one wins and escape, he will have an increase of 10% in their Ryotsuba permanently. If the fake one wins, they will lose 10% in their Ryotsuba permanently. From his mouth blood was flowing as he had damaged his soul by forcefully trying to entrap that shitting dog inside and could no longer move. Gyaku, clever. But Gyaku, unless their past self was way too strong, then what we saw, you would die in vain. As Sora wanted to answer him, he spat another mouthful blood while his hand had started to become mummified and hurt like hell. Slowly as he was reaching close to his death, white fluids started forming again on his face and soon from his mouth white liquid burst out. Gyaku, what the? Gyaku, oi. Dark Sora. Gyaku, WTF are you doing? D Sora, nothing. My powers are activating because he is close to his death and slowly hollowifying him. He won't be able to stop it. Because it's his instinct that screams to live. Even if he survives the backlash, his body starting from his hand is crumbling slowly away. Gyaku, then W Ichigo, how do we stop it? W Ichigo, we don't. This might actually be the only thing that will save his life. D Sora, W Ichigo? Wait, he is here. Gyaku, oh right, you were sleeping back then. The system made a deal with him and preserved his as my servant, and you can't see him because he is like a ghost. D Sora, oh well, we will have to see how he will go, and I hope he doesn't summon a clone. All of them stopped briefly as they finally remembered that he had summoned a clone and was on the world of the living. Oh shit. 592, Chapter 592, Quest. True to their words. In the real world, suddenly an explosion happened as the ground was completely destroyed and everyone supernatural appeared above the location. Yoryuki. Are you okay? Yoryuki, half. What the hell? Yoryuki, what happened? Urahara, Sora's clone suddenly stopped moving when we returned, and just as you were about to hug him from his body, a violent riot burst out. Urahara, Yoryuki, Senna, Yin, and Yang, Yoshino, Lisa and the rest of the wizards were shocked as through the rumbles of Urahara's shop a black miasma started pouring out. There was no sign of Ichigo, Tessai, Ururu, and Hinta. Just as the dust cleared, they could see Sora's clone being hauled and were sure it was a nightmare. The question of where Ichigo was has been answered as he was holding him in his Shikai form and seemed to struggle of standing up. It's been a few hours since they solved the case of Aizen and this happens now, what the hell? As they wanted to ask all the questions run through their minds, those heavily related to Sora heard a hoarse voice out of nowhere in the mines, more like something akin to mission. System, ding. Emergency quest triggered. The ruler of hell has unleashed the guardian and poisoned Xylan Sora. Condition 1, kill clone Sora before being fully hollowified. Condition 2, do nothing to stop his hollow process. Condition 3, seal the gates of hell. Rewards, none. Yuryuki and the rest of the girls who were his girlfriend froze on the spot, their hands trembled. Anger, anxiety, fear was written all over their faces, and this didn't escape the eyes of the other. Kisuk, oi! Yuryuki. Kisuk for the first time had his happy-like face has gone as he could feel the heavy atmosphere been created from the girls. HC Sora, Boom. HC Sora vanished from his spot as he roared, and none could guess where he would appear. They tensed up, and before they knew it he had appeared in the air behind their backs, causing them to flinch as they moved way too slowly. His first target as his closest was Yoshino, who got stabbed in her abdomen before he got blown away to the ground. HC Sora, After roaring again and blowing everyone with the force of his resounding roar, he vanished once again and appeared hundreds of meters above in the sky. There is 1/3 of his body which had changed with white hardened fluids taking various shapes until he completed his transformation, started progressing more and more. Lisa, Yoshino. Yoshino, Blearg. Ha. Yoshino, stop looking at me. With such eyes. You have no time. Kisuk, what do you mean? Yoshino, the moment. He stabbed me. Blearg. Ha. He spoke to me. Yoshino, seal the gates. Kisuk, but for the gates to appear we need a sinner. Kisuk opened his eyes wide open as thunder struck him in realization, and soon from Yoshino's body, white light burst out as she appeared from her human body in the form of a soul. Yoshino, this? I became a soul reaper. Yoshino, never mind that. Shortly the gates will appear and drag me inside. At the same time Sora, who has almost completed his transformation inside, will sense it and come out. Kisuk, then all hell will break loose. Just as she wanted to say something, he felt multiply signals here and there, and soon 2 gargantas opened up, revealing Nelil and Haribel, who had barely recovered. If that wasn't enough, a Senkaimon opened up, with Hinamori, Matsumoto, Anohana, Kyokaku and Swafon came outside. Right as they had reached Soul Society, taken care of their duties to keep order and were about to rest, their mind rang with a message of a mission. 593, Chapter 593, A Girl's Force. As every girl of Sora lined up, the perpetrator himself straggled in the air along with who was screaming in his mind. Ichigo, what the hell happened? Gyaku, Sora was poisoned to the death and his body and soul started to disintegrate. D. Sora, then my powers as he was close to death auto-activated like it had done with you in the original timeline, and he is slowly becoming a monster. Ichigo, fuck. Gyaku, furthermore instead of 1 monster we have 2 here. Are you sure we don't have more than that? Is what everyone who heard him wanted to say, but focused more on the problem at hand. On the outside, all the girls looked at each other briefly. Yuryuki, Swafon, Anohana, Matsumoto, Hinamori, Senna, Yin, Yang, Kyokaku, Lisa and the floating Yoshino, who now had become a Shinigami with unknown powers. Gerda, who is Yoshino's doll of power, and it takes the form of a finger claw on her left middle finger connected with the bracelet on her right wrist when sealed, has vanished. To unseal Gerda, Yoshino usually struck the 2 pieces together to create a spark, which releases him when she takes the fire created from the spark and creates an arc over her head, as a fire rages around the area. Gerda is a fire elemental, able to create and control the flame. While mostly humanoid in appearance consisting of hardened magma and flames, it has no legs, but fire acting as propulsion jets. She was curious now as it had a sword on her waist of the Shiakusho. This meant that Gerda is her Zanpakuto, but she had no idea how to call it. Anohana, being the oldest among them, started accessing the situation at a fast pace and frowned when she saw Sora becoming a hollow in the sky, albeit slowly. Anohana, what happened here? Kisuk, nothing yet. Shinji, but we are sure as hell something will happen. Hiri, that fucking idiot kept talking about powers control and everything, only to lose it in the end. Kensei, that's no laughing matter. Hiri. Mashiro, Ken-chan is right. Kensei, as far as we are concerned all of us bear danger in losing against our dark side. Yoshino, stop your bickering, we have no time. We need to seal what is coming. Yoshino was worried more than everyone as she knew her fate, since Sora had told her in the past, that when she will become a Shinigami she will get sent towards hell. Kisuk, Anohana-san. Can you locate Hinta, Tessai and Yururu? Kisuk, me, Hachi and Tessai will seal the gates of hell. Anohana, all we have to do is kill him, right? Kisuk, come again. Shinji and the rest were also taken aback when she said these words, and every one of them saw all the girls nodding. Anohana, I will deal with him while you and the rest deal with collateral damage. Anohana, at the same time, search for those three and seal the gates. Hearing her words, many wanted to say a lot of things however but then ripples appeared through the air revealing the gates of hell that had a markedly different appearance to the gates appearing before. The gates featured this time was red-colored and are adorned with fiery patterns streaking across the surface. Also, the gates are held together by a black column embossed with gold signets, which is bound by a series of chains. It then started opening revealing a demonic creature's arm which belongs to a Kushanato with a knife much larger than itself stabbing forward towards the direction where Yoshino was. It all happened too fast as the next thing they saw was her body being impaled by the knife and her screaming in pain as she was getting dragged inside. 594, Chapter 594, New Form. As she was getting dragged she clenched her teeth and yelled at all of them. Yoshino, what the fuck are you doing? He is coming. The moment her voice resounded as the gate had closed, H.C. Sora stopped trembling and roared as he used Sonido and vanished from his place heading straight to destroy the door. H.C. Sora, the first one to wake up from all this was Urahara as he chanted a quick Kido and barely won a second. Urahara, Bakudo Arts N.61 Rikuya Koro. 6 Rods Prison of Light. Pointing his her index finger at Sora, he generated a spark of yellow energy, which summoned 6 thin, wide beams of light that slam into his midsection and hold him in place. As H.C. Sora was hit he stopped and was unable to move any part of his body, including the parts which were not struck by the beams for a single split second. H.C. Sora, just as he stopped and roared for the Kido to break, all people who could fire the same Kido instantly did so and close to 60 bars of light engulfed him. It was enough to buy 2-3 seconds before 3 voices were heard chanting. Urahara, walls of iron sand, a priestly pagoda, glowing iron-clad fireflies. Standing upright, silent to the end. Hachi, brethren in arms withdrawing for the distance of 8 sun and standing still, blue bolt, white bolt, black bolt, red bolt, sinking into the ocean together seeking redemption. Prologue halting raps/refrain serial 100 bolts/finale fully prohibited Great Seal. Urahara, Bakudo Arts N.75 Gakyu Tekken. 5 pillared iron weights. Bakudo Arts N.99 Part 2. Bankin. Full prohibition. Hachi, Raibai no Yomon the Gate of Dragon Tail. Urahara clasped their hands together and 5 small yellow orbs with skinny tails emerge from between his clasped hands and move above his head before forming a circle of 5. Raising his clasped hands above their head, Urahara then slams them downward, sending the orbs into the ground. As a bright light is generated in the sky above the intended target, 5 tall and thick pillars, which are connected to each other by chains, pinned Sora and tried to move him and nail him to the ground. What shocked him though was that he couldn't move him at all, not even an inch. Suddenly a shadow flew from the ground and slammed her fingers into the pillars and released white spiritual energy, which coalesces into a piece of white fabric. As the fabric wraps around Sora, covering him/her from head to toe, he is then impaled by numerous metal bolts before being smashed with an immense metal cube from above. Hachi then created over a dozen pillars, which are arranged by hand gestures, making them form a gigantic shield or doors like a barrier between them and his intended target. What shocked everyone was that his target was surprisingly the Hell's Gate. Just as he finished his line up as well, the shadow figure which they recognize when he was chanting was Tessai yelled at them. Tessai, back away. H.C. Sora, Dark light came out of all the bindings that held him in place or trying to and started disintegrate as it exploded, making Tessai be blown away. As the dust cloud from the explosion started clearing and the figure of Sora was made clear, all of them sucked a deep breath. Over 80% of his body had been hollowified and looked incredibly menacing as his mask had grown 8 horns from the edge of his moon tattoos on it. Going lower towards his chest, there was a small black hole which kept pulsating as if it tried to grow and complete his transformation. His whole skin had become platinum grey from white. His hand and feet had become clawed twice his original size and his nails portrayed 5 different colors. 595, Chapter 595, The Strongest Official Wife. If that wasn't enough, Sora waved his hands and Ichigo appeared in his Bankai form as he held it with both hands. Everyone saw that started drawing their swords and activating their shikai, and those that could use masks as the visor donned them immediately. Urahara and Neliel appeared before Yoryuki and guarded her as she bore the child of Sora. If in the off chance she gets killed, Sora will totally lose it. However, contrary to their will to protect her, Yoryuki had a serious face as she looked at what will seem the hardest battle of her life. Just as she was about to mumble something, clang. Anohana went ahead and tried to cut him apart, however suddenly his hand moved and parried it with his hand. Anohana slightly narrowed her eyes as she felt something was off in this current clash and performed a leg swipe as she threw a few hidden daggers at him. Being close to 0 point, she thought as she looked at his spiral eyes that he won't dodge, and her conclusion was right, he didn't dodge. His other hand mechanically moved and deflected them. Anohana backed away as she had finished her assault and noticed that he wasn't following. Anohana, this. Sora was standing there with both his hands raised up as if he had been frozen in time, but Anohana knew this kind of state. It was like he was unconsciousness and only reacted when sensing danger out of pure instinct. Anohana, this will be hard since I don't know how harsh he is going to react, but oh well. She used Shunpo and vanished once again, and this time her killing intent flared up as a crazy look plastered on her face. Feeling the intent, Sora ruoared and used Sonido to match with her. Everyone saw the kind Anohana being a ruthless killer right now, trying to reap life out of someone while Sora was responding. Right now he was purely acting on his instincts. Anything that harmed his life will be exterminated. Clang. 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 Bang. Anohana, che. Anohana, those that do not wish to die get the hell out of here. Anohana, Bankai. Minajiki, all things end. When she released her Bankai, Sora reacted to the black liquid miasma coming off her blade and ruoared as he started gathering Ryotsu on his horns. The blade of Anohana's Zanpakuto liquefies into a thick, black substance able to surround her vicinity. Once the majority of the liquid flows of the Zanpakuto, it reveals the remainder has solidified into a shortened katana. Before they could awe at her sword and wondered what her abilities were, Urahara noticed that the liquid substance started polluting even the air as black smoke appears and grew slowly upwards. It was then it came to his mind that it's a lethal poison and yelled at those closer to quickly leave the area. However, unfortunately, before his words could pass through to them, Sora burst forward the sphere he was created 8 in total and launched them in all directions. Anohana closed her eyes watching the incoming carnage and decided to answer with her own. She caught the shortened katana and brought it over her head as the liquid under her feet that was solidified in the air started boiling. She then used Shunpo and appeared in front of Sora, who kept charging his zeros in their direction as she slashed in a similar notion as kendo downwards. When she moved and attacked, the liquid burst forward like a volcano and created black bubbles as they rushed and appeared in the path of all incoming zeros. When those two clashed, the zeros started liquefied and being absorbed inside the bubbles, who fell on the air and solidified as pools. HC Sora, 596, Chapter 596, The Fall. Sora's chest was cut and started being infected by a black substance as he was slashed when Anohana cut him up while still charging the throwing zeros. Due to the force of her slash, he was forced a few meters back in the air while roaring in pain as his ultra-speed regeneration tried to kick in to heal his chest. Feeling something was off, he looked at his chest as he narrowed his eyes and saw that it wasn't healing and roared yet again. Just as Anohana landed while fixing her posture on the liquid that was dripped from her sword when she slashed, her face got griped by Sora as he was sent flying. Her mind almost went blank from the sudden swift of change in her location, and her intent to parry any incoming attacks kicked in her sword blocked the other hand of Sora, who was holding Ichigo's Bankai from the moon chains in the hilt. As Sora swung the small blades towards her head, Anohana's hand moved as if on their own and parried them while her legs swiped and hit the face of Sora, blowing him in the sky upwards. Almost at the same time, he also kicked, hitting Anohana on her waist, blowing him towards where Urahara and the rest had retreated. She made a roundhouse flip and landed gracefully before she dashed forward as she was getting excited about a good fight. Sensing the incoming danger, Sora opened his mouth and fired bala after bala, which she easily deflected without batting an eye. All the others could see was simply her hand moving at slow as those bala got obliterated. Clang! 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 Slash! Splurt! Anohana's shoulder had been slashed within the high-speed battle they were going and performing, while Sora's body started appearing with small cuts, trying to heal but was unable to do so. Just as Anohana found her chance to slash his head off, the world froze as she felt something was weird. If she continued, her sword stopped almost as it had grazed his yara. Splurt! Anohana, WW what? Blurg! Slash! Boom! They all watched as Anohana went for the final hit. When she froze for a single second, no, it would be more accurate to say within a second, the wounds on Sora vanished and appeared on Anohana. Before the wave of pain assaulted her, she managed to mumble a word before HC Sora slashed at her, cutting her from her shoulder downwards and then kicked her, smashing her through the ground. Yuryuki, Anohana. HC Sora, Sora, after roaring, placed his blades behind his back and looked menacingly at the place where a few buildings have been destroyed. Thankful as only hours had passed from when they had fought with Aizen, Urahara had patched what remained by the pillars and kept the fake town up and running until they finished transferring over everyone. They saw him making a similar motion to a kendo towards where Anohana had being blown away, and 2 wave energy blasts resounded as they burst out from his blades. However, at that moment 2 figures entered the fray as they appeared at Sora, who was defenseless, and attacked with their swords. Sparks flew when they connected with his yara, shocking the 2 as they were espadas before Sora rotated his body while roaring, hitting both of them with his blades. Even though both parried it with their swords, the sheer force behind all that was enough to break their hands and blow them away. "You're you a key, Neliel? And you girls fine?" Before they could answer, Sora used Sonido to vanish from there and appeared in front of Yoryuki, who yelled and slashed with both blades downwards. 597, Chapter 597, One by One. Just as Yoryuki was almost got slashed, the place was filled with pink mist and Sora changed directions an inch before his blade slashed at the face of Yoryuki. At the same time, a hoarse voice was heard. Bankai, Tekken Tachi Kaze Iron Fist severing wind. Upon hearing the activation command, an explosion of wind erupted and blew Sora, who had charged towards Shinji for his trick earlier, blowing him further away. Tachi Kaze transformed from a single combat knife into a pair of large knuckle blades which Kensei holds in each hand. Both blades have a curved silver edge, which tapers off to an outward point on either side. Segmented purple bands wrap around the entirety of his arms, much like armor, while a thicker purple band arches behind him, over his head, with its ends protruding from under his shoulders. It wasn't as the others weren't going to participate, but they were biding their time to gather enough energy and possibly reach their peak. Kensei appeared behind Sora with his mask on and started punching him, trying to use his ability, but it was too hard to pass by. At that moment he felt a hand gripping his one shoulder and a sudden wave of pain assaulted him as Sora cut his whole arm with his blades. Mashiro, how dare you hit injure Ken-chan? Mashiro kick! Kensei saw her coming and hitting him from the front in his chest, blowing him towards him. He then focused all his Ryutsu into its knuckle blades. He then punched as his body, and as a result, Kensei's punches released an immense explosive force on impact, which continues to assault his opponent endlessly as long as his fist remains in contact with his opponent. Crack! 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 Seeing his Yera crack, both of them saw a flash of light which hurt like hell as Sora punched both of them to oblivion, sending them flying and putting them out of commission. Just as he wanted to search for any threats, Hiri appeared above him with a charged up zero to the limits in her mask and blew it right on his face, making him being pushed down towards the ground. Hiri, che! Fall already! Stab! Hiri, ugh! Just as she spoke, she felt something entering inside her body while she was getting wet from her waist all the way to her legs. As Hiro dispersed, she saw the blade on Sora's hand is inserted in her abdomen and saw a dangerous glint in his eyes as he started charging his blade. Shinji was the first to act, however he couldn't do much, as if he reverses that scene both of them would change places and it would be all for naught. Just as Sora had finished charging his blade and was about to send Hiri beyond oblivion, Sora growled as he let go of the blade and turning around to smash with a punch the person who shoved a spear in his cracked Yera, who was slowly healing. Boom! Shinji, Hiri, Lisa. Both of them were down in a bloody state as they were blown away by the force of his hits. It was at that moment that he tried to call the blade in his hands from being inside Hiri, but something stopped him. 8 black holes with purple outlines which emit spiritual energy in the space appeared as they surrounding the target, with the 9th black hole manifesting itself in the center of the target's chest. Sora was immobilized. If that wasn't enough, Rose and Luz appeared, with one tangling his whip around Sora and the other trying to smash his spiked club in his head, only for a dull sound to resound and cracks appeared in his shikai. 598, Chapter 598, Yoryuki's True Power. Anohana was down, Nelliel and Haribel were also down, Kensei and Mashiro's lives were unknown, Hiri and Lisa were barely alive, while Shinji, Love and Rose could not do much against him. Urahara with Hachi had stabilized the gate from the after impacts, making cracks in the seals Hachi placed there, and now turned his attention to Sora, which sealed him with unknown duration. Senna, Yin and Yang looked with disbelief expressions at the power displayed by him, and crashing all of them all alone. Their hands and feet had been frozen on that spot with no willpower to move at all. Suddenly a hand was placed in their heads and pat them one at a time. When they turned to see who it was, they were shocked to see Yoryuki smile. Urahara, seeing that, knew she was about to do something quite stupid. She was close to 6 weeks pregnant, and anything reckless will make her body reject the fetus. Similarly, if she was on her midterm, she would have killed her baby by what she is planning. Yoryuki, Kisuke. I'm counting on you. Yoryuki dashed forward as she clasped her hands together, revealing a short sword as it resembles a Kodaki or Wakaizashi before drawing her blade. At the same time, she heard a voice in her mind. If you activate that, you won't get away easily with the strain for having not used my true power. Yoryuki, we have somehow mended our relationship from when we faced, and we did slightly trained for me to get used on that power again. That will still not help you. Furthermore. Yoryuki, I know. However, I will use the other incomplete form to counter the strain, or taking it most on myself, leaving my kid out of this. That's suicide. Yoryuki, let's go. Byakko. Byakko, Che, you don't listen, do you? Don't blame me. Both, punish everything with your rumble. Reun Tentai Byakuko. The sword in her hand vanished and became particles, and as it fell on her body she started growing fur, which expanded and then transformed it into a cloud-like substance that glues on her body. However, Yoryuki wasn't going to stop there, and as her speed increased, forming zigzag lines as she appeared in front of Sora, who finally cracked the black spots. Yoryuki, Shunko. She kicked his chest, destroying the binding instantly and sending him flying. The force sense flying rose in love, who was binding the one and the other tried to pummel him as more cracks appeared on his spiked club. Lightning burst out from the clouds surrounding Yuryuki as she flared up her shunko and appeared instantly next to Sora, pummeling him while he was still sliding. Crack! 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 His Yera cracked in multiple spots from all the hits he got as he growled, and as Yuryuki wanted to keep pummeling him, one of his hands caught her fist with his claws, causing a bloody mess out of her hand. Just as HC Sora tried to stab her with the other hand as he thrust it forward, Yuryuki's eyes shined and yelled before a Reishi explosion occurred, zapping Sora and frying him. Yuryuki, Shunko, Raijin Senkai Flash War Cry, Thunder God War Form. The lightning emitted from Yuryuki's back and through the clouds created a circle of electrical energy in the shape of Raijin's drums behind her as Yuryuki unleashes a giant column of concentrated electrical energy to engulf Sora. The Yera of Sora shattered from the most part in his hand and legs but slowly tried to heal, however, as Yuryuki was about to pierce his flesh, ending his life by zapping his internal organs. His hand got deflected from the inner skin, shocking her and Byako. 599, Chapter 599, over 9,000. Yuryuki started stabbing at the exposed skin on his body while zapping him with everything she got. Just as his Yera healed, she stabbed again, and this time she caused a scratch on it, leaving her in puzzlement. Before she even thought of what happened, suddenly she was separated from him from a gust of leaves engulfing her. Before she could ask Senna about it, the spot she was exploded with Sora's Ryutsu as a violent pillar got raised upwards, destroying buildings and anything in the vicinity, creating a mini wasteland. HC Sora stared at Yuryuki, Senna, Yin, and Yang before a black blast wave smashed at him and sent him flying. Anohana, half. Half. That was quite hard. They saw Anohana rising up slowly in the sky and landing next to them as she panting and spat blood from her mouth. Anohana, Urahara, Utesai and Hachi, keep tabs on the gate. Anohana, Yuryuki. I know you are straining yourself, but thanks to that I figure it out. Anohana, he is reacting on whatever tried to harm him. Earlier he used a Kido Sora has to reverse damage. Anohana, and now he used a similar one to become immune to damage for a short duration. As she spoke, all the people who had fallen down bloody or not appeared in close to perfect condition next to them as Anohana reverted to normal and used her Shikai to counter her poison. This caused all the spread out miasma and liquid pools to turn into natural herbal spots of healing while her short sword transforms and engulfed her, trying to heal her. Unfortunately, she didn't do much as she had to heal the others. Anohana, do you have a way to break his Yera like before? Yuryuki, I have and can only use it for 1 second. After that, I will probably faint. At the spot where Sora was blown away, for a second he regained his bearing when he was blown away and saw that everyone was all right. In that split second he waved his hands before he blacked out again and the beast took over. HC Sora, Ruuuuarg. Aarg. Buuuam. Stomping his feet on the ground, he started dashing at incredible speed as he raised his hands, and Ichigo's Bankai got called. When they saw him rushing at them, they all spread out ready to comfort him while Yuryuki and Anohana prepared themselves for the final strike. From that point on, Shinji with the rest blocked and made Sora lose his posture slightly before he blew them away as he opened his mouth, firing countless ballas, and continued on forward. From his sideways, Hiri and Lisa appeared along with Haribel, and Neliel caught his arms and legs, immobilizing him before they got blown away by his roar that caused a violent pillar of Ryutsu rise up. Just as he stopped, he charged on his horns, his Ryutsu forming spheres. Yin and Yang appeared along with Senna and disrupted him by engulfing him in fire, lighting and wind with leaves. Yuryuki then flared up her Ryutsu as she launched herself forward before she spoke out. Yuryuki, Shunko, Reiju Senkai, Shunryu Kokubia Senkai Flash War Cry, Thunder Beast Battle Form, Flash God Black Cat Warrior Princess. Upon release, a huge column of electrical energy was released along her Shikai and all the lighting broke down as her form changed along with her Shikai. In almost an instant that it took to reach Sora and punch with both her fists, he apparently looked like a lighting humanoid werewolf, as her hair had become silver-like with golden strands and fur sprouted in her whole body. The moment her punches connected with his chest through the storm he had gotten engulfed, a huge pillar of thunder rose up in the skies as Sora howled from being in the center. 600, Chapter 600, Crumbling Away. With the pillar rising upwards, Yuryuki lost consciousness as she reverted back to her default form, but not before barely seeing the Yera in Sora's body being broken apart. Senna, Yin, and Yang grabbed her as they were close to her and left from there as Anohana rushed inside, the violent thunder ravaging the hollowified body of Sora. Anohana, Bankai. Anohana, calling upon her Bankai, once again appeared upon Sora, not caring about any thunderbolts hitting her. She slashed at him, and when it reached Sora's flesh, it cut through him, poisoning his body. The force of her slash blew him away. Everyone rejoiced at this as they thought it ended. Suddenly the voice that notified them about his condition resounded again in their heads. System, ding. Emergency quest updated. The ruler of hell has unleashed the guardian and poisoned Xylan Sora. Condition 1, kill clone Sora before being fully hollowified. Condition 2, do nothing to stop his hollow process. Condition 3, seal the gates of hell. Rewards, none. Time, 12:30. Hearing the message, all of them were shocked, seeing that now time existed, and all of them looked at Sora, who released a black miasma along with an angry shout. HC Sora, AAR. Along with his shout, his Ryutsu shot off the roof, becoming 3 times more potent, and the poison section started healing at a speed that was visible to their eyes. Neliel, no. Senna, no. As each and every one of them shouts out in denial, the clock in their minds had reached 10 seconds. Anohana, with everything she had, rushed forward before he could completely heal and try to stab his heart, killing him. At least that's what she wanted to do, but unfortunately, the Ryutsu that was gushing out violently from his held her back. It was at this moment that a figure forgotten by everyone, trying to bind for her time, looking for an opportunity, appeared behind Sora and stabbed before she appeared in front of him and was walking away. Anohana, so. Senna, Swafon-san. Swafon, Nijeki Kesatsu double strike finisher. The body of Sora froze up as a few butterfly-shaped stamps appeared on his body, especially on the wound being caused by Anohana, who still had traces of her poison. As her ability started taking effect, a larger crest quickly spreads out from the wound while completely destroying his body. Soon enough, Sora's body crumbled away and all of them looked at him, becoming dust in the wind, while only a butterfly symbol remained on his place before it dissipated as well. System, ding. Emergency quest completed. The ruler of hell has unleashed the guardian and poison Xylan Sora. Condition 1, kill clone Sora before being fully hollowified. Condition 2, do nothing to stop his hollow process. Condition 3, seal the gates of hell. Rewards, none. Time, 12:01. We did it. All of them cheered as they fell down from tiredness and looked at Swafon as a savior to bail them out from this madness. However, the person in question had a frown on her face. As she was in a doubtful mood, Hinamori and Matsumoto got closer to her as they were exhausted and said to her, good work. Swafon, no, it's you two who impressed me. You used concealment Kido at the same time and masked our presence, helping me get closer to him and finish him off. Swafon, but... Anohana, but what? Swafon, even though I tried to strike from his back and connect with your poison through his body, my strikes simply vanished and appeared in his chest through his heart, smeared with both our poison. Lisa, wait, this. Swafon, it seems either before he lost control he placed a door in his back connecting to his heart, or during the fight when we broke through his body. Yera. Anohana, he briefly came to his senses. 601.